Chapter 1. An unintentional foray into a dating show. What is it like to achieve financial independence in one's 20s and embark upon an early retirement? Sue Ran occasionally stumbled upon trending discussions on a certain platform and felt compelled to answer that question. Thank you for the invitation. At 24, I have been retired for a year, residing in the iconic metropolis of Shanghai. Each morning, I awaken not to the blaring of an alarm clock, but to the gentle caress of sunlight or the rhythm of my own biological clock. I am free to arrange my time as I please, immersing myself in literature, indulging in television dramas, occasionally stepping outdoors for leisurely strolls or socializing with friends, tending to my flowers and cultivating vegetables, all while savoring a cup of tea and witnessing the sun's majestic ascent and descent. Despite this freedom, I often find myself engulfed in a sense of confusion. I began to question whether this seemingly idyllic retirement lifestyle was truly what I desired. Through prolonged introspection, I have come to a resounding conclusion. Yes, this is indeed the life I yearn for. After a brief moment of self-satisfaction, Sue Ran contentedly shut off the screen. He was immensely pleased with his current existence. No more grueling 996 work schedules, no more being a corporate drone, and no more fretting over mortgage and car loans. His life was a boundless joy. Of course, Sue Ran's ability to live such a life was not merely a result of being a second-generation affluent individual. He had traversed through a different realm, relying on homage to the classics and prescient insights, thus achieving financial independence. In his previous life, he had already savored the taste of standing at the pinnacle of success. He was once the youngest vice president of a publicly listed company in China, spearheading multiple billion-yuan projects. The immense pressure of high-altitude existence, the relentless commercial rivalries, and an almost 997 work rhythm made him acutely aware that being a mere cog in a machine for a lifetime was sufficient. This life, he resolved, would be lived in utmost comfort. Upon achieving his first taste of financial freedom, Sue Ran entertained the notion of retirement. He invested the majority of his wealth into a company he had casually established, all to secure a safety net for his retirement lifestyle and to ensure he would no longer toil over monetary concerns. Money, after all, is only necessary in sufficient measure. Once he had managed the affairs of his company, Sue Ran completely withdrew from public life, relishing his retirement. Gardening, nurturing flowers, reading, watching films, traveling, and spending time with family, this encapsulated the essence of Sue Ran's past year. Simple, delightful, and carefree. Just as Sue Ran was immersed in envisioning his future, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his mother, and a wave of exasperation washed over him. While Sue Ran reveled in his lifestyle, his mother was fraught with anxiety. Her son, cooped up at home, neither working nor dating, how could this be acceptable? Although she was likely aware of his successful career, the absence of a romantic relationship was troubling. Surely, he must date, right? Yet, despite her efforts to arrange numerous blind dates, Sue Ran had never attended a single meeting. As he often quipped, wise men do not fall in love who would take responsibility for the drowning. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly answered the call. Hello, Mom? Ran, you simply cannot continue like this, cooped up at home all day. I have signed you up for a variety show. You must participate, or it will adversely affect your height. Sue Ran was taken aback and inquired, how does this show relate to height? His mother retorted with a sardonic laugh. If you dare refuse, we'll have your father break your legs. Sue Ran, the event you are registering for is a workplace variety show, and your interviewer happens to be a major celebrity. Prepare well, said Sue Ran's mother. All right, Sue Ran replied helplessly. Unbeknownst to him, Sue Ran's mother had not enrolled him in a workplace variety show at all, but rather in a dating show. She had fabricated this story out of concern that Sue Ran would refuse to participate if he knew the truth. A few days later, at the Grand television station, Sue Ran, clad in casual attire, strolled in as if he were on a leisurely holiday. Suran, is Sue Ran here? Upon entering the lobby, he heard someone calling his name. Here, Sue Ran lazily raised his hand. Phew, you finally made it. The staff member was taken aback, thinking to himself that there indeed existed a man as handsome as the reader's favorite. The live broadcast has been moved up. This is a hidden microphone, just clip it to your collar. The entire filming period for the show is 3 months, so you will need to manage your work and personal affairs accordingly. You will be partnered with the current top star, Reba. As Sue Ran listened to the staff's incessant chatter, he followed towards the studio, feeling a sense of oddity. Partner? Shouldn't this be the interviewer? Yet, can a workplace variety show really afford a top star? They soon reached the end of the corridor. Here we are. You go in and wait for a bit, the staff member advised. This is a live broadcast, so be mindful of your words and actions. Understood, Sue Ran nodded, acknowledging the advice. However, being mindful of his behavior might prove challenging. Sue Ran had already resolved to sabotage this interview. He had no intention of being a mere cog in the machine any longer. After the staff member nodded and departed, Sue Ran pushed open the door, revealing a scene that left him even more astonished. Pink walls, heart-shaped balloons, and pink spotlights swirling overhead. How had workplace variety shows transformed into dating shows? Meanwhile, in the guest lounge, a stunning girl with both beauty and figure stared at her phone screen, which displayed a grim message of defeat. Reba's expression dimmed as she realized she had just lost in the qualifying round. Initially, she had hoped to make a desperate attempt to win, but her teammates had already initiated a vote for in favor, one against. Defeat. Reba gazed at the word in despair, regretting her decision to participate in that round. She had planned to seize the opportunity for a victory during her free time, only to end in utter failure. Frustrated, Reba considered trying again, but her assistant reminded her, "Sister Reba, the ordinary guests have arrived. We need to head out." "All right then," Reba nodded, putting on a sweet smile once more. At that moment, the live stream for Summer Heartbeat 2 was already bustling with comments. "They're here. Wow, it's finally airing. I heard this season features Reba. Wow, I wonder which lucky person will be paired with our beloved Reba. Who cares? I came to watch Meng Jia and Li Yunrui. The Mengyan CP is the best. Hey, don't you think the romance between ordinary people and celebrities is more captivating?" Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a door being struck resonated through the air. Sue Ran turned his gaze toward the entrance, instantly captivated by the figure standing in the doorway. Reba, backlit by the sun, was adorned in a vibrant yellow floral sundress, the hem fluttering gently with the breeze. Her porcelain skin, delicate collarbones, and a radiant smile reminiscent of a blooming sunflower exuded both sweetness and a hint of playfulness. Her beauty and figure were simply breathtaking. Upon catching sight of Sue Ran, Reba, leaning against the doorframe, was momentarily taken aback. How handsome! His visage was nothing short of flawless from every angle. Could he truly be an ordinary person? Was he perhaps an idle trainee forced upon them by the production team? If that were the case, she would certainly demand a return. When she had agreed to participate in this dating show, the producers had assured her that her partner would be an ordinary individual. At that moment, the live chat was ablaze with excitement. "Wow, what stunning looks! A divine face. I need the coordinates of that beauty mark on his collarbone within 3 seconds." Swoon. Countless female viewers were practically drooling over their screens. In the room, Reba spoke, her voice soft and sweet, akin to honey-coated cotton candy, cascading into Sue Ran's ears. Sue Ran rose, extending his hand to shake Reba gently, smiling as he said, "Hello, I am Sue Ran, the interviewee. Here is my resume for your consideration." Reba was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Sue Ran's unexpected approach. The live chat erupted with endless 666 comments. Chapter 2. The wise do not fall in love. Who said you were a wealthy woman? Did you see that? Now, that's professionalism. I can't breathe. Did this guy wander into the wrong set? Ah, so you're the resume guy, huh? Goodness. Is he pulling a stunt in a dating show? Is that you, Shoair? Haha. Is it now trendy to treat dating as an interview? Being a star, Reba had encountered countless grand scenes. She quickly regained her composure. However, upon receiving the resume, she found herself once again in disarray as the camera zoomed in on the document. Basic information: name, Sue Ran, job intent, leisure consultant, fish playing ambassador, lying flat expert, expected salary, as much as possible. Educational background: 2018-2022 Central Academy of Dramatic Arts. Major: National Level 1 Retreat Drum Performance. Minor: Versailles Literature and Practice. Thesis: on how to elegantly decline a boss empty promises. Core skills: Certified Contrarian National Level 1 Provocation Athlete. Musical talent: Folk Retreat Drum Master. Extraordinary acting skills: Outstanding graduate of the Central Academy of Dramatic Arts. Professional tea tasting green tea detection rate, 100. Reba's eyelashes fluttered in disbelief. What on earth was this? Meanwhile, Su-Ran reveled in his internal amusement. This reaction was perfect. He was certain no employer would desire a rebellious employee like himself. And the barrage of comments flowed like water. Ha ha ha. Is this resume for real? Look at Reba's expression. She's utterly dumbfounded. The resume guy is truly impressive. What intriguing soul. I strongly urge the resume guy to stay. Having witnessed grand occasions, Reba couldn't help but laugh heartily, her gaze shifting to Su-Ran, suddenly finding him quite interesting. So, was he deliberately putting on a show? Did he intend to capture my attention? Yet, judging by his expression, it didn't seem so. Could it be that he actually didn't want to participate in the show and was merely acting mischievously? It's a possibility. However, Reba was determined not to let Su-Ran have his way. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she took on the role of the interviewer and inquired, "Well then, tell me, what are your strengths?" Coincidentally, I possess quite a few strengths. Su-Ran cleared his throat and chuckled softly. "Such as?" Reba asked, her interest piqued, urging him to continue. "I am in good health, possess independent thoughts, and can breathe autonomously. I can operate a smartphone, eat when hungry, and clear my plate when full. I don't randomly pick up food from the ground, have a great temperament, no tendencies toward violence, and a promising future. There aren't many employees as exceptional as I am nowadays. Securing my presence is akin to striking gold." As Su-Ran rambled on, Reba felt a strong urge to hit him. If these were counted as strengths, then was she not a high-quality woman herself? "You are truly remarkable." Reba gave him a thumbs up, bestowing upon him a significant compliment. For Su-Ran's unabashed demeanor, he deserved a commendation. With a cheeky grin, Su-Ran boasted, "You might not know, but I can also make instant noodles." Reba grabbed a nearby computer, frantically pressing the number 666. The live stream's barrage was instantly flooded with laughter. "Wow, the resume guy is incredible. Oh my goodness, I just spat water all over my screen. I had no idea I was this exceptional. I'm loving this, feeling a bit excited. Is this a comedy live stream I've stumbled into?" At that moment, in the production team's backstage, director Wang Jingyu rubbed his sore cheeks from laughing and repeatedly confirmed with his assistant, "This Su-Ran is indeed here to participate in our show, right?" "Absolutely, the information and photos match perfectly," the assistant nodded, having verified everything. "That's good to hear." Wang Jingyu sighed in relief, satisfied that the person was indeed correct. He glanced at the newly arrived viewing data, feeling a surge of excitement. The numbers were astonishing. The real-time viewership was the highest. The live comment count was also number one. His popularity was undeniably the top among the three couples. Although Su-Ran was quite absurd, Reba found this conspicuous character increasingly amusing. Since they had to form a couple anyway, why not choose someone interesting? It is often said that beautiful appearances are commonplace, while intriguing souls are rare gems. Moreover, Su-Ran was both captivating and entertaining. Reba ventured to ask, "So, what are your requirements for this position?" Of course, Su-Ran was oblivious to the fact that Reba meant boyfriend. With utmost seriousness, he replied, "The requirements are quite simple. A position with few responsibilities, ample remuneration, proximity to home, a high-ranking status with minimal obligations, bonuses during festive seasons, and a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, along with comprehensive social insurance." Reba was momentarily taken aback. "What's this? As my boyfriend, he expects me to provide him with social insurance and pocket money? Is this man attempting to live off my resources?" Yet, gazing upon Su-Ran's handsome visage, it didn't seem entirely unfeasible. Such a rhythmic response. "Are you aiming for graduate school?" Reba chuckled and pressed on with another question. "One final inquiry, what are your criteria for choosing a partner?" Gasp! The entire live stream collectively inhaled sharply. Reba was clearly taking the initiative. Su-Ran, however, appeared momentarily stunned, pondering, what does this have to do with the interview? Of course, Reba, feeling her heart race, defended her stance. "This question could determine whether you secure the position." "Oh, I see." Su-Ran elongated his tone, contemplating for a few seconds before smiling and replying, "I prefer someone older than me." Reba felt a flutter of excitement. Within, she seemed to be just a tad older than Su Ran. Surely, he must have an inclination towards her, right? How much older, specifically? Reba probed further. Su Ran chuckled, raising 3 fingers. 3 years older? Reba furrowed her brow slightly. It must be the older, the better. Su Ran shook his head with a smile. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks. At 30, she offers kingdoms. And at 300, she bestows elixirs. Puffed. Reba, who was sipping water, nearly sprayed it all over Su Ran. The live stream erupted with laughter. Haha, I'm only convinced by resume guy. Am dying. What a gem. A woman 300 years older offers elixirs. Top-notch joke teller. A master of wit. Reba giggled uncontrollably, finally managing to compose herself as she curiously inquired. Now, for the very, very last question. Do you wish to engage in a sweet romance? Su Ran decisively shook his head. A sweet romance? Even dogs wouldn't engage in that. Reba was momentarily stunned, asking why. Su Ran replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, the wise do not fall in love. Drowning in it is not my responsibility, and women only hinder my ability to draw my sword. She stared at Su Ran in disbelief. Was he actually rejecting her? Reba took a deep breath and pointed at herself. $1 million annual salary, comprehensive social insurance, and mere you truly willing to forego all of this? He was surprised that dating came with financial incentives and social security. Even dogs would date. Su Ran exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Reba smiled. "Of course, just tell me, are we dating or not?" Such a wonderful opportunity. Only a fool would refuse. Suran nadid bigerisli. Reba teased, "Didn't you just say that even dogs wouldn't date?" At this, Su Ran exhaled deeply. As another saying goes, the wise do not enter love's waters, but who said you weren't a wealthy lady? Reba, another golden saying? This fellow is genuinely considering graduate studies, isn't he? The entire live stream erupted with excitement, the comments pouring in like rain. This is utterly abstract, haha. It brings me such joy. Please restrain this couple. A sage does not fall in love, unless she is a wealthy woman. At that moment, a chilling notification echoed in Su Ran's mind. Ding! The host has engaged in lively antics, successfully activating the lively system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a novice gift pack X1. Su Ran. What the actual? A system that has arrived belatedly? As a traveler, Su Ran was no stranger to such phenomena. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran chose to open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill. Divine vocal talent. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the item. Chinese music library. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill. Mastery of all musical instruments. This system is indeed generous and lavish. Chapter 3. Publicly funded romance. The activation of the entertainment system. Summer Heartbeat is a reality show featuring celebrity romances. Since its inception, it has carved a unique niche in the variety show market, garnering immense attention and buzz. The creative team has even loftier aspirations for Summer Heartbeat. Consequently, the production team has spared no expense in inviting one of the hottest rising stars, Reba. In addition, they have enlisted the popular couple from the recent hit Ninefold Purple, Xiao Mo and Meng Zi, as well as the beloved pair from Kanglinju, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi. This star-studded lineup clearly reflects Wang Zhengyu's grand ambitions. Initially, the production team had high hopes for the Kanglin couple. Although Kanglinju has been on air for some time, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi have consistently occupied the top of the domestic entertainment couple rankings. However, to the surprise of the entire creative team, the most popular pairing turned out to be a combination of a star and an ordinary person. Currently, in the live stream featuring Su Ran and Reba, the online viewer count has already surpassed 5 million. This number exceeds the combined total of the other 2 couples' live streams. Notably, many viewers have flocked in from the other 2 couple streams and have chosen to stay. At this moment, in the reception area, Su Ran's live stream signal has been cut off. The on-site producer is explaining to Su Ran what has transpired. At this moment, Su Ran's mind is buzzing. It turns out he has been unwittingly dragged into a dating show by his own mother. No wonder everything felt so incongruous. If it were a dating show, it would all make sense. However, it seems he has inadvertently activated the entertainment system. The situation is as follows. We will enhance your compensation with a net salary of $1 million, along with full insurance and benefits. The on-site producer observes Sue Rand's expression, anxious that he might refuse. After all, they're aware that Sue Rand did not voluntarily join the show. His mother signed him up without his knowledge. Sue Rand raised an eyebrow. Participating in a dating show doesn't sound half bad. Nevertheless, he must maintain a FAADE. First, let us discuss how you plan to arrange this. My mind is still spinning. The on-site producer chuckled and explained, in a dating show, it primarily involves interactive games for couples, romantic trips, and the like. Consider it a funded vacation with a touch of romance. A funded vacation sounds appealing to Sue Rand, who nodded in agreement. However, regarding romance, he made it clear, we must take things slow. I'm not an indiscriminate person. Reba shot him a glance. You're not indiscriminate? Am I then? Rest assured, our show has no script. Regardless of how your relationship develops, we will not interfere. The on-site producer reassured Sue Rand, continuing, after all, genuine emotions are the most captivating. The entire creative team has indeed discussed it. The pairing of Sue Rand and Reba cannot embody a scripted romance. Not only would the audience see through it, but if Sue Rand were to act according to a script, the immense viewership would simply vanish. Sue Rand's carefree and whimsical personality provides ample room for expression, perhaps leading to greater surprises. All right, I shall give it a try, he remarked with a smile. Glancing at Reba, just to be clear, I've never been in a romantic relationship, so please don't hold high expectations. Reba felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this infuriating fellow. Why was he so exasperating? Since everything is settled, shall we take a short break before resuming the recording? The on-site producer was overjoyed. The ratings for Summer Heartbeat 2 were assured. With a combination of a top-tier starlet and a lively character garner success. As the duo took a moment to breathe, Sue Rand began to familiarize himself with the newfound abilities he had acquired. The activity system, as its name suggests, was designed to enable Sue Rand to showcase his talents before the camera. Each performance would yield corresponding activity points, which could be exchanged for treasure chests within the system. These chests were categorized into 5 tiers. The bronze chest required 100 activity points for redemption. The silver chest 1,000 points. The gold chest 10,000 points. The platinum chest 100,000 points. And the highest tier, the diamond chest, demanded a staggering 1,000 activity points. Within these chests lay a variety of items and skills. Unfortunately, Sue Rand currently possessed only 50 activity points. It seemed he had to strive harder. Determined, he resolved to unleash something grand. Meanwhile, Reba, seated opposite him, had lapsed into silence. After all, it was their first meeting, and the conversation naturally felt sparse. Moreover, she felt a tinge of irritation. As a stunning beauty, she had countless admirers, yet Sue Rand, in their budding romance, had the audacity to request more money? What girl wouldn't be incensed? Reba gazed silently out the window, waiting for Sue Rand to soothe her. Yet, all she received was the sight of him grinning foolishly with his eyes closed. Ugh, he was clearly a dense and oblivious man. Although Sue Rand was undeniably handsome, Reba decided it was time to teach him a small lesson. 5 minutes later, the camera resumed recording. The live stream once again captured the scene in the reception room with Sue Rand and Reba. Phew, finally back to the live feed. Can we start chatting now? Reba's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to Sue Rand. Do you know which animal loves to ask why the most? By this time, Sue Rand had set aside the system and looked at Reba with a smile. I don't know. It's a pig. Reba beamed with triumphant glee. So, why do you ask why? However, after waiting for a response, she was met with Sue Rand's gentle nod. Oh, so that's how it is. Wasn't he supposed to inquire further? Why was he deviating from the expected script? Reba furrowed her adorable brows, coaxing, don't you want to know why? Sue Rand shook his head, replying, not really. Reba, unable to contain herself, blurted out, why? Sue Rand burst into laughter because pigs love to ask why. The atmosphere in the room fell into a slight silence as Reba turned her head away, unwilling to engage with Sue Rand any longer. This person was truly insidious. The live broadcast, however, erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Reba seems to have fallen into her own trap. Brother Jinli's reaction is astonishingly swift. While other couples are busy showcasing their affection, are you two here to perform a comedy skit? No kidding. It's truly a whirlwind in the realm of romantic variety shows. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, springing forth like mushrooms after the rain. Having grown weary of the typical romantic setups, the audience increasingly favored the dynamic between Su Ran and Reba. At this moment, both Reba, pouting and silent, and Su Ran, somewhat bewildered, were at a loss for what to do, having never been in a romantic relationship before. Fortunately, the live PD promptly intervened, guiding the two into the program's first segment, Initial Impressions of Attraction. Chapter 4, The Initial Heartfelt Impression. Talent Show. The segment of Initial Heartfelt Impression is designed to allow participants to showcase their charm and individuality through a series of creative and interactive methods, while simultaneously gaining a deeper understanding of one another for the first time. This segment consists of 4 processes. First, self-introduction. Each participant is allotted 1 minute to introduce themselves. To enhance the enjoyment of this segment, participants are required to incorporate a small talent display into their introduction, such as singing, dancing, performing magic tricks, or reciting poetry, thereby revealing their unique facets. Second, the exchange of heartfelt tokens. Each participant must prepare a heartfelt token. This could be a small object, a photograph, or a piece of text that represents a particular trait of theirs or their attitude towards love. Third, the initial impression commentary. After the exchange and description of the tokens, participants are required to comment on the tokens they received and express their initial impressions of the token's owner. Su Ran and Reba listened quietly as the on-site producer explained the rules of this segment. Subsequently, the production team presented each of them with a mobile phone and a wristwatch for monitoring heart rates. The phone is for their communication, while the wristwatch is intended to acquire their respective heart rate indices. The screen displayed their heart rates. Su Ran, 78 BPM, Reba, 82 BPM. The couple whose heart rate first reaches 100 BPM would receive an additional reward in this round. Both of you should have understood the rules clearly, right? The producer, smiling, added, "Oh, by the way, my surname is Lee. You can call me Producer Lee." Both nodded in acknowledgement. Producer Lee looked at them with a smile. "So, who will go first?" Su Ran and Reba exchanged glances, and Su Ran said with a smile, "Ladies first." Facing the camera, Reba greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Reba, and I hope to bring joy to everyone in the days to come." This simple introduction ignited an explosive reaction in the live broadcast room. In the background, Wang Jingyu was gleefully laughing, exclaiming how the excitement was simply overwhelming. Producer Lee raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "What about your talent?" Reba pondered for a moment and replied with a grin, "How about I dance for everyone?" As a former dancer in a song and dance troupe, her dancing skills were undoubtedly impressive. She gently lifted her wrist, allowing her slender, fair hands adorned with embroidered orchids to emerge slightly from her sleeves, and began to dance gracefully. With fluid movements, raising her hands, twisting her waist, lifting her chin, and bending her body, her dance was both grand and elegant, captivating all the viewers in the live room. Soon, the dance concluded, and applause erupted. Su Ran gave a thumbs up, praising beautiful. "I loved it. Do another one." Reba's eyes sparkled with delight at such compliments. Now it was Su Ran's turn. Producer Lee cheerfully remarked, "I am quite looking forward to your talent performance." Su Ran scratched his head. "Is it possible for me not to perform? Apart from my good looks, I truly lack any other talents." Lipide. Reba was quite inclined to scold Su Ran with a few choice words. However, upon gazing at Su Ran's handsome visage, well, indeed, he was quite dashingly PD, shook his head, and suggested, "You could share a joke if you like." Ultimately, he decided, "I shall sing a song." Su Ran pondered for a moment, then smiled and inquired, "Do you have a guitar?" He wished to test his newly acquired skill. "A guitar?" Reba's eyes sparkled with interest. Who would have thought Su Ran could strum a few chords? Soon, a staff member presented Su Ran with a guitar. He accepted it, casually strummed a chord, then nodded appreciatively. "The sound is quite pleasant." Turning to Reba, he earnestly expressed, "I only just learned this as a dating show, so I was unprepared with a gift. This song serves both as a talent showcase and a present for you. Reba felt a flutter of emotion. She hadn't anticipated such thoughtfulness from Suran. Yet, in the next moment, her sentiment evaporated. For Suran, cradling the guitar, announced, "This is a song called The Glutton from Heaven, dedicated to the insatiably hungry Miss Meatbar." What does he mean by insatiably hungry? Am I some sort of bottomless pit? Break up. Who would keep such a boyfriend around for the new year? Reba glared at Suran, wishing to deliver a couple of punches. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Suran gently strummed the guitar, and the melodious tune instantly captivated the audience. A gentle breeze carried the melody. It bore neither sorrow nor annoyance, but rather a sense of tranquility and joy. Everyone stared at Suran in disbelief. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, this sounds amazing. The prelude is fantastic. No way. Brother Sue really knows how to play." At first, I thought Suran was just joking, but he genuinely can play. I'd bet Suran is quite skilled at the guitar. In the stillness of night, hunger gnawed at him, an empty stomach yearning to venture downstairs, yet he felt too lethargic to move. The delivery app button turned his fingertips red as he contemplated fried chicken, hot pot, lobster, and barbecued meat, all a feast fit for a king swirling in his mind. With an enchanting melody and a magnetic voice, everything was utterly intoxicating. Yet, the lyrics drove everyone into a frenzy. Reba wore a bewildered expression. Had this guy installed surveillance in her home? How could he know everything? The live stream was in complete chaos. What on earth are these lyrics? "I'm dying." Reba's face turned green. Is the rookie's survival instinct non-existent? As the live stream erupted into wild discussion, Reba's heart raced. 100 BPM. In the live stream, Reba had already taken action. "Wait, what are you doing? Don't act out." I'll endure. No, I can't endure any longer." Amidst the lively chaos of the live stream, the audience found immense delight. While the other couples are either flaunting their affection or crafting personas, you two are here sharing a comedy routine. The couple is simply delightful. I'm utterly captivated by this pairing. Is there a landslide in the CP community? Refreshingly unique. How enjoyable. Is no one paying attention to the fact that the melody of this song by the amateur artist is truly enchanting? What is the original version? Why can't I find it? As the barrage of comments surged, the number of viewers in the live stream soared once more. At that moment, Wang Jingyu in the background was beaming with joy. This lad is undeniably a natural-born variety show star. Wang Jingyu mused, wishing again that the main camera in the live stream would focus more on Suran and Reba, and additionally inquired about the original song, intending to acquire the copyright. Understood. The assistant nodded and then set out to search for relevant information. However, no matter how diligently he searched, he could find no information regarding the song. Chapter 5. The light boat has passed through thousands of mountains. 8 fists secured Causeway Bay. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points in vitality. Ding. The system has detected the host singing The Devil from Heaven, gourmet version. And the Chinese song library has been automatically locked. No one can register it. And the song copyright has been automatically registered. Expected to be completed within 2 hours. It's settled. The bronze treasure chest is in hand. Moreover, the thoughtful system automatically locks and registers the copyright. This is exceptionally considerate. Su Ran silently applauded the system. Although he was eager to redeem the treasure chest immediately, he had to endure for the moment as he was recording a program. Furthermore, he was currently being held around the neck by a lady's arm. Hiss. One must admit, this girl truly possesses charm. On the other side, the entire crew of the program was lost in contemplation. Reba's heart rate, 102 BPM. The crew dramatically stared at the data and laughter erupted. They had never anticipated that Reba's heartbeat would surpass 100 BPM in such a manner. Could this be considered excitement? Should they give a reward? For this? Why not? It didn't violate any program regulations. After a discussion, they unanimously decided to award Su Ran and Reba a heartbeat reward. Returning to the scene, the host intervened. "All right, you two, stop fooling around. It's now time for Reba to present her gift." Li PD could not help but rescue Su Ran, who was trapped by Reba's arm. Hearing this, Reba released her grip, inwardly lamenting, Oh no, my secret of being a tomboy has been exposed. It's all Sue Ran's fault. Reba shot an annoyed glance at Sue Ran, vowing to deal with this infuriating straight man sooner or later. Sensing the hostility, Sue Ran quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "What is the matter? You've already hit me once. Do you want to do it again, Reba?" She genuinely felt an impulse to deal with him. Lee PD chuckled and urged, "Let us start the gift presentation." She was quite apprehensive of these two and could only think of finishing this segment quickly. Otherwise, she feared she might laugh herself to death. "Here, this is my gift for you. I hope you like it." Although Reba was fuming, she still handed the gift bag to Sue Ran. "Thank you. I'll make it up to you with a gift later," Sue Ran said, a bit embarrassed as he accepted the present, explaining, "I genuinely didn't realize this was a dating show, so I didn't prepare a gift." "Isn't that song a gift?" Reba raised an eyebrow, feeling elated inside at the prospect of receiving a gift from Sue Ran, yet maintaining an outward fa ade of anger. For the sake of the show, one must not take things too seriously. Sue Ran smiled apologetically and reassured her, "I promise to select a gift that you will absolutely love." That is more like it," Reba replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she urged, "Hurry up and open it." Sue Ran nodded and opened the gift bag, only to find it contained yogurt lumps. Food as a gift, although somewhat unexpected, is nonetheless understandable. The gift of food is a testament to the thoughtfulness behind it, especially for a foodie, for a true connoisseur of culinary delights. Presenting one's favorite snacks is an unparalleled expression of appreciation. This is our region's unique delicacy, known as kaladi or yogurt lumps. I hope you enjoy it. With that, she eagerly looked at Sue Ran, asking, "Would you like a try?" Her favorite snack was indeed yogurt lumps, which she enthusiastically recommended to everyone. Sue Ran took out a package of yogurt lumps, tore open the wrapper, and offered it to Reba with a smile, saying, "Here, you go first." "Okay, thank you." Reba picked up a yogurt lump and placed it in her mouth, allowing the subtle, milky fragrance to envelop her palate. Sue Ran also took a small piece to taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Seeing Sue Ran indulging in a yogurt lump, Reba hurriedly inquired. "The flavor is quite unique," Sue Ran replied, nodding and smiling. The rich tanginess unfolds on the tongue, complemented by a delicate milky aroma. "I rather enjoy it." "Oh, really?" Reba's face lit up with delight. This was the first positive feedback she had received after recommending it to countless others. "Isn't it quite delicious?" "Why such a huge reaction?" Sue Ran was taken aback, wondering why Reba was so emotional. "You wouldn't understand. Just look at PD Lee's expression, and you'll know." Reba was on the verge of tears. Finally, someone appreciated the deliciousness of yogurt lumps. For a foodie, this was undeniably a momentous occasion. Sue Ran turned her gaze to where PD Lee was seated. At that moment, PD Lee had also tasted a yogurt lump, but his expression was one of mild agony, and he remained silent. What kind of person finds yogurt lumps enjoyable? The live chat was already in a frenzy. "Ha ha! PD Lee must be questioning his existence. PD Lee is even doubting if Sue Ran is putting on an act. These two seem to share a hint of sweetness when they're normal. Something feels off. This is not the flashy couple I know." After the gift-giving segment concluded, the program swiftly transitioned to the critique segment. Finally regaining composure, PD Lee wished only to wrap up the recording and head home for some rest. Thus, he turned to Sue Ran and Reba, stating, "The segment of exchanging heartfelt gifts has concluded. Now, please share your thoughts on each other's gifts." PD Lee first addressed Reba, asking with a smile, "Reba, could you please provide your critique on the token gifted by Sue Ran?" Reba took a deep breath and responded, "This gift holds significant meaning. I will cherish it deeply." Afterward, she shot a pointed glance at Sue Ran, as if to say, "You better get me a supplementary gift, or you're in big trouble." Sue Ran nodded in acknowledgement. PD Lee then inquired, "So, what was your first impression of Sue Ran?" "Strikingly beautiful, with impeccable style, like a domineering CEO of divine proportions." "Wow." Upon the utterance of those words, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were left utterly astounded. Such commendation is truly remarkable. PD Lee inquired further, "What about now?" Reba took a deep breath, gazing at Sue Ran's extraordinarily handsome visage, and remarked, "It's a pity he has a mouth." At this moment, I only wish to render him speechless. P. Lee stifled a laugh, asking for a concise summary. Reba shook her head, then nodded, slowly articulating, the domineering CEO with a godlike charm. Suranin defected. Ha ha ha. I apologize. Generally, I refrained from laughter. P. Lee, pounding the table in amusement, exclaimed, I simply cannot contain myself. Reba's insight is strikingly on point. The entire live stream was engulfed in uproarious laughter, with Reba serving as their internet spokesperson. After a prolonged bout of mirth, P. Lee rubbed his sore cheeks and turned to Sue Ran, asking, is she correct? Can it be true? Are you truly so cowardly? Just as Sue Ran prepared to refute, P. Lee lightly added, should her answer be incorrect, your romantic fund rewards would be halved, you know. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Sue Ran conceded. Yes, yes, yes. The live audience erupted into even more joyous laughter. And what was your initial impression of Reba? P. Lee gazed at Sue Ran, suddenly eager for his response. Reba feigned indifference, though inwardly, she felt a swell of anxiety. She too was curious about Sue Ran's first impression of her. After pondering for a moment, Sue Ran replied, serene, exquisite, and possessing a pair of expressive eyes. Reba was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Sue Ran? He was surprisingly adept at flattery. Her heart inexplicably raced, and her cheeks flushed a lovely shade of red. P. Lee pressed on. Now, can you encapsulate it in a single sentence? Sue Ran strategically retreated, grinning widely, like a fish that sinks and a wild goose that startles. I could defeat the formidable with just 3 punches. Sue Ran, stand still. I shall have you. A roar echoed, and Sue Ran took to his heels. Yet, the space was confined, and he was ultimately apprehended. With a sigh, Sue Ran lamented, the light boat has sailed through countless mountains, 8 punches to conquer Causeway Bay. Reba, the live audience, haha. Chapter 6, The Bronze Treasure Chest, Exchange for Underworld Skills. The live chat was overflowing with excitement, reflecting the remarkable popularity of Sue Ran and Reba. Observing the playful antics of the two, a smile crept across the lips of the audience. Lee, watching the pair as Sue Ran peeked from corner while Reba, exuding a mix of frustration and helplessness, couldn't help but grin widely. Having produced numerous dating shows, she found that the only couple who captivated her with their charm and sweetness was none other than Sue Ran and Reba. What can one say? This duo was simply delightful to watch. All right, you two. Let us keep it civil and be mindful of the impact. P. Lee managed to stifle her laughter as she played the mediator, noting how their unique expressions of fluttering hearts were truly one of a kind. Upon hearing her words, Reba's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a sharp glance at Sue Ran, muttering, who feels anything for him? If anything, I'd be more inclined to punish him. Sue Ran feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. It's all for the show. Don't take it seriously. According to their prior rules, P. Lee picked up the event card, her face lit with barely contained amusement as she announced, during your recent interaction. Reba's heart rate peaked at 112 BPM, making her the first among the 3 couples to break 100 BPM. Congratulations to both of you. You have earned our segment's heart-racing reward, a romantic fund. As she spoke, the staff promptly presented an envelope adorned with pink hearts and the show's logo. Wow, there's a reward? Reba's eyes sparkled instantly, the earlier annoyance from Sue Ran dissipating in an instant. She dashed forward, snatching the envelope from the staff with the eagerness of someone seizing a red envelope. Thank you, boss. You're generous. Reba waved the envelope cheerfully at the camera, her money-hungry demeanor oddly endearing. Observing her antics, Sue Ran chuckled. Let us be real. The credit goes to me. If my talent hadn't made your heart race, you would have received this reward. I was merely irritated by you. Reba was adamant that it was not the delightful tune that quickened her pulse, despite its charming melody and Sue Ran's pleasant voice. It was undoubtedly the infuriatingly amusing lyrics and expressions of Sue Ran that had truly stirred her emotions. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations from Lee Reba detected, earning 5 points of lively energy. Is that even possible? Sue Ran felt an overwhelming sense of joy. her smile radiating even more brightly. Although the reward for reaching 5 o'clock was modest, every little bit counts. Regardless, congratulations to the two of you. Lee PD interjected with a smile, expressing hope that this funding would add more color to your forthcoming journey of affection. She paused briefly before continuing. Thus, the segment Initial Impressions of Love comes to a close. Next, all guests will depart the television station and check into our meticulously prepared summer love cottage. Su-ran seized on a crucial piece of information and inquired, will the three couples be staying together? Indeed, Lee PD explained with a smile. Over the next 3 months, the three couples will cohabitate in this villa, engaging in daily interactions and completing various tasks set by our production team to deepen their understanding of one another and ignite more sparks of affection. Su-ran and her companion nodded in response. Soon after, they observed Lee PD presenting a task card, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. Dear participants, the journey to the Love Cottage is also our first test of compatibility. Please read the rules on the back of the task card carefully and complete the challenge in your own way, seeking the optimal solution. We await you at the Love Cottage. Su-ran accepted the card, while Reba leaned closer, and together they scrutinized the task card. Dear Fiery CP, your journey of affection is about to commence. True compatibility lies not only in romantic moments, but also in the wisdom and cooperation displayed when facing challenges together. Now, please embark on your first test en route to the Summer Love Cottage. With your keen intellect and seamless collaboration, reach your cottage in the most economical and swift manner possible. Best of luck. A reward awaits you at the finish line. Summer Love Production Team, the back of the task card outlined detailed regulations. In summary, initial funds are set at 100. All forms of transportation are permitted, but facial recognition is prohibited. Any expenses incurred during the journey will be deducted from the starting funds and ultimately verified by the production team. After reviewing the rules, Reba's expression fell. Only 100 yuan? Is that even enough for a taxi to the seaside villa area? The production team is so stingy. Lee PD remained silent. Chuckling, the challenge begins in 10 minutes. You may now determine your mode of transportation and plan your route. Good luck. I will be waiting for you in the Love Cottage. All right then. Reba pouted, wondering if 100 yuan would suffice for a taxi to the villa area. Of course, it would. Her complaints about the production team's frugality were merely a ploy to extract a little more from their stingy grasp. Unfortunately, the production team remained unfazed by her provocations. Su-ran, you consider how we should get there, and I will gather intel on the competition. Reba pulled out her phone, quickly contacting Yushu Xin and Meng Zi in hopes of extracting useful information from them. Su-ran nodded in agreement, also retrieving her phone to access the navigation system. However, he appeared to be planning the route on the surface, while in reality, his mind was already immersed in the system. Host, Su-ran, activity points, 105 skills, godlike singing talent, proficient in all musical instruments, Chinese song repository, items, none. Su-chin took a deep breath and thought to himself, System, I wish to exchange for a bronze treasure chest. Ding, deducting 100 activity points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Su-ran inhaled deeply and opened it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Master Locksmith. Master Locksmith, you possess an extraordinary intuition and unparalleled skill regarding the construction of all locks in the world. Note, the system has automatically registered with the local authorities. Please do not use it for unlawful activities. Su-ran was completely bewildered. What on earth is this absurd skill? Hey, Su-ran, why are you in daze? Have you figured out how to get there? The voice of Reba pulled Su-ran back to reality. Let's take the bus. Su-ran casually replied, as that should be the most economical and fastest method. But Shu-Xin and the others also plan to take the bus, and they intend to ride just a few stops before walking the rest of the way. Reba shared the information she had gathered, looking a bit smugly at Su-ran, seemingly awaiting his praise. Wow, that's quite ruthless, isn't it? Su-ran furrowed his brow and inquired, what about the other group? They are even more ruthless, Reba exclaimed indignantly. They plan to ride shared bicycles. Su-ran was taken aback. Fine. So that's how we're playing it? Then let us go. Huh? Are we walking? Of course not. Sue Ran tapped Reba's head and laughed. Walk it till next year? Reba rubbed her head and asked. Then how are we going? Sue Ran stood by the window and looked down, noticing a bicycle below. He turned back and asked the camera, Hey, cameraman, whose bicycle is parked downstairs? The cameraman's voice echoed. It seems to belong to Director Wong. Director Wong, yes? Sue Ran's eyes lit up as he addressed the camera. Director Wong, may we borrow your bicycle? At that moment, Wong Jingyu, who was being questioned, paused for a moment, then generously replied, No problem. As long as you can ride it away, it's yours. All the staff backstage became anxious. If it was lent out, it would be unfair to the other two couples. Yet Wong Jingyu smirked slyly. But that bike, I've locked it. They can't ride it away. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Director, you're brilliant. On the scene, after receiving permission, Sue Ran hurriedly pulled Reba down the stairs. Reba was slightly puzzled. How could the stingy Director Wong lend them a bike? 3 minutes later, she understood. The bike was locked. No wonder he was so generous. Alas, we might as well just ride shared bicycles. But the next moment, Reba felt her worldview shatter. Chapter 7. Heepa. What am I really expecting? Heepa stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the unfolding scene before her. The dashing and refined Sue Ran was intently picking a lock. After a moment, Sue Ran turned to her, flashing a radiant smile, exclaiming, All set. Let's south hit the road. How to describe this sensation? Heepa felt as if she had become an accomplice. Is this what you call borrowing? The live chat erupted in laughter. What the? Picking a lock? Did I see that correctly? Wait, resume guy, you possess this skill? This is something else. Ha ha ha. This is too abstract. Heepa's expression had turned to stone. Who am I? Where am I? Is this a companion or an accomplice? Ha ha ha. It's over. Heepa's worldview is crumbling and being reshaped. Sue Ran. As long as the mind doesn't falter, solutions will always outnumber challenges. No key? Just make one on the spot. This Sue Ran is truly a talent. Ha ha ha. Director Wong. I stepped out for a moment. Where's my car? Production team. We never anticipated he could actually open it. The barrage of comments flowed like a river, inundating the entire screen. No one expected the serious task to unfold in such an absurd manner. Who would have thought that the impeccably handsome and stoic male idol possessed such down-to-earth and audacious skills? In the production team's backstage area, Wong Jingyu and the creative team were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this what you call borrowing? Director, should we intervene? The assistant looked at Wong Jingyu, a bemused expression on their face. After pondering for a few seconds, Wong Jingyu shook his head and laughed. No need to impose restrictions. Let him unleash his creativity. He knew without looking that the live chat was undoubtedly exploding. This kid was indeed a natural entertainer. Returning to the scene, Heepa truly felt her worldview had been slightly shaken. She watched as Sue Ran knelt before an aging bicycle, deftly manipulating a hairpin she had lent him against the rusted lock. The entire process flowed seamlessly, his movements so skillful they resembled a seasoned offender. Then, with a soft click, the seemingly indestructible lock gave way. All done. Sue Ran turned around, offering Heepa a sunny, innocent smile. Mission accomplished. What? Heepa's eyes widened. Don't say such things. What do you mean mission accomplished? It sounds like I'm a mastermind. She stammered, following up with how. How do you know how to pick locks? Don't sweat the small details. Sue Ran shrugged nonchalantly, placing the lock aside before mounting the bicycle. Hop on. I'll take you for a ride. Heepa rolled her eyes dramatically. Is that really just a small detail? You better clarify, or I won't dare to sit. The host successfully employed the skill locksmith beginner and incited a fervent spectacle, earning 30 points of creativity. Impressive. This skill is remarkable. Subsequently, Sue Ran began to speak earnestly yet nonsensically, drawing upon his prior studies of intricate mechanical structures, demonstrating a modicum of understanding through analogy. A modicum? Reba's lips twitched slightly. Would you call this a mere understanding? I suspect you hail from a professional background. Suche de illustrioso? Stop dawdling. Hop in. Sue Ran patted the back seat once more, signaling Reba to join him. Time was of the essence, and the task was formidable. Let us set forth post-haste to secure first place. However, Reba hesitated, considering the dubious origins of the vehicle. Do not ponder. Look at those two pairs. They have likely already departed. If we delay further, we shall miss the opportunity. Suran. This vehicle was borrowed in front of a national audience. And did not Director Wong mention that as long as we can drive it away, it is ours to use? What is there to worry about? It seemed. There was some merit in his reasoning. Very well. I concede. Your point is valid. With a resolute bite of her lip, Reba prepared to mount the vehicle, but suddenly wished to experience a touch of romance akin to that of the neighboring couple. Then, emulate the romantic invitations from idol dramas, for instance. She deliberately elongated her tone. Princess, please board the carriage. Do you comprehend? Suran was momentarily at a loss. What was this? Hurry up and say it. All right. Suran inhaled deeply and began. Princess, please board the carriage. Reba nodded in satisfaction and added, you could be even more romantic. When you speak to me, include darling. Darling? Suran pondered, tentatively suggesting, Princess, please mount my beloved bicycle. I shall take you for a ride? Forget it. Just obliterate that. Taking a deep breath, Reba cautiously positioned herself on the back seat of the bicycle, instinctively clutching the fabric around Suran's waist. Hold on tight. He pedaled forward, the bicycle wobbling slightly before gradually stabilizing and increasing in speed. Hey, slow down, slow down. Just as Reba secured herself, an intense surge propelled her forward, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip around Suran's waist. Suran rode the old-fashioned bicycle, with the popular star Reba perched behind him, navigating the paths of the television station's compound, racing toward the exit. The gentle breeze, sunlight, azure sky, and fluffy clouds, combined with the image of a boy and girl cycling, painted the most enchanting tableau. This was precisely the scene witnessed in the live stream, resembling a scene from an idol drama. At least, this was the sentiment of P.D. Lee, who, observing Suran's upright posture and Reba's embrace, wore a satisfied smile. Look, is this not infinitely sweeter than those artificially staged moments? Though the journey was somewhat convoluted, the outcome. Simply perfect. In an instant, the entire live stream room transformed into a battleground for sugar enthusiasts. Wow, this scene is absolutely extraordinary. Could this truly be the couple renowned for their antics? When they fall silent, they certainly make for an enjoyable spectacle. However, it soon became evident that their musings were rather naive. The couple, so conspicuous in their eccentricity, hardly seemed capable of genuine affection. Amidst the setting of a romantic drama, the protagonist felt utterly devoid of any romantic ambience. All she could perceive was the wind howling, hair in disarray, a jarring ride. Suran, this fellow, rode the bicycle as if piloting an aircraft. He sped over speed bumps without a hint of deceleration, leaving her on the verge of losing her sanity. Furthermore, Suran would sporadically accelerate suddenly or make sharp turns, whimsically claiming he was taking a shortcut to avoid congestion, nearly triggering a heart attack in her. Suran, are you deliberately seeking revenge? Unable to endure any longer, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Is still not swift enough? Then I shall go faster. Can your slight frame withstand it? I meant to say slow down. Going reckless? Understood. Resigned, she abandoned any attempts at communication, clinging tightly to Suran's waist, burying her face in his back, striving to shield her eyes from the chaos. Let all be destroyed, swiftly. I am exhausted. Beep. From D. Lee Reba. A sense of despair compelled closeness, gaining 5 points of lively energy, feeling the warmth and softness against his back. Along with the system's notification, Suran's lips curled into a faint smile. In a buoyant mood, he couldn't help but hum a tune. His voice, divine and captivating, resonated melodiously. Though she had been jostled around upon hearing the song, Reba instinctively perked up her ears. This time, it was not the infuriating glutton from heaven, but rather a rather pleasant melody. Could it be that he finally grasped the essence of romance found in dramas? Just as a flicker of hope ignited within her, she heard Suran's infuriatingly charming voice sing, riding on my beloved little motorcycle. It will never encounter traffic riding on my beloved little motorcycle. I shall reach home in no time. Beep, 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 Reba. A little motorcycle? You dare call this clattering relic which only has a bell that rings, a little motorcycle, and it goes beep beep. Oh, for goodness sake. Reba face-bombed, pondering what she had been anticipating. With a chuckle, she finally succumbed to laughter. Trembling atop, Sue Ran's back. Never mind. Though this fellow is a bit eccentric, he is rather amusing. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. A weathered bicycle, carrying two extraordinarily attractive individuals, sped toward a seaside villa, accompanied by the infectious melody. Though the method was somewhat torturous and the journey rather tumultuous, this unique experience of exhilaration seemed to possess an extraordinary flavor. Chapter 8. I ask you, can you endure a beating? Meanwhile, the romantic journeys of two other couples were unfolding in synchrony, albeit with a markedly different ambience. The scene shifted to the Xiao Mo couple, where Ming Ziyi and Li Yunrui opted for the most prudent yet time-consuming mode of public transportation. Seated side by the window on the subway, they were engrossed in their phones, quietly discussing transfer routes. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Occasionally, they exchanged knowing smiles, exuding an affinity reminiscent of a couple who had been together for many years, embodying a serene and blissful existence. In contrast, the Tsonglan couple, having chosen shared bicycles, decided to walk a stretch of their journey after cycling for a while. Wang Hedi held an umbrella, while Yushushin thoughtfully retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag to offer to her boyfriend. The live streaming room was adorned with pink effects, rendering the scene exceptionally sweet. The camera then switched back to Sue Ran and Reba's live session. Viewers momentarily thought the director had mistakenly tuned into a special segment of the Yin Society. Family. The style of this conspicuous couple truly has me in stitches. Ha ha. While others in a love variety show, they are in a triathlon crosstalk special. Ha ha. I'm already looking forward to the interactions of the three couples in the love nest. Though the process is quite punishing, I must admit, Reba wrapping her arms around Sue Ran's waist truly struck a chord with me. Am I abnormal? Dear friend above, indulging in everything will only lead to your downfall. The live chat remained an ocean of joy. Viewers simultaneously mocked Sue Ran's antics while being irresistibly drawn to this uniquely styled couple. They could not articulate the allure of Sue Ran, yet they found themselves unable to look away. Consequently, their anticipation for the Tsonglan couple and the Xiao Mo couple began to wane. After departing from the television station's complex and entering the main thoroughfare of the city, Sue Ran slightly reduced his pace. After all, the road did not belong to him, and traffic regulations must be adhered to. Moreover, Sue Ran was keen on preventing Reba from becoming jostled in the back. Hey, why so slow? Are you struggling? Reba felt somewhat unaccustomed to the leisurely pace. What do you know? Sue Ran retorted disdainfully. Driving unsafely brings tears to loved ones. Safety first, do you understand? Reba rolled her eyes in response. Fine, you have a point. Reba gently patted Sue Ran's back. You've been pedaling for quite some time. Aren't you tired? How about I take a turn riding for a bit? Observing his strenuous effort, she felt a twinge of guilt. She could ride a bicycle too, though her skills were rather, well, unpredictable. Sue Ran expressed surprise. You can ride. Reba retorted, are you being polite? How about I take over? Sue Ran's tone was filled with skepticism. After all, this bicycle was not the easiest to maneuver, and he was wary of her falling and causing trouble. Don't worry, I'm not that delicate. A fall 1T hurt me. A warm current flickered through Reba's heart. Could it be that this fellow actually knew how to care for others? Sue Ran scratched his head, hesitating to speak. Of course, I know you're resilient, but this old bicycle has seen better days. It might fall apart with just one tumble, and we certainly lack the funds for repairs. At that moment, Reba truly felt an urge to strike Sue Ran. She scoffed, stating, whether or not it's resilient, I'm unsure, but I do know that if you keep acting so recklessly, I'll be asking you if you can withstand a beating. Sue Ran remained silent. The livestream's comments erupted in a chorus of laughter. Sensing the hostility, Sue Ran shrank his neck and quickly added, I'm just joking. I'm obviously worried about you getting hurt. You think I can't handle you? Reba felt a surge of pride as she straightened her posture. Let us stop here. I'll take over. Sue Ran nodded, refraining from further comments. and found a relatively spacious spot to park. All right, give it a shot. He jumped out of the car and steadied it. With unwavering confidence, Reba seized the handlebars, took a deep breath, and mounted it. However, while dreams may be splendid, reality often proves harsh. This old bicycle was not only antiquated, but also hefty, and the front was slightly askew. Within a mere 10 meters, Reba was already sweating profusely. She genuinely admired Sue Ran. How did he manage to control such a clunky vehicle so smoothly? Yet, a warm current passed through her as she pondered if this guy was deliberately preventing her from riding to spare her embarrassment. What an enormous loss of face. Reba internally lamented, wishing she hadn't tried to show off. Observing her slightly flushed cheeks and her somewhat disheveled appearance, Sue Ran, for once, refrained from mockery. He understood that this cumbersome bicycle was indeed challenging to ride, especially for a girl. He also recognized that Reba's insistence on riding was her way of trying to share the burden over a distance. This girl had a keen sense of thoughtfulness. With a smile, he approached and patted the seat, saying, "There's an uphill ahead. Let me handle it. I have the stamina and am suited for the charge." Without waiting for Reba's response, he effortlessly mounted the bicycle, as if nothing had occurred moments ago. Reba paused, watching Sue Ran take control of the bicycle with practiced ease, and unexpectedly felt a flutter of emotion within her. This guy, despite his sharp tongue and penchant for mischief, seemed not so detestable in these subtle moments. Ding! A slight wave of positive sentiment from Dealey Reba. 3 points for creativity. Huh? Positive sentiment can also enhance creativity points? Suran silently cheered, realizing that occasionally playing the warm-hearted gentleman had its advantages. Adjusting his posture, he addressed Reba, who had settled back onto the seat. "Hold on tight. We're going uphill." "Got it," Reba obediently responded, wrapping her arms around Sue Ran's waist once more. This instinctive motion elicited a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. The bicycle resumed its journey, moving at a steady pace, and Sue Ran clearly rode with a greater sense of stability. As Reba leaned against his back, she felt the firmness of his muscles and the rhythmic beating of his heart, a blush inexplicably rising to her cheeks, her own heartbeat becoming somewhat erratic. At that moment, a sudden burst of excited screams erupted from the roadside. It's Reba. It really is Reba." A group of young girls, seemingly university students, pointed at them with expressions of disbelief. Instinctively, Reba wished to bury her face deeper, yet she courteously lifted her head and waved at them. The fans became even more exhilarated, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Suddenly, one bold girl shouted towards Sue Ran, "Hey there, you're so handsome, even more so than on TV." Upon hearing this, Sue Ran slowed down, turned his head, and cupped his hand to his ear, feigning a lack of clarity. He shouted back, "Huh? What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear." This guy, truly shameless. Reba shook her head in amusement internally, astonished that he was actually playing along with the fans' flattery. The girl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised her voice again. "I said, you're extremely handsome. Super handsome." Sue Ran maintained his pose of listening intently, a look of confusion on his face. "What handsome? What are you talking about? The signal here is terrible." The fans erupted into laughter at his antics. Seemingly seeing through Sue Ran's playful ruse, the girl rolled her eyes and shouted even louder, "I said, you're even more shameless than on TV." Her voice was booming and piercing, instantly drowning out the noise of the street. "Suran, Reba, go Suran." Feigning annoyance said, "If you want to laugh, just go ahead. Don't hold it in." Upon hearing this, Reba could no longer contain herself, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down her face. Sue Ran gave a thumbs up to the fans, then took a deep breath and pedaled forcefully, the bicycle speeding away with Reba, who was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, leaving behind the girls in fits of laughter and a barrage of ha-ha-ha comments flooding the live stream. Chapter 9. The fiery couple makes a dazzling entrance. The barrage of comments surged wildly, nearly overflowing the screen. Following this amusing fan interaction, the atmosphere between the two appeared to have relaxed considerably. The afternoon sun filtered through the layered leaves, casting a dappled dance of light upon the ground. The air was imbued with the subtle brininess of the sea and the fresh scent of grass. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying a refreshing coolness that dispelled the earlier heat and clamor. Neither spoke, and a tranquil ambience, distinct from their usual banter, silently spread between them. Hot Ba's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Su Ran's profile. Under the sunlight, his concentrated expression while cycling was unexpectedly captivating. His lines were fluid, his nose elegantly arched, and particularly those long, drooping eyelashes made her heart skip a beat. Goodness, how could this guy be so handsome? Hot Ba found herself smitten. The silent Su Ran was undoubtedly the most striking being in existence. I can smell the sea. Su Ran's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was laced with anticipation. Hot Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Are we almost there?" Su Ran nodded, glancing at the navigation before replying. "About 2 kilometers more, we're nearly there." "Hey," Hot Ba's tone softened considerably. "Thank you for earlier." Su Ran paused, momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp what she meant. He didn't turn around, lowering his voice slightly. "For what?" "Thank me for drawing fire away from you, leading to a successful social demise?" Hot Ba wanted to laugh, but gently nudged him. "No. I mean, thank you for not mocking my poor cycling skills and for helping me out." She referred to the moment they switched bikes. A subtle smile graced Su Ran's lips as he adopted an unexpectedly serious tone. "It's a trivial matter. That broken bike is indeed difficult to ride. Anyone would struggle." "Humph. At least you have a semblance of conscience," Hot Ba murmured, her heart fluttering sweetly. Su Ran chose not to respond further, maintaining a steady pace as they continued their journey. On one side of the road, the azure sea shimmered under the sun, resembling a canvas strewn with countless diamonds. Occasionally, seagulls glided across the sky, emitting bright calls. In the distance, the green hills undulated, shrouded in a light mist. Like a poetic landscape painting, this rare tranquility and beauty allowed them both to momentarily forget that they were recording a show, as if time itself had slowed, leaving only the vast sea before them and this somewhat extraordinary person by their side. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, the production team had already arrived at the love nest. They had come early to set the scene and await the arrival of the 3 couples. As Su Ran and Reba approached the villa, merely 2 kilometers away, Meng Zi and Li Yunrui had already arrived at the destination on foot. The bus did not provide a direct route, necessitating a transfer that would incur additional costs. Thus, they opted for a walking journey. After a lengthy and vigorous trek, they finally reached the romantic cottage. "Ah, we have finally arrived. Are we the first?" Meng Zi exclaimed, releasing a deep breath, his anticipation palpable. "Indeed, you are the first group to arrive." Li PD responded with a smile and applause, signaling the staff to record the time. "How was the journey? Was it smooth?" "Quite smooth," Li Yunrui interjected with a clear voice. "We meticulously planned our route, taking the subway, transferring to a bus, and then walking, which was both economical and efficient." "Excellent. Have you retained your tickets?" Li PD inquired with a grin directed at the duo. "Here you go." Meng Zi handed over the bus and subway tickets to Chun PD. Li PD gasped in surprise. "Wow, you only spent 12 yuan?" The pair nodded, their faces beaming with confidence. With a mere 100 yuan as their starting budget, they had traversed a considerable distance for only 12 yuan, feeling assured of their victory. Moreover, they were the first to arrive. The title of first place was undoubtedly theirs. The fans of the Xiao MOCP in the live broadcast began to cheer. "Wow. 12 yuan. Incredible. These guys are truly adept at managing their resources, arriving first and being so frugal. This is a sure win for Xiao MO. Look at this chemistry, this planning. This is how a dating reality show should be." Just as the Xiao MOCP reveled in their imminent triumph, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi had also arrived. However, in stark contrast to the calmness of Xiao MOCP, the two appeared somewhat disheveled. Yu Shuxin's cheeks were flushed as she fanned herself with her hand, while Wang Hedi was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Yu Shuxin collapsed onto the steps beside Li PD. "Director Li, we were the second to arrive, right?" "Yes, congratulations to Kanglin CP for arriving safely." Lee PD nodded with a smile, signaling the staff to record their time. Oh no, we were a step behind. Yu Shushin muttered, glancing at Meng Zi and Li Yunrui, feeling the sting of losing first place. Wang Hedi chuckled beside her. We simply couldn't pedal for the last 5 kilometers, so we took the bus instead. And how much did you spend? Li PD inquired. Yu Shushin calculated aloud. Shared bicycles were 5 yuan each, and the bus was 2 yuan each, totaling 14 yuan. That is 2 yuan more than Xiao MOCP. Oh dear, if I had known, we wouldn't have taken the bus. Yu Shushin lamented, smacking her thigh. It's all my fault for lacking stamina. Otherwise, we would have spent even less. She felt a twinge of regret, believing they could have claimed first place if not for her shortcomings. It's all right. Wasn't the journey enjoyable? Besides, second place is still commendable. Wang Hedi shrugged nonchalantly, his tone imbued with indifference. While securing first place seemed elusive, second place appeared to be a certainty, didn't it? He could hardly believe there existed a more frugal approach than theirs. As the two pairs of couples engaged in their banter, a familiar, infectious melody of doo-doo resonated, drawing closer, accompanied by the clattering of metal that sounded as if it might disassemble at any moment, capturing everyone's attention. In the distance, along a narrow path, a figure energetically pedaled an antiquated and rust-covered bicycle, hurtling towards the villa's entrance. On the rear seat, a girl, gasping in surprise, clutched Su Ran's waist for dear life. Who else could it be but Su Ran and Reba? What the? They arrive on a bicycle too? Yet, the appearance of this vehicle was undeniably peculiar. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their jaws slack with disbelief. With a flourish, Su Ran executed a stylish drift, bringing the weathered bicycle to a steady halt before the crowd. The Ran couple has arrived. However, before he could fully display his charm, Reba smacked him away, exclaiming, "Are you trying to kill me? You almost threw me off." The crowd paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. This entrance was truly one of a kind. Chapter 10. The show's spectacular effect. As the two individuals made their entrance in an utterly unexpected manner, everyone wore expressions of bemusement. At that moment, Reba's hair was tousled by the wind, resembling a bird's nest, and her cheeks were flushed. She shot a glare at Su Ran, but upon sensing the collective gaze of the crowd, she quickly donned a smile and enthusiastically greeted everyone. Hi. Hello, everyone. You all arrived so quickly. Li PD gazed at the ancient bicycle, older than her grandmother, then shifted his gaze to the exuberant Su Ran and the forlorn Reba, momentarily forgetting his intended words. Did you both ride this contraption here? Yu Shushin's eyes widened as she circled the bicycle, exclaiming in astonishment, "This bike must be older than my grandmother." Wang Hedi also looked at Su Ran with admiration. Dude, that's impressive. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui exchanged incredulous glances, both realizing the absurdity of the situation. Riding such an antiquated bicycle, carrying one person from the television station a year, the stamina, is simply terrifying. You two must have had quite the journey. Li PD finally regained his composure and signaled the crew to record the time. You're the last group to arrive. The last group? Su Ran and Reba shared a private chuckle. Just wait until you discover that we spent not a dime. That expression will be priceless. Li PD, adhering to protocol, inquired, "Could you please report your expenses? And you've retained all the receipts, I trust?" In response, Su Ran raised a single finger, waving it before the curious eyes of the crowd. 1 yuan. Yu Shushin speculated. Did you borrow this bike from a passerby? But weren't we told that we couldn't use facial recognition? Su Ran shook his head. 10 yuan? Li Yunrui guessed. Was it a rental fee? Yet, the bike hardly appeared to be rented. Su Ran shook his head once more. All eyes turned expectantly towards Su Ran. He grinned widely and slowly declared, "Not a single cent spent." The air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Su Ran. "You spent nothing. You rode here on a bicycle without spending a penny. How is that even possible?" "Spent nothing?" Li PD doubted his own hearing and confirmed again. "Su Ran, are you certain you didn't spend anything?" "Absolutely certain." Su Ran asserted confidently with a nod, then gestured towards the bicycle, explaining, "As for transportation, we sourced materials locally, borrowed it from Director Wang." A truly green mode of travel, with zero emissions and zero costs. As his words sank in, the entire live studio erupted in laughter. Borrowed? Does Director Wong know about this? Ha ha ha. What on earth do you mean by sourcing locally? You just picked the lock, hey? Su Ran, have you all heard of $0 shopping? Xiaoma CP. I spent 12 yuan. I thought I was safe. Kanglin CP. I spent 14 yuan. I thought 12 was the limit. Su Ran, my apologies. Everyone here is just a little brother. The other two CP pairs were left utterly dumbfounded. Their various strategies and calculations involved taking the subway, squeezing onto buses, and riding share bicycles. Yet someone managed to achieve a purchase for $0. How can this even be a competition? Meng Zi's lips twitched slightly, and he could not resist asking, Reba, is this bicycle really borrowed from you? Reba's expression grew somewhat awkward. She was uncertain if it could even be classified as a loan. However, Su Ran, with unflinching composure, replied, of course. I personally greeted the cameraman in front of a national audience, and most importantly, Director Wong agreed to lend it to me. At that moment, Wang Jingyu, positioned behind the monitor, felt so embarrassed that he might as well have been digging his toes into the ground. I had no idea you could pick locks. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have made such a foolhardy remark. The other staff members stifled their laughter, realizing that this time, Director Wong had met his match. He had always been the one to outsmart others. It was rare for him to be the one caught in a trick. Watching Su Ran's serious, yet absurd demeanor, Reba could hardly bear to look, hastily covering her face. Yet, the involuntary smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Ha ha ha. Are you all dumbfounded? Reba then revealed, Yes, pulling your leg. How could it possibly be free? She paused dramatically, and as everyone sighed in relief, she swiftly turned the conversation with a playful grin. Su Ran bought me ice cream. It cost him $2. The crowd responded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Reba is getting cheeky. I give this collaboration full marks. One inflates the story, while the other punctures it. What? Resume guy actually bought Reba ice cream? What do we miss? We definitely missed the most exciting part during that camera switch. What is this inexplicable camaraderie? I suddenly feel like shipping them. P. Dealey was momentarily stunned before contacting the director's team through his earpiece, ultimately arriving at a comically absurd conclusion. Unable to contain himself, P. Dealey burst into laughter. His unexpected laughter piqued the curiosity of those around him. Finally, he managed to suppress his chuckles and explained, You won't believe it. Director Wong said you owe him for a lock. As the words fell, the couples paused for a few seconds before breaking into amused realization. Oh dear. The composure of the Xiao Mo couple evaporated entirely, while Meng Zi laughed until his stomach hurt, implying, So you pried the lock to borrow the bike? Li Yunrui raised his thumb in admiration, realizing that the so-called $0 purchase was quite literal. Yu Shuxin laughed so hard that she collapsed into Wang Hedi's embrace, who appreciated Su Ran's boldness. Bro, that's impressive. Basic skills, level 6. Su Ran chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment, and asserted, What's this called? It's called making reasonable use of loopholes. The task only mentioned not using facial recognition. It never stated anything about technically picking locks. Besides, he winked at the camera. I was merely helping Director Wong test the security of his lock. You see, it clearly needs replacing. Fortunately, it was I. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely ridden off without returning. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted into laughter reminiscent of a lively zoo. Only Reba concealed her face, embarrassed by the situation. Meanwhile, some viewers in the live stream, oblivious to the context, were on the verge of tears from laughter. Ha! The show is absolutely explosive. Laughter embraces the family. Utilizing local resources, pure green travel. Shower, is that you? Director Wong. Should I thank you then? Director Wong. I have no idea. It seems he is presenting a PowerPoint. Reba, this is too torturous. Life is increasingly filled with judgment. Your arguments are quite absurd. I see you know how to infuriate people. Although Reba was verbally mocking Su Ran, the upward curve of her lips and the gleam of joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. P. Dealey watched the guests, who were laughing uncontrollably, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She realized that this dating show would undoubtedly become unique due to Su Ran's presence, just as Wang Jingyu had mentioned. The days ahead would surely be intriguing. Ahem. All right, everyone, please stop laughing. Though the process, well, was rather unexpected, all three couples have successfully arrived at the love cabin. Regarding the final rankings and rewards for this task, she glanced at Su Ran, shaking her head with a smile. We require some time for evaluation. For now, please check into the love cabin and take a moment to rest. Indeed, Su Ran's dramatic antics caught the production team off guard, necessitating some time for the result assessment. The group nodded nonchalantly. Very well, then, please follow me. PD Lee led the way, with the guests trailing behind. At that moment, a notification flashed in Su Ran's mind. Ding. The host successfully unveiled the truth about the borrowed car, inciting laughter from the entire audience, earning 100 points of lively value. Wow, 100 lively points? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but exclaim internally. The system is generous. Chapter 11. Su Ran, who exhibits no will to survive. Upon entering the villa, everyone was awestruck by the opulence that surrounded them. The lofty living room was spacious and bathed in light, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows framing views of azure seas, cerulean skies, and sandy beaches. The spiral staircase and the fully equipped open kitchen only served to underscore the lavishness of the production team's arrangements. Wow, the production team is remarkably generous. This place is stunning, exclaimed Yu Shushin, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, it was more magnificent than she had imagined. Meng Zi nodded in agreement, her expression one of satisfaction, clearly enamored with the locale. Even Su Ran, accustomed to her own riverside flat, could not deny that this venue was indeed well suited for a paid romance. Welcome, everyone, to your new abode. Li PD clapped her hands to garner attention. With a smile, she produced several keys and announced, to facilitate communication and interaction among the three couples, our production team has thoughtfully arranged for you to have adjacent rooms. The crowd nodded in understanding, each receiving an envelope. The production team certainly delivered on the ceremonial aspect, presenting a letter of blessings for the couples alongside two heart-shaped keys, each marked with a room number. The pairs were as follows: Ranri CP in rooms 201 and 202, Xiao Mo CP in 203 and 204, and Sanglan CP in 205 and 206. The production team's intentions were as transparent as day. They might as well have affixed a sign on their foreheads stating their desire for drama. The guests were not surprised, given the nature of a dating show. Such arrangements were entirely in keeping with the program's theme. However, viewers expressed disappointment, believing the production team's ambitions lacked grandeur and suggesting they take a cue from their neighbors in South Korea, who would have allocated a single room for the couples. Did the production team not realize what the audience wished to see? At that moment, Su Ran unexpectedly exhaled in relief, saying, "You scared me. I thought we were going to have to share a room." E.T.'s forehead furrowed in confusion. What did she mean? Shouldn't she be the one fearing sharing a room with him? Yet, just as her annoyance boiled over and she prepared to confront Su Ran, the latter swiftly slipped into her room and locked the door behind her. Ite stormed to the door, pounding on it furiously. Su Ran, come out and explain yourself. There was no response, only the sound of muffled laughter from Yu Shushin and Meng Zi behind her. Even they could not resist shipping this amusing duo. Li Yunrui and Wang Hedi silently commended Su Ran, marveling at her utter lack of survival instinct. To so brazenly offend a girl was quite audacious. Truly, she was an exemplar of our times. Fortunately, Li PD's voice interrupted the tension. Everyone, please return to your rooms for half an hour. We will gather on the first floor for a grand feast. Upon hearing the prospect of a grand feast, the eyes of all the guests sparkled with excitement. After all, they had expended considerable energy since early morning, and their stomachs were now growling with hunger. Particularly, Reba, upon learning of the lavish meal, found her anger dissipating. However, she resolved to devour half of Su Ran's portion as a form of punishment. Ding! The intense anger value from Reba combined with the host's reckless behavior earns 10 points of activation value. Su Ran thought, well, this is not a loss. He rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation spreading across his face. System, I wish to exchange for a bronze treasure chest. After finally accumulating 100 activation points, Su-Ran was determined to indulge in some fun. Ding! Deducting 100 activation points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Wait. Su-Ran dashed to the restroom, washed his hands, and silently chanted, "Open it." A golden light flickered once more in his consciousness, and the familiar system notification rang out with an air of mystery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill. Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine. Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine? Su-Ran was taken aback. What on earth was this? It sounded rather dubious. Why was there a suffix of Dark Cuisine attached to the title of Chef God? He hastily examined the detailed description of the skill. Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine. Skill level, beginner, can be upgraded with activation points. Skill effect, the host acquires supreme culinary theoretical knowledge and operational techniques. However, any dish produced will inevitably exhibit characteristics of dark cuisine in its visual presentation, such as bizarre colors, peculiar shapes, chaotic combinations, etc., which may induce a lack of appetite or even fear. Nevertheless, the actual taste of the dish will reach the pinnacle of deliciousness, creating a stark contrast with its appearance. Note, the host is advised to use this skill with caution. The system bears no responsibility for any consequences that ensue. Su-Ran. He stared at the skill description, momentarily at a loss for words. Dark in appearance, yet exquisite in flavor. This was quite the absurd skill. Couldn't he have drawn something more conventional? Shaking his head with a chuckle, he soon accepted the skill. Even if it was a bit unconventional, it could still be regarded as a decent skill. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet, Su-Ran hesitated to open the door. He was uncertain whether his girlfriend might be waiting outside with a 40-meter-long knife. However, the outcome revealed that Su-Ran had overthought the situation. At that moment, Reba was eagerly awaiting at the dining table. The allure of the feast was evidently far more captivating than exacting revenge on Su-Ran. As Su-Ran cautiously took a seat beside, Reba swallowed hard and, after much internal conflict, resignedly said, "Let's eat." Su-Ran felt a surge of amusement within, thinking to herself, "Such a little foodie, how delightful." The other two couples observed the interaction with a knowing smile. A hint of envy in their hearts for the easygoing and genuine rapport shared between Su-Ran and Reba. In a brief span of half an hour, they had already glimpsed through the live replay the morning antics of other couples. Su-Ran's innate sense of variety entertainment was astonishing, evoking both admiration and jealousy. It was as if she possessed an inherent charisma for the stage. The entertainment value was simply explosive. Even they found themselves irresistibly drawn to linger in the live broadcast room, eager to witness the delightful exchanges of this whimsical duo. In contrast, they felt somewhat ordinary. Chapter 12, The Culinary Showdown. A dating variety show? This is a food broadcast. On the dining table, a sumptuous feast has been meticulously arranged, tantalizing the senses with its vibrant colors and aromas, stirring appetites among all present. After the tumultuous morning, everyone finds themselves ravenously hungry, particularly Reba, whose eyes glimmer with delight at the sight of the lavish spread. As for the earlier confrontation with Su-Ran that had her fuming, well, in the face of such culinary delights, that pales in comparison. The priority is to indulge. Dining is of utmost importance. Accountability can wait until later. Just as everyone is poised to dig in, Lee PD clears his throat, successfully capturing the attention of all. This lunch has been thoughtfully prepared by the production team. With a knowing smile, Lee PD adds, "This also happens to be the final complimentary meal arranged for you." The final meal? Su-Ran's eyes widen in shock, exclaiming, "Is this meal poisoned?" Lee PD nearly chokes on Su-Ran's remark. Goodness, has this prank landed on her? The others cannot contain their laughter. Reba shoots Su-Ran a sidelong glance, retorting, "Yes, it's poisonous. You shouldn't eat it, it's all mine." Absolutely not. Su-Ran quickly protects her prized hairy crab. "I shall take on the perilous task of tasting for poison. I fear nothing." She lunges for Reba's crab, only to have her hand swatted away. Lee PD chuckles, shaking his head. and continues from tonight's dinner onward. Until the conclusion of the recording, all meals will be the responsibility of the guests. Responsible for ourselves? Meng Zi confirms. You mean we must buy groceries and cook? Precisely, Li PD nods, elaborating. The production team will provide a weekly allowance for basic living expenses, but how you procure ingredients, how you dine, and who will cook must be decided among yourselves. The essentials of life, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, are also part of the romantic journey. Upon the announcement of this rule, the expressions of the three couples vary considerably. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui appear rather unfazed, exuding confidence in their culinary skills. Having honed their cooking abilities on other variety shows, preparing simple meals should pose no challenge for them. However, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi seem somewhat troubled. Cooking is not their forte. Reba instinctively glances at Su Ran, thinking that he might not be able to rely on him, given Su Ran's unreliable demeanor. She harbors doubts about whether he could produce anything edible. Reba silently sighs to herself, realizing that once again, she would have to step up as the makeshift savior in this culinary chaos. Su Ran appears to sense the gaze from Reba, blinking in confusion and flashing what he believes to be a charming smile, as if to convey, "Fear not, I've got this." Reba. Huh. What concerns me is precisely the fact that you are here. Just then, Li PD continues to elaborate on the rules. Dinner will commence promptly at 7 in the evening. The culinary creations are boundless, allowing for personal expression. Each group is to prepare 2 dishes, with no restrictions on the creators. Subsequently, we shall conduct a modest evaluation based on the creativity of the dishes, their flavors, and the synergy exhibited during the collaboration. Naturally, there will be corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, the couples nodded in agreement, but Su Ran's expression was somewhat peculiar. What? A competition? Did that not entail the risk of falling behind? Goodness. Having just drawn a culinary skill, who knows what might emerge? He feared that the dishes he prepared would require censorship. At that moment, Reba raised his hand, signaling he had a question. PD nodded and smiled. What is it? What about this week's budget? Will we be receiving it? Reba inquired, his palm open, directly asking for funds. The money has already been given to you, PD replied, his smile tightening the hearts of all present. The remaining funds from your transportation expenses constitute this week's budget. What? Using the leftover money? Yu Shuxin let out a cry of despair, feeling an ache in her heart as if she could scarcely breathe. She had hoped to save that money as a little reserve. To her surprise, the production team had even skimped on this amount. Meng Zi, no longer composed, remarked, "We have barely over 80 left. 2 dishes would be a stretch." Just kidding. PD Li laughed heartily, amused that they had not caught on. She elaborated, "Tonight's budget is 200 yuan, plus the remaining transportation funds. As for this week's budget, it will be determined by tonight's rankings." Phew, what relief. Reba gasped. Had they truly been expected to survive the week on that meager sum, she would have contemplated fleeing in the night. Shortly thereafter, the staff distributed an envelope to each couple. Su Ran weighed the envelope in his hands and chuckled. To be fair, Director Wang may be stingy, but he certainly knows how to create a sense of occasion. The others laughed in agreement. At that moment, Wang Hedi expressed his thoughts. Shall we team up next week? Each group contributes funds, and we cook and dine together. This idea was commendable, as it would not only share the cost of meals, but also create a livelier atmosphere. Meng Zi raised his hand in agreement, suggesting, "How about our group takes responsibility for meals for 1 week?" "Sounds good." Yu Shuxi nodded, then turned to Reba and Su Ran, eager to hear their opinions. Meanwhile, as the Shao MOCP and Songlan CP earnestly discussed the financial authority and meal planning for the upcoming week, the Ranri CP was entirely disengaged from the conversation. Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin exchanged puzzled glances. Their expressions were a mix of shock and confusion. They beheld Su Ran and Reba, who were astonishingly devouring the lavish feast on the table at a breathtaking speed. Su Ran held a crab claw in one hand and a lobster in the other, relishing every bite. Reba had completely abandoned pretense, fully revealing her foodie nature. Her cheeks stuffed to the brim, chopsticks discarded as she resorted to using her hands. The two had entered foodie mode, their eyes solely fixated on the culinary delights before them. As for the task, let them feast to their fill before we proceed. The four exchanged glances and took a deep breath. It's a code, after all. Why maintain such airs? What persona is being crafted here? If we don't seize the remnants, they shall vanish. Yu Shushin was the first to react, swiftly shielding the giant crab before her with a decisive motion. Oh my, are you two reincarnations of starving spirits? Wang Hedi, forsaking his cool demeanor, hurriedly joined the fray. Having shared a ride, he lamented his hunger. Su Ran, with his mouth stuffed with meat, spoke incoherently. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui exchanged resigned smiles, also diving into this culinary battle. The previously restrained atmosphere at the dining table was instantly transformed by Su Ran and He Ba, two ravenous souls. In no time, the restaurant was filled with an exuberant spirit. P.D. Lee observed the lively scene before him, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Yet, perhaps this was preferable. Compared to the earlier, somewhat awkward politeness, this raucous and down-to-earth energy felt far more genuine and captivating. After all, the youth thrive on vivacity. What interest lies in lethargy? The viewers in the live stream were instantly amused. Wang Hedi, oh my, I'm seeing double. Ha ha ha, I knew it. With those two around, the vibe was bound to shift. My heart goes out to the other four, still calculating their expenses, while these two are nearly devouring the table. I'm in stitches. These two truly are a riot. This lively chaos is quite entertaining. They truly are a perfect match. Newcomers may inquire, is this a mukbang? Chapter 13. The significance of wearing helmets while riding electric bikes after lunch. The guests were granted a brief respite. Each couple discreetly found their own sanctuary to deliberate on the evening's menu. The Xiao and Mo couple occupied the living room sofa. I will prepare sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What do you think? Meng Zi inquired of Li Yunrui. Sounds delightful. Li Yunrui replied with a smile. I can assist you with the cooking. Then it's settled. The two quickly reached a consensus, delineating their roles in a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Sanglan couple retreated to the swing in the yard to discuss their culinary plans. What shall we cook, Didi? Yu Shushin asked, her legs swinging eagerly as she gazed at Wang Hedi. Wang Hedi pondered for a moment before sheepishly responding, I can cook instant noodles. Yu Shushin replied. What else besides noodles? Wang Hedi added, I can also make fried rice. Yu Shushin pressed. And? Wang Hedi concluded, or to take out. Yu Shushin was left speechless. Wang Hedi then queried, what about you? Yu Shushin replied, I can do the same. Ultimately, the two exchanged glances and unanimously decided to rely on last-minute inspiration, learning to cook from short videos on a popular platform. As for what dishes they would prepare, they would first scroll through Douyin to decide. In the meantime, the Riran couple had ascended to the balcony on the second floor. Here, they were greeted not only by an awe-inspiring sea view, but also by a hanging chair. Reba took out a notebook and pen, scribbling away while muttering. We must balance creativity with taste. We have to secure first place tonight. She turned to Su Ran, asking, what do you think we should cook? Instead of answering, Su Ran countered with a question, what do you enjoy eating? Reba's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, can I choose anything I desire? Su Ran shook his head, of course not. Then why ask? Reba shot him an exasperated glance, feeling momentarily disheartened, as she had thought Su Ran had softened his demeanor. Su Ran chuckled, explaining, it's just that we're on a budget right now. When I have the means, I will certainly take you out for a lavish meal. Really? Reba's eyes brightened instantly. Then I want spicy strips, potato chips, chocolate, milk tea, cake, dried mango jelly, pudding, barbecue skewers, and hot pot. Su Ran was left speechless, taken aback by her extensive list. My goodness, are you a stand-up comedian by any chance? The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, such a flow. It's a shame you aren't at the Yun Society. Confirmed. This is indeed a comedy live stream. So, the list in Reba's notebook isn't a budget plan, but a snack shopping list? My heart aches for Su Ran. If this continues, bankruptcy seems imminent. After finishing her lengthy list, Reba licked her lips with satisfaction and looked expectantly at Su Ran. You must keep your word, right? Su Ran nodded with difficulty. All right, I will keep my word. Once finances improve, I will buy them for you. Reba nodded vigorously. then extended her pinky finger. Sue-Ran asked, "What is that for?" In a moment of jest, Reba playfully exclaimed, "Let's make a pact. I fear you might deceive me. Are you still so young? Trying to imitate others with your childish tricks? Hurry up." Sue-Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Did making such a pact truly ensure honesty? Nonetheless, he silently noted the snacks Reba mentioned. At that moment, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. So it's the latest trend to lure in dogs for a bit of mischief, is it? Yet many devoted fans expressed their delight at the amusing exchange. After this light-hearted interlude, the two resumed their conversation. Reba inquired, "Sue-Ran, how would you rate your culinary skills?" Sue-Ran hesitated, uncertain of his true abilities. "It's hard to say. Well, I suppose they're decent." He pondered for a moment, unsure of his actual proficiency. After all, he had acquired the skills, but had yet to apply them. "Decent, you say? Then how about we each take charge of a dish?" Reba glanced at Sue-Ran with skepticism, but ultimately decided to place her trust in him. "That sounds good. What dish do you plan to prepare?" Sue-Ran asked. Reba responded, "Coca-Cola chicken wings." "Absolutely delicious." After sharing her choice, she asked Sue-Ran, "And what about you?" Sue-Ran smiled and replied, "I'm not quite sure yet. Let us see what the market has to offer after our nap this afternoon." Upon hearing his response, Reba felt certain that Sue-Ran's culinary skills must be impressive. At 4 in the afternoon, the six of them reconvened in the hall, rejuvenated. However, when they prepared to set off, their expressions shifted to disbelief as they gazed at the map indicating the distance. "Oh no, the market is 6 kilometers away," Yu Shushin lamented, not wishing to endure another exhausting trek in the heat. The sweltering weather would surely sap their energy, especially with the additional burden of groceries on the return journey. Meng Zi frowned, realizing that walking was their only option unless they took the bus. The bus stop was quite a distance from the villa as well. "What should we do?" Reba instinctively looked towards Sue-Ran. Sue-Ran pointed towards the 2-wheel bicycle at the entrance and said, "Why panic? Don't we have a vehicle?" "No way," Reba exclaimed, preferring to walk rather than ride on Sue-Ran's bicycle. The group erupted into laughter at the exchange. Just then, PD Lee made a timely appearance, her voice brimming with excitement. "Everyone, the production team has taken your transportation concerns into account and has arranged for 3 electric scooters." "Wow, electric scooters!" The production team is so considerate. Yu Shushin's eyes lit up in admiration for the team's generosity. Finally, they've done something thoughtful. Reba sighed in relief, grateful not to have to endure the bicycle ride. However, their joy was short-lived as PD Lee's next statement doused their enthusiasm. "However, please note that there is a rental fee for the electric scooters." Still smiling, she added, "It's quite affordable, only 10 yuan for the day." The group exchanged glances, disheartened. Indeed, Wang Zhengyu remained true to his reputation as the frugal director. However, 10 yuan a day is indeed not expensive. Mencius seemed to have thought of something. Smilingly inquired, "Director Lee, why hasn't the production team arranged for bicycles? Could they not be more affordable?" Upon hearing this, PD Lee cast a glance at Sue-Ran, who was engrossed in studying the electric bike, and replied with a hint of melancholy, "Initially, we did plan to provide bicycles, but to prevent certain guests from exploiting glitches, we decided to cancel the bike rental program." The audience instantly understood and turned their amused gazes towards Sue-Ran. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. Official critiques hit the mark." Sue-Ran, "I have made a significant contribution to the production team's theft prevention awareness. To safeguard against Sue-Ran, the production team has truly exerted considerable effort." After this interlude, the 3 couples reluctantly paid the fare. After all, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. They were utterly unwilling to endure the torment of walking once more. At the entrance of the villa, Reba hopped onto the pink electric scooter, patted the back seat, and said, "Come on, sister will take you for a ride." Sue-Ran looked at Reba with skepticism. "Are you really capable of taking me for a ride?" He recalled the last time he was deceived was not too long ago. "Hurry up, stop dawdling. Get in." Reba, dissatisfied with Sue-Ran's doubt, playfully punched him. "Fine. Here, wear this helmet, and make sure to put it on properly." Sue-Ran handed Reba a pink helmet, repeatedly reminding her to secure it well. Oh, yes, everyone in the live stream, remember to wear helmets while riding the electric bike. Safety first." Reba nodded, accepting the helmet. You only know part of it. Su Ran wore an expression of knowing better, seriously stating, the most important thing is to prevent everyone from recognizing us as the students driving BMWs. Reba. Livestream audience. Haha. Chapter 14. Cthulhu seafood porridge at the entrance of the villa. Reba adjusted her pink helmet and patted the back seat, urging, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Su Ran, still somewhat skeptical, climbed aboard. Make sure you hold on tight. Reba shouted, twisting the throttle. The small electric scooter zoomed off with a sudden burst of speed. Hey. Slow down. Su Ran had barely settled into his seat when Reba's driving startled him. What did you say? Reba glanced back at Su Ran, her face a mask of confusion. Look at the road ahead. Su Ran exclaimed, exasperative. Reba's boisterous laughter filled the air, revealing no trace of embarrassment. This was clearly an act of revenge. Indeed, one should never offend a girl lightly. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. The bustling market was alive with voices, a scene of lively chaos. Upon arrival, Reba handed Su Ran 100 yuan, and they instinctively split up. Her task was to prepare cola chicken wings, and as long as she procured the wings, her mission would be accomplished. She meticulously selected chicken mid-wings, ensuring they were uniformly sized and fresh in color, and she also picked up some basic seasonings like green onions, ginger, and garlic. After all, this was to be her culinary debut, leaving no room for carelessness. As she passed the snack aisle, she nearly succumbed to the temptation of splurging on treats. Fortunately, the insufficient balance in her wallet served as a timely reminder to resist. Meanwhile, Su Ran's approach was far more relaxed. He meandered through the market like a leisurely old man, seemingly unconcerned. However, he too felt a sense of urgency. He just hadn't yet decided what dish to prepare. As he wandered past the seafood section, his eyes suddenly lit up. Since he was uncertain of what to cook, why not prepare a pot of seafood porridge? Clapping his hands, he turned to the vendor and declared, "Boss, I want this, and this. Give me some of each." Su Ran eagerly ordered several types of seafood, delighting the vendor, who was clearly thrilled to have such a lucrative customer. The vendor promptly inquired, "How many do you want? 10 prawns, 3 crabs for small abalones, and half an octopus, please." The vendor's smile swiftly shifted towards the audience in the live stream, as laughter erupted from viewers. The vendor thought he had encountered a wealthy client, only to find a miser. If it weren't for the camera following him, he might have faced a beating. Half an octopus, seriously? Nevertheless, Su Ran successfully acquired the seafood he desired, although the vendor adamantly refused to sell him half an octopus. Afterward, Su Ran continued to browse the seafood section, searching for additional ingredients. Over 10 minutes later, they reconvened at the entrance of a market, each with their required ingredients. Reba's gaze fell upon the 3 or 4 plastic bags in Su Ran's hands, and she was taken aback. "Wait, did you buy all that? What did you get?" "Seafood." Su Ran replied nonchalantly. "Seafood?" The voice of Reba rose a few notches. "What kind of family are we that you go out to buy seafood?" "Rest assured, there are many varieties, but only a few pieces. I only bought a little bit," Su Ran replied, opening the bag for Reba to see with a smile. "Tonight will surely be a spectacular affair." "All right then," Reba nodded, her concern for the evening's entertainment being more about avoiding any fright than actual awe. "Shall we head back?" "Yes." This time, Su Ran did not allow Reba to take the driver's seat. The girl's driving skills were somewhat alarming, and Su Ran was not keen on experiencing another nerve-wracking ride. After hanging the groceries on the handlebars, the two mounted the pink electric scooter, preparing to return. Not long after they set off, Reba suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Su Ran inquired without turning back. "I forgot to buy cola," Reba lamented, tapping her forehead in frustration. "How can there be cola chicken wings without cola? There's a convenience store on the way back. I'll stop there," she added. Before 5 o'clock, Su Ran and Reba returned to the villa, where lively sounds were already emanating from within. The 6 of them gathered once more in the kitchen, kicking off the inaugural culinary competition of their little haven. The kitchen became a whirlwind of activity, with the clashing of knives and the symphony of pots and pans filling the air. Meng Zi skillfully handled the pork tenderloin, preparing to make sweet and sour dishes, while Li Yunrui assisted him diligently. Meanwhile, Wang Hedi and Yu Shuxin were engrossed in their phones, following a tutorial step-by-step to prepare tomato scrambled eggs, a dish originally intended for Meng Zi, but later relinquished to the couple. However, they soon found themselves embroiled in a debate over whether to cook the tomatoes first or the eggs. Upon entering the kitchen and greeting the four, Su Ran and Reba quickly immersed themselves in the bustling atmosphere. Su Ran began washing the seafood and various ingredients he had procured. He deftly deveined the shrimp and split them open, executing each task with seamless efficiency. Reba, meanwhile, marinated the chicken wings, occasionally stealing glances at Su Ran. Observing his adeptness with the seafood, she couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. This guy, it seems, he can really cook. After preparing all the ingredients, he retrieved a clean clay pot, rinsed the rice, and added water. He then placed the pot on the stove, bringing it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to a gentle simmer, allowing the congee to gradually develop, occasionally stirring to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. His serious demeanor and focused gaze, combined with his strikingly handsome face, nearly left Reba mesmerized, momentarily forgetting to tend to the chicken wings. The other guests also cast appreciative glances in his direction. With Su Ran's fervent efforts, it seemed the night promised a grand feast. However, they soon began to realize that things were not as straightforward as they had initially imagined. The congee in the pot, unbeknownst to them, had slowly shifted from a pristine white to a bluish-purple hue. With lotus seeds and lotus root powder and cola mixed in, along with octopus legs and even Squidward. As the gentle simmer continued, the congee began to bubble vigorously. However, the bubbles emanating a faint blue glow evoke an unsettling chill. Once the lotus seeds boil, they resemble countless eyes peering out from the depths of the night. The complete figure of the octopus lies quietly in the bubbling blue porridge, trembling gently with the simmering broth, as though performing a waltz of death. One cannot claim this seafood porridge lacks in color, aroma, or flavor. Rather, merely gazing upon it might lead one to an explosion of sensations. The term dark cuisine scarcely suffices to encapsulate its sinister essence. It is akin to the poisons brewed by medieval witches. Even the formidable witch of the realm would seek Su Ran for the secret recipe. In the kitchen, a deathly silence prevailed, broken only by the bubbling sounds of the mysterious blue-purple concoction. Su Ran, what on earth did you add to it? Hot ba et galim, nearly losing grip of the spatula in hand. Su Ran, gazing upon her masterpiece, responded with calmness. Blueberry-flavored cola. Cola? Blueberry-flavored? Hot Ba's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to inspect the chicken wings in the pot. Indeed, the chicken wings were all tinged with an eerie blue. Curse you. Su Ran, you owe me for those wings. Ignoring Hot Ba's outburst, Su Ran, under the astonished gazes of all present, delicately scooped a bowl from the pot of seafood porridge. As everyone watched in sheer terror, she calmly brought this bowl of poison to her lips. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Chapter 15, Visual Hell, Taste Paradise. The entire live broadcast room erupted with fervor. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, completely overwhelming the space. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? He ate it. Can this actually be consumed? Someone call an ambulance for the production team. This is the first time I've seen a sanity value drop in the real world. No technology, just harsh words. Makes one eat with confidence and leave with peace of mind. Su Ran is truly going all out to maintain his entertaining persona. Many claim this is visual pollution, yet this method is the most authentic and delectable, 1,000 times better than other delicacies. If you ask me to try it, let us pretend I never said anything. They could scarcely fathom how Su Ran managed to maintain his composure while consuming the dish. In the kitchen, an eerie silence reigned. Time seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixed intently on Su Ran. Reba covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, forgetting even to breathe. Yu Shushin hid behind Wang Hedi, daring only to peek through the gap. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui furrowed their brows, feeling both psychological and physiological discomfort. At this moment, Su Ran closed his eyes, savoring the delicacy in his mouth. His expression remained calm, even tinged with a hint of enjoyment. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise. The system is remarkable. Although this seafood porridge appeared unsettling, its flavor was absolutely exquisite. Sue Ran had never tasted such a fresh and sweet seafood porridge before. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, speaking with a tone of satisfaction. So fragrant. This soul-stirring sigh resonated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Fragrant? Was Sue Ran losing his mind? Or had the world gone mad? What? How does it taste? Reba swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. She simply could not reconcile Sue Ran's expression of sheer enjoyment with a porridge that resembled a biochemical weapon. Sue Ran turned to face the crowd, revealing a benign smile. He picked up a spoon and scooped another mouthful of the bluish-purple, viscous porridge that shimmered with an eerie glow. This time, rather than indulging himself, he offered it to Reba, the nearest to him. Why not taste it for yourself? His face bore an enticing smile. Come on, open wide. Ah, who would dare consume your poison? Even Delang knows better than to eat this. Reba recoiled in fright, shaking her head vigorously. You're joking. This looks like it would make anyone lose their sanity. Who would dare put it in their mouth? Are you really not going to try? Sue Ran insisted. Trust me. It's truly delicious. He deliberately elongated his words, smacking his lips. The crowd instinctively took a step back, shaking their heads in unison. Fearing that they might not believe him, Sue ran down the porridge in a single gulp. The rich, savory aroma exploded in his mouth, as if the essence of the entire ocean had been concentrated into that one spoonful. The sweetness of the seafood melded perfectly with the softness of the rice, creating a layered experience that lingered delightfully, ascending to the heavens. In this lifetime, to savor such a bowl of porridge is truly worth it. Sue Ran comfortably squinted her eyes, a blissful expression gracing her face. The sheer enjoyment she exhibited was so genuine that it seemed as if she were not merely acting. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered, gazing at Sue Ran, who appeared as if she had transcended to another realm, her soul seemingly elevated. Could it be that this pot, which looked capable of causing harm, was indeed delectable? Their worldview was momentarily shattered. Especially for Reba, it seemed that there was a fleeting moment of intrigue. Damn it, why did it genuinely evoke such an impulse to taste it? Nevertheless, it must be said that, despite its unappealing appearance, the aroma of this clay pot porridge was remarkably rich. Others were also consumed by doubt. Could it truly be that delicious? If so, they would genuinely feel as though they had encountered something supernatural. If false, then Sue Ran's acting skills were nothing short of extraordinary. In the dining hall, as everyone's dishes were served, Sue Ran, wrapped in a scarf, hurried out of the kitchen, carrying the clay pot. Here comes the seafood porridge just as the crowd prepared to voice their critiques. An indescribably overpowering fragrance suddenly wafted from the pot. It eclipsed the previously complex and unsettling aroma, presenting an extremely pure, intensely rich, and irresistibly sweet essence of seafood. It was as if the very essence of the ocean had been distilled into this pot of porridge. Gulp. It was uncertain who swallowed first, but soon, a chorus of audible gulps filled the kitchen. The expressions of those who had just shown disdain transformed into something more nuanced. Their gazes involuntarily turned toward the bubbling blue-purple porridge. Though its appearance remained alarming, the intoxicating aroma was simply overwhelming. What? What is this scent? It's divine. Yu Shushin could not help but inhale deeply, her stomach audibly protesting. Wang Hedi swallowed, his eyes filled with conflict. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui exchanged glances, each recognizing the wavering resolve in the other's eyes. Reba struggled internally, torn between two inner voices. One urged, "Eat, do eat, it smells too good." The other cautioned, "Don't eat, it could be poisonous." Amidst this fierce internal battle, Reba was still swayed by the appetite-inducing blue hue. Observing the crowd's conflicted expressions, torn between desire and fear, Sue Ran's heart swelled with joy. The effects of the Culinary Gods Special Edition skill were indeed remarkable. Visual allure was maximized. Gustatory temptation was at its peak. The contrast was absolutely splendid. At that moment, producer Lee timidly approached. She was, in fact, averse to getting near that pot of biochemical weaponry. Merely catching a whiff of that aromatic yet eerie scent made her stomach protest. However, there was no choice. She was the judge after all. Producer Lee forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, painfully stating, "Ahem, everyone's dishes have been served." Next, we arrived at the exhilarating stage of tasting and evaluation. She paused, her gaze reluctantly shifting away from the cauldron of deep blue and purple Cthulhu seafood porridge to address the assembly, announcing the harsh rules to ensure fairness and transparency. Every dish must be tasted by all guests, excluding only the creator, who must provide their own scores. The criteria for scoring include creativity, flavor, and teamwork. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 guests, except for Sue Ran, turned ashen. Must we all taste it? The collective refusal echoed in their minds. No, absolutely not. I refuse. This is madness. Listening to the guest protests, PD Lee closed his eyes in anguish, declaring, "To maintain fairness, I too shall taste each of your dishes." Well, if even the judge insists on this, what more can they say? The atmosphere in the kitchen grew exceedingly tense. Sue ran down to self-assured, sunny smile, and enthusiastically invited, "Come on, don't be shy, who will go first?" However, to the others, Sue Ran's smile bore the semblance of a devilish grin, quite unsettling. The guests silently recoiled, shaking their heads fervently. Observing this, Sue Ran devised a plan. "Let us do this. I will pose a question, and whoever answers correctly gets to eat first." Reba, with her mind racing, quickly exclaimed, "A 1T. Impressive, Reba. Congratulations on your quick response." Sue Ran widened her eyes, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she gave a thumbs up in approval. Reba stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the turn of events. Sue Ran chuckled, explaining, "My question is, if you boil an egg at an altitude of 5,000 meters, will the egg cook?" And the answer is no. Reba, if looks could kill, Sue Ran would have perished thousands of times. The others looked at Reba with sympathetic eyes. "Go on." Sue Ran cheerfully filled Reba's bowl to the brim, coaxing in a persuasive tone, "It's incredibly delicious. Once you start, you'll want more." Embracing a mindset of resignation, Reba closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and took a big spoonful of the porridge. In the next second, Reba froze entirely, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating in shock. An indescribable, unprecedented wave of exquisite flavor surged over her taste buds like a tsunami. Delicious. So delicious it felt explosive. So delectable she wished to twirl in place. So scrumptious she wanted to cling to Sue Ran's leg and cry out for a father. It was so good that tears threatened to spill. Chapter 16. The Grand Revelation of Irresistible Delight. The value soars. What on earth? What is happening? Is Reba poisoned? Why is she staring so wide-eyed? Could it really be toxic? Help! Reba, are you all right? Move a little. It's over. I told you not to eat it. Something has gone wrong. Call 120. Soran, you heartless villain. Give me back Reba. Wait. Look at Reba's expression. It seems, now in a pain? The barrage of comments in the live stream swiftly transitioned from laughter to concern and fear. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen where Reba appeared as if frozen in time. At the scene, the other 4 guests and PD Lee were equally on edge. "Reba? Are you okay?" Yu Shuxin inquired with a trembling voice. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui also wore expressions of anxiety. Only Sue Ran maintained an air of calmness. Just when everyone feared Reba truly needed urgent assistance, she finally moved. With a sudden jerk, Reba lifted her head, her face still wearing an expression of utter shock. But in the next moment, she performed an action that left everyone speechless. She swiftly snatched a large spoon from Sue Ran's hand, ignoring the strange bluish-purple hue. Disregarding the indescribable ingredients, she plunged a hefty scoop of Cthulhu seafood porridge in her mouth with fervor. Reba squinted her eyes in bliss, her little head bobbing, resembling a kitten that had just pilfered some mint grass. She mumbled contentedly, "So delicious. Oh my goodness, it's too good." The crowd, the live stream. If Sue Ran's previous display of delight could be attributed to acting or a lapse in taste, then now, Reba's voracious consumption, reminiscent of a famished spirit reborn, utterly shattered everyone's preconceived notions. This This defies logic. Could it truly be that delectable? So much so that a top celebrity would disregard her image? Gulp. A chorus of swallowing sound arose, louder than before when the aroma first wafted through the air. Is it really that delicious? Yushushin gazed at Reba's entranced expression, unable to resist asking. As Reba continued to shovel porridge in her mouth, she initially nodded, then shook her head, mumbling indistinctly, "Not tasty at all. Not tasty. It's poisonous." The crowd. "You must be joking. If it's not tasty, why are you showing off?" The inner defenses of the others began to waver. That damned aroma continued to tempt them, and coupled with Reba's exaggerated eating style, curiosity ultimately triumphed over fear. I shall give a try." Wang Hedi, standing closest, hesitated momentarily before extending his spoon towards the abyss of bluish purple. He merely scooped a small half-bowl, closed his eyes, and took a tentative sip as if embracing his fate. In the next moment, Wang Hedi's eyes widened in astonishment. He then exclaimed, echoing the same surprise as Hotbar, "What is this divine flavor?" Without a second thought, he hastily filled a sizable bowl for himself. Goodness, is it truly that fragrant? The other three were equally astonished. The remaining individuals could no longer restrain themselves. Mengzi took a deep breath and also scooped a half-bowl, finding it indeed quite aromatic. He decided to give it a try. Li Yunrui remained silent, quietly serving himself a bowl. Even the previously pained Li PD, who seemed ready to sacrifice himself, succumbed to curiosity and stealthily filled a small bowl for himself. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre yet comical scene unfolded in the dining hall. 6 handsome men and beautiful women encircled a pot radiating a faint blue-purple glow, resembling a bioweapon of uncertain nature. Each face wore an expression that was a blend of distaste and overwhelming desire. Then, like refugees starved for 3 days and nights, they ravenously devoured the food. The group remained silent, solely focused on consuming the peculiar porridge. The spectacle was as bizarre as it was hilarious. The viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. "I can't believe it, family! They really ate it, and they fought over it. This world has become a madness I no longer recognize. I'm scared to tears. It's like the end of the world. What on earth? Has a romantic variety show turned into a horror film? The stark contrast between visual and taste sensations is nothing short of performance art. It sends shivers down my spine. Stop eating, I'm so frightened. Is it truly that delectable?" Su Ran observed the scene before him, resembling a ghastly spectacle of gluttony, and nodded with satisfaction. The chef's special edition skill was indeed remarkable. The dual impact of sight and taste created an extraordinary effect, akin to a nuclear explosion. Ding! The host's dark culinary creation has elicited a strong contrast effect, resulting in mass cognitive dissonance and uproarious laughter, earning 100 active value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement Subverter of Taste Buds, earning 100 active value. Ding! The host Cthulhu Seafood Porridge topic has ignited the live stream, skyrocketing popularity, earning 200 active value. Ding! The guest's astonishment and genuine delight after tasting the dark cuisine formed a perfect active value cycle, earning 300 active value. Fantastic! A series of system notifications resonated in Su Ran's mind. In just a few minutes, he amassed 700 points of active value. Woo! Ascending. With everyone's efforts, the Cthulhu Seafood Porridge swiftly reached its end. Each person's eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions: shock, reminiscence, disbelief, and dissatisfaction. Is it all gone? Yushushin was the first to break the silence, gazing at the empty clay pot with a look of utter dismay. Being somewhat slower in her movements, she simply couldn't compete with the others in grabbing food. Had it not been for Wang Hedi securing a bowl of kanji for her, she might have gone entirely without. Goodness, how did it disappear so quickly? Wang Hedi, ever the pragmatist, scraped the bottom of the pot with his spoon, leaving not a single trace of the kanji behind. Perhaps we could prepare more next time. There are many of us, and this portion was hardly enough to go around, he remarked thoughtfully. Reba, her eyes twinkling, turned to Su Ran with a sweet smile. Su Ran, you should definitely make more in the future, okay? Su Ran shook his head, amused. Now you think it's too little? Wherein you all adamantly refusing to drink it earlier? And you expect there to be a next time? Well, that depends entirely on my mood. His words sent the group into a frenzy. What do you mean? Depends on your mood? That's unacceptable. How could something this delicious be left to chance? You must make it every day, every meal. Brother, don't be like this. We spoke too hastily earlier. Wang Hedi quickly backtracked, his tone ingratiating. Next time, we promise. Anything you cook, we'll devour it all without hesitation. Li Yunrui nodded vigorously beside him, his gaze earnest as he added yes. Teacher Su Ran, it was truly exquisite. We are all eagerly awaiting your next culinary masterpiece. Even the director, Li PD, chimed in. Everyone, let me just say, ISNT the hot ran CP undeniably the best. They absolutely deserve first place. If they aren't ranked first, then there is clearly some foul play within the production team. Su Ran observed the group, who had so recently regarded his cooking with disdain, but were now lavishing him with praise. His expression remained impassive, though inwardly, he found the situation rather amusing. They abandoned all dignity for the sake of food. And yet, this feeling? It was oddly satisfying. Meanwhile, the livestream audience erupted once more. Is this the legendary instant regret turned into ravenous delight? I'm drooling. Can the production team mail me the pot? Diva discarded all pride for a bite to eat. Hilarious. Soran, me piace mere mortes. Now you recognize my prowess? Where's Reba? Why isn't she making a move? Go cling to his leg already. Aya Su Ran Gitch. Reba suddenly latched on a Su Ran's arm, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. I was the first to try it, you know. I've always had complete faith in you. Suran recoiled, extracting his arm with a look of horror. Please don't do that. You're terrifying me. Reba rolled her eyes, her demeanor instantly shifting as she brandished a tiny fist. Tomorrow. Kanji. A large pot. Understood? Relieved to see her return to her usual blunt self, Su Ran exhaled. There we go. This is the Reba I know. He took a few steps back, grinning. The tough girl act suits you far better. Reba lunged at him, but Su Ran was already gone, having made a swift escape. Chapter 17. Su Ran. The Revelation. I am the retired luminary of Shuamu. The audience in the live broadcast room was still savoring the hilarity that ensued from the Cthulhu seafood porridge. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the heartfelt cottage, this extraordinary family banquet was drawing to a close. In light of the overwhelming impact of Su Ran's Cthulhu seafood porridge, the production team decided to forego the evaluation segment for the evening. Consequently, aside from a hot burn couple securing first place, the remaining two couples were tied for second. When PD Lee announced this news, Wang Hedi and Yu Shushin were almost moved to tears. Everyone was in agreement with this outcome. With the evaluation segment eliminated, the group could now relish their dinner more leisurely. They unanimously decided to move outdoors to dine. The seaside night was particularly enchanting, with a moonlit sky and a gentle sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness, dispelling the day's heat. The stone table beneath the pavilion was laden with dishes, except for Su Ran's seafood porridge, which had been entirely devoured. Hot Ba's cola chicken wings, Xiao Mo couple's sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and the Tsang Lan couple's tomato, scrambled eggs, and seafood noodles were still available. Wow, this sweet and sour pork is absolutely delectable, Yu Shushin exclaimed. This tomato scrambled egg is delightful as well, Meng Zi added, praising the dish. Hot Ba slurped on the seafood noodles. These seafood noodles are phenomenal. It was a grand scene of mutual admiration, all focused on the exquisite flavors. However, as everyone prepared to sample Hot Ba's cola chicken wings, they were met with a dilemma. The wings were emanating a peculiar blue hue. Whoa, is this a product of the same lineage as Su Ran's creation? Yu Shushin remarked, momentarily a loss for words to describe the somewhat off-putting color. Yet, having undergone a previous culinary trial, she was confident in her ability to partake. Hot Ba chuckled awkwardly, ready to offer an explanation, but was interrupted when Su Ran picked up a wing and scrutinized it, exclaiming, "Did you stew Avatar? Goodness." Hot Ba felt an urge to wield a metaphorical sword against Su Ran. Why was this person so infuriating? I wish I could stew you. Hot Ba retorted angrily. This is all your fault. I asked you to buy cola, and you brought blueberry-flavored instead. Don't pin this on me. Surang counter. I bought 2 bottles of cola. The blue one was reserved for my porridge. Yours is in the fridge. Hot Ba Pauset. Hugh. Did I grab the wrong one? I even reminded you. It appears there may have been a mix-up, resulting in my mistakenly taking the wrong cola. Reba reflected for a moment and realized she had casually grabbed the cola that Su Ran had placed on the counter and had used it without a second thought. Just then, Su Ran nonchalantly remarked, "It's perfectly fine to take the wrong cola. Just be careful not to confuse it with the toilet cleaner." At this point, Su Ran added with a sharp wit, "What people refer to as cola chicken wings. I cannot speak for the wings, but I certainly cannot find any joy in it." A burst of laughter erupted from everyone present. Reba's previously softened expression darkened in an instant. She abruptly stood up, as if preparing to strike Su Ran. "I'm going to tear that mouth of yours apart today. Do you even want to drink porridge anymore?" Su Ran, with a cold smirk, had already discerned how to handle Reba. "Little glutton, let us see how this unfolds." Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile instantly returned to Reba's face. "Oh, I merely intended to give you a massage." As she spoke, she gently began to knead Su Ran's shoulders. The group erupted into laughter once more. This delightful duo continually provided comedic relief. After their playful banter, the atmosphere grew even more relaxed and familiar. Conversations flowed freely, and naturally, the topic shifted to Su Ran. After all, he was the only ordinary person among them, and his previous unexpected performances had piqued everyone's curiosity. "Su Ran, you are truly fascinating." Yu Shushin was the first to inquire. "What did you do before? You seem to know so much." "Me? I've dabbled in various fields," Su Ran mused, smiling as he replied. "I've toyed with finance, ventured into tech investments, and even dabbled in writing novels. Nothing too extraordinary." "Wow, finance and technology. How impressive," Yu Shushin exclaimed. "You must be a graduate of a prestigious university." "Well, I suppose it's decent," Su Ran modestly replied. "I attended Shuemu University." "Shuemu? The one associated with Qingbei?" The group was once again taken aback. Su Ran, this standout individual, was actually a scholar? They couldn't shake off the profound sense of incongruity. "Goodness, you must have scored exceptionally high on your college entrance exams." Yu Shushin was genuinely in awe. With such good looks and intellect, he must have been a prominent figure during his school days. "The entrance exams? I didn't take them." Su Ran shook his head, causing confusion to wash over the crowd. Just as their curiosity piqued, Su Ran added, "I didn't take the exams. I was directly recommended to Shuemu." Wow, the group was utterly stunned. Didn't he take the entrance exams and was directly recommended to Shuemu? What on earth did that even mean? Shuemu University is one of the highest standards of education in the Dragon Kingdom. Especially for Reba, the shock reverberated within her. How could it be? The person who had helped her with unlocking and borrowing a vehicle was actually a genius? "Su Ran, you've even written novels? What's your pen name? I'd like to support you." Wang Hedi is an avid admirer of novels. Upon learning that Su Ran had written some, he immediately began to inquire further. "I merely dabble for fun. I have not updated in quite some time," Su Ran replied with a chuckle, as he wished to avoid drawing undue attention by revealing his pen name. After all, the popular online sensations at present were all authored by him. Wang Hedi chose not to press further, instead stating, "When you publish again, do let me know. I shall gladly support you." "Certainly," Su Ran replied with a smile. "What are you doing for work now?" Meng Zi was particularly curious about Su Ran's current occupation. "Me? I suppose I am in a state of retirement," Su Ran shrugged, laughing lightly. "Retirement?" The group was once again astounded by this revelation. To retire in one's 20s? What notion? At their age, they were in the prime of their careers, perpetually busy as if they were spinning tops, wishing for days to stretch to 48 hours. Yet here stood this strikingly handsome individual, claiming to be retired. "Indeed," Su Ran nodded, smiling. "Having earned enough, I choose to relish life in advance." At that moment, Li Yunrui furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from speaking up. "Su Ran, you are so young and talented. Why would you choose retirement?" In his view, young people should strive diligently, earnestly pursuing the lives they desire. Li Yunrui's sentiment echoed the thoughts of most present, reflecting the prevailing values of society. Su Ran, however, did not rush to counter this assertion. His expression remained unchanged. He merely picked up a nearby glass of juice, took a leisurely sip, and calmly inquired, "Then, what is it that you toil so hard for in your career?" Li Yunrui was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Ran's counter-question. After a moment of earnest contemplation, he replied, "To realize my worth and to provide a better life for my family and myself, free from worries, so that we may pursue what we desire and truly enjoy life." This was a standard yet sincere response. "What you say is indeed commendable and accurate." Su Ran paused, shifting his gaze back to Li Yunrui and the others, his eyes clear and serene. Realizing one's worth, leading a better life, free from financial burdens, pursuing personal passions, and savoring life. He gently echoed Li Yunrui's words, then smiled slightly. "Might it be possible that I have already accomplished all these goals ahead of time?" Upon uttering this, though casually stated, it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. Chapter 18, If One Indulges in Pleasure at Young Age. The live broadcast room erupted. "What? Has it all come true? The ordinary guy is actually a big shot. Heartbreaking, my friend. Is this the disparity of the world? Others achieve financial freedom at 24, while I'm still struggling for a decent meal at the same age. So what exactly does Su Ran do? A financial mogul? A tech prodigy? Or has he inherited a fortune?" Li Yunrui was left momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, unsure how to respond. He felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. His earlier remarks about hard work and realizing one's value now sounded like a farce. Initially, he had intended to awaken this seemingly wayward young man from a mainstream perspective, believing it was a pity for someone as young and talented as Su Ran to choose retirement. But who could have anticipated that the lad wasn't reluctant to strive, but rather had already completed his struggles? It was akin to painstakingly climbing a ladder, only to discover that the person you intended to assist had already soared to the rooftop in a helicopter, enjoying the breeze. The sensation was nothing short of awkward. He even regretted having asked that question. Wasn't it a self-inflicted humiliation? Yet, Su Ran appeared devoid of any mockery. "To me, life resembles a game." Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Ran spoke in a leisurely, almost languid tone. "Slaying monsters, leveling up, accumulating wealth, pursuing greater achievements. These are all exhilarating, and I once reveled in them. However," he shifted his tone, "when your level has reached its zenith, your gear is maxed out, and the gold in your bank account is merely a decorative number, would you still log in daily to grind through repetitive tasks?" The crowd was rendered speechless. Such a metaphor was strikingly blunt. Noticing their silence, Su Ran continued unabashedly. "A game, once experienced, is sufficient. I merely chose to alter my gameplay after I deemed I had completed this stage. As for value, every day I tend to flowers, nurture fish, travel, or as now, meet interesting friends." Su Ran smiled, gazing at the moon above. "For me, living life richly, discovering what genuinely brings joy and relaxation, is in itself a form of value." Su Ran's response lacked bombastic rhetoric or condescending lectures. He simply articulated his life philosophy with an ease that bore no hint of superiority. It sounded somewhat extravagant, even rebellious. Yet upon reflection, it seemed to embody a profound understanding and openness. In an instant, the atmosphere at the table turned quiet. Everyone was digesting Su Ran's audacious statements, especially Reba, who felt a tumult of emotions within. This seemingly frivolous fellow possessed a remarkably clear perspective on life. This state of mind and nonchalance is indeed not something that ordinary individuals can possess. As she gazed at Su Ran, her eyes unconsciously reflected a deeper admiration and curiosity. Naturally, I do not advocate for the youth to emulate my path. Ultimately, Su Ran addressed the audience in the live broadcast with a serious reminder. After all, if one solely indulges in the pleasures of life, savoring gourmet foods and basking in love during their youth, they will find, upon aging, that they have essentially no regrets. Just as everyone was engrossed in his words, a sudden twist sent the audience into fits of laughter. The comment section of the live stream erupted with an endless stream of reactions. Su Ran has never disappointed. Laughed so hard I was genuinely moved, only to be met with a twist. To be fair, Su Ran's state of mind is indeed unparalleled by many. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of Su Ran. Su Ran, in the game of life, I have long since completed the levels. If one does not enjoy in youth, will they rely on a cane to relish life in old age? The atmosphere was filled with laughter. Li Yunrui, who had initially posed a question, fell silent for a moment before smiling in understanding. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to be captivated by Su Ran's charismatic persona. He raised his glass of juice and remarked, "Su Ran, you make a valid point. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. I should not adopt a condescending attitude to critique your choices. It's merely a discussion, not a matter of great seriousness." Su Ran shook her head with a smile and raised her cup in return. Here's to all the warriors still striving to conquer challenges and level up. Cheers! The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated in the tranquil courtyard, where the juice glimmered softly under the moonlight. The group laughed as they downed their drinks, and the earlier awkwardness and barriers dissipated in the light-hearted atmosphere. Su Ran remained the subject of everyone's curiosity. "So, what brings you to participate in this program?" Wang Hedi directly voiced the question on everyone's mind, sensing that she seemed not particularly in need of this opportunity. "Well," Su Ran replied with a wry smile, "my mother told me this is a workplace variety show, and if I dared not to come, she would break my legs." Laughter erupted among the group. This reason was quintessentially Su Ran. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" The question came from the seemingly casual, yet highly attentive Iba, who pretended to sip her juice while casting furtive glances at Su Ran. The curiosity of the others was ignited, and they turned to look at Su Ran in unison. Indeed, how could someone so handsome, with such a high level of education and possessing the capability for early retirement, have never been in love? "No, I have not." Su Ran candidly shook his head in response to the curious gazes. "Impossible. Yu Shushin was the first to express disbelief. You are so handsome. How could you have never been in a relationship? With looks like Su Ran's, one would imagine that admirers would line up all the way to France." "Exactly. Is it because he Ba is here that you dare not speak the truth?" Meng Zi teased with a smile. "No, I truly have not engaged in such discussions." Su Ran reiterated, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. "Yet, in my heart, there exists a beloved maiden, whom I cannot claim." Curiosity ignited among the onlookers. Iba furrowed her brows, sensing an inexplicable discomfort. Is he enamored with someone? Why are they not together? Yu Shushin probed further. With a sigh, Su Ran shook his head, lamenting, the primary obstacle is her family's disapproval. "Surely not. You are handsome and an exceptional student. How could her parents object?" Meng Zi found the notion absurd, considering Su Ran's own family appeared quite respectable. "Perhaps they disapprove of your age?" The others gazed at Su Ran with equal intrigue. However, he shook his head, expressing regret. It is not her parents, but rather her husband who disagrees. A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone struggled to comprehend this unexpected twist. Moments later, laughter erupted like a tidal wave, engulfing the courtyard. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded with amusement. Hiban nearly spat out the juice she had just sipped, choking and blushing, struggling to articulate her thoughts as she pointed at Su Ran, utterly speechless. This fellow is at it again. Yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of relief. Yu Shushin collapsed against Wang Hedi's shoulder, shaking with laughter. Li Yunrui could barely contain herself, covered her mouth as she giggled uncontrollably. "Phew! Ha ha ha! Her husband disagrees. What a twist! I'm laughing to the point of tears. I'm bound to die laughing in this live stream." When it comes to humor, Su Ran reigned supreme. Meng Zi took a moment to compose herself, wiping away tears of laughter. Engaging in conversation with this man always required readiness for unexpected hilarity. Once the laughter subsided, Meng Zi recalled something. Turning to Su Ran, she asked with genuine curiosity, "This afternoon, while watching the live replay, I heard you sing the glutton from heaven for Hiba. The melody was enchanting, and the lyrics, well, quite amusing." Hiba interjected, "Amusing, you say? I found it astonishing and wished to search for the original online, but I couldn't find it anywhere." Meng Zi continued earnestly. Is that song an original composition of yours? Chapter 19. The Walking CD, stunning the crowd. As Meng Zi posed his question, an immediate hush fell over the venue. All eyes converged upon Su Ran. Indeed, this afternoon, when Su Ran had strummed his guitar and sung, the quirky lyrics had been overshadowed by the melodious and captivating melody, coupled with his unique vocal timbre, leaving an indelible impression on everyone present. Many had assumed it was merely a playful adaptation by Su Ran, never considering it might be an original composition. After all, crafting an original song, particularly one with such high quality and memorability, is no trivial feat yet. If it truly was Su Ran's creation, that would be utterly remarkable. A hexagonal warrior, indeed. Is that song really your own creation, Su Ran? Yu Shushin inquired, her curiosity piqued. The melody is simply enchanting. I searched for it all afternoon, but couldn't find it. Although Wang Hedi remained silent, he too cast a curious glance towards Su Ran. Li Yunrui added with a smile, it is indeed quite special, and it feels, well, very much in line with teacher Reba Zora. Reba interjected, are you being polite? What does in line with my or even mean? Are you implying I have a voracious appetite? However, more than that, she was intrigued by the prospect of whether that infuriating song truly was penned by Su Ran. If so, this fellow possessed considerable talent. While the gathered crowd may not have hailed from musical backgrounds, they were, after all, part of the entertainment industry. The tune of the song was undeniably the type that could achieve great popularity. Sensing the curiosity radiating from everyone, Su Ran chuckled. I just wrote it casually. It's not worthy of a stage. Yu Shushin's eyes sparkled as she pressed on. So, it truly is your original piece? Su Ran nodded, feeling no burden in admitting it since that song did not exist in this world. Impressive, Meng Zi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. It is genuinely your original composition. Su Ran, your talent is astounding, and this is certainly not something one can just play around with. Indeed, the lyrics must have been intentionally altered, right? Yu Shushin giggled behind her hand, then urged, why don't you sing the original version for us, so we can witness your prowess? Wang Hedi raised his hand in agreement. I concur. Li Yunrui followed suit. I second that. Su Ran found the situation amusing. They were clearly awaiting his performance. For a moment, the crowd began to cheer. Although the song from earlier was delightful, the lyrics had been maddeningly quirky. Everyone was eager to experience how the melody would feel with conventional lyrics. Surrounded by their enthusiastic encouragement, Su Ran simply shook his head with a smile. He genuinely was reluctant to sing. That song had merely been a request from the production team for a talent showcase, and it had serendipitously turned into something entertaining. Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse to decline, Reba, who had been mostly quiet, gently tugged at his sleeve. Su Ran looked at her in confusion. Hot Ba raised her head, her beautiful large eyes blinking as she gazed at him, a hint of anticipation sparkling within them. She leaned close to Su Ran's ear and, in a tone barely audible to anyone else, sweetly murmured, Hey, didn't you say you owed me a gift? Su Ran paused for a moment, recalling that he indeed promised to give Hot Ba a gift during their time in the broadcasting hall. If you could sing the original version for me. Hot Ba's voice carried a subtle hint of playful coaxing then. That would be your gift to me. What do you think? Su Ran found himself captivated by her enchanting face, enveloped in a delicate fragrance wafting from her, and felt a gentle tug at the hem of her clothing, causing his heart to race inexplicably. This girl, her playful charm is quite deadly. Moreover, trading a song for a gift, it seemed rather advantageous, primarily for its convenience. Observing Su Ran's wavering expression, Hot Ba pressed on, her voice a soft whisper. Just one rendition, please? I am genuinely curious about what the original sounds like. Would you? She lightly shook Su Ran's arm, her tone elongated with a hint of a childish lilt. Su Ran, I can't withstand this. Who could resist such an appeal? Hot Ba is being adorable. She is being adorable. Help. Who can withstand this? Su Ran quickly agreed to her. This is like having candy handed directly to you. Sing now. Immediately. Satisfy our cravings. Victory for the hardcore fans. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran quelled the peculiar sensations stirring within him. He gazed into Hot Ba's expectant little eyes and eventually nodded in acquiescence. All right, I concede to your charm. He sighed in resignation, but I don't have a guitar. Without it, the beauty of the song is halved. We have it. The production team may not have much, but we have plenty of instruments. At that moment, the previously elusive PD Lee emerged with a guitar, promptly thrusting it into Su Ran's embrace. Suran, goodness, are they all conspiring against me? How could they possibly have this guitar ready? Go for it. We're counting on you. Excited, Su Ran, feeling the weight of everyone's eager gazes, cleared his throat. He stood up and moved to a slightly more spacious part of the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping him in a silvery glow. The gentle summer breeze brushed against him, carrying a refreshing chill. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath, and even the live stream's comments dwindled momentarily. Su Ran closed his eyes, allowing himself to gather his emotions. In his mind, the Chinese music database automatically conjured the song's details. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and profound, starkly contrasting his earlier languor. Godlike singing skills activated. All right, the song I am about to perform is titled Devil from Heaven. I hope you all enjoy it. Su Ran's slender fingers delicately caressed the guitar strings. A profoundly distinctive prelude, imbued with a compelling rhythm and a hint of psychedelic essence, instantaneously emanated from the guitar. Merely a prelude, yet it ensnared the attention of all present. This melody is simply extraordinary. It possesses a languid charm, a touch of sensuality, and a whisper of perilous allure. In the night, I dreamt a beautiful nightmare I longed to awaken, yet my heart resisted in dreams. You are an abyssal black hole. I am powerless against the sensation of weightlessness. The penetrating and recognizable timbre of his voice suddenly resonated in the tranquil courtyard, exuding an enchanting allure. The unique and mesmerizing melody, combined with Su Ran's slightly husky and magnetic voice, effortlessly conjured an atmosphere both perilous and captivating. All in attendance stared in astonishment at Su Ran. Is this the original version? It contrasts starkly with the one from the afternoon, does it not? Moreover, Su Ran's voice is simply divine. He is akin to a living vinyl record. Reba stood frozen in disbelief. She gazed at Su Ran illuminated by moonlight, feeling as though her heart was tightly gripped by an unseen force, her breath becoming slightly labored. Is this truly his voice? This formidable presence? This enchanting vocalization? Is he genuinely the same person who sang about fried chicken and hot pot this afternoon? The barrage of comments in the live stream, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into chaos. Mom, I'm kneeling. Wow, is this real? It sounds so good. Oh my, is this truly Su Ran, the master of antics? Su Ran's serious demeanor feels so unfamiliar. A true hexagonal warrior? Ears are pregnant. This voice is extraordinary. As the song concluded, its echoes seemed to linger in the air. The courtyard fell silent. Everyone remained immersed in the profound impact of the performance, unable to regain their composure. Clap, clap. Wang Hedi was the first to applaud, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. Brother, you are incredible. Following suit, thunderous applause resounded throughout the courtyard. My goodness, Suran, you are truly remarkable. Yu Shuxin, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly lost her voice, exclaiming, it was explosive, so beautiful. I declare, you shall henceforth be my idol. This is undoubtedly one of the finest live performances I have ever witnessed. Li Yunrui nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Reba, observing the now languorous Su Ran post-performance, felt an unprecedented complexity of emotions. Shock, admiration, curiosity, and a hint of undeniable infatuation she was reluctant to acknowledge. She had to concede. Su Ran was akin to a Pandora's box, irresistibly drawing her into the depths of exploration. Chapter 20. Viral Sensation. The phenomenal dating show and its unstoppable star. Oh my God. My ears are melting. This can't be Su Ran singing. I refuse to believe it unless he performs it 10,000 more times. A voice touched by divinity. Suran, what other surprises do you have hidden from us? Reba's expression mirrors mine, completely enchanted. Announcement. From today onward, Su Ran is my new obsession. Draw your blades, rivals. Production team. I beg you, release the audio. This will be on repeat forever. The live chat has erupted into absolute madness. If Su Ran's performance of Foodie this afternoon was pure hilarity and entertainment, then Devil from Heaven delivers sheer awe and transcendent artistry. Countless viewers are captivated by his distinctive voice and prodigious talent. The barrage of comments nearly obscures the screen. The viewership skyrockets once more, shattering all previous records with an unprecedented surge. In the production control room, director Wang Jingyu and his team stand frozen in disbelief. Their jaws slack, eyes wide. They stare at the monitors where Su Ran lounges effortlessly with his guitar, basking in thunderous applause. Their minds go blank. An original composition? This is truly his own work? And of such extraordinary caliber. Wang Jingyu feels his heart hammering. Initially, he saw Su Ran merely as a charismatic entertainer who could boost ratings. Never had he imagined the young man possessed such staggering musical brilliance. This talent, this voice, is nothing short of phenomenal. Quick, investigate immediately. Wang seizes his assistant's arm, voice trembling. Is Devil from Heaven an original? The copyright. We must secure the rights. To him now, Su Ran isn't just a contestant. He's a walking goldmine. The assistant frantically searches music platforms and copyright databases. Upon entering the correct title, clear registration details appear. Devil from Heaven lyrics. Su Ran composition. Su Ran, it is undeniably his creation. No wonder earlier searches for Foodie yielded nothing. The title was entirely different. The evidence confirms it. This masterpiece is 100 Su Ran's original work. Upon receiving the results, Wang nearly leaps for joy. He struck gold. Absolute gold. Summer Crush 2 isn't just succeeding. It's destined for explosive, record-shattering fame. Back on set, the roaring applause and gasps of amazement gradually subside. Yet the way everyone looks at Su Ran has fundamentally transformed. Where they once saw him as merely amusing and quick-witted, now there's awe, admiration, even a trace of reverence. Just who? Is this guy really? A figure of striking beauty, possessing an astonishing level of education, having retired at a remarkably young age, and even skilled in lock-picking. Now, astonishingly, he can also compose and perform music with such finesse. This is akin to a character plucked directly from the pages of a novel, embodying the quintessential perfect male protagonist. Are we to deprive these stars of their existence? This song is simply exquisite. It is destined for greatness. Surely, it will become a sensation. Yu Shushin's eyes sparkled with admiration, radiating the essence of an enamored fan. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. He set aside his guitar and returned to his seat on the stone bench, resuming his previously laid-back demeanor, as though the commanding presence he had just exhibited was merely an illusion. This stark contrast left the onlookers in awe once more. Then, Su Ran turned to Reba and inquired with a smile, "What do you think? Isn't this gift delightful?" Reba enthusiastically. Akin to a chick pecking at grains. I really like it. However, I also feel an urge to reprimand Su Ran. Why reveal such a splendid song only now? She could already envision the inevitable association of that Foodie anthem with herself. Li Yunrui gazed at Su Ran, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He considered himself somewhat talented, yet in Su Ran's presence, he felt his own accomplishments paled in comparison. Sincerely, he remarked, "Su Ran, your musical talent is such a pity not to pursue a career in the music industry." Not interested, Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. Singing is merely a personal hobby. I prefer the leisurely retirement life I currently enjoy. The others remained silent, pondering the enigmatic world of this remarkable individual, unable to comprehend it fully. The conversation continued for a while, primarily revolving around Su Ran. He engaged in the dialogue with a casual demeanor, skillfully navigating through the discussions, mastering the art of small talk. As time slipped away, PD Lee judiciously stepped in to conclude the day as recording. All right, everyone, our busy yet exhilarating first day of recording comes to an end here. The final results and rewards for the dinner task will be revealed tomorrow. Please rest well tonight and anticipate even more thrilling interactions tomorrow. The guests exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. As Reba passed by Sue Ran, her steps faltered momentarily, casting a complex gaze in his direction. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely humming softly before ascending the stairs ahead of him. Sue Ran watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of confusion. This girl seemed somewhat different. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream chat grew increasingly fervent. Is this really the end? I haven't had my fill at all. ISNT, it's supposed to be a 24-hour live stream? Keep it going. Come on, you have to let the guests sleep. 24 hours implies the stream remains live. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thankfully I recorded it. I can loop Devil endlessly. Wow. Hey, dude upstairs, send me a copy. Same here. The comments continued to flood in. The guests rest, doing little to quell the enthusiasm of the audience. The livestream room was already filled with countless viewers. On the evening following the conclusion of the program's recording, major social media platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili were inundated with trending topics related to Summer Heartbeat 2 and Sue Ran. Hashtags like Summer Heartbeat 2 strikes back, hot couple with godly looks, Sue Ran resume bro, Sue Ran the wide avoids love unless she's wealthy, Sue Ran the gourmet from heaven, Sue Ran Cthulhu seafood porridge, Sue Ran the pioneer of dark cuisine, and Sue Ran the devil from heaven emerged like mushrooms after rain, swiftly dominating the trending charts. Particularly noteworthy was the video of Sue Ran embracing a guitar, singing the devil from heaven, which was fervently shared by countless netizens. His stunning voice, unique melody, and the stark contrast to his comedic persona ignited a frenzy across the internet. Goodness, is that truly the humorous Sue Ran? His singing is absolutely enchanting. My ears are in ecstasy. I implore the production team to release the audio. Is he really an amateur? His vocal prowess surpasses that of many Mandarin singers. He is not only handsome and talented, but also possesses a vibrant spirit. What an extraordinary guest. No wonder he can retire early. He is remarkable. I declare that Sue Ran shall henceforth be my new obsession. Step aside, Sue Ran is mine. Not only Sue Ran himself, but also his dynamic pairing with Reba, dubbed the Fiery Couple, attracted a legion of fans enamored with their unique interactions. The moniker the eye-catching couple quickly gained traction. The viewership and online buzz surrounding Summer Heartbeat 2 skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch, with the real-time ratings breaking platform records on the very night of the premiere. The online views, discussions, and trending topics overwhelmingly surpassed all competing variety shows at the same time. Even the popularity of the other two couples soared alongside them. Director Wang Jingyu, observing the continuously surging data backstage, was so excited that his hands trembled. He knew this project had the potential to be a hit, but never anticipated such rapid and explosive success. Sue Ran, the amateur guest he had astutely discovered, was like a shining star in his career. He must do everything in his power to retain him. Wang Jingyu fervently thought, while simultaneously resolving to tilt future camera angles. Perhaps a slight bias towards a fiery couple? No, it must be a significant tilt. He wished he could capture Sue Ran for a full 24 hours. He was a walking KPI. At this moment, the architect of this fervor was blissfully immersed in the rewards of the system, entirely unaware of the external chaos. Sue Ran was oblivious to the fact that this online jubilation was merely the beginning. Even greater surprises and challenges awaited him in the heartthrob cabin. Chapter 21. A Frenzied Accumulation. The extreme tug-of-war with the Diva. As the night deepens and the waves gently caress the shore, the day's raucous recording comes to an end. The guests have returned to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. Yet, the revelry on the internet has only just begun. Countless viewers flock to Sue Ran and Reba's live broadcast, repeatedly reliving the memorable moments from the day. Clips of the songs Foodie from Heaven and Devil from Heaven are shared fervently. Overnight, Sue Ran's name ascends to become one of the most trending keywords online. At this moment, the instigator, Sue Ran, sits cross-legged on his plush bed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. He takes a deep breath, his face illuminated by uncontainable excitement. It is time to tally today's gains. He eagerly calls upon the system in his mind. System, open my attribute panel. In the next instant, the 3D interface of the system springs into view. Host, Sue Ran, activity points, 900 skills, God-level vocal skills, Mastery of all musical instruments, Culinary Gods Special Edition, Dark Cuisine, Beginner, Locksmith Master, Items, Chinese Music Library 900 points. Su Ran gazes at the number, his eyes instantly sparkling with joy. Such an abundance. He recalls that during the Dark Cuisine segment, his activity points were only 700. How did they suddenly soar to 900? He hastily checks the system log, only to discover that, in addition to the 700 points rewarded from the culinary segment, the system had quietly recorded several new entries of activity points accrued while he was unaware. Ding! The host's unrequited love quip sparked laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host's advice to the youth against seeking indulgence to avoid future regrets resonated strongly, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host's critique of Reba's cola chicken wings as being akin to an avatar stew, along with a witty jab at toilet cleaner, contributed quality humor, earning 100 activity points. Ding! The system has noted the host's performance of the song Devil from Heaven, and the Chinese Music Library has secured copyright registration for the host. No one can claim it, with completion expected within an hour. Goodness! He managed to amass nearly 200 activity points from Reba. It seems that leveraging Reba for points is a splendid strategy. Well then, my apologies, Ms. Reba. Delightful, delightful. The system is as considerate as ever. After tallying his rewards, Su Ran retracts the system interface and picks up his clothes to head for a shower. Completely oblivious to the fact that in the adjacent room, someone is tossing and turning because of him. Room 201. Reba has just finished her shower, the delightful fragrance of body wash lingering around her. She is clad in a pink silk camisole that accentuates her exquisite curves. Her damp, long hair cascades casually over her shoulders, enhancing her already enchanting visage, making it appear even more delicate and alluring. In this moment, she sheds the vitality of the day, embodying a languid charm that belongs to the night. She lay sprawled on the soft, expansive bed, her delicate, fair legs restlessly swaying. The phone screen glowed, lingering on the WeChat chat interface with Su Ran, displaying a few simple exchanges made prior to her afternoon grocery shopping. After that, there had been no further messages. So much had transpired today, with countless topics to discuss. What on earth was this fellow doing? Remaining utterly silent. Had he succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep? Ugh, such is the lamentable existence of a retired old man. Reba felt a tinge of melancholy. She conceded that Su Ran's performance of the Devil from Heaven had truly captivated her. The silhouette of him cradling a guitar under the moonlight starkly contrasted with the infuriatingly reckless individual she had encountered during the day, allowing her to perceive for the first time the talent and charm that lay beneath the seemingly erratic facade of this man. In that fleeting moment of heart fluttering, she realized its authenticity. Ding dong! Suddenly her phone chimed. Reba shot upright like a startled rabbit, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the screen. Was it Su Ran? Had he finally messaged her? To her dismay, it was her best friend sending gossip. OMG. Meatball, your unassuming partner has become a trending topic. 18 of them. All about him. Hurry and check it out. Reba. She had known this guy would never settle down. 18 trending topics in a single day. Even the top celebrities could scarcely achieve that. She opened Weibo and was greeted by a plethora of bizarre hashtags. Saran resume guy, Saran Cthulhu seafood porridge, Saran the devil from heaven. She felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. Yet, a flicker of disappointment lingered within her. Truly a thick-headed man. No wonder he was tricked into a dating show. If it solely depended on him, he'd likely remain a bachelor for life. Oomph. Pouting, Reba angrily tossed her phone aside and flopped back on her bed, burying her head beneath a pillow. I shall ignore him. Sleep it is. Whoever initiates contact first shall be the dog. 5 minutes later, Reba abruptly lifted the pillow and sprang from the bed. She suddenly felt stifled and craved fresh air from the balcony. Barefoot, she tiptoed to the balcony's edge, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Su Ran's balcony next door. The light was still on. So, he hadn't gone to bed yet? Why then was he not responding? Had something occurred? As a friend, Reba felt compelled to check on Su Ran. After all, he was a novice on his first show. Right. I am a responsible older sister. Opening the WeChat dialogue with Su Ran, her fingers hesitated over the keyboard. Finally, she composed a message and hit send. Reba, are you asleep? After sending it, she flung her phone away, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Why did I send that? Weren't we supposed to adhere to the rule that whoever reaches out first is the dog? This is all Sue Rand's fault for being such a big fool. Yet she could not help but fixate on her phone screen. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Still no response from Sue Rand. Has this fellow truly fallen asleep? Are there actually young people these days who do not stay up late? Her frustration deepened. Why did she feel like a fool? With a huff, she picked up her phone, attempting to numb herself by scrolling through Douyin. Yet she unconsciously tapped on WeChat to refresh. Never mind, I'm not concerned about him. Just then, ding dong, the phone screen illuminated. It was Sue Rand's reply. Sue Rand, just finished showering. What up? Insomnia? Do you need me to sing you a lullaby? Dog head. Upon reading this message, her earlier annoyance evaporated. In its place arose an impulse to punch him. This guy truly is insufferable. Who has insomnia? I merely wanted to ask, what are we having for breakfast tomorrow? Our funds are running low. She took a deep breath and began typing furiously. Breakfast? Simple. We'll just sleep until noon tomorrow. That way we save a meal's worth of money. Proud. Glancing at Sue Rand's smug expression, she could not help but roll her eyes. Why don't you sleep until evening and save lunch as well? You truly understand life. Let us just sleep until evening and save 3 meals. Get lost, get lost. She pouted and shifted the topic. Hey, tonight, that song, Devil from Heaven, is really quite lovely. Sue Rand, it's just average. I sang it casually. As long as you like it. She thought. Can this guy not speak normally? Must he be so pretentious? However, she had to admit, given the lack of anything noteworthy tonight, Sue Rand's live performance truly warranted such praise. It's genuinely enchanting. 1,000 times better than that song from the afternoon. Song of the Glutton. That essay given. It was a gift sung just for you. Of course I took it seriously. Reading this, her heart inexplicably raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. This guy, when he occasionally speaks genuinely, can be quite charming. Hesitating, she cautiously inquired, will there be more opportunities to hear you sing in the future? She always felt that with Sue Rand's vocal talent and potential, he could certainly carve out a place in the music industry. Sue Rand, want to hear? Absolutely, she replied almost instantly. The next moment, Sue Rand's response arrived. Then think it over well. Good night. Moon. She stared at the screen, vexed by his irritating reply and the good night emoji. She could have bitten her silver teeth in frustration. This guy, truly, his charm lasts but 3 seconds. The fleeting flutter in her heart vanished instantaneously. All that remained was a burning desire to rush next door and give him a piece of her mind. Sue Rand, you impenetrable straight man. You drive me insane. The pillow before Reba was treated as a punching bag, receiving several forceful blows. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Sue Rand couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the series of expressions Reba sent after brandishing a few kitchen knives. Occasionally teasing this girl proved to be quite amusing. He set his phone aside and reclined contentedly on the soft, plush bed. Today's life felt truly fulfilling. Chapter 22, a wake-up call from the underworld. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight cascaded over the seaside, resembling a layer of fragmented gold. The gentle sea breeze caressed the palm trees, while seagulls glided gracefully above the water's surface and the waves tenderly lapped against the shore. Everything radiated a tranquil charm. However, the chatroom was already abuzz with fervor. Good morning. A new day has finally arrived. I looped the devil from heaven all night. It's simply enchanting. Wow, me too. I dream about you being an infinite black hole. I wonder what segments today will bring. Eagerly anticipating sweet interactions. Sweet? Are you referring to Sue Rand and Reba? Wake up, sister. It's a miracle if they don't end up in a quarrel. While the audience fervently debated, the guests gradually made their appearances on camera. The male participants of the heartfelt cottage were roused from their slumber by the ringing of the internal phone beside their beds, a unified wake-up call from the production team. Yet, the hour was undeniably early. Sue Rand glanced at her phone. It was barely 6 o'clock. Nevertheless, as a dedicated worker, she promptly arose, refreshed herself, and headed to the living room. Upon entering, Sue Rand discovered only 2 male guests present, with not a single female in sight. After exchanging greetings, she inquired, "Where are the others? Are they busy with makeup?" Producer Lee chuckled and replied, "Today, the boys have a special task. You are to awaken your partners still lost in their dreams." As she spoke, she handed out the task cards to the three men. "The rules are straightforward," Lee PD continued. "Gentlemen, please awaken your still slumbering partners in the manner you deem most expressive of love and romance." The task was simple, primarily aimed at delighting the early rising fans. As anticipated, the chat room exploded with excitement. Uft. Love and romance? Quite targeted ISNT it? Ha ha ha. The task is serious. Yet I bet Sue Ran will not approach it seriously. I'm waiting to see Sue Ran stir things up. Bombard her with the song of the glutton. No, I want sweetness. Can't Sue Ran act like a person occasionally? Don't dream too much. If Sue Ran doesn't cause a stir, she's not herself. While the audience speculated on how Sue Ran would wake Reba, Wang Hee and Lee Yun Rue had already commenced their endeavors. Unlike Sue Ran, their fans were drawn purely by sweetness, so their execution merely needed to embody that essence. Lee Yun Rue opted for a simple approach, avoiding any extravagant displays. He merely walked to the kitchen, prepared a bowl of noodles, and lightly tapped on Meng Z's door. "It's time for breakfast." His voice was soft, yet carried a magnetic quality that instilled a sense of comfort. Inside, Meng Z's sleepy response soon followed, okay. I'll get up now." The entire exchange exuded warmth and simplicity, evoking the tender essence of a couple who had shared countless moments together. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was putting in a bit more thought into his approach. He held a bouquet of wildflowers in his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Shuxin, it's time to rise. Look at what I've discovered." The door swung open swiftly, revealing Yu Shuxin, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, how beautiful. Didi, you are so romantic." The romance and sweetness prompted the fans to exclaim that Wang Hedi was exceptionally adept, as if a scene from a drama had been brought to life. Meanwhile, while the other two guests were taking action, Sue Ran did not rush. Instead, he returned directly to his room. He had no intention of fulfilling the task. Rather, he planned to indulge in a little more sleep. Was he jesting? To wake up Reba now? He was entirely unaware if that strong-willed girl had awakened in a foul mood. If he were to provoke her, wouldn't that be counterproductive? As for the sugar-sweet segment designed by the production team, apologies, but Sue Ran simply didn't care. Just then, a system notification chimed. "Ding! You have triggered a limited time task. Please utilize the provided tools to gently awaken your partner." Task reward: Silver Treasure Chest X1, 200 activity points. Tools: Swona, Black and White Wuchang cosplay costume, Dry Ice, countdown 30 minutes. Glancing at the task details, Sue Ran felt an overwhelming headache. What on earth was this system thinking? Was it under some delusion about gentleness? Just look at the items it provided. A black and white Wuchang costume and a Swona. Was he meant to wake someone or bid them farewell? Goodness. Yet, upon seeing the tempting reward, he felt a stir of excitement. A silver treasure chest could be worth 1,000 activity points. Completing the task would yield an additional 200 points to do or not to do. He would do it. Apologies to his good brother, he would just have to make it up to him with a truckload of snacks later. Resolute in his decision, Sue Ran knew he would have to compensate Reba handsomely in the future. Moreover, selecting the right piece of music was paramount. It was clear he could not choose something like 100 Birds, Paying Homage to the Phoenix, or Double Happiness, as they were far too intimidating. Sue Ran certainly did not want to frighten Reba into a frenzy. So what song to choose? A thought struck him. He clapped his hands. "I'll pick a beautiful tune." With determination, he retrieved the props from the system S-Space. After a moment as consideration, he donned the costume of the white Wuchang. After all, white was relatively more inviting. Once dressed, he took the Swona and Dry Ice, stealthily making his way to Reba's door. When the audience in the live stream beheld Sue Ran's attire, laughter erupted. "Wait, what is this? White Wuchang and a Swona? Goodness, is Sue Ran here to wake her up or to collect souls?" Ha ha ha. I knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. Just a moment ago, I thought Sue Ran was going back for a nap. Who knew he was waiting here? The barrage of comments in the live stream had spiraled out of control. There were those who reveled in the spectacle. some who expressed concern, and others who harbored expectations. Regardless, Su-ran had arrived at the threshold of Hiba's door. Taking a deep breath, he did not rush in, but instead knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Hiba, are you awake? It's time to rise. The production team has tasks to accomplish. Su-ran, mindful of not startling her, opted to knock first, granting Hiba a moment to prepare. After a few seconds, a languid and somewhat adorable voice emerged from within. Okay, I know. Let me sleep a little longer. The voice was soft and fluffy, akin to a kitten yet to shake off its slumber. A little longer? That won't do. Su-ran smiled slightly. I have a surprise prepared for you. Would you like to get up and see? What surprise? Hiba's voice remained drowsy. Let me wake up first. Evidently, the allure of the surprise paled in comparison to the embrace of sleep. Not going to see it? I'm going to sleep now. Upon hearing this, Su-ran inhaled deeply once more and declared, Then I shall enter. This surprise is meticulously arranged, so be mentally prepared. Still reluctant to leave her cozy bed, Hiba struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Curiosity about Su-ran's so-called surprise began to stir within her. Just then, a faint sound of the door lock turning echoed through the air. The door swung open. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke wafted in through the crack, ethereal and elusive. What on earth? Is there a fire? Startled, Hiba sprang up from her bed, her sleepiness dissipating. Then, she beheld a figure emerging from the swirling, fairy tale-like mist. Clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a tall pointed hat, and holding a suona, the figure approached her step by step. White, Wuchang? Hiba's eyes widened in disbelief. No, am I dreaming? Is it too early to encounter a ghost? Her mind momentarily stalled. A chill ran down her spine. Before she could scream, a piercing yet strangely captivating sound of the suona resonated, echoing as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Setting aside the frightening scene, the melody of the suona was not so shrill. In fact, it bore a certain charm. Wait a moment. Hiba squinted her eyes and recognized that the figure dancing wildly amidst the smoke, playing the suona, could only be Su-ran. A surprise? This felt more like a fright. So if I don't get up, you'll send me away, is that it? The entire live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. Hiba is so pitiful yet absolutely hilarious. Is this a ghostly wake-up service featuring a white Wuchang playing the suona? Though, I can't help but feel that this melody is rather delightful. Wow, this can't be original, can it? This show is utterly bonkers. Ha ha. As the tune concluded, Su-ran gazed affectionately at Hiba, asking, So what do you think? Do you like this surprise? A thunderous roar, brimming with unbridled fury, suddenly echoed. Su-ran. Reba, in a fit of rage, seized a pillow and hurled it towards the door, only to have it thwarted by Su-ran, who had already made a swift escape. Clearly, Reba was unwilling to let Su-ran slip away. She leapt out of bed, donning her fluffy slippers, and dashed towards the door, determined to exact vengeance upon this reckless individual. A blood-curdling scream reverberated, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, and the live stream transformed into a scene of unrestrained merriment. Now this was more like it. Meanwhile, as Su-ran endured his punishment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the timed task. Reward obtained. Silver treasure, chest X1. Gained 200 activity points. It was worth it. Suran Lementif. In the living room, the other 4 guests and PD Lee couldn't help but burst into laughter at the commotion emanating from upstairs. Teacher Su-ran truly was a jack of all trades. Lee Yunrui expressed admiration, noting his talents in guitar, suona, and culinary arts. Was there anything he couldn't do? Although the tune Su-ran had just played was somewhat eerie, it was undeniably captivating. Yu Shushin, intrigued, pondered aloud. I wonder if that was yet another original composition by Su-ran. Meng Zi's comment sparked the possibility in everyone's minds. Just then, the beleaguered Su-ran tumbled down the stairs in a hasty retreat. Wang Hedi inquired, Teacher Su, what was the name of the tune you just played? On a bridge. Su-ran replied, not bothering to look back as he fled. He knew that if he lingered, it might cost him his life. On a bridge? At that moment, Reba's furious voice rang out. What nonsense! I believe it should be called Naiha Bridge. Her words sent the live audience and viewers alike into fits of laughter. Chapter 23. A businesslike date? Sue Rand's new definition of dating. This comical episode culminated in Sue Rand securing the forgiveness of Reba after signing a series of inequitable agreements. At the dining table, Sue Rand respectfully presented the document of surrender, a rather unbalanced treaty titled Memorandum of Understanding regarding Comrade Sue Rand's severe disruption of neighbor sleep quality and mental health. Below were enumerated numerous compensation clauses, including, but not limited to, the responsibility for breakfasts over the next week, a week of household chores, and a generous snack package, plus a truckload of goodies. The guests leaned in with curiosity to examine the paper, subsequently erupting into laughter. Oof. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the beginning. Reba, with an air of arrogance, affixed his signature to the peace agreement. Yes, I shall dare next time. I misspoke. I shall not dare next time. With internal conflicts resolved, the dining atmosphere returned to its previous joviality. At that moment, Lee PD approached once more, beaming and armed with a task card. She first announced the results of the culinary competition from the previous day. Without a doubt, the He-Ran couple emerged victorious, while the other two pairs shared second place. The rewards were exceedingly generous. The He-Ran couple was awarded a month's usage of an electric vehicle alongside a romantic fund of 1,000 yuan, which included the week's meal expenses. The second-place couples received a cash prize of 600 yuan each. This outcome surely delighted everyone involved. Subsequently, Lee PD unveiled a task that sent waves of excitement through the audience. Heart-fluttering, couple's first romantic date. This marked the inaugural official date for the three couples in Summer Heartbeat 2. The ardent fans were ecstatic, as the long-awaited pink bubbles of romance were about to burst forth. At the scene, the prospect of a heart-fluttering first date piqued the guests' interest. Indeed, noticing their eager expressions, Lee PD smiled contentedly and elaborated on the rules of the date. This heart-fluttering outing was scheduled for that afternoon. The production team would provide each couple with a budget of 500 yuan for their date, which they could allocate as they pleased. The location, format, and content of the date were entirely at their discretion. After a pause, Lee PD emphasized that they could choose a place they had always yearned to visit but never had the opportunity to, whether it be a stroll in the park, a movie, or any setting that they believed would evoke feelings of romance in one another. The production team would merely follow along, offering no interference whatsoever. Upon returning in the evening, there would be a small sharing session to determine which couple's date was the most heartwarming. The rules remained straightforward. There was no scripted arrangement, allowing the guests complete freedom to express themselves. Moreover, the unprecedented provision of 500 yuan in funding granted them substantial creative latitude. Otherwise, where could they possibly go on a date? Xiao Mo and Songlan had begun to engage in hushed discussions. Meng Ziyi and Yu Shuxin both wore expressions of excitement, while Reba felt a flutter of anticipation within. A date indeed, although Sue Ran was somewhat eccentric. What if this fellow suddenly had an epiphany? What if delightful surprises awaited her ahead? Yet, upon reflection, Reba couldn't help but fear that such surprises might instead turn into shocks. Her little spark of hope was swiftly overshadowed by a wave of anxiety. Despite their brief acquaintance, Reba had gleaned some insights into this individual. Relying on him to follow a conventional approach was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Heaven knows what outrageous dating scheme was brewing in his mind. Please, let it not be something bizarre. Reba's mixed expression of hope and worry did not escape Sue Rand's notice. Observing the turmoil on her face, he couldn't restrain a chuckle. Fear not, it's merely a date. I shall ensure everything is arranged clearly. Upon hearing this, Reba felt not a sense of relief, but rather heightened vigilance. That smile, it was unmistakably a precursor to mischief. No, I must take control of the situation. With this thought, Reba cleared her throat and declared, since this is our first date, I believe we must proceed with caution. So I will take charge of the planning. Oh, Sue Ran raised an eyebrow, surprisingly not opposing her, and smiled as he inquired, all right then, I leave it to you. Let us head to our secret base to discuss. With that, Reba pulled Sue Ran toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. This space had undeniably become their clandestine enclave. Meanwhile, the other couples scattered to deliberate on their respective dating locations. The discussions among Xiao Mo and his partner were notably lively, both striving to select a place they would both enjoy. In contrast, Songlan's couple remained relatively quiet. Yushu Xin, who was not particularly inclined to engage in deep thought, had entirely entrusted the planning to Wang Hedi, who was diligently searching for various date ideas. The audience in the live stream was exuberant. With Reba taking the reins of the dating plans for the hot Ran couple, sweet moments were surely in store. At the second floor's floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunlight poured in beautifully. Outside, the vast sea view remained unspoiled. Under a sky of azure adorned with fluffy clouds and soaring seagulls. In stark contrast to the bustling living room, this spot exuded an air of tranquility, truly embodying the essence of a secret base. Reba led Su Ran to the second floor, her small face taut and serious. Su Ran couldn't help but smile at her earnest and somewhat adorable demeanor. It was evident that she was genuinely invested in this first date. Unaware of Su Ran's amusement, Reba retrieved her phone and solemnly opened her notes. Her fingers swiftly glided across the screen, seemingly searching for something specific. Su Ran leaned in for a glance. Goodness, the notes were densely packed with an array of items. With keen eyes, Su Ran noticed a line that read, "The comprehensive list of snacks Su Ran promised to buy for me," followed by an array of snack names. Su Ran also caught sight of an eye-catching title, Top 50 Must-Visit Places for Couples. Below were listed various trendy restaurants, romantic spots, cinemas, and amusement parks. Goodness, Su Ran exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought? This girl, usually so carefree, had amassed such an extensive collection of dating strategies? However, Reba remained oblivious to Su Ran's secret observation. After carefully sifting through her options, she finally selected a few places she deemed both affordable and desirable to visit. She then took out a small notebook and pen, writing down her choices with great seriousness. Once finished, she pushed the notebook towards Su Ran, declaring with satisfaction, "Here. These places are the carefully considered dating hotspots I have chosen. Take a look and see which one you would like to visit." Su Ran took the notebook and noted the 4 dating locations Reba had written down, each thoughtfully marked with a star rating. Zoo, botanical garden, aquarium, amusement park. Reba looked at Su Ran expectantly, her chin slightly raised, exuding a mix of pride and anticipation. "So what do you think? Aren't these places intriguing? Which one do you prefer?" The reason she had chosen these 4 locations was that they were suitable for a first date, ensuring it wouldn't be too dull, and they aligned with their current financial situation. Su Ran, without answering, simply smiled and nodded, countering with a question. "They all seem wonderful. But which one do you want to visit the most?" Reba's eyes widened in disbelief. The Su Ran before her felt so unfamiliar. It sent a chill down her spine. Su Ran was not critiquing her plans. This was absurd. "You're not feeling unwell, are you?" Reba asked, instinctively checking Su Ran's temperature with the back of her hand. "You're not burning up, are you?" Su Ran swatted Reba's hand away and replied, "Hurry up and choose." Reba frowned, her face contorted in indecision. "Honestly, I want to go to all of them, but I don't know which to pick. Is it possible to visit them all? All of them?" Su Ran paused for a moment, lost in thought. Reba pouted, expressing her regret. "I was just joking. If we went to all of them, we definitely wouldn't have enough time." Su Ran chuckled and shook her head, saying, "What is so difficult about that? I can take you to all these places this afternoon." "What?" Reba was taken aback. "All of them? You can't be serious. How can we possibly fit that into one afternoon? Are we going to travel by rocket?" "Don't worry, I have my ways." Su Ran winked, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "However, the places I take you to might lean towards the commercial side, and we may end up exhausting our budget." Reba was left speechless. "Commercial? What do you mean? A commercial zoo or aquarium? Is that legitimate?" Moreover, Su Ran's smile always gave her an unsettling feeling. "Rest assured." Su Ran smiled and said, "The location is chosen by you. Can you truly fear that I might deceive you?" "Well, that is indeed true." Reba ultimately nodded, continually reassuring herself. "The location is my choice. He cannot possibly pull any tricks." Moreover, she was genuinely curious about what this business entailed. Chapter 24. the zero-frame opening. Su Ran is adept at flattery. The afternoon sun cascades over the ocean, creating a shimmering surface akin to countless dancing sprites. The sky is a pristine, soul-refreshing azure, dotted with a few whimsical, cotton candy-like clouds drifting leisurely. The sea breeze, imbued with a refreshing chill, gently caresses the balcony of the villa, carrying the essence of the ocean. It must be said that the program team's choice of this location offers an unparalleled view of the sea. Inside the room on the second floor, the excited Reba stands before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, admiring her own beauty, in contrast to her usual casual attire of t-shirts and jeans. Today Reba has chosen a delicate, pale yellow floral sundress. The skirt flutters lightly with her movements, accentuating her snow-white skin and slender waist. She has also adorned her face with a meticulously crafted, vibrant makeup look, her curled eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans and her luscious lips glistening with an alluring sheen. She radiates youth and vitality. Perfection. Reba gazes at her reflection, tilting her head left and right, nodding in satisfaction. Although she harbors doubts about Su Ran's somewhat businesslike demeanor, she believes that a sense of ceremony is essential. After all, for a date, one must dress beautifully. Moreover, she wonders what reaction that insufferable fellow will have upon seeing her. Today, she intends to dazzle him, to blind him with her beauty. Meanwhile, Su Ran rummages through the kitchen downstairs, searching for ingredients. Vegetables, eggs, rice. Gazing at the leftovers and eggs in the fridge, he decides to whip up a simple yet delectable egg fried rice. It's straightforward and delicious, primarily because he is too lazy to think of anything more complicated. Thus, he promptly gets to work. Crack the eggs, chop the scallions, heat the pan, add oil. His movements are fluid and graceful, showcasing the finesse of a master. The audience finds the spectacle delightful. Yet, gradually, they realize that things are taking a rather bizarre turn. What eventually unfolds in the live broadcast is simply beyond words. The rice grains are distinct, yet their hue is not the enticing golden yellow one would expect, but rather an unsettling blackish gray that diminishes the appetite. If yesterday's Cthulhu seafood porridge resembled a medieval witch-esque poison, then this plate of fried rice appears akin to radioactive waste tainted by nuclear fallout. Warning, high energy ahead. Non-combatants, please avert your eyes. What on earth is this fried rice? Forgive my ignorance. I thought it was coal mixed with rice. This must be bomb fried rice. I can feel the suffocation through the screen. Others host appetizing live streams, while Su Ran seems to run a weight loss channel. However, in the kitchen, Su Ran surveys his creation, nodding in satisfaction. He picks up a spoon and takes a bite. Delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender inside. The rice is chewy, savory, and fragrant with egg. Top-notch. Truly a flavor that even the most skilled chefs of Chinese cuisine could not replicate. Though the presentation is somewhat disturbing. After much mental fortitude, Su Ran finally mustered the courage to speak. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Su Ran looked up and was instantly captivated. There stood Reba, adorned in a delightful pale yellow floral dress, the hem gently swaying with her graceful descent. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo around her. Everything was simply exquisite. Su Ran had to admit, when she put in the effort, this girl truly shone. The contrast with her usual tomboyish demeanor was striking. Observing Su Ran's astonished expression, Reba felt a flicker of pride in her heart. Now you realize just how beautiful I am, don't you? She approached Su Ran, her face beaming with a smile, and asked, "What do you think? Taking me out will surely enhance your reputation. Want it?" "Absolutely." Su Ran nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up. "You're a total showstopper." Reba was pleased with Su Ran's response, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "So, at this very moment, shouldn't you say something?" Her face radiated the unspoken words, "Praise me." Su Ran stroked her chin, pondering earnestly. Then, her eyes lit up, and with Reba's eager anticipation, she took a deep breath. "Reba, what perplexing behavior is this? Are you sniffing out a woman's scent?" Reba stared at Su Ran in confusion, only to hear Su Ran ask nonchalantly, Do you have body odor? The air thickened instantly. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned by Su Ran's astonishing question. How could she ask a meticulously dressed, fragrant beauty if she had body odor? What a peculiar train of thought. After a few seconds of mental processing, Reba snapped back to reality. You're the one with body odor. Scene. It's a blend of rose and jasmine. How could that possibly resemble body odor? Is your nose malfunctioning? Reba felt that the hours she spent on her makeup were more worthwhile for a dog than for Su Ran. Su Ran, witnessing Reba's fury, flashed a self-assured and charming smile, saying earnestly, "Then how come you're as enchanting as a fox?" Reba. The live stream room. Yushu Shin and Wang Hedi, preparing to descend the stairs. After a brief silence, the villa erupted with laughter. Cuckoo, 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 goo, g, 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 Yushu Shin and Wang Hedi laughed, so hard they nearly toppled down the stairs. Dear, if you can't flirt, then don't force it. Reba face-bombed, utterly exasperated. Promise me you won't compliment people so freely in the future. Don't like it? Su Ran furrowed her brow, cautiously inquiring, shall I try another? Don't. Reba quickly covered Su Ran's mouth. I absolutely adore it. Suram plidid. Just give me one more chance. I promise I can do better. Gazing into Su Ran's sincere eyes, Reba felt her heart soften momentarily. She nodded and said, Then you. Come on. However, she heard Su Ran start with a bold declaration. Your father must be a thief, right? Reba exclaimed in disbelief. Su Ran continued. He surely stole the most beautiful stars and placed them in your eyes. Reba retorted, Ah, yes, yes, yes. My father also conveniently stole your brains. Listening to their banter, the livestream audience erupted in laughter. The barrage of comments flooded in, a veritable delight for those with a fear of dense crowds. Ha ha! I'm laughing so hard that my neighbors think I've been slaughtering pigs. Charming like a fox. Su Ran, you truly are a remarkable talent. Reba, I thank your entire family. Su Ran, with her own prowess, has provided an exemplary case study for countless straight men. Wadherma is truly going to die laughing in this live stream. Even the matchmaker would shake his head. Chapter 25, The Electric Scooter Incident. My CPU is overheating. This hilarious episode, triggered by a rather audacious flirtation, concluded with Su Ran paying the price of 3 meals. Ultimately, amidst the sympathetic gazes of those around them, Su Ran and the electric scooter were ready to embark on their journey. The duo approached the pink electric scooter parked outside the courtyard. Hold on tight. No more jokes this time. We're off on a date. Su Ran, this time, refrained from any mischief, twisting the throttle as the scooter whisked them away. The pink electric scooter glided smoothly along the coastal highway. Reba sat sideways on the back seat, gently resting her hand on Su Ran's waist. Her gaze drifted past Su Ran's shoulder, captivated by the endless expanse of the azure sea. The sky was crystal clear, and the clouds danced lazily. Everything appeared so idyllic. Whether it was the enchanting scenery or the anticipation of their first date, Reba found that Su Ran, at that moment, seemed far less exasperating. Instead, a subtle thrill and expectation took its place, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily lift into a smile. Oh my, this scene is breathtaking. Tom stands still. Su Ran's beauty is truly top-notch in silence. Whoa, Reba's smile is so sweet. Is she starting to develop feelings for Su Ran? Just a wild guess. Business-oriented oceanarium day trip to an offshore drilling platform? You upstairs are a devil. But if it's Su Ran, it's entirely plausible. As the electric scooter continued its journey, however, with a few turns taken by Su Ran, the surroundings began to feel somewhat askew. The picturesque ocean view vanished, replaced by a bustling street scene. The flicker of anticipation in Reba's heart began to be overshadowed by an ominous premonition. Unable to contain herself, she tapped Su Ran's back. Hey, are you sure you're not lost? Why does it feel increasingly off? Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Our first stop, the botanical garden. In the next moment, the electric scooter came to an abrupt halt. When Reba lifted her gaze to the bold characters spelling out farmer's market, she was utterly flabbergasted. Before her lay a vibrant, bustling market filled with a cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. She felt as if her CPU were about to overheat. Suran. A dreadful suspicion crept into Reba's mind as she gritted her teeth and inquired, "Don't tell me this is your idea of a business-oriented botanical garden." Suran shot her a knowing look, brimming with pride. "Well, what do you think? Quite businesslike, I assent it. Shopping after the tour, how delightful." At that moment, Reba truly felt drained of even the strength to retort. She realized how naive she had been to harbor any expectations of this foolish man. Truly, he was living life to the fullest. Through gritted teeth, she managed to utter a few words, wishing she could strangle Suran right then and there. If looks could kill, Suran would have perished countless times over. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in stitches. "Ha ha, I knew it. I just knew it would turn out this way. Business-oriented botanical garden wholesale farmer's market. Suran, you are a devil." So, the business-oriented oceanarium is just a seafood market then? In the vibrant atmosphere of the market, Suran, clad in casual attire, seemed perfectly at home, while Reba, looking like a delicate fairy, found herself wandering through a vegetable market. My heart ached for Reba, yet the absurdity of the situation was undeniably amusing, bringing tears of laughter to my eyes. Ignoring Reba's murderous glare, Suran enthusiastically dragged her deeper into the market, patiently explaining the art of selecting vegetables. Reba, however, felt utterly exasperated, wishing for nothing more than to find a block of tofu to crash into. She had never felt so speechless in her life. Just as Reba contemplated the meaning of existence, Suran abruptly led her to another section. After exploring the botanical garden, Suran exclaimed, "Now, let us visit the aquarium." In the next moment, they found themselves in the fish market, where the chat room erupted once again. Gazing at the rows of glass tanks bubbling with life, filled with vibrant fish, shrimp, and crabs, Reba felt her spirit drain away. Suran pointed at the tanks and cheerfully remarked, "What do you think? The marine creatures here are surely as plentiful as those in the aquarium. And the best part is, it's all free. I think this place should be called the Boiled Fish Hauler, the Spicy Crab Pavilion. No one would dare to intervene." Reba's expression turned deadpan as she regarded Suran. Suran, sensing her friend was on the verge of a meltdown, hurriedly added, "Don't be upset. Listen to my explanation." With a huff, Reba granted Suran a chance to elaborate, curious about the twists and turns of her reasoning. "Reba, think about it. What is so captivating about those botanical gardens or zoos? It's just the same flowers, birds, fish, and insects over and over again. Plus, the tickets are exorbitantly priced. You take a few pictures, and it's all over. What is the point? But here, it's entirely different. Look at those lively seafood." Suran continued, gesturing excitedly. "It's free to see and experience. The money we save on tickets can be spent on whatever we desire to eat." Reba had initially been upset, but as she listened to Suran's whimsical logic, she found herself begrudgingly acknowledging a hint of validity in her argument. Especially the notion of being able to indulge in whatever culinary delights she wished struck a chord deep within her foodie soul. The chat room erupted with excitement. "Wow, Suran could make even the dead sound lively. I can't believe I find this argument somewhat convincing. Reba run. P.S. giving a presentation." "Reba, wait a minute, I think I'm starting to understand." Just as Reba's internal defenses were about to crumble, Suran casually declared, "Don't be disheartened. Tonight, I'll take you to enjoy the freedom of seafood. Whatever you wish to eat, we shall procure." Reba's eyes sparkled with delight. All her previous grievances and complaints evaporated in an instant, overshadowed by the enticing prospect of culinary freedom. At that moment, she wholeheartedly agreed with Suran. This place was infinitely superior to any tedious zoo or aquarium. Most importantly, she had a plethora of delectable desires. Reba immediately perked up, but upon reflection, she realized she could not let Suran off the hook so easily. Her eyes darted playfully, and she pointed at the imposing creature in the water tank, inquiring, "Really? Then I want to eat that." Suran was momentarily taken aback. She was referring to the Australian lobster. While undeniably delicious, it was also prohibitively expensive. Nevertheless, Suran showed no hesitation. Having garnered considerable value from Reba, he felt a pang of guilt. Thus, a lavish feast was imperative for her. He approached the vendor and asked, "Madam, how much for the Australian lobster?" The vendor glanced at Sue Ran and Reba, cheerfully responding, "You must give it a kiss before purchasing." Suran? Reba? Both were utterly bewildered. To buy a lobster, one had to kiss it? What an absurd stipulation. Was this a prank orchestrated by the production team? Reba felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively glanced at Sue Ran, her cheeks slightly flushed. A kiss? Perhaps it was tea entirely out of the question. Surely, it wasn't Sue Ran's charm that attracted her. She was primarily motivated by the desire to savor the lobster. Sue Ran, too, felt a surge of excitement. Akish, was this a perk from the production team? He asked, somewhat fervently yet uncertain kiss. What on earth? The vendor, equally perplexed by their reactions, picked up the lobster and placed it on the scale, clarifying, "You must weigh it, Ching, before buying." Suran, Reba, they both realized their blunder, their faces turning crimson. It was a matter of weighing, Ching, not kissing. The live chat erupted in laughter. I'm dying of laughter. I thought they were hired helpers from a production team. If the vendor had explained a moment later, Reba might have actually gone in for a kiss. Reba was pouting. They both took it seriously. How infuriating. They were so close to sprinkling some pink effects. Ultimately, after this comical misunderstanding, Reba wisely decided to forego the expensive Australian lobster. However, Sue Ran still honored his promise of seafood resources. They gathered an array of seafood, vegetables, fruits, and various snacks from the supermarket. With their arms laden with bags, they felt immensely fulfilled. Although this nearly exhausted their budget for the date, seeing Reba's jubilant expression made it worthwhile for Sue Ran. Moreover, he had a plan in mind. The true date was yet to come. On the way back to the villa, Reba sat on the back of the scooter, gazing at Sue Ran's silhouette, her feelings rather complex. Though this fellow's antics were often absurd, transforming her anticipated romantic outing into a market excursion, the experience was rife with amusing moments that nearly drove her to frustration. Yet, she couldn't deny. It was quite entertaining. At the very least, it was an experience she would never forget. It was the most extraordinary and unforgettable date. This down-to-earth interaction, imbued with a vibrant spirit and punctuated by bursts of laughter. She appeared to be not entirely averse. She subtly tightened the embrace of her hand around Sue Ran's waist. Chapter 26. Reba. Oh dear, what a feeling of infatuation. Half an hour later, Sue Ran and Reba had returned to the cozy love nest. Sue Ran was bustling about, carrying numerous bags filled with ingredients into the kitchen, while Reba stood nearby, sipping the milk tea that Sue Ran had bought for her and moving the snacks he had purchased into her room. Her smile was genuine and radiant, a clear testament to her joy. The viewers in the live stream chat began to flood the screen with comments. Wow, Reba's smile is absolutely enchanting. Oh my goodness, my sister Reba is about to fall. Yes, I ship them hard. Although Sue Ran is quite the straight man, I must admit he understands Reba. Inside the villa, upon entering, the two did not see the other couples. However, considering the time was not even 3 o'clock yet, it was hardly surprising that the others weren't back from their dates. Oh, except for Sue Ran and Reba. These two were indeed an unusual pair. Both were occupied with their tasks. Sue Ran diligently organized the various ingredients, placing vegetables and meats in the refrigerator while keeping the seafood in water for freshness. Meanwhile, Reba was in her room, arranging her snacks. Crunching sounds filled the air as bags of chips, spicy strips, chocolate, wafers, dried mango, yogurt balls, cheese sticks, and a plethora of other treats piled up before her. Sue Ran had almost acquired everything she had mentioned as her favorites yesterday. As Reba gazed at the towering mountain of snacks, her eyes sparkled with delight. The sheer bliss was almost overwhelming. Was this what it felt like to be free with snacks? It was simply exhilarating. The image of Sue Ran floated through her mind. She had to admit, despite his eccentricities, he was not devoid of charm. Moreover, he had remembered their promise. In light of these snacks, she decided to forgive him. 50%. Reba whispered to herself, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Although today's business-like outing was far removed from the romantic scene she had envisioned, the experience was surprisingly enjoyable. At the very least, it felt authentic, relaxed, and quite entertaining. Being by Sue Ran's side allowed her to be at ease. In fact, when he was serious, he was undeniably captivating. Shaking her head vigorously, Reba cast aside her wandering thoughts and headed downstairs to assist in the kitchen. After a considerable amount of time spent in their endeavors, they finally finished. Done. Mission accomplished. Sue Ran clapped his hands together, looking at the fully stocked refrigerator with a satisfied smile. He turned to Reba and said, "You go ahead and rest in the living room for a bit. Have some water and wait for me." "Huh? Where are you going?" Reba asked, slightly puzzled. "Just gonna shower, change clothes, and freshen up." Sue Ran winked at her, leaving behind an air of mystery as he retreated to his room. Reba pouted slightly as she settled onto the sofa in the living room, her mind racing with curiosity. Shower and change clothes? What was he up to? The date had concluded, and only then did she realize the necessity of tidying her appearance. However, Reba disregarded him, engrossed in scrolling through her phone. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Instinctively, she raised her gaze, only to have her phone slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. She was utterly stunned. Before her stood Sue Ran, clad in a crisp black shirt and trousers, 2 buttons of his collar undone, revealing his sharply defined collarbones, sleeves casually rolled up. He exuded an air of cool nobility, a powerful aura imbued with an aura of restraint, starkly contrasting his usual languor. How handsome! Reba felt as if her heart had been struck by a forceful jolt. It raced uncontrollably. Had she been wearing a heart rate monitor at that moment, its alarm would likely have echoed throughout the entire villa. The female viewers in the live stream were equally frenzied. The comments section erupted instantaneously. "My heavens, is this Sue Ran? Help! I can't take it. Who can withstand this? Black shirt, collarbone, Adam's apple. Absolutely stunning. The embodiment of the aloof male god. Is this the correct way to perceive Sue Ran? I'm out of blood. Call an ambulance. Woo-woo. So handsome. I want to marry him." As Reba gazed at the breathtakingly handsome man before her, her mind went blank. One thought raced through her head. Wow, this guy looks so devastatingly attractive when he is serious. Just as Reba remained entranced in her astonishment, Sue Ran approached her, his face adorned with a serious yet gentle smile. "Let us go. We're going on a date." His voice was deep, laced with an enticing magnetism. "Hey, date?" Instinctively, she reached out her hand. Yet, in the very moment her fingertips were about to make contact, she suddenly recalled something. Her vigilance surged. She scrutinized Sue Ran suspiciously, tentatively inquiring, Where are we going?" "It wouldn't be another business-like affair, would it?" If it was another business meeting, she would rather stay in the villa, munching on chips and scrolling through Douyin. Sue Ran chuckled heartily, feigning seriousness. "That cannot be. This time it is purely for pleasure." Purely for pleasure? An upgrade from the previous business-like meetings? Reba's face fell, shaking her head vigorously. "I'm not going. If you want to go, then go by yourself." What a joke. I've already endured the market and seafood market experiences. This purely pleasurable date would only lead to more despair. Wouldn't it? Just kidding. Come with me, Sue Ran said, as he effortlessly pulled Reba up from the sofa. She struggled symbolically a couple of times, realizing she couldn't break free, and thus relented. This guy, surely he wouldn't abduct her, would he? Holding her hand, Sue Ran led her outside while smiling and explaining. "Don't worry. This time it's purely recreational. I guarantee you'll have fun." Reba remained skeptical, her face a mask of disbelief. "Really? You're not lying to me? Well, have I ever deceived you?" Sue Ran countered, raising an eyebrow, observing Sue Ran's unwavering confidence. Reba chose to place her trust in him. Primarily, she could hardly conceive of any more absurd antics he might conjure. Moreover, the transformed Sue Ran was simply too charming to elicit her refusal. The two returned to the courtyard, with Sue Ran taking the lead by mounting the small electric scooter. After a moment's hesitation, Reba settled onto the rear seat. The scooter roared to life once more, departing the villa area. The sea breeze remained gentle, and the sun shone brilliantly. Seated in the back, Reba felt a mix of subtle emotions and anticipation stirring within her. Yet, she swiftly quelled that flicker of hope in her heart. No, She must not allow herself to expect anything. Not a single punctuation mark of Su Da's words could be trusted. What if he took her to some bizarre and unreliable place again, only to leave her disappointed? However, an overwhelming curiosity ultimately compelled her to inquire. Su Ran, where exactly are you taking me? Su Ran glanced at her through the rearview mirror, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What? Afraid I might sell you off? He teased. Oof. Reba scoffed. I'm not afraid. This is a nationwide live broadcast. Millions are watching. You wouldn't dare. Well, you're quite clever, Su Ran chuckled. Now tell me, where are we going? Reba's curiosity intensified. All right, I'll tell you, Su Ran replied, shifting his tone and asking, do you know what Olympiad mathematics is? I know a sense of foreboding gripped Reba's heart. As I thought, Su Ran continued languidly, I'm taking you to a pure business Olympiad math class. A brain-stimulating experience. Olympiad math class? A pure business Olympiad math class? What on earth is that? Reba instinctively felt the urge to jump from the vehicle. She knew Su Ran was utterly unreliable. Just then, Su Ran's voice drifted back to her. I'm taking you to play mahjong. Stop the car. I'm not going. Reba nearly screamed, exclaiming, Su Ran, are you insane? Who goes on a date to play mahjong? Ha ha ha. Su Ran finally burst into laughter, reveling in her shock. I was just teasing you. Look how frightened you are. Without needing to turn around, Su Ran could envision Reba's adorably puffed-up expression of indignation. So, where on earth are we really going? Reba remained unconvinced. Slowing down, Su Ran turned to her, winking playfully. His smile now bore an added sincerity and a touch of tenderness. Rest assured, I promise it's a place you'll love. This time, it's genuinely a pure recreational outing. With Su Ran's repeated assurances and his resolute tone, Reba's previously anxious heart began to ease. The flicker of suppressed anticipation that she had forcibly extinguished began to quietly reignite. Chapter 27. Su Ran, your time management mentor, ask you, are you convinced? 30 minutes later, the little electric scooter halted before a grand entrance. Reba was utterly taken aback. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she was hallucinating. The sound of the wind rushing past, reminiscent of a roller coaster, mingled with the excited screams of visitors, while the air was saturated with the sweet, cloying aroma of popcorn and cotton candy. All of this unmistakably signaled to her. This was no dream. Su Ran, this fellow, had truly brought her to an amusement park. In that moment, immense joy erupted within Reba's heart like a burst of fireworks. She swiftly turned her head, incredulously gazing at the man beside her, who donned a helmet and wore a beaming smile. Under the sun, his smile was both pure and dazzling. Reba felt as if her heart had been gently nudged by something. She had harbored a flicker of expectation, yet she had never truly anticipated that Su Ran would take her here. Why the desire to visit an amusement park? Perhaps it stemmed from a small wish from her childhood. Her father, the head of a dance troupe, held lofty expectations for her. From her early years, her life had been consumed by rigorous dance practice, demanding and monotonous. While other children reveled in carefree play, she was confined to the practice room, endlessly repeating tedious movements. A joyful childhood? For her, it existed almost solely in dreams. As she matured and entered the entertainment industry, it felt as though the clock had been wound tighter, leaving her no time to remedy the regrets of her youth. When she discovered she could freely date today, the first thought that sprang to her mind was to visit an amusement park. However, considering the tight budget of 500 yuan, it seemed somewhat implausible, especially given the high ticket prices. Moreover, she worried Su Ran might deem her childish. Thus, when drafting alternative plans, she had relegated the amusement park to the last option, secretly marking it with 5 stars. In truth, she harbored a selfish hope that Su Ran might take her there. She never imagined that Su Ran would genuinely grasp her intent. Just as Reba was lost in her surprise and emotion, Su Ran's voice, tinged with playful pride, echoed in her ear. Well, I didn't deceive you, did I? I told you it was a pure leisure outing. His tone carried a hint of cheeky self-approval. Reba snapped back to reality, gazing at Su Ran, a complex array of emotions surging within her. She blinked, curiosity prompting her to tentatively inquire. Did you know I wanted to come to the amusement park? Su Ran merely smiled in response, withholding an answer. He certainly would not admit to having sneakily glimpsed her memo marked with an overwhelming desire to visit. Instead, he remarked, "You marked it as a 5-star dating destination. If I were to remain oblivious, wouldn't that be rather impolite?" Touched, yet unwilling to relent, Reba retorted, "Then why did you deceive me by suggesting a business-oriented day trip? If you had brought me here directly, I wouldn't have been upset for so long. I never even claimed it was a date." Su Ran scratched his head, chuckling as he explained, "Wasn't I supposed to cook for you and buy snacks earlier? As I contemplated that we had sufficient funds and time today, I decided to make a detour to indulge in some shopping." With a triumphant smile, he remarked, "Look, we bought vegetables at the botanical garden, selected seafood at the aquarium, and even fulfilled your cravings for snacks. What is this called? This is the art of time management. I ask you, are you not impressed? With sights to see, delicious food to savor, and fun to be had, the cost-effectiveness is simply unparalleled." Listening to Su Ran's whimsical, yet somewhat absurd reasoning, Reba couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, she felt as though something had gently prodded her heart, a soft, warm sensation. Was it truly the case that this ludicrous business day trip was orchestrated to procure snacks and prepare dinner for her, and the genuine date was chosen at the place she most desired to visit? This kind of exhilarating thought surged within Reba, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. How she longed to marry him. The audience in the live stream, particularly the devoted fans, had completely lost their composure at this moment. "Oh, I'm dead. What a divine storyline. Soran, you deceiver. You heartthrob arsonist." He could have taken Reba directly to the amusement park. Yet, he chose first to satisfy her snack cravings. Details. It's all in the details. Su Ran, you are astonishing. What steel-hearted man. This is clearly the epitome of pure love. Woo-woo. Reba is ondo tidli smitern. Who can resist this? I believe in love again. Reba was utterly moved, her heart swelling with emotions, her nose slightly tinged with the onset of tears. Yet, she clung to her last shred of stubbornness. She sniffed, turned her head, and feigned indifference as she stated, "Humph. Today's date earns you a score of 98. I deducted 2 points to prevent you from becoming too arrogant." Su Ran shook his head with a smile, replying, "All right then, let us head inside. I purchased the tickets long ago." With that, he produced 2 passes from his pocket. "Wait, I want to take a photo for my social media." Naturally, the girl wished to capture some moments to share with her friends. Reba approached the enormous cartoon mascot at the entrance of the amusement park and asked the photographer, "Sir, could you please take a photo of us?" "No need to trouble the gentleman," Su Ran interjected, retrieving his own phone. "I can handle this. My photography skills surpass even my emotional intelligence." "Really?" Reba expressed her skepticism, clearly doubtful of Su Ran's claim. "Rest assured, I'll make you look like a stunning model. Not even a celestial being could rival your beauty." Su Ran assured her with a confident pat on his chest. "All right then," Reba replied, still somewhat hesitant, handing her phone to Su Ran while inquiring, "You promise?" "Of course." Su Ran nodded emphatically. Thus, under Su Ran's guidance, Reba struck a series of utterly bizarre poses now. Move next to that pillar. Yes, the thickest one, and embrace it. Yes, hang on like a koala. Make your expression adorable. Imagine yourself as a charming national treasure, shielding her eyes from the sun, not with this hand. Have you ever witnessed the gesture of Sun Wukong gazing into the distance? Allow me to instruct you. With the palm facing outward, the back of the hand resting against the forehead. Haba. Panda hugging a pillar? The great sage gazing? What on earth are these absurd poses? Is it done yet? This stance is utterly exhausting. Haba felt as if her back might snap at any moment. All right, perfect. Before Su Ran could finish her words, her phone was snatched away by Haba. The result, in the photograph, she resembled anything but a charming panda. Due to the angle of the shot, she appeared diminutive and plump, clutching that stout pillar, curled up into a ball. Her expression was one of exaggerated strain. She looked exactly like a chubby groundhog. Moreover, that pose of Sun Wukong gazing was nothing short of outrageous, capturing her as a foolish monkey, merely 5 feet tall, looking around in confusion. "Suran!" Haba's roar echoed throughout the venue. Infuriated, Hotba felt as though she might perish on the spot. Is this what you call a celestial maiden descending to earth? Is this what you captured of my long legs standing at 6 feet tall? She pointed at the groundhog in the photo, trembling with rage, exclaiming that if you cannot take a decent photo, then refrain from taking any at all. You've made me look so short and so unattractive. Su-Ran took a few steps back, hesitating as she spoke. Is there a possibility? Hotba frowned. What? Su-Ran bolted away, her voice echoing through the air. It is well known that cameras do not lie. Could it be that this is your most authentic self? Go to hell. A romantic amusement park date seemed to be veering off course once again. However, the viewers in the live stream had grown accustomed to such antics and were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 28. Your weight is not for you to decide. The scale determines that the audience in the live broadcast room was both amused and exasperated by Su-Ran's reckless antics, while they were filled with excitement for the amusement park date. Meanwhile, a chaotic chase ignited by an unflattering photograph culminated with Reba symbolically striking Su-Ran a few times, bringing the spectacle to a close. After all, this was Reba's cherished amusement park. Observing the joyous ambience surrounding her, Reba's fleeting anger dissipated almost instantly. Moreover, despite Su-Ran's mischievous nature, it brought her to the place she longed to visit most. Balancing the scales of merit and fault, she decided to let him off the hook this time. I will spare you for now, but should there be a next time, just wait and see how I handle you. With a haughty tilt of her chin, Reba eagerly tugged Su-Ran deeper into the amusement park. Su-Ran smiled softly and muttered under his breath, "All right, I'll dare to do it next time." Fortunately, Reba's attention was swiftly captured by the myriad attractions, for had she heard his words, he would surely have faced another beating. Upon entering the park, the sounds of joy became increasingly vivid. Thankfully, it was not a holiday. Otherwise, the crowds would have been overwhelming. Colorful balloons, staff dressed in mascot costumes, and children holding ice cream and cotton candy filled the scene. Everything seamlessly overlapped with Reba's envisioned picture. Su-Ran glanced at Reba, suddenly pointing ahead, saying, "You go wait by the signboard. I'll be back shortly." "What are you going to do?" Reba asked, puzzled. "I'm going to get something to drink." "I'm thirsty," Su-Ran replied. "All right, just come back quickly." "Understood." With that, Su-Ran made his way toward the convenience store, while Reba hurried to the map display, excitedly murmuring to herself as she scanned the plethora of attractions. There's a pirate ship, a free fall, a swinging pendulum. They all look like so much fun. Before long, while meticulously planning her route, Reba felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she was greeted by an enormous, multicolored, half-spherical cotton candy. Then, she heard Su-Ran's voice. "Here, you can have what the other kids have." Stunned, Reba dazedly accepted the cotton candy, an inexplicable warmth flooding her heart. This guy, has he figured me out again? What should I do? I find myself yearning for marriage once again. Look, let me share with you a novel way to enjoy this treat. As I turned my gaze, I witnessed Su-Ran squishing a cotton candy into a lump and then stuffing the entire thing in her mouth in one go. Perhaps it is best to postpone thoughts of marriage for now. Hita, both amused and exasperated, pondered how this individual somehow possessed an uncanny ability to disrupt the romantic atmosphere. He shook his head, dispelling unnecessary thoughts, and excitedly took Su-Ran's hand, exclaiming, "Su-Ran, the drop tower, and the swinging pendulum. Can you believe there are such thrilling attractions here?" Su-Ran frowned slightly and inquired, "Do you want to ride?" Yes. Hita nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Which one do you wish to try?" After a brief hesitation, Su-Ran asked again. Hita pointed towards the park's tallest and most conspicuous attraction, a colossal vertical roller coaster with an almost 90-degree drop. "That one. I want to ride that. It must be exhilarating." Her eyes sparkled with a sense of adventure. Su-Ran gasped softly, surprised that the seemingly easily intimidated Hita possessed such courage. To be honest, Su-Ran was not particularly fond of such rides. Well, it was because Su-Tian, fearless and audacious, had a slight aversion to heights. Though it was not severe, he still felt a bit apprehensive about high-altitude attractions. However, looking into Hita's eyes, brimming with anticipation, he could not bring himself to refuse. "Do you really want to ride?" He asked. Absolutely. I'm super excited to try. She replied. Nodding, Suran said, then let's go. The two made their way toward the swinging pendulum. The queue was rather long, indicating that this attraction was indeed quite popular. Attention, dear guests, before we commence, we must conduct a weight check. Those who do not meet the weight requirement will not be permitted to ride. The staff announced to those waiting in line. We have to weigh ourselves? Hita's expression of excitement instantly froze. It quickly morphed into a flicker of panic, though she maintained a fit physique, a girl's weight. That was the utmost secret, especially in front of a live camera, and Suran was still present. Suran perked up, pulling Hita along. Come on, let's weigh ourselves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can ride. Hita retorted with irritation. Are you a weirdo? Do you really want to know my weight that badly? I just want to see if you're truly as heavy as you claim. Get lost. I am not heavy at all. Suran pointed toward a nearby scale, chuckling. You can't judge by your own words. The scale will tell us the truth. Hita. After quite a long wait, it was finally their turn. Hita looked at the staff member and asked, Miss, can I tell you my weight without stepping on the scale? The staff shook their heads apologetically, expressing, I'm sorry, but this is for everyone's safety. Reba nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the weighing scale. She attempted to shield the display with her foot, but the staff insisted. Please do not obstruct. We need to record the information here. Nearby, Suran seized the opportunity to lean in, stretching her neck to sneak a glance. Hey, you're not allowed to look. Reba swiftly covered Suran's eyes, exclaiming in indignation, You're such a pervert for trying to sneak a peek. What is the big deal? It's not like I'm watching you bathe. Suran protested, attempting to break free. No, you mustn't look. Reba firmly held her ground, refusing to let Suran see. However, Reba was ultimately a moment too late. After managing to escape Reba's grasp, Suran, puzzled, remarked, Wait, how can you eat so much without exercising yet maintain your weight so well? But this girl's appetite certainly doesn't lie. Where does all that meat go? Suran's gaze shifted downward, and suddenly, she had an epiphany. No wonder the figures are odd. The data is all accumulating where it should be growing goodness. What a remarkable talent you possess. Reba hopped off the scale, boasting him, I am the legendary one who can eat without gaining weight. You could never envy me. Yet, this statement was merely a facade. Little did anyone know the countless efforts Reba had exerted behind the scenes to maintain her figure. If it weren't for the fact that she was free to indulge while filming a dating show, she wouldn't be able to let herself go so freely. It was also because someone had been rather indulgent with her, buying her whatever she wished to eat. Watching her smug demeanor, Suran couldn't help but murmur, If you keep eating like this, you'll soon become as plump as a pig. Reba inwardly chanted, Stay calm, don't get worked up. No one will help if you lose your temper. Endure for a moment, and things will smooth over. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Enough. I can't hold it in any longer. Reba raised her hand and slapped Suran's arm. Ouch. Are you a strong man? I feel like you've broken 3 of my ribs. Suran exclaimed. I aim for your arm. Reba retorted. Wow, you can even strike from a distance? Ignoring Suran, Reba strode towards the entrance of the vertical roller coaster. Suran chuckled and followed behind her. The brilliant sunlight bathed every corner of the amusement park. Although the companion beside her was somewhat infuriating, Reba couldn't help but acknowledge that her mood at that moment was as bright and radiant as the clear weather surrounding them. Chapter 29. The First Intimate Encounter. The Triumph of the Hardcore Enthusiasts. Before long, Suran and Reba found themselves seated on the vertical roller coaster. The staff meticulously secured their safety restraints, checking them repeatedly. Reba's small face radiated excitement and anticipation, her fingers gripping the safety bars so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yet in her sparkling eyes, there was a glimmer of eagerness. The swinging pendulum, the roller coaster she had longed for. Finally, the moment had arrived. In contrast, Suran's expression was far from relaxed. His face had taken on a slight pallor, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety churned within him. Though he forced a smile, his somewhat rigid posture betrayed his unease. Even before the roller coaster had begun its ascent, he felt as if the wind was howling in his ears. Reba seemed to sense Suran's discomfort. She turned her head, observing the tightness in his profile, and teased, Hey, you're not scared, are you? Surprisingly, Su-ran did not retort with his usual bravado. He swallowed hard, his gaze wandering. Reba furrowed her brow, as if a thought had struck her. Leaning in closer, she whispered, "Are you really afraid?" After a 2-second silence, Su-ran nodded slightly, his voice dry. I have a slight fear of heights, but it's manageable. I can handle this." It was not a matter of bravado. He genuinely felt capable, having ridden such attractions in his youth. Reba's expression faltered. A fear of heights? This fellow had a fear of heights, yet accompanied her to ride a vertical roller coaster? She suddenly recalled that Su-ran's demeanor had shifted when she expressed her desire to ride the coaster earlier. In her excitement, she had overlooked this detail. It dawned on her that he had mustered his courage solely to keep her company. An indescribable warmth surged within Reba's heart. However, guilt soon washed over her as she looked at Su-ran. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Maybe we shouldn't ride after all." Su-ran shook his head, forcing a smile. "It's fine. I want to challenge my weakness." Seeing Su-ran's facade of calmness, Reba felt an overwhelming softness in her heart. Meeting his gaze, she took his hand, her tone resolute. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." She grasped his hand tightly, as if to alleviate his tension. Su-ran gazed into her eyes, illuminated with a vibrant glow, feeling the warmth and softness of her hand. A stirring sensation flickered within him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden clatter, whoosh. The vertical roller coaster began its gradual ascent, climbing along the steep track. As they rose higher, the landscape below grew increasingly expansive. Reba excitedly watched as the figures on the ground shrank into insignificance. But in the next moment, Reba's smile froze. Just a second ago, she had confidently assured Su-ran that she was unafraid. Yet now she was screaming in sheer terror. She tightly shut her eyes, gripping Su-ran's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Su-ran, I'm so scared. We won't fall, will we?" Su-ran replied, "Sister, I'm even more frightened than you. Wasn't he promised that you would be here with me? Huh? Are you acting in my stead?" The roller coaster had ascended to its zenith, pausing at an almost vertical angle high above the ground. The next moment, a chorus of screams erupted into the air. Oh my! It felt as if gravity had vanished. A profound sense of weightlessness enveloped her entire being. The world seemed to spin uncontrollably amidst the cacophony and the sensation of floating. Reba screamed with her eyes tightly shut, all the while clinging to Su-ran's hand. Meanwhile, Su-ran, who had initially been gripped by panic, began to revel in the experience. It seemed that it wasn't so terrifying after all. This sensation of weightlessness was quite exhilarating. "What did you say?" "I said it's rather fun. Do you want to eat some grilled sausages?" Just as the giant swing reached its apex, poised to plunge downward, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness made Reba feel as though her heart might leap from her chest. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, shouting into the void, "Su-ran." "Huh? I can't hear you." "Su-ran, thank you." "What are you talking about?" "I said, I really enjoyed our date today." "What date?" "Want to eat some braised noodles?" "Can't hear you." Reba paused momentarily, as if making a certain decision, lowering her voice slightly. "Su-ran, I think I might be starting to like you." Su-ran only heard her calling his name, followed by a flurry of incomprehensible words. He thought to himself, "What is going on? Is she reciting a menu again?" "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." After the 3-minute vertical roller coaster ride ended, most tourists appeared pale, their legs weak as they leaned on one another to depart. Some even rushed to nearby trash bins to vomit. Su-ran and Reba fared little better. Reba leaned heavily against Su-ran, and without his support, she would likely have crumpled to the ground. The giant swing. Experiencing it once in a lifetime was sufficient. Reba shook her head, resolutely deciding there would be no next time. With lingering trepidation, she remarked, "Thank goodness, almost thought this thing would send me away." Su-ran, observing Reba's timid demeanor, teased, "Now you know fear? I wonder if you'll dare to act tough again in the future." Then, with genuine concern, he asked, "Are you all right?" Su-ran chuckled at the sight of Reba half draped over him. Who truly has a fear of heights? And who was so exhilarated, only to now look so unwell? Truly both timid and playful. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy and my legs feel weak." Reba waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was all right. Shall I assist you to sit over there for a while? Su Ran suggested, pointing toward a nearby stone bench. Tentatively inquiring. Heat Wave nodded, her body still leaning against Su Ran. For some inexplicable reason, she always felt that Su Ran exuded a delightful fragrance, subtle and sweet. It captivated her more with each breath, even rendering her a bit addicted. The two strolled leisurely. Su Ran, seemingly recalling something, inquired, by the way, "What were you saying just now?" I didn't catch a word. "Well, I want to tell you." Heat Wave's voice was faint, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What?" Suran leaned closer. I called you a bad guy. Where have I gone wrong? I brought you to the amusement park and treated you to so many delicious snacks. You tease me every day. I can't help it. You look so much like the orange cat downstairs when you're angry." Heat Wave was momentarily taken aback. Did Su Ran just imply she was cute? Had this straightforward boy finally had an epiphany? Meanwhile, the livestream comment section was in a frenzy. Oh my gosh, their first intimate interaction? Their hands. They're holding each other. Fellow fans, I'm genuinely shipping them. My instincts tell me Heat Wave is definitely not speaking the truth. A glorious victory for the shippers once again. However, just as the live stream, under the director's guidance, filled with pink bubbles of excitement, Su Ran gazed at Heat Wave's slightly blushing face and added, "Every time I tease that orange cat, it always puffs up and looks fierce, which is quite amusing." Heat Wave sighed, contemplating whether to report this absurdity. The live stream erupted with laughter, as expected of you, Su Ran. Chapter 30. Under the witness of the setting sun. He embraced her. The comments flooded the screen, brimming with joy and anticipation. In the venue, after a brief respite, the two regained their vitality. Hot Ba exclaimed her desire to try the next attraction. She pointed toward the distant free-fall ride, playfully suggesting, "Su Ran, how about that?" Su Ran glanced in the indicated direction, his lips twitching slightly. "Are you serious? Have you forgotten the pain after healing?" "Hey, just kidding." Hot Ba stuck out her tongue, relishing the sight of Su Ran's discomfort. After a moment's thought, she proposed, "Let us wander around first and see what catches our interest." "All right," Su Ran nodded. Rising to follow Hot Ba, they ambled aimlessly together. Before long, Hot Ba suddenly halted. She turned to Su Ran, pointing at a somewhat terrifying haunted house ahead. "Su Ran, this one, do you want to try this?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this girl could be so audacious. The haunted house appeared genuinely frightening. Hot Ba nodded enthusiastically, her face radiating eagerness. Just then, a few girls dashed out from the haunted house's back entrance, crying as they ran. "Are you sure?" Su Ran said with utmost seriousness. "Let me tell you, these haunted houses love to spring sudden surprises. Headless ghosts, red-dressed specters, Sadako. They can leap out from any corner, right in your face, grabbing your ankles, and no one will come to your rescue." As Su Ran vividly described the horrors, Hot Ba's face turned pale. She quickly shook her head. No. I don't want to play anymore. It's too scary." "Exactly." Su Ran sighed in relief, chuckling. "We came here to seek joy, not to be toyed with by NPCs." Hot Ba felt there was something amiss in Su Ran's words, yet she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Let us go. Let us find something more mundane to enjoy," Su Ran urged, pulling Hot Ba along, as if fearing that a ghost might pursue them with each slow step. The audience in the live stream found the scene utterly hilarious. LOL. Clearly, it's Su Ran who is afraid and doesn't he want to play. Yet he scared Hot Ba instead. Su Ran's words are incredible. He could deceive anyone. Hot Ba, I believe you, not a chance. You sly old fox. Nonetheless, the haunted house truly is an excellent venue for fostering romance. Physical contact. The hero saving the damsel. The CP fans lamented, "What a splendid opportunity for a romantic moment." Just as Su Ran sighed in relief, he suddenly froze again. For Hot Ba had led him to a place brimming with childlike wonder. The carousel. The radiant Heat Ba gazed at Su Ran with a playful glimmer in her eyes. "I want to play this." Su Ran's lips twitched. "Shall I watch you play?" "What ist?" A grown man indulging in such frivolity would surely become the laughingstock of millions. Yet, a plaintive voice emerged from Heat Ba. "You won't accompany me to the haunted house, and now you won't join me on the carousel either?" Suran. Who could possibly resist? A stunning woman, gazing at him with such innocent disappointment, requesting his company on a carousel. Su-ran found himself utterly defenseless. After all, he had already declined to join her at the haunted house. Refusing her this time would seem rather unreasonable. However, a nagging feeling of unease crept in. Was it possible that this young lady had ensnared him in her clever ruse? He probed cautiously. You were jesting about the haunted house, weren't you? You truly wish for me to accompany you on the carousel? I did not. Don't speak nonsense. Ba, slightly flustered, swiftly turned to queue up. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded with laughter. Are these two really that perceptive? Maya, I'm the most innocent here. I thought Ba genuinely wanted a visit. Ba, propose an outrageous request, then after refusal, present the actual desire, and the other party is bound to comply. Hilarious, will Su-ran, towering at over 1.80 m, be asked to step aside by the staff? Wait, Su-ran, didn't you claim you weren't interested? Why do you appear so cheerful? So, the question arises, does Su-ran secretly wish to join in? The carousel may seem juvenile for primary schoolers, but for a dazzling couple, it's just right. LOL. This juxtaposition of innocence is simply delightful. I could indulge in it for a century. Ba looks so blissful. As the evening sun cast its golden glow over the amusement park, the elegant carousel, adorned with twinkling lights, turned slowly to the rhythm of cheerful music. Two figures, somewhat incongruous in appearance, sat atop the wooden steeds, laughing freely. Ba was filled with joy, for a childhood dream had finally materialized over 2 decades later. Moreover, perched on the noticeably smaller horse beside her was Su-ran, a striking figure clad in a sharp black shirt, standing at an impressive height. The scene was, how shall I say, slightly discordant. It could even be described as comical. His long legs had nowhere to rest, curling up in a most uncomfortable manner, knees nearly touching the horse in front. Especially as Su-ran feigned a high and aloof demeanor, his smirk betrayed the delight bubbling within. The image was utterly hilarious, a seemingly stoic and reserved male deity, proudly mounted on a diminutive wooden horse, while a glamorous top-tier female artist beamed with the joy of a 3-year-old. They sat side by side, spinning in harmony with the music, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The tableau was inexplicably harmonious, yet irresistibly amusing. The audience in the live broadcast room was both amused and envious. In a world so vast, finding someone who resonates on the same frequency is indeed a rare endeavor, especially when seeking a companion willing to indulge in childish antics. They suddenly grasped the essence of a profound saying. As long as one is in the company of the right person, any activity can be a source of joy. At that moment, the soft glow of the setting sun caressed Su-ran's profile, casting a golden hue upon her features. Her smile was pure and unblemished, leaving Ba momentarily entranced. There were not merely one, but several childish pursuits. After the carousel concluded, Ba eagerly dragged Su-ran into a thrilling escapade. Bumper cars. It seemed that Su-ran had surrendered to the moment, fully embracing her inner child. The two had chosen the most juvenile vehicle in the arena, and Su-ran seized every opportunity to ram into Ba's car, eliciting a cascade of startled shrieks from him. Once the activity ended, Ba chased after Su-ran, ready to unleash a playful reprimand. The spectators were thoroughly entertained by their antics. The duo continued their playful banter, exchanging witty jabs and laughter, as time slipped away unnoticed amidst their merriment. The sun had withdrawn its brilliance, casting a gentle light upon the earth. Side by side they strolled, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. A gentle breeze stirred, making their shadows appear almost alive, swaying lightly. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though his shadow subtly and tenderly rested its arm upon the shoulder of Ba's shadow, embracing her small silhouette. Though merely a silent interplay of light and shadows, it birthed a scene of exquisite beauty and romanticism, reminiscent of a frame captured in slow motion from silent film. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was rendered speechless by this breathtaking tableau. Chapter 31. Is this a token of affection? Help! What ethereal scene is this? Simply breathtaking. His shadow is secretly embracing her. I don't care. I am utterly enamored with this conspicuous couple. Even Jesus, he changed my mind. Please, for the love of all that is beautiful, don't speak. Don't ruin this perfect moment. Which brother is on site? Please go. In silence, Sue ran. The live stream was completely ignited by this sudden, picturesque moment. The barrage of comments transformed from uproarious banter to a cascade of rosy bubbles and groundhog squeals. The hearts of the audience softened, mirroring the intertwined shadows of the two beneath the setting sun. Yet, Sue ran and Reba, who were at the heart of this enchanting scene, appeared blissfully unaware of the serendipitous magic cast by the interplay of light and shadow. They continued to walk side by side, relishing the final tranquility before the amusement park's curtain call. As dusk approached, a hint of regret flickered across Reba's face. There were so many attractions she had yet to experience. She was reluctant to let this date conclude so soon. The reason was something she was hesitant to acknowledge, yet undeniably felt. It seemed she wished to linger a while longer with this unreliable companion beside her. Not ready to leave? Sue ran teased, his voice laced with playful mischief. Remarkably, Reba did not retort. Instead, she nodded. Yes, there's still so much I want to try. They had entered the park rather late, and the crowds had made it difficult to enjoy many attractions. No worries, Sue Ran replied with a gentle smile. I'll bring you back next time. Really? Reba's eyes sparkled as she turned her face towards him. Suran Chekiv, extending his palm and curling his pinky. Shall we make a pinky promise? Absolutely. Pinky promise, hanging for 100 years without changing. Having completed the ritual, Reba followed. Sue ran out of the park with a satisfied heart. Just as they were about to reach the exit, her gaze was drawn to a bustling stall. It was a classic shooting balloons booth, adorned with colorful balloons that filled the backdrop, alongside an array of charming plush toys. Wow, Sue ran, look, so many fluffy toys, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her tone. Let's play this. I want to win a bunch of plushies to take home. Girls possess an innate inability to resist plush toys. All right, Sue ran, captivated by the sparkle in Reba's eyes, readily agreed. They approached the booth, where Sue Ran inquired about the price, 20 yuan for 10 shots. This price was reasonable, and his funds were just sufficient. Reba picked up a sniper rifle, striking a pose as she aimed. To Sue Ran's surprise, she actually looked quite impressive. Have you had training? He asked, astonished. Of course. Reba replied coolly. I received training while filming. Sue Ran chuckled. Impressive, then the grand prize is surely yours. Aim shoot. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 5 shots in quick succession. As a result, he perfectly dodged all the balloons, even managing to hit the boss's backside with 2 shots. Reba. Boss. Suran, P50. Where's the sharpshooter I was promised? This is merely a master of outlines. Unfazed, Reba resolved to try again. She aimed once more and fired. Another 5 shots missed their mark. A blush crept onto Reba's cheeks as she awkwardly lowered the gun, yet stubbornly remarked, Boss, there's something wrong with your gun. The bullets. Curve. The boss was taken aback. This wasn't a weapon from an anti-Japanese drama. The live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. The master of human outlines. Reba is too funny. Dying of laughter. 10 shots all missed. Such skill is unparalleled. The boss is struggling to suppress his laughter. Boss, what have I done to deserve this? Observing the boss's expression of silent despair, Sue Ran stifled her laughter and said, All right, let us not make it difficult for the boss. Let us switch to another gun and try again. After making another payment, Sue Ran picked up another gun from the table and handed it to Reba. This one definitely 1T curve. Reba took it, pondered for a moment, then passed it back to Sue Ran. You take it. I want that largest, cutest plush toy. You're making it hard for me, fat tiger. Sue Ran shook her head in amusement, but took the air gun. She rested the gun on her shoulder, squinted one eye, and aimed. Then, with bated breath and utmost focus, she pulled the trigger. Her movements were fluid, akin to a graceful dance, captivating to behold. Reba nearly stared in awe. How cool! Bang! 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 As the gunfire echoed, a volley of bullets was unleashed. Immediately afterward, without even looking, Sue Ran gently placed the air gun on the table and flashed Reba a charming smile. For a fleeting moment, Reba was utterly smitten. However, the boss interrupted. You hit 4 balloons, just enough to meet the minimum requirement for a prize. Su-ran stumbled slightly, nearly losing her stylish pose. Reba paused, then chuckled. I thought you were impressive. Never mind whether you hit or miss. Just say I look cool. Su-ran maintained her cool demeanor. Cool, cool, cool. Reba transformed into an infatuated fan, cheering for Su-ran fervently. Then, the boss rummaged through a pile of large plush toys and produced the smallest alpaca figurine, handing it to Su-ran. Su-ran. Reba. Aha. Coolness lasts but 3 seconds. I thought we'd witness expert maneuvers. Turns out, another outline artist. This figurine is rather underwhelming. A consolation prize, truly well-deserved. Su-ran gazed at the palm-sized alpaca figurine in her hand, her expression somewhat speechless. She turned to Reba, cleared her throat, and said, Here, although it's a bit small, it is still a trophy of sorts. Reba had received the small alpaca and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, While others present enormous and adorable bears on dates, yours is, well, it's so tiny and rather ugly. Yet, she thought to herself that having it was better than not at all. As she attempted to reclaim it, she exclaimed, Oh no, you can't. Protectively clutching the alpaca to her chest, she boldly declared, Since it was given to me, it belongs to me. No matter how unattractive, it is still mine. Despite her verbal disdain, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Deep down, she found herself quite fond of this plush creature. Fluffy and soft. It was rather endearing. She stole a glance at Su-ran, who seemed slightly disheartened by his lack of marksmanship. This appeared to be the first genuine gift he had ever presented to her. Could it be considered a token of affection? No, no, no. It could not possibly be. Just a mere trinket could not sway her heart. Yet, despite her thoughts, Reba clutched the alpaca tightly in her hands. Let us go. I'm hungry. I want to eat, she declared, her enthusiasm for food evident. Isn't it said that one should always be eager for a meal? If not, there must be something wrong upstairs. I believe that was your claim. Su-ran retorted, You're slandering me. As they made their way home, night had fully descended, and the amusement park's lights faded into the distance. The streetlights elongated their shadows, which danced gently upon the ground. The two of them walked in surprising silence, leaving the live stream audience momentarily wondering if their audio had malfunctioned. Though they exchanged no words, there was an absence of awkwardness, as if an unspoken understanding quietly blossomed between them. Perhaps weary, Reba leaned softly against Su-ran's back, her hand firmly grasping the cute yet somewhat hideous alpaca. She could distinctly feel Su-ran's warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, as well as a faint, pleasant scent that lingered around him. Her cheeks, bathed in the soft glow of the night, began to warm involuntarily. In that moment, Reba found herself wishing that the coastal road could stretch a little longer. Just a bit more. Chapter 32. The Su Family Romance. A grand display of affection. As the night deepened and the sea breeze carried a hint of chill, Su-ran returned to the heartfelt cottage, swaying gently on her pink electric scooter with Hotba in tow. The other two pairs of guests had already engaged in lively conversation in the living room. You're back. The keen-eyed Yushushin was the first to spot them, greeting them with enthusiasm. How was the date? Did everything go smoothly? Where did you go? The curious gazes of the other three turned toward them in unison, brimming with anticipation. After all, the first official date of this conspicuous couple was bound to be a spectacle worth waiting for. Romantic? The group thought otherwise, knowing that Su-ran had an aversion to all things romantic. They were more intrigued by whether Su-ran had pulled any tricks and if Hotba had been exasperated. It was fine. There was food, drinks, and fun. I had a great time, Su-ran casually replied after parking the scooter. Strangely, Hotba did not refute this statement and simply joined the others in silence. Something felt amiss. An instinct told everyone present that there was an unusual vibe between the two. After their outing, an air of intimacy seemed to emanate from them. And what about you? Where did you go? Su-ran plopped down beside Hotba on the sofa, her curiosity piqued. Yushushin exclaimed excitedly. DD took me to a super popular internet celebrity Western restaurant. The ambience was incredibly romantic. We took loads of photos. Wong Hedy nodded in agreement, chuckling as he added, "We waited in line for ages. There were so many people." Meng Zi chimed in with a smile. "We visited a tranquil art exhibition and even DIY'd couple pottery mugs. It was quite enjoyable." Li Yunrui picked up her pottery mug, joking, "It's just not very attractive. As long as it holds meaning." Hop Ba gazed at the somewhat awkward-looking alpaca in her hand, feeling inexplicably that Li Yunrui's comment was misplaced. What if it was ugly? It had significance. Listening to the other two pairs share their date experiences, it was either a romantic dinner or an artistic endeavor, which aligned well with the general perception of dating. It all sounded rather sweet. Yet, for some reason, the viewers in the live stream felt a sense of ennui after hearing it. A Western restaurant and an art exhibition. Quite nice. Quite standard for a date. The sweetness is palpable, yet it feels a bit like a Klitsch idol drama template. It has a hint of artificial sweetener. Still hoping to see the fiery couple. Where did the fiery couple go today? I missed their live stream. I think it sounds sweet, so why do you feel indifferent? The comments from the fans of the fiery couple piqued the curiosity of the other fans. You have a point. Li Yunrui nodded in agreement, then asked, "And what about you? Where did you go?" Just as Hop Ba was preparing to share, PD Lee approached with several cups of juice in hand. It seemed everyone's first dates had been quite extraordinary. The hour grows late. Perhaps we shall commence this intimate sharing session now. Let us converse about today's romantic rendezvous and collectively experience those palpitating heartbeats moments together with our audience as well. As PD Lee spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su Ran and Reba, a subtle, ant-like smile playing upon her lips. PD Lee has now completely switched allegiances. Though initially she was thoroughly invested in the Songlan pairing, yet this Su Ran and Reba duo seems tailor-made to tickle her funny bone and adorable sensibilities. That scoundrel Su Ran appears so unreliable, yet damn it all, how does he manage to be so perfect at crucial moments? Purchasing cotton candy, accompanying her through childish attractions, even presenting that adorably hideous yet profoundly meaningful little gift. Previously, PD Lee had merely regarded the Re-Ran pairing as the program's comic relief. But now, she declares with fervor, this ant shall stand the Re-Ran pairing with all her might. Excellent, excellent. Yu Shuxin was the first to voice approval, already brimming with anticipation to share today's beautifully captured photographs. The Xiaomo couple nodded with gentle smiles. Then, who shall commence the sharing? PD Lee inquired. After exchanging glances, all eyes naturally settled upon Reba. While the other two pairs had briefly recounted their dating experiences, Reba had yet to reveal even a morsel. Thus, anticipation naturally gravitated towards her. I shall begin then. Reba didn't refuse, yet instinctively glanced towards Su Ran. The rogue seemed utterly disengaged. Little did she know his mind was already preoccupied with returning to his room to unbox his treasures. After all, he currently possessed 2 gleaming silver treasure chests. Seeing Su Ran's apparent disinterest in speaking, Reba resolved to undertake the sharing herself. Yet instead of immediate narration, she excused herself with a wait a moment before darting back to her room. Upon returning to the living room, she bore an enormous sack of snacks. With a dramatic flourish, she emptied the entire bounty onto the table. Wah! The 2 female participants gasped in unison. Women, by nature, possess no immunity against such delicious temptations. Clapping her hands together with a proud, slightly haughty expression, Reba announced, "Before sharing our date, let us first share our spoils of war." She emphasized, "All these snacks were purchased for me by Su Ran." Snacks! Yu Shuxin inhaled sharply. Since when did that emotionally dense, straight male engage in such behavior? Meng Zi's face radiated pure envy. "You're so fortunate. Su Ran absolutely dotes on you." Then commenced Reba's eloquent narration. The ostensibly businesslike botanical gardens, zoological parks, and aquariums elicited peals of laughter merely at their mention. Truth be told, such choices perfectly aligned with Su Ran's established persona. Yet gradually, their mirth transformed into something else entirely. Su Ran had allocated all saved admission fees towards Reba's gastronomic pleasures. Snacks, bubble tea, even unrestricted seafood indulgence. The ladies' faces shone with undisguised envy. The gentlemen's expressions brimmed with newfound respect. None had anticipated Sue Ran could reinvent dating with such creative flair, and what transpired thereafter. It is inconceivable that one could spend an entire day at a farmer's market, right? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Not at all. As she spoke, Reba's tone softened slightly, and a radiant smile graced her face. Sue Ran took me to the amusement park I have longed to visit. Wow. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. An amusement park? The tickets must be exorbitantly priced. With a modest budget of $500 for a romantic outing, that would barely suffice. So, Sue Ran must have invested all of his funds into today's date. This revelation sparked a wave of envy among the two girls. Reba held up the adorably quirky alpaca plushie, shaking it slightly, her tone laced with a hint of pride. This was one for me by Sue Ran. Finally, she pulled out her phone, sharing numerous photos with everyone. There were images of her beaming on the carousel, blurred snapshots of their playful collisions while bumper car racing, and a photo of Reba holding Sue Ran's hand as they rode a roller coaster, and many more. Each photo radiated genuine joy. Did you perhaps delete a couple of photos? Running kawaii than expectedly. Shut up. Do you dare to provoke me? Just the mention of it made Reba feel the urge to retaliate. Fortunately, the pictures of the panda hugging the pillar and the monkey lookout had been deleted. Otherwise, today's sharing would have been utterly ruined. Little did she know that Sue Ran had secretly sent those photos to his own phone long ago. The two girls listened as Reba recounted her delightfully childish yet joyful experiences at the amusement park, especially when she mentioned how Sue Ran, despite his fear of heights, bravely accompanied her on the roller coaster. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi's smiles gradually transformed into contemplative expressions. Their own outing had been equally splendid. They dined at a romantic restaurant, captured beautiful photographs, and visited a serene gallery, creating meaningful crafts together. Everything aligned with the conventional definition of a perfect date. Sweet, romantic, and undoubtedly capable of garnering countless likes on social media. However, was that truly the type of date they desired? Queuing at a trendy restaurant for photos often felt like a mere exercise in formality. Attending an art exhibition to gaze at paintings they barely understood seemed more like a contrived effort to set the mood. The standard, formulaic choices made by the boys had not genuinely stirred their hearts. They were nothing more than saccharine substitutes. In stark contrast, Sue Ran, though seemingly eccentric with his outrageous antics, truly understood Reba. He remembered the snacks she casually mentioned and granted her the freedom to indulge in them. He noted the little 5-star mark in her memo and took her to the amusement park she had yearned for. Even the daunting roller coaster and the childish carousel rides, Sue Ran was willing to embrace the madness alongside her. He never uttered sweet nothings, often teasing Reba instead. Yet beneath his whimsical demeanor lay a refreshingly straightforward, albeit flawed, sense of romance and genuine thoughtfulness. Such a date lacked a rigid itinerary or intentionality. It was solely marked by heartfelt expressions and authentic joy. Today, Sue Ran's boyfriend skills are absolutely at their peak. Chapter 33. The Romantic Prodigy, Sue Ran. Unboxing. Abundant Harvest. The live stream was abuzz with comments, predominantly fixated on the date between Sue Ran and Reba today. Particularly, fans of the other two couples, along with some neutral viewers, were thoroughly captivated by Sue Ran's antics. Among them, many were not particularly fond of Sue Ran. After all, this was a dating show, and they had come to indulge in romantic pairings. Sue Ran's boisterous demeanor, while amusing, failed to sway them. Yet in this moment, everyone was moved. Sue Ran may be eccentric and unreliable, but sincerity is an unwavering trump card. He remembered the snacks Reba casually mentioned. He, who harbored a fear of heights, selflessly accompanied her on a roller coaster. He might have deemed it childish, yet he chose to share in her exhilaration. They acknowledged that their previous exuberance had been excessive. From now on, they would proudly wave the banner of the Reba and Sue Ran pairing at the scene as Reba animatedly shared her experiences. The air became imbued with sweetness. The other two couples also took this opportunity to share, and while their stories were equally delightful and romantic, they seemed to lack a certain spark. That concludes today's sharing session, announced P.D. Lee, rising to summarize. Every relationship possesses its unique essence. There is no standard template. Only genuine feelings. She surveyed the crowd, smiling as she added, I hope everyone continues to nurture this sincerity and passion, creating more of your own heart-fluttering moments in the days to come. The audience erupted in applause, marking the end of the sharing session. After a brief summary, P. Deely refrained from issuing any tasks. Glancing at the time, she remarked, I shall leave the remainder of the time to you. I will take my leave now. As P. Deely departed, Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi giddily pulled Reba to the corner of the sofa. The three girls, heads bowed in animated chatter, occasionally burst into laughter, casting glances towards Su Ran. Surrounded by their scrutiny, Su Ran felt a wave of discomfort. Just as he contemplated eavesdropping on their conversation, he was firmly pressed back onto the sofa by Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui. Brother Su Ran, I have a few questions to ask you. Wang Hedi's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he resolved to glean insights on the art of romance from Su Ran. Go ahead. Su Ran waved his hand, chuckling. As long as it's not about borrowing money. He was quite impoverished, with no prospects for breakfast funds the following day. Well, Wang Hedi glanced at Yu Shuxin, lowering his voice to inquire. Sometimes there are lulls in conversation, and I'm unsure what topics to discuss. He was indeed quite troubled. He could engage in lively conversations with men, yet found himself at a loss for words when speaking with women. Moreover, the dynamic between Su Ran and Reba was exceedingly comfortable. Nearby, Li Yunrui perked up his ears, clearly eager to glean some wisdom. No topics? Su Ran furrowed his brow momentarily before it smoothed out. It's quite simple. Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui's eyes sparkled as they straightened their postures, resembling earnest students ready to learn. Su Ran then said languidly, First, make her cry, and then spend a week coaxing her back. I assure you, there will be no repetitive topics each day. Wang Hedi, Li Yunhui. The two stood up, clasped their fists in farewell, and hurriedly exited the scene without looking back. They were foolish to think they could learn from Su Ran, the master of antics. The live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha. He*s killing me. Two love novices consulting a straight man. You know what? This tactic isn't half bad. It creates interaction and topics. Brilliant. Likes. Give me 5 minutes. I'm off to test its effectiveness. Hey, how's the guy upstairs? Thanks for your concern. We've already broken up. The love genius, Su Ran. After some time, the two girls reluctantly released Reba from their conversation. The thrill of being on the front lines of romance was simply exhilarating. Unknowingly, they seemed to have transformed into a love-fueled frenzy. Let us call it a day. Rest early, everyone. Good night. As the guests departed, the live stream switched to a fixed shot of the common area of the small house. Although the audience was reluctant, they could only send off farewell messages amidst confetti. Room 202. Upon returning to his room, Su Ran's first action was to lock the door securely, then summon the system interface. He was eager to review the bountiful rewards of the day. Host, Su Ran, activity points, 1,250 skills, divine singing talent, mastery of all musical instruments, culinary genius special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, locksmith beginner, items, Chinese music library, silver treasure chest, 1,253 activity points. Upon seeing this figure, Su Ran's heart soared with joy. This meant he had amassed over 300 activity points today. He scrolled through the system records to uncover the source. Ding! Host completed the eerie wake-up task, earning 1 silver treasure chest and 200 activity points. Ding! Host's business date venue provoked intense ridicule and laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding! Host's photo assassin act triggered strong emotional responses from Reba and laughter from the audience, earning 50 activity points. Ding! Host statement, you're fat, the scale decides, caused uproarious laughter, earning 50 activity points. Quite impressive. Today was indeed a fruitful harvest. Without hesitation, Su Ran redeemed a silver treasure chest. Ding! Deducted 1,000 activity points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring silver treasure chest X1. Su Ran took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together, saying, let us open both chests. As his words fell, 2 silver treasure chests appeared before him, radiating a dazzling silver light. To his astonishment, there were even special effects. The expenditure of 1,000 activity points was indeed worthwhile. In the next moment, 2 notifications sounds chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the silver treasure chest and receiving the item reward. Skill upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the silver treasure chest and receiving the skill reward. Affinity for all beginner. Wow. Su-Ran's eyes instantly sparkled. Skill upgrade. Affinity for all. Both are exceptional items. Su-Ran inspected the attributes of the items and exclaimed in delight. The skill upgrade card allows the user to upgrade any specified beginner skill. Although Su-Ran felt somewhat regretful that only beginner skills could be upgraded, he understood, after all, it was merely a silver treasure chest. The other skill, Affinity for All, was even more impressive. Affinity for All, passive, skill effect. The host naturally emanates a sense of innate closeness that resonates with all living beings. Beginner effect, animal affinity. Most animals will not actively attack you, and over time spent together, they will develop a certain fondness and dependence. Even the fiercest dog will wag its tail before you. Plant affinity. The host is more attuned to the growth state of plants, significantly increasing the success rate of planting and nurturing them. The likelihood of mosquito bites is reduced. Human affinity. Upon first meeting strangers, it becomes easier to gain their favor and diminish hostility. Effect is subtle. Note, passive skill does not require activation. After reviewing the skill introduction, Su-Ran was momentarily taken aback. This skill is rather impressive. Does this mean he could pet tigers at the zoo in the future? At the very least, it seems he could save on mosquito repellent. As for human affinity, combined with his handsome appearance, it renders him nearly invincible. From now on, everyone he meets will perceive him as a good person. I wonder how significantly this will affect Reba. Perhaps he should refrain from accumulating activity points at her expense. If it means enduring fewer beatings, it is certainly worthwhile. Feeling fulfilled, Su-Ran was in high spirits. As for the upgrade card, he decided to set it aside for potential emergencies. He hummed a little tune, preparing to take a shower and then enjoy a restful sleep. Unbeknownst to him, however, in the adjacent room, Reba clutched a rather unattractive alpaca plush toy, engulfed in a whirlpool of confusion. She recalled Meng Zi's quiet inquiry. Have you developed feelings for Su-Ran? At that time, Reba had vigorously shaken her head, insisting, I haven't. Don't be ridiculous. Although her denial was fervent, deep down, Reba knew. Liking Su-Ran. Perhaps just a smidgen? Chapter 34. The first team building of the romantic variety show. The self-cultivation of a retired tycoon after a restful night. The morning sun poured into the living room, illuminating the space with its warm light, while the alluring sea view outside remained enchanting. Su-Ran, who had risen early, stood in the kitchen, admiring the distant ocean through the window. Indeed, the morning sea view possessed a unique charm. The reason behind Su-Ran's early awakening was twofold. He had a habit of morning jogging, and he had promised to prepare breakfast for Reba. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of concern. The refrigerator contained only seafood, leaving little suitable for breakfast. He contemplated making congee, yet the rice jar was completely empty. Just then, Reba emerged from the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Good morning, she greeted cheerfully, her mood appearing quite pleasant. Good morning, Su-Ran replied with a smile. Are you making breakfast? Reba inquired, rubbing her belly, having been awakened by hunger. Yes, but there's nothing in the fridge, and our budget has been exhausted. Su-Ran replied, leaving the implication clear. They were out of funds. Huh? What should we do? Reba felt a hint of guilt. Although the romantic fund was a shared asset, Su-Ran had spent it all to fulfill her desires. There's still some money, but I think we ought to be frugal, Su-Ran suggested. Reba, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? I mean, why don't we go next door and scrounge a bit? Su-Ran pointed towards the second floor. Reba found Su-Ran's unconventional suggestion amusing. You call mooching off others scrounging? No need. She chuckled, shaking her head. Did you not buy me plenty of snacks? We could just have those for breakfast. Sound good. Su-Ran agreed, smiling. Hand me 2 bags of chips. Go wait for me in the living room, she instructed. Shortly thereafter, the other guests began to trickle into the living room, all appearing well-rested and in good spirits. Hey, didn't the production team wake us up today? Yu Shushin asked, rubbing her eyes in curiosity. Right? I slept in until I naturally woke up, Li Yunrue remarked, puzzled that the production team had not roused them by 9 o'clock. At that moment, PD Lee appeared at the door. "Good morning, everyone. It seems you all had a splendid rest." Without waiting for responses, she announced some delightful news. "Given the plethora of remarkable moments you contributed over the past few days, the production team has decided today is a day off. No tasks. You are free to engage in whatever activities you choose." Wow, is that true? Fantastic. The director is generous. The guests erupted in cheers. PD Lee added with a smile, "You can relax in the villa or organize a group activity, perhaps a team-building exercise. In short, today is yours to command." "That's a splendid idea," Yu Shushin exclaimed, her interest piqued. "What shall we do? Shopping? Or perhaps a trip to the beach? Shall we indulge in a sumptuous feast together?" proposed Meng Zi. The group eagerly engaged in lively discussions. Only Su Ran, stifling a yawn, raised his hand and inquired casually, "Li PD, on our free activity day, does the production team provide a budget for activities?" Li PD, maintaining his smile, responded succinctly no. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately slumped onto the sofa, saying, "Oh, then there's nothing we can do." He gestured towards himself and Reba, adding, "We exhausted our budget during our date yesterday. Any activity exceeding 50 cents is off the table for us. We'll support everyone in spirit." Laughter erupted among the others. Thus, it is said that romance comes at a cost. Nevertheless, Su Ran's words did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the group, particularly the girls, who continued to fervently discuss where to go. At that moment, Reba's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she suggested, "How about a beachside beer barbecue? Although we are short on funds, we can contribute the ingredients." She pointed towards the kitchen, where the seafood Su Ran had purchased the previous day awaited, along with various vegetables. It was more than enough for a lavish seafood barbecue feast. The seafood in the refrigerator was originally intended for sharing among friends, and now presented the perfect opportunity. "A beach barbecue? That sounds splendid," exclaimed Yu Shushin, the first to raise her hand in agreement. "We are on board." Both Meng Zi and Li Yunrui concurred. Wang Hedi nodded affirmatively. "Sure, I'll take charge of starting the fire. What do you think, Su Ran?" Reba turned to Su Ran, seeking his approval. Su Ran chuckled softly, raising his hands in surrender. "Since you've made the decision, how could I possibly oppose?" However, internally, he wholeheartedly endorsed the idea. A beach barbecue sounded delightful, simple, and convenient. It spared him the trouble of figuring out how to handle the seafood. Thus, the group's team-building activity was set for the evening, with the event scheduled for nighttime. What to do with their daytime hours wonderful. Su Ran sprang up from the sofa, declaring, "Since we've made our decision, I shall return to my room too. Draft a detailed plan for tonight's barbecue." "A plan?" The others were taken aback. Yu Shushin asked curiously, "Is it really necessary to write a project proposal just for a barbecue?" "Of course," Su Ran asserted with utmost seriousness. "Barbecuing is an art. How to pair the ingredients, how to control the heat, how to delegate tasks, and what contingency plans to have. All of this must be meticulously planned in advance. As the chief ingredient sponsor and head chef for this event, I must take responsibility for everyone." He spoke with such conviction, as if managing a grand project. The group stared at him in bewilderment. It was merely a beach barbecue. Why did it feel like they were participating in a $100 billion project? Yet, Reba shot him a disdainful glance, exposing his true intentions. "Oh, come off it. You just want an excuse to return to your room for a nap." Not at all embarrassed by her revelation, Su Ran merely chuckled. "Ah, you've seen right through me. It's all about balancing work and leisure. I shall first take some time to rejuvenate, only to muster the strength to prepare a delectable feast for everyone in the evening." With that said, heedless of the amused expressions from the crowd, he swiftly retreated to his room, locking the door once more. This fellow, Ha Ba, could only shake her head in exasperation, yet found herself powerless to change the situation. She had initially planned to coax Su Ran into a leisurely stroll along the beach, collecting exquisite shells along the way. Alas, such plans were dashed. The other guests exchanged knowing smiles. This was quintessential Su Ran, perfectly embodying his persona of a laid-back retiree. Although it was ostensibly a day of leisure, the cameras remained vigilant. The audience in the live stream was far from idle. They they still needed to engage. This seemingly carefree day of freedom was, in fact, more exhausting than completing tasks for them. After all, during regular tasks, they merely followed the established procedure. Chapter 35, The Radio Calisthenics Counterattack. The girl from Zuin in a stroll by the sea. Haha, while others are busy working, Su Ran is busy sleeping. Truly a prodigy from Qingbei. Such nonsensical words are merely to bewilder. I must say, Hotbar really understands Su Ran well. Looking forward to the seaside barbecue tonight. No, it's an entire day. Su Ran, you mustn't tease sleep the whole time. If you two could sleep together, I would gladly watch for a lifetime. The viewers in a live stream found Su Ran's actions both amusing and exasperating. Clearly, this was a dating show, yet Su Ran boldly embraced his role as a slacker. While others feared missing their moments on camera, he dreaded having too many. But what could they say? After all, he was a retired big shot. Meanwhile, within the villa, Su Ran delightedly sneaked back to his room, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto the bed. It was a day designated for free activities, and naturally, Su Ran opted for a delightful nap. The other two couples, after a brief discussion, decided they could not squander such a splendid opportunity. The Xiao Mo couple chose to visit a nearby, tranquil seaside CAF to relish their intimate world, while the Tsanglan couple eagerly set out to explore the town, intending to purchase some barbecue supplies. Thus, the once vibrant living room of the villa soon fell into silence, leaving only Hotba aimlessly rolling about on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, watching television. Basking in the sunlight, Hotba had exhausted nearly every possible pastime. Yet, boredom still enveloped her. She instinctively glanced towards Su Ran's room. That guy, surely he wasn't planning to sleep the entire day, was he? No, she couldn't allow him to lazily evade responsibility. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Hotba devised a clever plan. She stealthily approached Su Ran's door, gently knocking, but received no response. Attempting to turn the handle, she discovered the door was locked from the inside. What a vexing man! How dare he guard against me? With her mind racing, Hotba suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she dashed back to the living room. There, she found the sound system beside the television. Bluetooth connectivity. Hotba chuckled to herself, seizing the speaker and retreating to the yard. She cranked the volume to the maximum and pressed play the second set of National Middle School Radio Calisthenics. The era calls. First segment, stretching exercises. Ready, set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The familiar, invigorating music and rallying cries of the calisthenics resounded throughout the villa, particularly as the speaker was positioned right beneath Su Ran's window. The effect was unparalleled. Just as Su Ran had settled into slumber, he was jolted awake by this exuberant and spirited music. His body jolted, nearly sending him tumbling off the bed. What on earth? Listening to that familiar tune, Su Ran almost believed he had inexplicably traveled through time again. Then he heard a voice from downstairs calling. Su Ran, time to wake up, come down for exercises. It's good for your health. If you don't come down, I shall report to the teacher. Su Ran, thus, it can be said that women truly hold grudges. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Better late than never. The counterattack from Reba has finally arrived. This is too funny. It's a perfect application of real-life lessons. So, one should never offend a woman. Their ability to hold grudges is beyond your imagination. Su Ran, caught between laughter and tears, gazed at Reba, who had successfully executed her prank downstairs. Well, this time, his chance for a good sleep was completely ruined. Reluctantly, he got out of bed and opened the door to descend the stairs. There stood Reba, dramatically performing a makeshift exercise routine. Oh, you're awake? I thought you could sleep until the world turned dark. As Reba beheld Su Ran's defeated expression, her laughter became even more jubilant. All right. What do you want me to accompany you with? Anything is fine except for sleeping together. Go away. Reba playfully punched Su Ran, then suggested, since you don't want to go out, shall we play a sweet duo in King of Glory? Surandi played. So the reason for waking me up with such enthusiasm is merely to play games? Yet, looking at Reba's appearance as an avid gamer, He could only nod, adding, "But I must clarify, my rank is not high. If I drag you down, don't blame me. No witties. This young lady will lead you to victory." After turning off the speaker, Reba dragged Sue Ran back to the living room, where she laid out cola, potato chips, spicy strips, and all manner of delectable snacks on the coffee table. "Come on, I'll take the mid lane. You choose whatever you like. Then I'll play as the jungler." "Okay, I'll carry you." However, idealism met harsh reality. After 5 consecutive games, their performance could only be described as abysmal. They either encountered teammates who disconnected or faced opponents who were outrageously skilled. The two of them found themselves in a downward spiral, their ranks plummeting. "Wait, what happened to the promised carry? You can't blame me. The enemy jungler kept coming for me, but I'm also stuck in mid lane. What happened to the carry? Don't worry, I'll definitely carry you in the next game." They queued for another match. As soon as they entered, the top laner declared, "If we don't throw, we'll win. My main account is the #1 Lanling Wong in the national server." Upon reading this, Reba exclaimed, "Wow, we've encountered a pro." However, within 10 minutes, this so-called #1 Lanling Wong was utterly defeated by the opposing team. With a dismal score of 1-13-2, he became the target of their assault. Yet, this was not the end of it. This national server brother not only played poorly, but also had a foul mouth. He began furiously typing on the public screen, shifting blame. Does the jungler even know how to play? Haven't T come to gank top lane even once? Is a mid laner a pig? Doesn't T know how to assist? Reba? The support is glued to the marksman? Absolutely no awareness. A bunch of useless teammates. Can't carry. Let us restart. Witnessing the indiscriminate attacks and blame shifting from the self-proclaimed national server champion, a flicker of anger crossed Reba's delicate features. Suran couldn't help but frown as well. As he prepared to unmute his microphone to let the so-called top player of the national server experience the wrath of the residents as one, Reba beat him to it by typing, "Come on, national server brother, turn on your microphone. How can you call yourself the top player when you play this poorly? My cat plays better with its paws. You fed first blood within 2 minutes, and your economy is more pitiful than a river crab. You can talk back to the turret, playing top lane like a sacrificial lamb. You are as inept as a boiled egg, and you dare criticize others? The opposing team might as well treat you as a super minion for farming. Top player of the national server? I think you're the top player in being utterly hopeless." This barrage of words left Sue Ran utterly astounded. What the heck? Is this really the soft and cute Reba who occasionally throws punches? Her combat prowess is astonishing. And her tongue, has she undergone training in Zwan? Sue Ran gazed in awe at the fiery Reba, gaining a newfound understanding of her. It turned out she wasn't devoid of temper. She simply seemed to show him particular leniency. Moreover, her combat effectiveness was indeed formidable. Of course, the game eventually concluded, but Reba felt a sense of relief. Observing Sue Ran's astonished expression, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Sue Ran, I usually don't curse," she explained anxiously, "except when dealing with those who are truly dense." Her logic was clear, devoid of any foul language. Impressive. Sue Ran chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. What Reba had said was nothing compared to what he could unleash. If Sue Ran had spoken, the opponent's ancestors would have been greeted with a barrage of insults. Reba, upon hearing this, wore a smug smile. After all these years of gaming, she had grasped an important principle. What principle? Suran inquired curiously. With a serious expression, Reba replied, "Some people, once missed, can never be insulted again." Sue Ran was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Well said. After such an encounter, they realized the game could no longer be played. Checking the time, they discovered it was almost noon, and they had yet to secure lunch. Thus, with their audacity, they made their way to the backstage of the program, mooching for food. This cheeky maneuver elicited uproarious laughter from the viewers in the live stream. To pull such a stunt on the production team was quite clever. After lunch, they each retreated to their rooms for a nap. In the afternoon, the languid sunlight bathed the earth. Reba, having enjoyed a refreshing nap, felt revitalized. She stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, her mood lifting. Noticing Sue Ran reclining on the adjacent balcony, seemingly engrossed in a book, she impulsively invited, "Hey, Sue Ran, the weather is lovely. Would you like to take a stroll by the seaside? Su Ran set down his book, looked at her with a slight smile, and replied, sure. Two individuals stroll leisurely along the path of a villa district, gradually making their way towards the beach. Their silence is devoid of awkwardness, accompanied only by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, imbued with a faint hint of saltiness. Their shadows stretch behind them, occasionally intertwining. Upon reaching the sandy shore, one is immediately captivated by the array of peculiar shells and exquisite pebbles scattered across the sand. Like a child, she bends down, eagerly collecting her treasures. Wow, this one is stunning. Oh, this resembles a little sea conch. Su Ran trails behind, observing her exuberance, unable to suppress a teasing remark. Isn't that a bit childish? What is the point of picking up these trinkets? They're not even edible. Mind your own business. I simply adore it. Hopper responds with a dismissive hum, not even glancing back. Su Ran feigns disdain, yet finds herself picking up a particularly beautiful shell. Here, this one asks for you. It's quite lovely. Thank you. As the sun descends, it bathes the sky and the ocean in a warm, orange-red hue. The waves tenderly embrace the shore, leaving behind moist traces. In the distance, the rocks are silhouetted against the fading light, creating a serene tableau. Su Ran and Hoppa stand side by side on the beach, shells in hand, occasionally exchanging smiles. The scene freezes in this moment, tranquil and exquisite. Chapter 36. The cautious affection from the orange cat as the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. It painted the sky with the last gentle hues of twilight. The evening glow resembled a spilled palette of colors, vibrant and ethereal. The sky darkened, leaving only the distant glimmers of fishing lights flickering like stars. The entire world seemed to fall into a hushed tranquility, enveloped in this fleeting moment of serenity and beauty. The audience in the live stream, captivated by the enchanting scene before them, transformed their comments into soft expressions of admiration. On the beach, Su Ran and Reba sat side by side on the soft sand, gazing at the sun as it descended into the sea. Before them lay an array of colorful, oddly shaped stones and shells, trophies from Reba's adventures. Half of them were, indeed, Su Ran's contributions. Reba, her voice gentle as she looked towards the horizon, inquired, "You mentioned you were a student at Qingbei. Did you study particularly hard as a child?" Su Ran furrowed his brow slightly, as if contemplating the question seriously before responding slowly. "I wouldn't say I was particularly diligent." "Huh? You managed to get into Qingbei without hard work?" Reba's surprise flickered in her eyes. "To be frank, Qingbei isn't solely achieved through effort," Su Ran replied, suddenly breaking into a smile, reminiscing. "I recall one year during my childhood, I was utterly engrossed in my Nintendo handheld, unable to feel comfortable without playing it. To encourage me to study, my mother hid my device." Reba chuckled at this amusing anecdote, her laughter ringing like a chime in the wind. Her curiosity got the better of her. "And what happened next? Where did you find it?" "Well, I searched for an entire semester without success." Su Ran shook his head, then nodded, a wry smile gracing his face. "It was only at the end of the semester, while I was packing my bag to go home, that I discovered my handheld hidden in the innermost compartment of my backpack." Pausing for a moment, he added, "My mother succeeded. By the time I found it, I had already lost interest in gaming." Reba erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself, her laughter echoing like a playful goose. The live stream audience was equally amused, their comments brimming with mirth. "So, you excel in studies and are quite handsome. You must have had many admirers during school, right?" The bright-eyed Reba gazed into the distance, yet her peripheral vision discreetly scrutinized Su Ran. The live stream instantly erupted with excitement. "Here it comes. Reba's teasing has begun." Su Ran tilted his head, glanced at Reba, and asked with a playful smile, "What's wrong? Is there something you fancy inside?" Reba felt as though she would eventually be driven to the brink of exasperation by this insufferable man. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the live stream was once again filled with a flurry of laughter. A gentle breeze swept by as Reba turned away, seemingly conveying through her actions, "You've truly annoyed me." Su Ran, undeterred, simply inquired, "What about you? How was your childhood?" His voice was soft and tender, prompting Reba to find it within herself to forgive him once more. My childhood, she began, curling her legs and wrapping her arms around them, resting her chin on her knees. She reminisced about those times, saying, from what I recall, besides the dance studio, it was only classrooms for me. Even trips to the amusement park felt like a luxury. Sue Ran nodded slightly, comprehending the reason behind her 5-star rating for the amusement park. Practicing dance was arduous. Perseverance is admirable. He smiled and added, yet now, you have become the best version of yourself. Indeed, Reba tilted her head to gaze at Sue Ran, saying so. Thank you for taking me to the amusement park. No need to mention it. Sue Ran waved his hand dismissively, replying, next time, I'll take you for an even more thrilling adventure. Sounds great, Reba nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Drawing nearer, we're back. The two turned to see two couples shouting from the distant gate of the courtyard. Let us go. We need to help out. All right. They stood, brushing off the sand from their clothes, picking up shells and stones from the ground, and walked back together. Upon returning to the villa courtyard, the sky had completely darkened. Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui had already found a prime spot on the beach to set up the barbecue grill. Meanwhile, Sue Ran was busy in the kitchen with Reba and a few other girls. Although Sue Ran had already prepared the seafood earlier that afternoon, Wang Hedi and the others had brought back a considerable amount of meat, which needed marinating. Soon, everything was ready. Everyone gathered around the beach mats beside the bonfire, with sizzling skewers and chilled beers laid before them. The sea breeze was gentle, the starry sky dazzling. In the distance, the waves whispered softly. Before them danced the warm flames of the bonfire, accompanied by a group of like-minded friends. This feeling was simply blissful. Come, to our show, to tonight's seafood feast. Cheers! Meng Zi took on the role of atmosphere coordinator once more, raising his beer first. Cheers! The crowd laughed as they clinked their glasses, producing a crisp sound. The relaxed and cheerful barbecue party officially commenced. Ah, but don't eat pork, do you? Sue Ran set aside the pork belly and handed Reba several skewers of grilled wings. Reba was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation blossoming within her heart. This fellow often appears rather carefree, yet unexpectedly possesses such delicate thoughts. She nodded slightly and, after taking a gentle bite of the chicken wing, smiled and said, Thank you. It's delicious. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unnoticed detail would be acknowledged by Sue Ran. Well, you can have all of this, she said as Sue Ran. The diligent chief grill master tilted his head to observe the plate being handed over by Reba. On the plate lay translucent shrimp, strands of crab meat, and several freshly grilled lamb skewers beside them. Sue Ran was momentarily taken aback. Did Reba actually prepare all of this for him? He glanced at Reba, who pretended to be nonchalant, yet had flushed ears while engaging in light-hearted conversation with others. Suddenly, Sue Ran felt as if something had gently nudged his heart. The others certainly noticed this scene, but, in a tacit understanding, chose not to expose it, silently enjoying the sweetness of the moment. In the summer by the seaside, amidst barbecue and beer, along with an intriguing companion, everything was perfectly splendid. As night fell, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. While everyone savored the skewers, they chatted about various topics, from gossip to life aspirations, from culinary delights to travel. Nothing was off limits. Although Sue Ran spoke little, the occasional profound remark he made never failed to elicit hearty laughter from a group. Just when the ambience reached its peak, Reba suddenly set down the grilled squid, clapped her hands, and proposed, since this is a team-building event, shouldn't we have some performances to liven things up? Sure. What should we do? Yu Shushin was always the first to support such ideas, eager for a game of truth or dare, hoping to see Sue Ran corner Reba against the wall. But Reba continued, for team building, we should enhance our understanding of each other. So how about everyone perform something? That sounds good. Though it wasn't truth or dare, performing seemed far more entertaining. All eyes instinctively turned to Sue Ran, filled with anticipation for him to showcase his vocal talents once again. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval from everyone. Yet, there was always one lazy soul. Sue Ran waved his hand while grilling, saying, I'll pass. Performing is quite exhausting and would hinder my culinary skills. I'll just cheer you on. Absolutely not. 5 voices chimed in unison, rejecting Su Ran's lazy plea. Are you joking? You are the highlight of today. Especially Reba. Her motive for suggesting the barbecue, apart from the food, was to hear Su Ran sing. She always believed that Su Ran's voice, as if kissed by the heavens, would be ashamed to waste merely to tease her. Particularly after hearing his enchanting rendition of the Swana version of An He Xiao yesterday, she longed to experience the original version's brilliance. After all, how could An He Xiao disappoint with the devil from heaven as a precedent? Su Ran, please sing a song. The atmosphere is perfect for it. As the crowd continued to cheer, Su Ran merely chuckled softly. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Reba suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially beside his ear. If you sing a song for me, I will privately dance just for you. What do you think? Private? A solo dance? Su Ran inhaled deeply and responded in kind. Will you be wearing black stockings? Absolutely not. Reba's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched Su Ran's arm. What are you thinking? It's a serious dance. However, this fellow has a penchant for black stockings. She discreetly tucked away this little quirk of Su Ran's in her memory. Well then, since everyone is eager to listen, I shall sing. Su Ran declared with a smile. Bring forth the guitar. Chapter 37. Controversy? Dimensional strikes. Under the radiant stars, with the gentle sea breeze caressing the air, all eyes were fixated on Su Ran, who held a guitar in his embrace. Instead of launching into his performance immediately, Su Ran meticulously tuned his strings, his expression unusually focused. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that set the hearts of both the live audience and those watching online aflutter. It was inevitable. Su Ran's persona as an entertainer had long since taken root in the hearts of many. The more earnest he appeared, the more spectators felt he was on the verge of unveiling something remarkable. For some reason, Su Ran's serious expression fills me with trepidation. Could it be another song to rival the foodie's song? It's entirely possible. He never intended to perform, and now he seems so earnest. More than that, I'm curious about what Ba and Su Ran discussed. Please, sing a normal song. Hey, a singing segment? I think I'll slip away for now and return after the performance. The live chat erupted with fervent discussions. At that moment, Li Yunrui, observing Su Ran's tuning, curiously inquired, Su Ran, is this song titled on a bridge? It feels very narrative. What kind of song is it? What kind of song indeed? Su Ran paused for a moment, then revealed an innocent smile. It's a melancholic masterpiece. That's all I can say. Healing? A masterpiece? The audience collectively gasped. Was Su Ran perhaps overly confident in himself? Such a bold appraisal of a song, yet to be embraced by the market, seemed rather audacious. At that moment, Li Yunrui felt a pang of regret. Why had he posed such a question? This answer would surely invite criticism. He lamented that had he known Su Ran was so unreserved, he would have refrained from asking. The other guests exchanged wary glances, aware that the implications of this statement could range widely, and they feared it might be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. If it had been an ordinary artist, they would have been mercilessly criticized by now. Fortunately, this was Su Ran, a character known for his whimsical nature. A minor boast would likely not incite much disdain among the majority of viewers. However, the live chat was not solely populated by Su Ran supporters. With his meteoric rise to fame, his detractors had also multiplied. After all, Su Ran's eccentric personality naturally attracted the ire of numerous naysayers. Now, they seized the opportunity to unleash their vitriol upon him. Just an ordinary person, does he really think of himself as a deity of song? How self-important can one be? And a masterpiece? What audacity to call it such. Bragging without a script, waiting for the inevitable facepalm. Simply a clown seeking to attract attention. How can such a person achieve fame? Has the entertainment industry's threshold sunk this low? Initially, these disparaging remarks stemmed from a small faction, but were soon drowned out by an overwhelming wave of support from CP fans and humorous comments. Yet, gradually, Wang Zhengyu, backstage with the production team, detected an unsettling shift. At that moment, the atmosphere among the main creators in the studio turned decidedly grave. The assistant glanced at the furrowed brow of director Wang Zhengyu and remarked, Director Wang, it seems someone is deliberately steering the narrative. There must be some orchestrated involvement. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that a seemingly casual remark from Su Ran could ignite such a tempest of controversy. Nevertheless, Wang Jingyu understood that this was not Su Ran's fault. It could have merely been a jest, but it was exploited by those with ulterior motives. As for who was behind it, Wang Jingyu was well aware. With the premiere of Summer Heartbeat, viewership records were shattered, naturally inciting displeasure among certain individuals. Their targeting of Su Ran was merely collateral damage. Their true aim was to undermine both Summer Heartbeat and him. "Director, what should we do? Should we manage the barrage of comments?" the assistant suggested, concerned that Su Ran would inevitably become the target of public ire unless he could produce a masterpiece that satisfied everyone. But was that even feasible? It was utterly improbable. Even if a renowned singer stood here, one could not guarantee universal acclaim for their work. Wang Jingyu observed the young man on screen, who remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. Suddenly, a sense of calm washed over him. Why panic? A slight smile crept onto Wang Jingyu's face. If they wished to escalate matters, so be it. Now, request promotional resources from a network. The entire backstage erupted in commotion. "Director, think carefully. Don't act impulsively. This is a trap." Yet, Wang Jingyu shook his head, feeling an inexplicable trust in Su Ran. "No need to persuade me. I am fully aware of my actions. I am completely lucid and devoid of any anger." He smiled, pointing at Su Ran on the screen. "I simply have faith in this young man. I believe he can create a miracle." His smile turned sly. "Even if Su Ran falters, with his charm and buzz, we can still generate heat. Any publicity is good publicity. What is there to fear?" At these words, everyone acknowledged Wang Jingyu's reputation as a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry. His cunning was indeed remarkable. They then turned their gaze to Su Ran on the screen, a flicker of anticipation igniting within them. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed deliver. "Stop dawdling. Get to work. Within 5 minutes, maximize our exposure. Let us make them shoot themselves in the foot." "Understood." On site, the assistant tugged at Su Ran's sleeve. Lowering his voice, "Remember, this is live. Be modest." Su Ran paused for a moment and asked, "You don't believe in me?" "Of course not." The assistant hurriedly clarified. "I have complete faith in you, but this is live. Your words can be magnified by certain individuals." "Don't worry." Su Ran waved his hand and chuckled softly. "Prepare some tissues. I assure you this song will be so beautiful it will bring tears." Literally, Su Ran remained utterly unperturbed. Perceiving no fault in his words, he merely articulated a truth. The potency of this song was something he had profoundly experienced in a past life. It was a divine masterpiece capable of evoking melancholy even in dogs. In this somewhat culturally stagnant world, it could only be described as a dimensional strike. "You." Reba sighed, exasperated at the frivolity of the moment. Yet, she gazed at Su Ran with unwavering resolve, affirming, "Su Ran, I believe in you." "Yes, I know." Su Ran kept his gaze lowered, his fingers delicately poised on the guitar strings, the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as serene as a gentle breeze. He then inhaled deeply, under the scrutiny of countless eyes filled with anticipation, skepticism, and concern. His long, elegant fingers finally descended softly upon the guitar strings. With merely a few simple chords, akin to small stones cast into the still surface of a lake, an indescribable atmosphere began to ripple outward, silent yet profound. The slightly melancholic prelude, imbued with a sense of solitude, melded with the sound of crashing waves. This melody flowed like a gentle river, unfurling across the tranquil night. There was no ostentatious display of skill, no elaborate orchestration. Instead, it possessed a primal, heartfelt power that struck at the softest depths of every listener's soul. Even this mere prelude was sufficient to ensnare countless hearts. All present stood entranced before Su Ran, their expressions painted with disbelief. Merely the prelude, and it was already worthy of divine reverence. Chapter 38. The Sealing of Ballots. As the interlude sounded, even the dogs by the roadside felt a pang of regret. When the final note gently descended, its resonance lingered long. The crackling of the bonfire and the whispering of the waves created a moment where time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath as an indescribable emotion began to spread. At that moment, Sue Ran's unique voice, as if kissed by the divine, emerged. It flowed like a gentle soliloquy, imbued with an inescapable melancholy. Let me see you once more from south to north, like the blindfolded eyes of the Fifth Ring Road. Please tell me again about the girl with the box and the man wiping his sweat. The melody, though soft, silently inundated the hearts of everyone present like a rising tide. The unadorned lyrics, akin to a dull knife, inscribed gentle marks upon each listener's heart with every note. A subtle, inexplicable sorrow lingered in the minds of all. There was no artifice, yet the raw emotion stirred each listener into a state of melancholy. I know those summers, like you, will never return. I shall no longer harbor expectations for anyone. I understand that this world bears too many regrets each day. Thus, hello, goodbye. In the chorus, the melody remained tranquil, yet the emotion intensified. There was no overt sentimentality. Sue Ran's voice resonated like that of an old friend, articulating the sorrows of parting in the haze of mild intoxication. The song carried a hint of nonchalance, a sense of acceptance, and above all, helplessness. Just as the lyrics proclaimed, this world harbors too many regrets. All we can do is accept and move forward. Yu Shushin felt a twinge in her heart, recalling the bittersweet moments of her debut and the friends who had gradually drifted away. Meng Zi's eyes reflected nostalgia and sentiment, evoking memories of a summer long past. A story forever unreachable. Li Yunrui was profoundly shaken, incredulously gazing at Sue Ran before him. Could such a song truly be crafted by someone in their 20s? What extraordinary talent did this individual possess to create such melodies and lyrics? Wang Hedi's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze vacant, releasing an inadvertent sigh. Meanwhile, Heba stared intently at Sue Ran, observing his lowered gaze, the subtle smile at his lips, and the near whisper of his song. An inexplicable tightness gripped her heart, a mixture of acidity and heaviness. What experiences had he endured to pen such melodies and lyrics? She suppressed the urge to rush forward and embrace him, instead opting to watch him with a heart full of empathy. In the live stream, the surging emotions poured forth through the barrage of comments. Wah! Deceitful charlatan! What happened to the promised healing? I'm on the verge of depression. Ugh! I didn't smoke before, but after hearing this song, I've already had 3. Hey there, buddy upstairs, let's share a smoke. Sue Ran is truly an enigma. How can someone so vivacious compose such profoundly moving melodies? Maya, goosebumps erupted across my skin. This is breathtakingly beautiful. When Sue Ran turned serious, his charisma is utterly lethal. Where the naysayers from earlier stepped forward and faced the music. Amusing how those who spewed venom moments ago now cower in silence. This proves Sue Ran's talent is unshakable. Sue Ran, go on, keep barking. Sue Ran, not taking disciples. At this moment, the barrage of comments floods the screen like a tidal wave. As for the previous trolls and critics, now they can only sulk in the shadows, too humiliated to surface. They might wish to lash out, but even they must concede, they've been utterly disarmed. Then, the singing halts abruptly. The lingering strums of the guitar fade into the night. Only the crackling of the bonfire and the murmuring waves remain on the beach. Everyone remains ensnared in the melancholic atmosphere, unable to break free. What shatters the silence is neither applause nor cheers, but a rhythmic tapping. Thud, 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 thud. The crowd watches Sue Ran in astonishment. There he sits, cradling his guitar, striking its body with deliberate cadence. The percussion is simple, at first soft and unhurried, like raindrops tapping a windowsill, carrying a restrained, almost suffocating emotion. Each strike lands precisely on the pulse of every listener as heartbeat. It's as though Sue Ran isn't striking wood, but the very cores of their souls. This seemingly unremarkable, repetitive rhythm somehow eclipses the sorrowful melody, resonating deeper than thought possible. The moment this divine interlude emerges, the live stream erupts. Holy, a god-tier interlude. Even stray dogs would weep at this. Why does this make me want to cry? Sniff, I'm reminded of my lost youth and that girl with twin braids. Hello, Goodbye, I wish I could return to 17, just to hear my mother call me brat one more time. After she left, I never grew up. Damn it. You're wrecking me at midnight. I have work tomorrow. Please stop singing. I'm slipping into depression. His guitar and vocals are unreal. Are we sure he is not a professional? This is folk music at its zenith. When the final beat dissolves into the night, the beach is swallowed by suspended silence. Only the bonfire's whisper and the ocean's sigh remain. All are still imprisoned within the musical narrative Sue Ran has woven. A tidal wave of melancholy drowns them whole. No one speaks. No one applauds. Some are lost in his voice. Others wander the corridors of memory. And some, still mourning the past that slipped through their fingers. Each of them seem to hear their own story and see their own reflection in the song. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream bizarrely vanished. It wasn't that no one was commenting. Rather, there were so many that the server simply crashed. In the background, Wang Jingyu was drenched in sweat, yet a hint of satisfaction crept onto his lips. He gazed at the online viewer count surpassing 10 million, knowing he had gambled wisely. That youthful figure, who had retired early, had indeed created a miracle, elevating reality dating shows to unprecedented heights. One extraordinary talent he was. If he were to enter the entertainment industry, one could hardly imagine the sensation he would cause. Yet, Wang Jingyu also understood that Sue Ran was indifferent to wealth, fame, or the so-called popularity. He acted solely for his own enjoyment. Truly an exceptional individual. Wang Jingyu felt a genuine admiration for Sue Ran rise within him. The server was not yet repaired. No need for repairs. The higher-ups decided to replace it with a larger server altogether. Meanwhile, Sue Ran gazed at the eerie silence before him, momentarily taken aback. Had he unintentionally made everyone melancholic with his fervor? It was Reba who first regained her composure, blushing as she stood and exclaimed, "Sue Ran, you look incredibly handsome today." Applause erupted like a tidal wave as the audience awakened from their stupor. It was indeed beautiful. While it was pleasing, they dared not listen further. It was too emotionally overwhelming. So this was the source of the melancholy. Although they jested, deep inside they were genuinely in awe. With unparalleled looks and talent, along with a flair for entertainment, Sue Ran was truly a natural-born star. How was he so astonishing? Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui felt an immense envy swelling within them. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi also envied Reba immensely. To have such a boyfriend, even if only a screen couple, was enviable. Moreover, the fake could indeed become real. Hadn't they noticed the way Reba looked at Sue Ran, as if she were utterly captivated? Yet, it was anticipated that Reba's popularity would undoubtedly soar because of Sue Ran. Sue Ran winked at Reba and said, "So, did I embarrass you?" "Of course not." Reba shook her head vigorously. Observing her dazed expression, Sue Ran leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "Since you're satisfied, shouldn't we discuss the promised reward?" "I understand. You, think about what dance and what color socks you like," she exclaimed, and before Sue Ran could respond, she dashed away to the villa like a startled rabbit. "What? Socks?" Sue Ran stared at her retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Did she mean stockings? Hiss. She even suggested choosing a color? TSK. This girl is truly testing my resolve. Chapter 39. The Arrival of the Zwan Girl. I shall protect my man. The night was deep. The bonfire by the seaside had long extinguished, leaving only a few embers flickering in the gentle evening breeze. The guests, enveloped in complex emotions and lingering sentiments, returned to their rooms, and the once vibrant love cabin fell into a tranquil silence after a day of lively interactions. Only the distant waves softly caressed the shore. The fixed camera in the live broadcast room now captured nothing but the empty living room and courtyard, signifying the conclusion of today's stream. However, the revelry belonging to the audience and fans had only just begun. Sue Ran's guitar performance of An Hikyo spread like wildfire across various social media platforms. Following the 18 trending topics from the premiere day, terms such as Sue Ran An Hikyo, Healing Masterpiece, Hello and Goodbye, and Server Crashed once again dominated the charts. Countless netizens clicked on the unedited video clips, framed only by the bonfire and moonlight. And then, They found themselves unable to escape. The figure under the moonlight, cradling the guitar and singing, with astonishing vocal prowess and soul-stirring melodies, left them spellbound. The comments section was utterly overwhelmed, transforming into a grand emo gathering and a sanctuary for tears. As a 30-year-old man, I found myself in tears, reminiscing about my years in Beijing. The emotional intensity was truly overwhelming. It was unbearable. Who told me this was a healing song? I was on the verge of tears in the middle of the night. This song has such a lingering impact, alas. Of course, there were skeptics. A certain renowned music critic, upon seeing Anhikyo exalted on Weibo, scoffed and posted, "It's merely a catchy song sung by an internet celebrity. How can it be a masterpiece? The hype is excessive. Let me listen and I'll debunk this in 5 minutes." 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, half an hour. Yet, this critic never returned. His fans waited in vain, expecting a rebuttal, only to find an influx of notifications on his Weibo, revealing a system message. This account has been canceled. The aftermath could not be understated. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless emo night. The name Su Ran, along with the heart-wrenching song Anhikyo, had truly burst into the limelight. Countless individuals, initially indifferent to dating shows, now recognized Summer Heartbeat 2 and the remarkable, yet unassuming, guest Su Ran. The program's metrics soared once more, igniting discussions across various circles. Wang Jingyu, observing the terrifying surge in data from the back end, could not contain his joy, his smile reaching ear to ear. This time, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this phenomenon, Su Ran, showed little interest in the frenzy. To him, what mattered more than popularity and viewership was the playful antics of the neighboring orange cat. After a refreshing shower, he comfortably lay on his bed, glancing at his phone out of habit. Yet, he noticed that his beloved chat companion had not yet reached out to him today. Had they fallen asleep? Su Ran felt a peculiar sense of curiosity, contemplating whether to inquire about when her private dance would come to fruition. Shaking her head with a smile, she dismissed the thought and summoned the system panel once more. She was not particularly interested in reviewing her gains, as she had spent the day in idleness, likely yielding no rewards. As expected, the activity value displayed on the system panel remained a pitiful 153 points. Suddenly, Su Ran noticed an unread message in the system log. Upon opening it, she found the following: detected a significant deviation from the main activity line in today's performance. Excessively serious behavior has severely disrupted the stability of the system's energy field. To encourage the host to promptly return to their flamboyant essence, a reward has been granted. Bronze Treasure Chest X1. We hope the host will continue to stir up mischief. Is this even possible? Wow, this system is exceedingly considerate. It is leagues apart from those other systems that punish uncompleted tasks with diminutive reductions. Without hesitation, Su Ran waved her hand and opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Bronze Treasure Chest. You have received a one-time consumable item. Lucky scratch card, small amount. X1. A scratch card? Su Ran was taken aback, surprised to find that a scratch card could be among the rewards. Clicking into the item details, she discovered the specifics of the scratch card. Item effect: a seemingly ordinary instant lottery ticket, guaranteed to yield a prize upon scratching, with the amount being random, not exceeding 4 digits. Note: please redeem the prize promptly, as it will expire if not claimed in time. All rewards from winnings are of legal origin, so feel free to use them without worry. Interesting indeed. Su Ran's eyes sparkled. Although the maximum reward was merely 4 digits, who wouldn't appreciate free money? Their romantic fund was in dire straits, and with their options dwindling, she could take the scratch card and try her luck. The system truly understood her needs. Meanwhile, in room 201 next door, Miss Orange Cat was similarly tossing and turning, unable to find any semblance of sleep. Clutching her adorably ugly alpaca plushie, she rolled about on her bed. Her mind flitted between images of Su Ran performing on a bridge, his infuriatingly straightforward remarks, and the warmth of his embrace when he had saved her. Most troubling of all was the question lingering in her mind: for whom was Anha Bridge truly written? This question led to an inexplicable sense of gloom and restlessness in her heart. Resolving to push it aside, she picked up her phone. intending to scroll through Weibo for distraction. As for Sue Ran, she did not wish to seek him out for the time being. Upon seeing various trending topics related to her and Sue Ran on Weibo, her mood brightened considerably. Among the positive comments, however, were numerous disparaging remarks aimed at Sue Ran. Some detractors clung to labels like ordinary and attention-seeking, launching unwarranted attacks and slander. Viewing these baseless criticisms ignited a fire of indignation within her. What do these people know? Sue Ran is undeniably talented and immensely intriguing, although at times she can be a tad vexing. Yet, it is hardly within the rights of you keyboard warriors to cast judgment. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, promptly switching to her alternate Weibo account, an essential tool for seasoned internet addicts. She fervently unleashed her frustrations upon those disparaging comments. If you think you could do better, then step up. If you dislike it, then leave. No one is compelling you to endure it. My dear Sue Ran is the most striking of them all, albeit a touch brash. Stay out of this. The fierce girl from Zoo and is back, her combative spirit soaring. She swiftly silenced the most vociferous of her detractors, driving them to delete their comments and flee. After confronting the haters, her heart felt considerably lighter. Yet, upon setting down her phone and gazing at Sue Ran's WeChat avatar, she spiraled into yet another cycle of turmoil. That infuriating fellow. Does he not realize that my silence stems from my own discontent? Would it kill him to reach out to me just once? How could I, the ever-diligent defender, have gone to such lengths for him? It infuriated her. She picked up that ugly alpaca plushie to vent her frustration. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to resist the urge to contact Sue Ran. She yearned to inquire about that song. Who was it composed for? Did he perhaps experience a profoundly unforgettable romance? And does he harbor feelings for someone? These questions lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Ultimately, she grasped her phone, opened the chat with Sue Ran, and typed a message. That song. Who did you write it for? After a moment's reflection, she deemed such a question too direct, revealing her concern too overtly. Hence, she deleted it. She then typed, have you ever gone through something unpleasant? No, that was too intrusive, akin to prying into someone else's private affairs. So, she removed that too. She tried again. Do you have any other beautiful original songs? That seemed a bit more natural, but it felt entirely disconnected from her true inquiry. She deleted it once more. Thus, she found herself in a cycle of writing and erasing, her brow furrowing in frustration. The WeChat dialog box above perpetually displayed. The other party is typing. Just then, Sue Ran's avatar flickered, and a distinctive notification chimed from her phone. A message from Sue Ran. He actually reached out to me? Yet in the next moment, her embarrassment was palpable. Sue Ran had sent several screenshots. The images displayed their chat, revealing the message the other party is typing along with a teasing remark. Were you curious about my favorite color of socks? I'm not picky. It's best if I wear one black and one white. Upon seeing the playful banter and the screenshots, she was utterly dumbfounded. Oh my goodness. He saw it. Heat rushed to her cheeks, feeling as though they could fry an egg. The embarrassment was overwhelming. In a flurry of shame and anger, she could scarcely maintain her composure. With a spirit of reckless abandon, she sent the question that had been plaguing her. That song. Who did you write it for? The message was successfully dispatched. She tossed her phone onto the bed and buried her head under the covers. Oh no, why'd I ask that? How embarrassing. Would he think I'm strange? After a considerable pause, she cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and retrieved her phone. On the screen, Sue Ran's reply appeared. Succinct and straightforward. I wrote it for my grandmother. Grandmother? Wasn't it meant for some ethereal muse? She was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, upon reading this response, a sense of relief washed over her. The earlier pangs of inexplicable bitterness and speculation dissipated entirely. So that's how it is. She exhaled softly, a faint smile curling her lips. However, before she could respond, Sue Ran's second message followed swiftly. What's this? Are you jealous? So concerned about who the song is for? Afraid that someone else holds a place in my heart? You aren't lusting after me, are you? Who is jealous or lusting after you? Don't flatter yourself. Sue Ran did not reply, but sent another screenshot instead. Ugh, I'm going to sleep. I'm ignoring you. She retaliated with 3 furious emoji and swiftly silenced her phone, tossing it aside. I won't pay attention to this annoying fellow any longer. It infuriated her. As she glanced at the chat box, which had once again fallen silent, Sue chuckled softly. Teasing this easily provoked ginger cat every day was truly a source of joy. Chapter 40, A New Task. Sue strong backing. The sun continued to shine, and the sea breeze was gentle. The love cabin welcomed a new day. The guests had gathered in the living room early. Last night, just before bed, they had all received a notification on their phones. Today, a new task would be announced. At the dining table, the guests were savoring the seafood porridge that Sue had prepared from the leftover ingredients of the previous night. The appearance of the seafood porridge was still rather unappetizing. However, it seemed that everyone had developed a certain visual resilience, and they consumed it without any psychological burden. Yet, for the viewers in the live stream, this scene was an absolute visual pollution. Seeing this scene so early in the morning is quite overwhelming. I simply cannot connect the dashing figure from last night with today's Sue. Sue, please speak up in a more assertive manner. After an entire night of feeling emo, I hope Sue can lighten the mood today. Oh no. My dear friend upstairs, what we should be looking forward to is some sweetness. The other two couples were immersed in their own little worlds, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Only the vibe between Sue and Reba seemed somewhat delicate. Reba was preoccupied with her food, occasionally casting furtive glances at Sue. Her face flushed with irritation. After all, it was this very person who had kept her up late last night with frustration. Sue, on the other hand, relished the peace, enjoying his meal and occasionally making exaggerated slurping sounds while drinking milk, seemingly to provoke someone's attention. Breakfast concluded in this slightly peculiar ambience. At that moment, Lee PD appeared with a new task card, her face beaming with a smile. Good morning, everyone. I trust you all rested well last night. You all seem to have regained your energy. She glanced over the varied states of the guests, chuckling inwardly. All right, after a day of rest, we will commence a new challenge today. Lee PD cleared her throat, her tone becoming serious. Considering the previous expenses, which, were quite substantial, many of the desired activities might not be feasible due to budget constraints. Therefore, to allow everyone to better experience the joys of romantic life, the production team has decided to offer you all an opportunity for diligent prosperity. Upon hearing this, the guests exchanged glances. What trick was the production team planning this time? Lee PD unfolded the task card and read aloud. Today's task is Striving for Love Career Experience Day. Career experience? Menk Sie inwiedet. Do you mean working to earn money? Precisely. Lee PD nodded affirmatively and continued. The production team has contacted several local businesses to provide a variety of part-time positions. As long as you complete the daily workload, you will receive corresponding compensation. The staff promptly rolled out a board displaying job options before everyone, showcasing numerous common professions. Positions such as bubble tea shop attendant, CAF worker, pet store employee, and bookstore clerk were among the dozens of options available. The working hours and hourly wages varied, typically ranging from 100 to 300 yuan. The rules are quite simple. PD Lee tapped the small blackboard and smiled. Positions are limited. It's first come, first served. Each group may choose 2 occupations, and completing 1 task each day is sufficient. In other words, this task spans 2 days. The guests' eyes brightened at this revelation, as it indeed addressed their financial constraints. Upon the announcement of the task, the atmosphere instantly became lively. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Xiao MOCP and the Songlan CP both opted for higher-paying jobs. The Xiao MOCP selected a barista position at a CAF, 300 yuan, and a staff role at a milk tea shop, 200 yuan. Although these jobs may be demanding, they offered some of the highest wages. Meanwhile, the Songlan CP chose a pet shop attendant, 200 yuan, and a server at a seaside restaurant, 300 yuan. Their reasoning was straightforward. Working at a pet shop allowed them to interact with adorable animals, while the restaurant provided a complimentary dinner. A perfect combination of work and play. As the higher-paying jobs were swiftly claimed, the seemingly upset Reba grew anxious. She elbowed the indifferent Sue and exclaimed, "Hey, you should choose 2. The high-paying ones are all taken." Only then did Su Ran lift his head, responding in a nonchalant tone. Work? It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in this lifetime. I don't know how to run a business either, so I can only tend to flowers and raise fish to barely sustain my livelihood. Reba sighed, realizing that persuading someone who had retired early to take up a job was indeed a formidable challenge. But if we don't work, we won't have money. If it weren't for the leftover ingredients from last night, we wouldn't even be able to afford breakfast. Upon hearing this, Su Ran revealed a familiar yet perilous smile that Reba recognized all too well. He mysteriously declared, "Don't worry. I have a way to help you become wealthy." Become wealthy? Not this again. Reba instantly became alert, recalling that day's business excursion. This guy. Surely he wouldn't drag her to some bizarre place again? She wanted to inquire further, but Su Ran remained tight-lipped, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, the other two pairs of CPs exchanged greetings before setting off. "Let us go. We should head out too," Su Ran insisted, taking Reba's wrist and pulling her along. "Wait, where are we going? Are we really not going to work?" Reba queried, filled with apprehension yet not resisting. "I said I'd help you become wealthy. Just follow me," Su Ran replied without looking back. As the two set off, the live stream's chat exploded with comments. What grand scheme is Su Ran concocting this time? Become wealthy? I have a foreboding feeling about this. Is he going to put stockings on his head, build an empire, and achieve greatness? If he actually robs a bank, that would guarantee a lifetime of security. In the background, Wang Jingyu looked bewildered. What's this guy up to now? He mused. The assistant timidly inquired, Should we intervene? Wang Jingyu waved his hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. No need. Let him have free rein. I am curious to see what he will conjure up today. Thus, under the watchful gaze of millions across the internet, Su Ran once again set off, with the bewildered Reba riding alongside him on that pink electric scooter. However, the destination this time left everyone utterly astonished. What lay before them was a remarkably legitimate lottery sales point. Reba gazed at the familiar sign, her expression frozen in disbelief. Are you telling me that your grand scheme for wealth is to bring me here to buy lottery tickets? Her blood pressure seemed to surge. Exactly, Su Ran replied with an air of nonchalance, chuckling. Just imagine, if we hit the jackpot, we could lounge around for 3 months. Reba retorted. What are you even thinking? Winning 5 yuan would be a cause for celebration. The live stream erupted in laughter. Ha. A lottery store. I'm laughing so hard. Su Ran's secret to wealth, entirely reliant on luck. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be anything conventional. Su Ran's route to wealth is indeed unconventional. Reba, I'm tired, let it all end. Su Ran is utterly unreliable. Reba facepalmed, making one last attempt to reason with him. Su Ran, let us remain grounded and not entertain these unrealistic notions, shall we? The odds of winning on scratch cards are abysmally low. Besides, with the little money we have left, we can hardly buy a handful. If they did purchase scratch cards, it would not be lounging for 3 months, but rather begging for 3 months. Shoo! Su Ran interrupted her, adjusting his collar with a proud demeanor. Rest assured, my connections are solid. We're bound to win. Reba was momentarily stunned. Was that something one should say? She quickly exclaimed, Don't say such nonsense. The audience is watching. At that moment, the comments began to speculate. Could Su Ran's connections mean the production team had arranged something in advance? Just then, Su Ran turned toward the sky, devoutly clasping his hands together, murmuring a chant. Heavenly gate open, earthly gate open, may the 5 gods of fortune enter. Reba facepalmed again, subtly distancing herself from Su Ran, wearing an expression that screamed, I do not know him. The live stream was in an uproar with laughter. His connections are the gods of wealth? Who would have thought? Those connections are indeed solid. Su Ran is so amusing. What a performance. If this incantation worked, those Taoists would have struck it rich long ago. Rolling on the floor laughing, Su Ran is too funny. If this actually leads to a win, I'll stream with 5 fans on. Having finished his earnest invocation, Su Ran led Reba into the lottery shop. With grandiosity, he declared, Boss, I deal like 2 scratch cards with the highest prize and the lowest price. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then found himself in a state of bemusement. With Su Ran's demeanor, The shopkeeper assumed he was a big spender. However, purchasing just 2 cards at 10 yuan each didn't bode well for winning odds. Are you sure you don't want to buy a few more? Just 2 will suffice. Chapter 41. Absurd. His backer is truly the god of wealth. The proprietress, observing Su Ran's confident demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head inwardly, thinking, the youth of today truly possess an imagination beyond reason. The notion of winning the highest prize. Does he fancy himself a reincarnation of a lucky koi? Although she entertained these thoughts, business must proceed. With a smile, the owner casually retrieved an entire stack of brand-new 10-fold scratch-off tickets from the counter, saying, "Feel free to choose, and may fortune favor you." He had certainly overheard Su Ran at the door, offering prayers to the god of wealth while reciting incantations. Yet, he regarded it merely as youthful antics meant to enhance the live-streaming experience. Could one truly hope to strike it rich with a mere $10? The odds were astonishingly lower than that of a sow climbing Mount Everest. If simply offering a prayer and uttering a few words could guarantee a win, he might as well relocate his lottery shop to the temple's entrance. Why toil in this establishment? Unbeknownst to Su Ran, the proprietor was silently mocking him. He concentrated, internally querying the system. System, how do I redeem this scratch-off? The system promptly responded, redemption activated. Please follow the prompts. With a chime, Su Ran noticed a particular scratch-off ticket radiating an extraordinary glow, a phenomenon seemingly visible only to him. He smiled, selecting that fateful ticket, saying, "This one it shall be." He then turned to the motionless Reba, inquiring, "Why aren't you choosing?" "I'll pass. Let's just buy one together for the fun of it," she replied. Reba shook her head, reasoning that it was wiser to minimize losses, as this game offered no guarantees. "Don't worry. My backer is incredibly strong. We're bound to win." Unable to resist Su Ran's persuasion, Reba casually picked a ticket. Strangely, once she made her selection, her heart raced with a flicker of excitement, as if that scratch-off might indeed lead to a grand prize. However, the outcome was predictably disappointing. Gazing at the words "Thank you for your patronage," Reba sighed, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have scratched it and could have saved $10. Not a problem." Su Ran chuckled, pushing his scratch-off ticket forward. "Let's try again. I guarantee you'll win big this time." Reba, looking at Su Ran's familiar smile, felt as though she had been transported back to that day at the amusement park, when she had failed to hit a single target in the shooting game. Su Ran had consoled her with the same smile and tone. Oh, how touching. Reba found herself at a loss, wondering why she felt so moved. It wasn't as though Su Ran was flirting with her, yet she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter unexpectedly. While she was lost in thought, Su Ran continued, "What if we do win? We could live comfortably for 3 months. Are you really that confident?" "Absolutely." Seeing Su Ran's unwavering confidence ignited a spark of anticipation not only in Reba, but throughout the entire live-streaming room. Reba took a deep breath, accepted the scratch card, and then retrieved a coin, slowly beginning to scratch. The mechanics of this 10-fold scratch card were quite straightforward. As long as the revealed number bore the winning symbol, one would receive the corresponding prize beneath that symbol. The scratch card featured a total of 20 boxes, implying 20 opportunities to win. With utmost care, Reba began to scratch off each box one by one. Upon reaching the 5th box, there was no winning symbol. The 10th box yielded no winning symbol either. The 15th box still showed no sign of victory. The 16th, 17th, 18th, yet again, no winning symbol appeared. Reba pouted, "See, I told you." "Forget it, I won't scratch anymore." She had already given up. How could she believe in such superstitions? Winning would truly be a miracle. "Don't be hasty. There are still 2 left," said Su Ran, taking Reba's hand and smiling. "Let me bestow some good fortune upon you." Feeling the warmth of Su Ran's palm on the back of her hand, Reba's cheeks flushed slightly. "This guy is holding my hand." Reba completely lost focus on the numbers being scratched and began to spiral into her own thoughts. Then, she heard Su Ran declare, "Boss, it's time to claim the prize." Initially, the boss, who had been bored scrolling through his phone, was momentarily taken aback. The now awake Reba thought Su Ran was speaking nonsense. But then, she focused her gaze. On the second-to-last number, 03, a symbol had emerged, and below it, the number boldly stated 5,003,5000 yuan. The symbol was remarkably clear, a tangible prize of 5,000. Buzzed. Reba felt her mind go blank in an instant. It was as if countless fireworks exploded within her. Holy cow! Is Su Ran truly a fortune bringer? Did that incantation genuinely attract wealth? Su Ran is a sorcerer? We won. We really have. Overwhelmed with joy, Reba emitted a scream that echoed through the air. She leapt up from her spot, clinging to Su Ran like a sloth. The sudden embrace knocked Su Ran back a step. Feeling the softness within his arms and her racing heartbeat, a smile spread across his face. The boss, upon seeing the scratch card handed over by Su Ran, was left dumbfounded. What the heck? 5,000? Did this guy really hit the jackpot? Damn, can he really chant spells? Has the god of wealth truly manifested? Subsequently, the boss became even more exhilarated than Reba. His establishment had not seen a grand prize in ages, leading to dwindling business. Now that Su Ran had won, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. The entire live stream room erupted in chaos. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. I can't believe it. Praying to the gods really works. XDM, wait for my good news. I've decided to kneel before the god of wealth. I'm kneeling right in front of the screen. This is absurd. The thread gradually derailed as viewers began treating Su Ran like a living Lucky Charm, fervently making wishes. Backstage, the entire production team was dumbfounded. None of them had anticipated this. Su Ran actually won the lottery, and not just any prize, but a whopping 5,000 yuan. Given Su Ran's notorious laziness, wouldn't he just lounge around for the next 3 months? How would the show continue? How would the missions proceed? All eyes turned to Wang Jingyu, silently accusing. See? We told you to rein him in. Now look what happened. It's a disaster. Under their collective gaze, Wang Jingyu slammed the table in frustration. What are you all staring at? How was I supposed to know his connections were literally the god of wealth? Panicking, he scratched his head and barked, "Quick! Call Li Jing immediately. Use any means necessary to keep that 5,000 under control." Chapter 42. The husband sings, the wife follows. This accursed indulgence. At the lottery shop, Li PD hastened to the prize redemption venue with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing that Reba had successfully redeemed her scratch-off ticket, beaming with cash in hand, Li PD felt as though the sky were collapsing upon her. Just moments ago, everything had been proceeding smoothly within her group, only to be disrupted by the unexpected turn of events instigated by the Ran couple. With a smile more bitter than tears, she embarked on the most challenging crisis management of her career. Congratulations to both of you. Li PD's voice sounded somewhat parched. Truly, what splendid news. Fortune smiles upon you. A windfall has descended from the heavens. Noticing the hurried arrival of Li Jing, Reba instinctively clutched the 5,000 yuan tightly to her chest, as if to convey, "No one shall take my money." Dear contestants, the impact of 5,000 yuan on the show's balance is indeed significant. Might you consider temporarily placing this prize with the production team? Li PD carefully chose her words, attempting to persuade the two. Su Ran and Reba exchanged a glance, each reflecting unwavering determination in the other's eyes. Reba shook her head resolutely. "You didn't say we couldn't scratch it before we did. So why is it a problem now that we won?" Li PD realized the precariousness of their position. Who could have predicted that Su Ran's luck would be so extraordinary? Seeing Li PD fall silent, Reba scoffed. "If we hadn't won, would you have reimbursed us for the cost of the scratch-off tickets?" Li PD was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, other contestants were still toiling away. She felt a twinge of guilt, her speech faltering. "Well, they don't have to work if they don't want to. With this 5,000, we can manage to stretch our resources for a while." In any case, Reba was immovable. No matter what Li PD said, she adamantly refused to surrender the prize money. With a heavy sigh, Li PD felt a wave of despair wash over her. At that moment, however, Su Ran, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Actually, this prize isn't entirely non-negotiable." Upon hearing this, Li PD felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, her eyes suddenly alight with hope. A glimmer of opportunity. Li PD quickly leaned in, her tone urgent. "Su Ran, if there are conditions, please present them, as long as they aren't excessive. I'll speak on Director Wong's behalf. She was acutely aware that she might be attempting to outmaneuver the two, but at this juncture, she cared little for such matters. All she wanted was to rid herself of this hot potato. Otherwise, her own monthly bonus might be deducted by Wang Jingyu under some pretext. Su Ran chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Gotcha." He organized his thoughts, donning an innocuous smile. You know, this scratch-off was purchased using our entire savings. Its value is beyond words. Wouldn't you agree? I even enlisted my connections for this. Just consider the effort I've invested. You think you can simply demand I hand it over without question? Have you consulted the god of wealth? Listening to Su Ran's words, Li PD internally rolled her eyes dramatically. What did he mean by exhausting his savings? They had squandered their funds and barely saved 20 yuan. Moreover, is reciting incantations to worship the god of wealth considered a form of diligence? Yet under the eaves, one must bow their head. P. Dealey could only force a smile and say, Indeed, we have all witnessed the hard work and effort exerted by both of you. Thus, Su Ran finally revealed her true intentions, exposing her cunning nature. As for the bonus, let us be generous and leave only 2,000. Furthermore, the production team must cater to our meals for the upcoming week, adhering to the highest standards. Lastly, we demand a lavish seafood feast for lunch today. Li PD nearly choked on her own shock. Not only meals for the week. This was a trap. These two were undoubtedly ensnaring her. The comments in the live broadcast burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. It's the first time I've seen guests extort the production team. I am impressed. Su Ran is quite the strategist. Production team, I'm losing it here. Director Wong backstage must be fainting from anger. Ha ba, well done. Are these two in cahoots? The hot burn CP is so in sync, it's remarkable. Li PD glanced at Hot Ba, only to find her proudly lifting her chin, embodying the sentiment that her dear Aaron was indeed correct. This resonated with a delightful sense of marital harmony. Observing these two conspirators, Li PD felt as though she was suffocating. Just as she hesitated, she saw Su Ran clasping her hands together with Hot Ba, bowing reverently towards the heavens. Su Ran's voice echoed softly. If you refuse, I shall summon the deities again. Wait, you're coming again. Li PD was momentarily stunned, and before she could react, Wang Jingyu's furious voice crackled through her earpiece. Do not let him summon the deities. Agree to his terms. Li PD hurriedly called for a halt. No, we agree. Su Ran and Hot Ba exchanged knowing glances, high-fived, and then burst into laughter. The hot burn CP triumphed splendidly. This plan to leverage was concocted after much deliberation between the two. After all, the production team would certainly not allow them to keep that 5,000. Thus, it was better to strive for the best possible treatment. Now, securing 2,000 plus meals for the next week and a sumptuous seafood lunch today, they had certainly not come away empty-handed. Very well, their cooperation was impressively in sync. Hot Ba gave Su Ran a thumbs up, commending her performance. Your acting is superb, truly deserving of the Golden Eagle Goddess title. Su Ran reciprocated with an extravagant compliment. Li PD watched them with a mix of amusement and exasperation, as they blatantly disregarded the pretense. Once the bonus situation was resolved, Li PD produced a special selection board for job assignments. This was a position specifically arranged by the production team for the Hot Burn CP. Although your funding issues are settled, you must still engage in the theme of vocational experience, as this is an essential aspect to enhance interaction and life experience. Li PD declared, unveiling her second task for the duo, to partake in some labor. This is the task of the program. If it remains unfulfilled, what will the audience watch? However, the production team has prepared lighter options for the popular couple. Director Li showcased 3 laid-back positions: hotel sleep tester, panda keeper at the zoo, and dessert taste tester. Each of these roles is immensely intriguing. Furthermore, they offer a generous salary of 300 yuan per day. Which one will the two choose? Gasp! The pair was momentarily stunned by these enticing job offerings. Could such delightful positions truly exist? The eyes of the enthusiastic girl sparkled with excitement. Each role seemed irresistible, especially that of the panda keeper. Does that not mean she could have close encounters with pandas? And a dessert taste tester? Oh my, this was undoubtedly her dream profession. Meanwhile, Suran contemplated these choices thoughtfully, glancing at the eager girl, and then smiled softly. This girl would likely opt for the dessert tester, right? To his surprise, however, she exclaimed, Suran, let us go feed the pandas. I really want to. You wish to be the animal keeper, then? Yes, yes, yes. The girl nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Her reasons for wanting to visit the zoo were twofold. Firstly, she could interact closely with the pandas. Secondly, isn't the zoo one of the quintessential date spots for couples? If she went with Suran, it could be considered a date, right? Suran pondered this notion. It seemed plausible. He hadn't yet had the chance to experiment with the skill he had drawn, affinity for all beings. This was the perfect opportunity to test it. Imagine petting tigers and strolling with lions. How delightful would that be? With a smile, Suran replied, all right, let us go with your choice. Great. Panda keeper at the city zoo. The two of you are expected to report at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Director Lee sighed with relief. Indeed, to win over Suran, one must start with the enthusiastic girl. Although he often teased her, he genuinely cared for her. Didn't he? Director Lee felt an overwhelming excitement. Ah, this infuriating affection was truly going to be the death of him. Chapter 43. Astonishment. Reba's intelligence is scraped to the ground. The afternoon sun shone perfectly. The sky was a deep azure, devoid of any cloud. A warm sea breeze gently caressed the surroundings. According to their agreement, the production team reluctantly reserved a private room at the most upscale seafood restaurant nearby. Suran and Reba felt entirely justified in indulging in this lavish seafood feast, courtesy of the program. Australian lobsters, king crabs, abalone. Suran ordered everything listed on the menu. After all, the production team was footing the bill. It was all about selecting the expensive items rather than the appropriate ones. Reba did not forget to capture the moment and share it in their group chat, which immediately erupted in lamentations. The napping couples, Tsang Lan and Xiao Mo, suddenly found their working meals utterly unappetizing. Why should they endure hardships while Suran and Reba reveled in luxury? Later, when they learned that Suran and Reba had won a $5,000 prize from a scratch-off lottery, the four of them were collectively flabbergasted. They howled at the sky, pleading to cling to Suran. Had they known he was so audacious, they would have followed his lead. After satiating their appetites, the duo contentedly burped. Glancing at the time, they noted that there was still over an hour until their afternoon shift began. Suran initially intended to return to the villa for a quick nap to recharge. However, Reba tugged at his arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, Suran, let us head to the zoo early. I want to explore a bit. She could hardly contain her eagerness to get close to the national treasure, the giant panda. Moreover, arriving early would grant them additional time for their little world together. This could also be considered a part of their date, right? Seeing her enthusiasm, Suran couldn't bring himself to refuse and nodded in agreement. Before setting off, they returned to the villa, having hurried out in the morning. Both were still in casual attire. Since they were technically going to work, a more formal appearance was warranted. While Suran felt indifferent about it, Reba insisted on changing, as she viewed this outing as a date and wanted to look presentable before heading out. Soon, they returned to the villa, each retreating to their rooms to change. After a little over 10 minutes, when Suran emerged in the living room, he noticed Reba was missing. Just then, a horn sounded from outside. Suran then realized that Reba had already been waiting for him in the yard. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Reba's fully equipped ensemble: sunglasses, sun hat, sun-blocking scarf, and ice sleeves. Unable to resist, he teased, "Are you dressed to scout the zoo? Planning to snatch a panda tonight?" "Snatch? You wish," Reba retorted, slightly annoyed. "The sun by the sea is extremely harsh. I'm just protecting myself from sunburn." "Okay, sun protection?" Suran questioned, his expression one of confusion. That's entirely unnecessary. Reba's heart leaped. Did he intend to compliment her natural beauty? But then she heard Suran's teasing voice. "You were never pale to begin with. Get lost." With playful banter, the two finally embarked on their work journey. Upon arriving at the zoo, it was precisely 1:30. with half an hour remaining before work commenced. The two, having received prior arrangements from the production team, smoothly entered the park. Upon arrival, Reba was instantly filled with excitement. The leisurely strolling giraffes, the swinging monkeys, and the peacocks displaying their plumage, all of it captivated her with novelty and delight. Su-Ran followed closely behind, watching her jubilant demeanor, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. The skill of affinity with all beings seemed to be subtly at play, as Su-Ran sensed a profound familiarity reflected in the eyes of the animals directed toward him. Even the typically fierce tiger performed playful antics before him. As they ambled along, they eventually arrived at the gorilla enclosure. Inside the glass habitat, a robust, glossy-coated gorilla squatted in the corner, turning its back to them as it poked at ants on the ground with a small twig. That silhouette appeared both solitary and imbued with philosophical depth. "Goodness, this gorilla looks like a philosopher," Reba exclaimed in astonishment, snapping a photo and sharing it in their group chat. Su-Ran leaned in for a closer look, stroking his chin contemplatively as he remarked, "That posture does indeed resemble a human." "Who?" Reba blinked, curiosity piqued as she turned to him. "Does it not resemble you contemplating whether to send me a message last night?" "We agreed not to mention that," Reba retorted, preparing to admonish Su-Ran. At that moment, the gorilla, seemingly alerted by the commotion, turned around and delightedly approached Reba. "See, he has found a kindred spirit and is quite thrilled," Su-Ran remarked, only to receive a playful punch in response. The gorilla then approached the glass, raising its furry, muscular finger to point at the orange juice in Reba's hand, then to its mouth. The gestures were unmistakable. "Wow, is this gorilla trying to ask for orange juice?" Reba exclaimed. "His intelligence seems to surpass yours." Surantist. Ignoring the irritating comment, Reba attempted to communicate with the philosophical gorilla. "You want to drink this?" The gorilla nodded vigorously. It even excitedly tapped the glass and pointed at a small vent below. Following the gorilla's indication, Reba indeed spotted a tiny opening but was troubled, exclaiming, "This hole is too small. The bottle won't fit." The gorilla remained calm and persistently pointed between the bottle and the vent. "I've told you it won't fit," Reba insisted. The gorilla whimpered in response. Su-Ran, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, snatched the orange juice. Under Reba's incredulous gaze, he aimed it toward the small opening. The gorilla immediately rushed over, eagerly catching the juice, gulping it down in delight and smacking its lips in satisfaction. Then, it bestowed upon Reba an astute glance before contentedly departing. Reba pondered, "Did that final look from it imply that I am merely a servant? It turns out I was meant to pour it in." Hot Ba's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. Her intelligence seemed to have been thoroughly overshadowed by that gorilla. "Fortunately, your evolution is swift. Otherwise, it would be you stuck in there." Su-Ran sighed. "Their evolution is just right. They need not sit at a table or go to work." Hot Ba. The live stream erupted with laughter. Haha, Su-Ran's witty retort is on point. "Gorilla, if I evolve any further, I'll end up working in a factory tightening screws." "Did that gorilla just mock Hot Ba? I feel like it's smarter than I am." Gorilla, "This batch of visitors is truly difficult to manage. It's infuriating." On sight, Hot Ba was on the verge of an outburst. The resentment of old grievances combined with the humiliation of her intelligence being trampled surged within her. She abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Su-Ran. Her smile gradually morphed into something sinister. "Su-Ran, come here. I promise not to kill you." Hey. You're the one with the low IQ and blaming me? I want to take it. If I can't defeat a gorilla, can I not handle you?" In the midst of their chase, the two inadvertently arrived at their workplace, the Panda Pavilion. Thus, this dramatic pursuit came to an end. Hot Ba could hardly contain her excitement to meet the round and fluffy pandas. Su-Ran, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity. Would the enhancement of affinity with all beings yield some extraordinary effect when interacting with the pandas? It truly filled him with anticipation. Chapter 44, A Moment of Terror. Su-Ran is about to be catapulted. At last, we have arrived at the Panda Pavilion. Rolling, my dear, rolling. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with anticipation for the forthcoming professional experience at the Panda Sanctuary. After all, who could possibly resist the charm of these irresistibly adorable national treasures? The coastal city zoo sprawled over a vast expanse, nestled against the mountains and shaded by verdant trees. It is a must-visit destination for tourists in the country, renowned for its diverse array of animals and its commitment to animal welfare and the simulation of natural habitats. Particularly noteworthy is the Panda Pavilion, where Sue Ran and Reba work, recognized as one of the largest panda breeding centers in the southern region. The design of the Panda Pavilion is meticulously crafted, closely mimicking the panda's natural habitat. With artificial hills, flowing streams, dense bamboo groves, and wooden climbing frames and swings for the pandas to frolic upon, it is a veritable paradise. In the back area of the Panda Pavilion, Sue Ran and Reba donned matching blue zookeeper uniforms under the guidance of the staff. Though the attire was somewhat oversized and lacked any flair, the effect was strikingly different on the two. Reba, tall and graceful, radiated a youthful charm that lent her the warmth of a next-door neighbor, even in such plain work attire. As for Sue Ran, he resembled a living clothes hanger. The simplistic blue uniform, far from appearing unrefined, accentuated his tall stature and exuded a refreshing aura. Coupled with his flawless visage, he embodied the quintessential handsome zookeeper as if he had stepped out of romantic drama. Reba was genuinely astonished. While the uniform made her look rather unremarkable, Sue Ran managed to pull it off with such panache. He could make even a burlap sack look appealing. Yet, she couldn't resist teasing. In that outfit, you look more like someone destined to shovel dung. Sue Ran adjusted his collar and retorted, "It's mutual. You also possess a certain potential for the role of a waste collector." After donning their uniforms, the two proceeded to the main hall to commence their training. The training process was straightforward, involving a brief introduction to panda behavior, important precautions, and the preparation of panda cakes and milk. Puzzled, Reba raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, don't pandas only eat bamboo?" The professional zookeeper, Teacher Chun, smiled and explained, "In a captive environment, giant pandas also consume a small amount of panda cakes, fruits, honey, and other foods." Now makes sense? Knowledge gained. During the ensuing experience, they were cautioned against loud noises that might startle the pandas and discouraged from attempting to feed them human food. Although captive pandas are generally not aggressive, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary contact. Despite their endearing appearance, they are still formidable creatures capable of challenging a tiger. Understood. We will heed your advice. Reba nodded repeatedly. Although somewhat regretfully, she could comprehend the concerns of the zookeeper. The duo's experience in caring for pandas officially commenced. They began their first task, preparing the beloved bull milk for the panda cubs. The recipe for this special milk powder was meticulously formulated by researchers over a decade, tailored to meet the nutritional needs of the growing panda babies. Under the guidance of zookeeper Chun, Sue Ran and Reba started measuring and mixing various milk powders and calcium powder into a bowl, adding warm water and stirring thoroughly. The entire process was uncomplicated, akin to preparing infant formula. Watching Sue Ran deftly handle the task beside her, Reba couldn't help but muse. This fellow would surely make a competent father, our future offspring. Oh, how absurd. What was she thinking? Quickly, Reba dismissed those unwholesome thoughts, focusing intently on blending the milk powder. Before long, the bowl milk was ready. Next came the exhilarating moment, feeding time. "Come, I will lead you to the panda cub's activity area." Zookeeper Chun smiled, though his expression turned serious as he reminded them. "But once again, please prioritize safety, maintain distance, and refrain from touching them indiscriminately." Understood. Reba nodded enthusiastically, carefully lifting a large bucket of milk, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Noticing her struggle, Sue Ran reached out to help with the other side, alleviating some of the burden. She glanced at him sideways and offered a gentle smile. "Thank you." Passing through a disinfection corridor, they arrived at the outdoor play area for the panda cubs. The spacious venue was adorned with lush green grass, dotted with small trees and wooden structures for the cubs to climb. A few plump panda cubs, merely a few months old, rolled and frolicked on the grass, playfully gnawing on bamboo shoots, resembling adorable black and white rice dumplings, utterly melting hearts. How utterly delightful! Reba was instantly enchanted. Her eyes sparkled like two enormous hearts, yearning to rush over and cuddle them fiercely. Eagerly, she poured the bowl of milk into the designated dish and squatted down, gently calling out in the familiar tone she learned from the zookeepers, "Come, little ones, it's time for your milk." Upon hearing her call, the panda cubs paused their antics, wobbling their way towards Reba with adorable pigeon-toed steps, lowering their round heads and commencing their charming milk-drinking antics. Oh, they were simply too precious. Reba felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection, longing to pat their little heads. Observing her blissful demeanor, Su-Ran chuckled and shook his head. He set down the bowl of milk and walked toward the adjacent area where the adult pandas were active. There, a robust adult panda with an exceptionally glossy coat leaned lazily against a rock formation, dozing peacefully. "That is the star panda of our facility, named Wan Wan," the young keeper Chun softly explained, her demeanor rather, well, aloof. She generally does not engage with people, seldom approaching anyone aside from her caretaker. "Is that so?" After placing the steamed bun at the feeding point by the enclosure, he stood still, observing the giant panda. Wan Wan, who'd been dozing, seemed to sense something. Her fluffy ears twitched, and then she slowly opened her eyes. The round, glistening black pupils quickly locked onto a gaze. The two, one human and one bear, met each other's eyes. Su-Ran smiled slightly, attempting to convey her goodwill. However, after a few seconds of fixed observation, the panda Wan Wan suddenly, without any warning, leapt vigorously from the ground. Then, with her robust limbs, at a speed utterly incongruous with her clumsy appearance, she charged towards Su-Ran. This unforeseen scene caused a collective gasp from all present. "Danger! Run!" The young keeper Chun was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream, her face turning pale with fright. Although Wan Wan was typically aloof, she would not normally attack. What could have provoked such a frenzy today? The sudden shriek caught the attention of Iba, whose heart raced as she witnessed the panda barreling towards Su-Ran like a small tank. "Su-Ran, be careful!" she screamed in alarm. Yet it was already too late. The distance was closing rapidly. The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. What is happening? The national treasure has gone mad? Something's about to go wrong. Why are you just standing there? Run. A panda is still a wild beast. If it collides with Su-Ran, it could be fatal. It's over. At this distance, there's no escaping. At that moment backstage, Wang Jingyu's face turned ashen. This is a serious broadcasting incident. The issue of whether the show could continue recording was trivial compared to the potential harm to Su-Ran. How could he explain anything to her family if something happened? Meanwhile, on camera, Su-Ran remained in a state of shock, making no attempt to evade. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Chapter 45. The Allure Across Species. National treasures line up for affection. As the giant panda charged toward him with the ferocity of a tiger, Su-Ran felt a twinge of trepidation. His decision to neither flee nor hide was not due to a lack of reaction, but rather stemmed from the ability of universal affinity, which revealed to him that Wan Wan bore no malice. Instead, she radiated an overwhelming sense of excitement and warmth. Indeed, in the next moment, the fierce panda, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, came to a sudden halt just a step away from Su-Ran. With a surprising agility that belied her massive form, she skidded to a stop, her paws leaving shallow marks on the grass. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, the previously fearsome creature transformed dramatically. Tilting her round, chubby head, she gazed at Su-Ran with innocent, endearing eyes as if to charm him. Subsequently, she extended her fluffy, robust paw and clung tightly to Su-Ran's leg, emitting soft whimpers. Moments later, amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Wan Wan darted over to a pile of stones, meticulously selecting the freshest and tenderest bamboo shoot. She returned, panting, and placed the bamboo at Su-Ran's feet, her dark, glistening eyes pleading as if to say, "Esteemed handsome one, this is for you." Su-Ran could only stare at the national treasure presenting its offering, feeling a mix of relief and bemusement. This universal affinity skill was indeed remarkably potent. Meanwhile, the others present stood in collective shock. Little Chun, the zookeeper, gaped in disbelief, her mouth forming an A shape, her eyes wide as saucers, her mind utterly blank. The pride she took in her experience and expertise crumbled effortlessly before this spectacle, as fragile as a sheet of paper. Furthermore, the most aloof and proud Wan Wan had voluntarily offered her favorite bamboo to a human, a stranger no less. In that moment, little Chun felt as though the very heavens were collapsing. It was akin to witnessing her painstakingly nurtured cabbage being devoured. Ha Ba was equally dumbfounded. She had shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of the anticipated carnage. When the expected screams failed to materialize, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold a scene so surreal it resembled something generated by artificial intelligence. This was even more astonishing than the videos she had seen of pandas cooking. Where was the promised aloofness? How could Wan Wan be more affectionate than her? Could it be that good looks granted one the power to do as they pleased? In the background, Wang Jingyu was in a state of utter disbelief, exclaiming repeatedly in shock. He could think of nothing but those two words to encapsulate the bewildering scene before him. The live stream had descended into an unprecedented frenzy of comments. What the heck? What am I witnessing? Someone wake me up and tell me this isn't real. This is 1,000 times more absurd than winning $5,000. Goodness, is Wan Wan a severe beauty enthusiast? Does Su Ran's face wield such a lethal charm, even among pandas? Xiao Chun, the zookeeper, was beginning to question his existence. Su Ran remarked, "Don't underestimate the basics. It's merely a national treasure, easily managed. Oh my, I envy you so much. I long to fiercely ruffle the fluffy paws of a panda." However, before everyone could fully absorb the peculiar scene before them, an even more outrageous spectacle unfolded. The panda cubs, who had been sipping milk nearby, seemed to sense the irresistible charm emanating from Su Ran. Astonishingly, they all began to waddle towards him. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Su Ran found himself completely surrounded. Some clung to his legs, refusing to let go. Others attempted to climb onto him. A few simply flopped down at his feet, rolling around and demanding attention, emitting a chorus of adorable cries. The scene quickly descended into delightful chaos. Su Ran thought, "Oh dear, it appears I am besieged by these adorable creatures." It seemed impossible to handle them one by one. Perhaps swallowing one whole would be easier. How bizarre! How absurd! Reba exclaimed, "What madness is this?" Xiao Chun, the zookeeper, was left speechless. The production team and a live stream audience were equally astonished, while the zoo staff arrived in a frenzy, exclaiming, "They've all gone mad. Even the little ones are entranced. Let go of Su Ran. Allow me to take his place. I would serve the pandas tirelessly. This scene is so heartwarming. I could watch it 1,000,000,000 times. I feel so envious. I too wish to be draped in fluffy little ones." Reba lamented, "Why? What on earth is happening? Please, share one with me." As Su Ran gazed at the clingy, irresistibly cute little creatures, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Then, he noticed the adult panda, Wan Wan, also stirring with excitement. "What are you up to?" Su Ran asked, observing Wan Wan's increasingly animated expression. He playfully kicked her plump backside, scolding, "Get lost. If you climb on me, I'll surely break a few ribs. Go play elsewhere." Wan Wan departed with a sorrowful whimper, casting a lingering glance at Su Ran as if to say, "You heartless man, deceiving both with your charm and your wealth." Everyone was astonished. Only Su Ran would dare kick a panda, unafraid of being crushed by its paw. Next, Su Ran began to peel the little sticky rice dumplings off himself. Muttering softly, "You all must belong to Reba. You love to cling to people when you're excited." Reba took a deep breath, suddenly wishing to give Su Ran a piece of her mind for his ungratefulness. Yet, she obediently approached him, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Su Ran, what is it? Don't play coy." Su Ran quickly stepped back, sensing a trick. "Oh dear," Reba giggled, shaking his arm with a sugary voice. "Allow me to hold a little panda, please." "Is that all?" Su Ran bent down, and in a swift motion, a small panda was nestled in Reba's arms. As Xiao Chun, the caretaker began to speak. He noticed Sue Ran gently addressing the red panda, saying, "Don't bully this, sister, or else I won't play with you anymore." The little pandas obediently nodded in response. Xiao Chun, feeling disheartened, even contemplated resigning from his position. Meanwhile, Reba was utterly enchanted by the soft, fluffy, and fragrant little rice dumpling nestled in her arms. She cradled it carefully, affectionately rubbing its plump little head. The sensation was simply exquisite. Reba was so exhilarated that she felt as though she might soar into the sky. Naturally, she did not forget to capture a selfie, sharing it across all her social media platforms with the caption, "Today is a day for cuddling cats." A blatant display of pride. The lounging couples, Sanglan and Xiao Mo, clearly noticed the cat-cuddling messages in their group chat. In particular, Yu Xin, who worked at a pet shop, was rendered speechless at that moment. "Wait, you're cuddling cats? What am I cuddling?" She glanced at the Persian cat in her arms, suddenly feeling disillusioned. Why do they get to cuddle pandas? Yu Xin was consumed with envy, wishing she could immediately fly to the panda base. At the panda base, Xiao Chun and the director, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, observed the panda's behavior in disbelief. They truly could not comprehend the situation. It was one thing for the little pandas to line up eagerly for Sue Ran's affection. But what baffled them further was that each panda was offering its favorite toys and food to him. This scene left all the caretakers utterly astonished, shattering their understanding of animal behavior. They began to seriously suspect that Sue Ran must have secretly administered some sort of enchantment to the pandas. Otherwise, how could they explain this phenomenon that defied all scientific logic? Suran. Xiao Chun finally could not restrain himself from posing a profound question to Sue Ran. Have you ever undergone professional training in panda care? Or do you possess extensive knowledge in animal behavior? Sue Ran looked up, meeting the doubtful gazes of the caretakers, and chuckled softly. Training and research? Not at all. He shrugged casually. Perhaps it's simply because I am handsome. They must be attracted to my good looks. All the caretakers were left dumbfounded, pondering whether interspecies charm was truly a thing. They were at a loss for words. Just then, the director stepped forward, gazing earnestly at Sue Ran. "Mr. Sue, we have an orangutan in our facility that has not eaten or drunk anything for some time. Could you possibly assist us in examining it?" "What? Am I now expected to moonlight as an animal psychologist?" Chapter 46, Upgrade. Mission. The entire internet gasps. "Sue Ran, are you out of your mind?" Did the curator really ask Sue Ran to see a starving gorilla? Has he lost his senses? Goodness. Having just become the principal of the panda kindergarten, now he is to become an animal psychologist? Sue Ran's foray into different fields is quite remarkable. This sounds scripted. How could a person possess such extraordinary abilities? For those who claim it's scripted, can you have a national treasure accompany you in this performance? However, Sue Ran is not a veterinarian. What can he possibly discern? The curator must be at his wit's end to resort to such measures. The comments were rife with skepticism. It's not that they doubted Sue Ran, but the situation was simply too surreal. At the scene, upon hearing the curator's earnest request, Sue Ran wore an expression of helplessness. Asking him to examine a starving gorilla? What a ridiculous notion. Setting aside the danger, he was not a veterinarian, although he possessed a skill called universal affinity, which allowed animals to take a liking to him. Affection does not equate to healing. What if that gorilla were genuinely ill? That would only delay treatment. Curator, it's not that I am unwilling to help. Sue Ran scratched his head with an apologetic smile. My expertise does not align with this. I'm not trained to treat animals. Beside him, Reba looked at the curator in astonishment, then turned her gaze to Sue Ran. She recognized that Sue Ran was well-liked by animals, but to have him treat a gorilla? That was utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, the curator understood Sue Ran's concerns but felt utterly powerless. Mr. Sue, please do not misunderstand. We are not asking you to treat Caesar. The curator adjusted his glasses, sighed, and began to elaborate. In the zoo, there is a male silverback gorilla named Caesar, a treasured asset of the establishment, typically gentle in nature and robust in health. However, inexplicably, for the past 3 days, he has suddenly ceased eating and drinking, appearing lethargic. The zoo's veterinarian examined Caesar's physiological indicators, all of which appeared normal, ruling out the possibility of illness. Finally, the curator, with a hint of resignation, stated, "We suspect he may be suffering from depression." Upon hearing this, Sue-Ran and Reba exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. In this day and age, it seems even animals can fall prey to depression. We have tried numerous methods. The curator continued, offering his favorite foods, increasing toys, allowing the caretaker he is closest to comfort him, or even granting him an extended break, all to no avail. Little Lee interjected, "If this continues, we fear Caesar's health may deteriorate. Through my observations, I have noted that Mr. Sue seems to have a natural affinity with animals." The curator proposed, "So, I thought perhaps you could take a look, even if it merely encourages him to eat something." The curator stole a glance at the panda cubs playfully tumbling around Sue-Ran, his eyes filled with wonder. The curator was genuinely out of options, placing his hopes on Sue-Ran's seemingly unscientific affinity. Having listened to all this, Sue-Ran began to grasp the situation. It is not a matter of sending him to seek treatment. Rather, it is simply to have him wash his face and see if it might yield some effect. This indeed seems feasible. After all, with the skill of universal affinity at his disposal, there should be no peril involved. "Suran." Reba tugged at Sue-Ran's sleeve, leaning closer to him as she whispered, "One must act within their capabilities and not overexert oneself." Sue-Ran cast a surprised glance at Reba. He had not anticipated that this girl would exhibit such concern for his safety instead of being overwhelmed with sympathy. This girlfriend is quite commendable. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Sue-Ran's mind. Ding! Triggered time-limited mission. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. The Mind Mentor. Mission requirements. Please accept the curator's request and visit the gorilla exhibit to engage in a profound psychological dialogue with the depressed silverback gorilla, Caesar, employing an unexpected method to successfully assist him in overcoming his gloom. Mission reward. Silver treasure, chest X1. Activity points, 500. Mission deadline, 12 hours, wow. A silver treasure chest, along with 500 activity points. Such a generous reward. However, the difficulty of this task is exceptionally high. To engage in a mental exchange with a gorilla, and to assist the gorilla in overcoming his despondency through an unexpected method. This seems like an almost insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, I should first investigate the situation. Thus, Sue-Ran turned to the curator and said, "All right, I will take a look, but I cannot guarantee anything." He did not speak too definitively, as the outcome was uncertain. "Wonderful. Thank you so much," the curator exclaimed, visibly excited and expressing gratitude profusely. He then promised, "Mr. Sue, if you truly manage to help Caesar, our part shall bestow upon you a special reward." "A special reward? Well, let me see first." Sue-Ran was not overly concerned about that reward. Consequently, he temporarily bid farewell to the group of reluctant panda trinkets on his lap. Under the guidance of the curator and the zookeeper, Xiao Chun, he, along with the equally curious Reba, made their way toward the gorilla exhibit. Inside the gorilla enclosure, the lighting was dimmer than outside, creating a quieter atmosphere. Through a thick layer of bulletproof glass, one could observe the spacious interior adorned with artificial rocks, perches, and various toys. Yet at this moment, the silverback gorilla, named Caesar, displayed no interest in any of it. He remained motionless, curled up in the darkest corner, facing away from the onlookers like a statue. Despite his imposing size, Caesar emanated an aura of profound loneliness and desolation. As the curator pointed toward Caesar, he spoke softly. "It has been 3 days. He has scarcely moved and has neither eaten nor drunk." Caesar's caretaker, Lime, choked back tears as she said, "We are genuinely worried about him." Reba gazed at Caesar's forlorn silhouette, feeling a pang of sorrow. She quietly inquired, what could be the reason for his current state? Lime sighed. It may be related to the departure of his childhood companion, the female gorilla, Anna. Departure? Anna was a resident of another park, temporarily housed in our zoo. Now that she has matured, she has returned. So that is how it is. Reba feels an even deeper sorrow. The bonds between animals can sometimes be more profound than those among humans. Sue-Ran gazed at the massive figure in the corner, exuding an aura of sadness. and felt a slight tug at his heart. He approached the glass wall, remaining silent as he quietly observed Caesar's silhouette. Moments later, the once still Caesar, with its thickly furred back, seemed to shudder slightly. Sensing something, it slowly turned its head, its deep, sorrowful, and watchful gaze meeting Sue Rand's from across the divide. This enchanting scene left everyone present, and those watching the live stream, in sheer astonishment. Does Sue Rand truly possess an innate affinity for animals? A man and a gorilla? Thus they silently regarded one another. Time passed second by second. The atmosphere was tense yet delicate. The audience in the live stream began to anxiously flood the comment section. My goodness, that gorilla looks incredibly aggressive. If it threw a punch, I'd be done for. Do not go in there. It's dangerous. This is nothing like our national treasure. The national treasure is, after all, quite close to humans. Sue Rand took a deep breath, internally summoning the system. System. Utilize the upgrade card to enhance affinity with all beings. Ding. Upgrade successful. Affinity with all beings, beginner, has progressed to affinity with all beings, intermediate. Immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Sue Rand smiled faintly and said, Director, please allow me to enter. Reba tightly grasped Sue Rand's sleeve, her eyes pleading, Please, don't go in. Mr. Sue, are you certain? Caesar's current emotional state is quite unstable, and we fear. Do not worry. I am aware of what I am doing. Very well. We will arrange for the caretaker to accompany you inside. Rest assured, I will converse with him. Having too many people around may exacerbate the situation. The comments in the live stream erupted. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Sue Rand is going to approach that seemingly highly dangerous silverback gorilla? Has he lost his mind? Is he throwing caution to the wind? Meanwhile, backstage, Wang Jingyu was on the brink of fainting. Damn it, I just wanted to record a program peacefully. Why do I always end up in such predicaments? Chapter 47. The Birth of an Epic Scene. Julius Caesar offers a cigarette to Sue Rand. Wow, he really went in. No, Sue Rand, come out quickly. That's a silverback gorilla. One punch could kill a cow. This is madness. Is he truly willing to risk his life for ratings? The audience is on the verge of tears. Production team, where's the security? Hurry up. This could end badly. I'm having a heart attack. Sue Rand, please be safe. The barrage of comments in the live stream descended into sheer panic and disbelief after Sue Rand made his audacious decision and acted upon it. The speed of the comments refreshing once again tested the limits of the server. On site, the atmosphere had escalated to a peak of tension. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Sue Rand as he slowly stepped into the gorilla enclosure. The audience members' eyes were bloodshot with anxiety, yet they felt utterly powerless. Sue Rand, though seemingly easygoing, was resolute once he made a decision. No one could dissuade him. The zookeepers bore expressions of intense concern, gripping their tranquilizer guns tightly. Should Caesar exhibit any signs of aggression, they would immediately intervene to ensure Sue Rand's safety. The director was sweating profusely, his palms icy, mentally praying, Please, let nothing go wrong. He regretted ever thinking to rely on an outsider. However, amid the storm, Sue Rand appeared utterly unfazed by the surrounding tension and fear. After stepping through the small iron gate, he waved his hand behind him, signaling everyone to remain calm. Inside the enclosure, the previously calm Caesar became instantly alert at the intrusion of an unfamiliar presence. The massive creature stood upright, muscles taut, emitting a low, rumbling growl. The palpable sense of intimidation nearly suffocated the onlookers. Even through the screen, viewers could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the primal beast. This is it. Animals possess territorial instincts, especially gorillas. Sue Rand is about to be attacked. The live stream erupted into cries of despair once more. Yet, facing this colossal beast, capable of unleashing violence at any moment, Sue Rand simply smiled calmly and walked towards the gorilla. His composure stemmed from his profound understanding of the power of the skill affinity with all beings, intermediate. Affinity with all beings, intermediate. The host naturally radiates a stronger aura that fosters a deep sense of closeness and even dependence among all living creatures. This attribute alone grants him immunity from animal attacks. Furthermore, this skill comes with two additional attributes. Firstly, telepathy, limited edition, the host can vaguely perceive the thoughts and emotions of more intelligent animals. Secondly, if an animal is in a state of rage and the affinity effect fails, it can actively trigger a dissuasion effect, instilling fear and submission in the animal. With these two skills, Su-Ran felt no apprehension for his safety. If this gorilla were capable of reason, Su-Ran would gladly engage in a conversation with it. However, should it prove uncooperative or even attempt to attack him, Su-Ran possessed a modicum of martial skill. As Su-Ran approached, he sensed the profound longing, pain, and deep-seated grievances within the gorilla's heart. He crept closer, step by step, yet the gorilla displayed no signs of aggression. With a sense of relief, Su-Ran continued advancing towards Caesar, transmitting friendly intentions through his ability of empathy. "Hey, big fella, don't get worked up. I'm here for a chat." Caesar detected the amiable aura emanating from Su-Ran, and the wariness in its gaze gradually dissipated. Observing Su-Ran's approach, Caesar appeared perplexed. When Su-Ran halted approximately 2 meters away, he refrained from reaching out or offering soothing words. Instead, he directly employed telepathy to grasp the most intense emotions stirring within Caesar at that moment. Then, Su-Ran's expression morphed into one of incredulity. He had presumed that Caesar was mourning the loss of a companion. Yet, what he discerned instead was the heart-wrenching thought. "Will I see you again, Anna? When we meet again, I hope you find happiness. Your world will be devoid of me. Anna, how can I survive without you? Woe is me, Su-Ran. What the hell? After all this time, this fellow isn't depressed. He is heartbroken, and judging by that tone, he sounds like a quintessential lovesick fool." Su-Ran felt his worldview being shaken once more. The motivational platitudes he had prepared about the meaning of life and embracing existence abruptly lodged in his throat. It appeared that dealing with a lovesick gorilla required a different approach altogether. Though the audience in the live stream could not hear the inner thoughts, they observed the transformation in Su-Ran's expression and the softening of Caesar's emotions. The comments section erupted once again. "Wow, Caesar didn't he attack Su-Ran? My goodness, Su-Ran is truly remarkable. Incredible. Su-Ran is so impressive. So why is Caesar heartbroken?" At that moment, Su-Ran sidled up to Caesar and gently patted its robust shoulder. This scene made the zookeepers, who were on high alert outside, grip their tranquilizer guns tightly. Had Su-Ran lost his mind? This was a gorilla, after all. Yet, contrary to expectations of a bloody confrontation, the gorilla merely turned, grasping Su-Ran's arm in anguish. All present were left speechless. All right, don't cry." Su-Ran consoled the gorilla as one would a child, continually patting its back. The gorilla roared, "Woe is me, it has forsaken me, when I adored it so." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su-Ran ventured, "Are you heartbroken?" Upon hearing this, the gorilla's sobs intensified. Su-Ran pressed on, "Were you a couple?" The gorilla's cries faltered momentarily, only to crescendo even further. "What on earth? So you weren't even a couple? What sort of love have you lost?" If Caesar were to comprehend Su-Ran's sentiments, he would undoubtedly retort, "Is an unrequited love still love?" Su-Ran inhaled deeply and began his impassioned speech. "Caesar, heed my words. Hesitation leads to defeat. Genuine affection may yield nothing. What you have lost is merely a tree, yet what you stand to gain is an entire forest. Take care to nourish yourself, to exercise diligently, sculpting your pectorals to perfection, ensuring your skin glows and your fur shines. When you transform into the most splendid, robust, and charismatic creature in the entire zoo, what girl could possibly resist you? Remember this. The relentless suitor ends up with nothing. The finest approach to winning a girl's heart isn't through servitude, but by moving on." This sage counsel left Caesar momentarily speechless. Given his intellect, he failed to grasp the entirety of Su-Ran's message, but he understood enough. Eat well, sleep well, and pursue companionship. At that instant, the livestream chat erupted with laughter. "Wow, haha." The anti-motivational master, Su-Ran, guiding a heartbroken gorilla. "Oh my goodness. Caesar, don't listen to Su-Ran. He's just making a mockery of you. But really, what use is it to impart such wisdom to an animal? As Sue Ran lost his mind, discussing romance with a gorilla, though Sue Ran makes a valid point. Can Caesar truly comprehend it? Huh. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Caesar picked up a banana and began to eat it. Boom! The live stream exploded with excitement. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Is this truly happening? While the spectators were still processing this astonishing scene, Sue Ran turned towards the iron gate. The curator expected Sue Ran to exit, given that Caesar had commenced his meal. Yet, Sue Ran inquired, "Is there anyone present with a laptop?" Yes. A zookeeper promptly handed a laptop to Sue Ran. Upon receiving the device, Sue Ran returned to Caesar's side and executed a perplexing maneuver. He opened a web browser and pressed play. Then, he turned the laptop screen towards Caesar, revealing the Silverback Gorilla series from Animal Planet. The remedy for sorrow lies in creating joyful memories. Sue Ran inhaled deeply. These documentaries are meticulously selected treasures for you to enjoy. He urged, "Caesar, Gur." Though he did not comprehend the content, he instinctively leaned closer to the screen and became utterly engrossed. He even forgot his sorrow. The livestream audience erupted with laughter once more. "I can't believe it. Sue Ran has become a filmmaker?" Huh. Showing Animal Planet to a gorilla? Only you could pull that off. Out of curiosity, does this classify as a gorilla film? Future Caesar, may I borrow a line? I can't. I'm laughing so hard I'm on the floor. Sue Ran is truly killing me with laughter. Just as everyone was immersed in this absurd yet hilarious scene of a gorilla watching a documentary. An even more outrageous, explosive, and life-questioning moment unfolded. Before the captivated audience, the spirited gorilla Caesar seemed to suddenly recall something of significance. He turned and returned to the hollow of a tree, rummaging through the depths of a grass pile, and emerged with a box of cigarettes. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, he deftly extracted one for himself and pushed the cigarette box towards Sue Ran. The demeanor, the expression, he resembled a seasoned smoker. Sue Ran stood before this astonishing spectacle, utterly bewildered. Is it possible that the animals in this zoo are all this eccentric? In the live stream, viewers were treated to an unforgettable scene. Caesar lighting a cigarette, holding a lighter, leaning it towards Sue Ran's lips. With his robust fingers, he skillfully pressed the lighter. A flicker, blue flames danced into the air. One human and one ape, one in a state of astonishment, the other wielding a lighter. The moment was frozen in time. The atmosphere, and indeed the entire internet, erupted into sheer madness. Chapter 48. Unexpected Parenthood? Reba, I adore it so much, I long to marry. No one anticipated that Sue Ran's therapeutic approach would unfold in such an absurd manner and conclude in a manner so surreal. The visual impact, the absurdity of the scene, the comedic effect soared beyond the stratosphere. The comments in the live stream surpassed any previous instances, rendering the screen akin to a presentation slide. 1,000 exclamations of disbelief and laughter. Iconic scene, undoubtedly a moment for the ages. Is this the work of carbon-based life forms? Suran, I bow before you. Help. I am rolling on the ground with laughter, tears streaming down my face. This is utterly outrageous. In ancient times, Vincent's mother-in-law lit a cigarette. Today I, Caesar, pay homage to my ancestors with a smoke. Incredible plus, breaking voice. I can think of no other words but amazing. At that moment, backstage with the production team, Wang Jingyu, who had previously closed his eyes in despair, suddenly opened them in disbelief. In his imagination, he envisioned Sue Ran, this madman, being swatted away by a gorilla. Director Wang, don't faint, look, a miracle is happening. His assistant's words compelled Wang Jingyu to gaze at the screen in astonishment. He witnessed an unforgettable sight, the gorilla lighting a cigarette for Sue Ran. What the hell? Sue Ran, oh my. Then he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, "It worked. I have succeeded." One can anticipate that the viewership ratings for Summer Heartbeat are on the verge of a dramatic surge. Quick, ensure that there is always a supply of fast-acting heart medications ready in my office. On site, the director observed Caesar, who was holding a cigarette and attempting to light it for Sue Ran, his face flushed with embarrassment, as if his toes were about to dig deep into the ground. It smokes? Reba's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling her understanding of reality being reshaped once again. Ahem. Indeed, Caesar's rather unique. The director sighed, a look of helplessness on his face as he explained. Perhaps it has picked up bad habits from imitating visitors. It often scavenges a cigarette but to smoke. We have confiscated several lighters. We have no idea when it concealed this pack of cigarettes and lighter. He paused, a complex expression of embarrassment mixed with a hint of pride emerging on his face as he continued. To be honest, the reason our zoo has become a viral sensation, attracting so many visitors, is largely due to— He lowered his voice as if divulging a monumental secret. The animals here tend to be quite distinctive and free-spirited. In simpler terms, a bit eccentric. Reba. She gazed at the astonishing scene before her, suddenly beginning to comprehend. The director waved his hand dismissively. Once you finish your work this afternoon, take some time to wander around the zoo, and you will understand. Sigh. In the gorilla enclosure, after politely declining the cigarette offered by Caesar, Sue Rand smiled and said, "Thanks, brother, but I don't smoke." Then, he earnestly patted Caesar's sturdy shoulder, advising him that smoking is a habit one can indeed quit. You are in the prime of your youth. Do not let nicotine hinder your potential. Caesar seemed to comprehend, blinking his eyes in acknowledgement, and surprisingly extinguished the cigarette but on the ground before tossing it onto a nearby banana peel. The act of extinguishing the cigarette exuded a certain air of a seasoned smoker. Sue Rand nodded with satisfaction, pleased that Caesar had the sense to dispose of the cigarette properly. This child is indeed teachable. He patted Caesar's shoulder again and smiled. I shall not interrupt your pursuit of knowledge. I will come to chat with you again when time permits. Without turning back, Caesar remained immersed in the world of the gorillas, emitting a few low, friendly growls from his throat. Ding! The host successfully completed the timed mission, Heart Mentor of the Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Silver treasure chest, X1. 500 activity points. Hearing this notification, Sue Rand departed from the gorilla enclosure with a sense of fulfillment. Outside, the curator eagerly approached, grasping Sue Rand's hand tightly. Expressing his gratitude, Mr. Sue, thank you ever so much. Without your assistance, we truly would not have known what to do. The surrounding keepers and zoo staff looked at Sue Rand with eyes filled with admiration and disbelief. They had never anticipated such an unconventional yet effective treatment method. It was as if a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Sue Rand waved his hand, laughing. I merely acted on a whim. It was a fortunate accident. Mr. Sue is far too modest. The curator, increasingly convinced of Sue Rand's profound wisdom, declared, to express our gratitude from the zoo. We have decided to present you and Miss Reba with a special gift. After a brief pause, he announced, we have decided to adopt a panda cub in both of your names. Adopt a panda? Upon hearing this, Reba's eyes sparkled like 1,000-watt bulbs. Indeed, the curator nodded with a smile and added, of course, as pandas are national treasures, you cannot take it home. However, you will have permanent visitation rights to this panda cub, allowing you to visit it freely anytime. Furthermore, you will have the exclusive right to name it. Wow! As his words fell, the envy in the livestream chat nearly overflowed the screen. Wow! Adopt a panda, and we can name it. What a divine privilege. Ah, I'm so envious. I want to adopt a panda too. Take me with you. This reward is absolutely amazing. Staying close to Sue Rand not only means winning grand prizes, but also adopting a panda. Sugot, do you need a footstool? One that warms the bed. The scene shifted. Sue Rand and Reba had arrived at the panda exhibit, faced with a group of adorably enthusiastic fluffy bundles. Reba found herself momentarily at a loss for choice. Observing her conflicted expression, Sue Rand chuckled and said, you choose. The name shall be yours to decide. Oh, I get to choose? However, Reba felt a bit embarrassed. After all, how many such opportunities does one get in a lifetime? She had merely intended to offer Sue Rand some suggestions, never expecting him to entrust her with both the selection and naming rights. There is no need for hesitation. Half the credit belongs to you as well. Sue Rand chuckled, shaking his head. Aren't we a team? Why distinguish between yours and mine? Whimper. Falling in love. Such a man is absolutely worth marrying. The live chat instantly erupted in waves of envy. If I could marry Sue Ran, I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. I'll volunteer to wake her up with my golden shower. Sue Ran, seriously, I'm so moved I could cry. This sweetness is killing me. Please get married on the spot. Reba carefully observed each panda cub, her gaze finally settling on one particularly mischievous little rascal that kept climbing on his Sue Ran again and again. There was something about this cub's expression, that cheeky yet endearingly foolish charm, that felt oddly familiar. Reba burst into laughter. Pointing at the little panda Sue Ran had just nudged off. This one. As for the name, she tilted her head thoughtfully, then glanced at Sue Ran with a sly smile. Let us call it Henin. Henin? Sue Ran blinked in surprise. Why that name? Because. Reba turned away, a playful smirk curling her lips. It's just like a certain someone, silly and a little slow. Suran. The barrage of comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha. Sue Ran just got roasted. Sue Ran, I suspect you're mocking me, and I have proof. So envious. While other couples are still stuck at first base, the Reran duo are already celebrating parenthood. Chapter 49, Sweetness at its Peak, a moment of heartfelt emotion. Sue Ran gazed at the radiant and somewhat smug Reba, unable to suppress a gentle smile and a shake of her head. Oh well, if she is a bit foolish, so be it. Ultimately, her happiness is what matters. After bestowing names upon her whimsical godson, she reluctantly spent some time playing with the panda cubs. It was only then that they remembered they were at work. Thus, the pair diligently immersed themselves in their tasks, cleaning the enclosures, preparing bamboo for the adult pandas, and observing and recording the pandas' activities. Though these tasks may seem somewhat monotonous and tedious, the opportunity to engage in an experience so distinct from their usual routines was, in itself, a source of joy. As they worked, they exchanged playful banter, occasionally bursting into laughter over the endearing antics of a panda. Thanks to the effect of the harmony of all beings' skill, the pandas exhibited a remarkable fondness for Sue Ran, which in turn softened their demeanor towards Reba, allowing her to finally relish the delight of being approached by the affectionate giants. The afternoon slipped by quietly, enveloped in a light-hearted and enchanting atmosphere. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sue Ran and Reba concluded their work, changed back into their regular attire, and bid farewell to the zookeeper, Xiaochun. They lingered a while longer, leisurely wandering through the zoo. It was at this moment that Reba truly comprehended the meaning behind the director's remark that the animals in their zoo were rather eccentric. There were lions sprawled out in various positions, seemingly in blissful slumber, baboons engaging in the peculiar habit of probing their posteriors only to bring their fingers to their noses for a whiff, and the selfless black swan, who would rather starve than miss the chance to feed the fish with bread offered by visitors. Not to mention the philosophical orangutan, who upon seeing them again, enthusiastically pointed at the fruit tea that Reba had just purchased. It seemed that the entry criteria for this zoo were not health reports, but rather psychiatric evaluations. Wasn't it? One could only conclude that there is no limit to eccentricity. It only escalates. As night finally descended, the street lights illuminated one by one, casting a warm and tranquil glow over the coastal road. The little electric scooter glided smoothly along, leaving the zoo behind in the distance. This time, Reba, seated in the back, was unusually quiet. She refrained from her usual chattiness and did not excitedly discuss the amusing happenings at the zoo with Sue Ran. Sue Ran sensed an unusual shift in Reba's mood. It was not the lively or boisterous demeanor he was accustomed to. Rather, it seemed excessively demure. He even caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of her lowered head, shadowed by a hint of sadness and grievance. Instinctively, he slowed the vehicle. The light from the street lamps cast shifting shadows across Reba's face, obscuring her expression. Yet, Sue Ran could feel a palpable, inexplicable sorrow emanating from her presence. Scenes from the afternoon replayed in his mind like a slideshow. The moment when Wan charged towards him like a little tank, causing his heart to nearly halt, and the resounding clang of the heavy iron door closing behind him as he entered the orangutan enclosure. Upon his entrance, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her, as if every cell in her body were screaming, "Danger! Danger!" That was a ferocious beast. She desperately attempted to steady her breath and intervene, yet the crowd barred her from doing so. She feared for his safety, convinced that he might never return. Why had she not cried out in that moment? Why had she forced herself to conform to the light-hearted atmosphere, even while her heart was laden with anxiety? At that instant, all the emotions she had suppressed began to grow wildly, like rampant vines, and the moisture in her eyes became uncontrollable. "What is wrong with you?" Su Ran could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Since this afternoon, your demeanor has seemed amiss." He turned to glance at the figure in the rearview mirror, still with head bowed. Was something wrong? Reba's body trembled slightly, yet she remained silent. The little electric scooter moved forward a short distance, when suddenly Reba patted Su Ran's back, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Stop the car." At her words, Su Ran halted the vehicle. As soon as it came to a stop, Reba leapt from the back seat, head down and silent. What on earth was happening? Su Ran also exited the car, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. As his words fell, Reba lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were swollen and glistening with unshed tears. In the next moment, before Su Ran could comprehend, she reached out and began to lightly strike him with her fists, her strength minimal, offering neither pain nor irritation, but rather a release filled with grievance and worry. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected outburst. What was transpiring? Why had she suddenly erupted with emotion? Yet the next instant, Reba's tears flowed like pearls set free from a broken string. "You," Su Ran observed as the tears cascaded down, feeling utterly at a loss. How had she gone from calm to tears? He had done nothing inappropriate, nor had he uttered any words to provoke her. Yet, seeing Reba cry, her sorrow intensifying, she choked out a soft accusation that echoed in his heart. "So foolish, you, so foolish." Suran stood frozen, acutely aware of the girl's trembling body and the dampness on her shoulder. An unprecedented wave of complex emotions surged within him. Was it heartache, guilt, or something else entirely? He did not know, but for the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect the girl before him. No longer at a loss, he extended his arms and gently embraced the weeping girl. Feeling his gesture, Reba paused momentarily, then looked up at him, her voice thick with emotion. "This afternoon, when Wanwan ran towards you, I was truly terrified. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. But then you went inside to communicate with the gorilla, a ferocious beast. I thought something might happen to you, that you might never return. Please do not engage in such perilous actions again. Will you?" I find myself engulfed in worry and fear. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls scattered from a broken string. It became apparent that the events of the afternoon had left such profound dread and concern in her heart. She was not devoid of fear. Rather, it had been temporarily suppressed by subsequent joy and playfulness. Only now did her emotions finally erupt. Was she anxious for him? Afraid of something happening to him? This raw and fervent concern surged forth unreservedly, crashing heavily against Su Ran's heart. He lowered his gaze to the warm blanket, observing her tear-filled eyes, which were a reflection of himself. His heart swelled with tenderness. "Silly orange cat." Su Ran lifted his hand, gently wiping away the tear stains from her face with his thumb, his eyes deep and warm as he chuckled softly. "Do not cry. I am perfectly fine. Am I not? I understand now, and I promise not to engage in anything that would cause you worry in the future. Rest assured, in uncertain situations, I will always be the first to flee." He paused, his voice lowering to a velvety tone, reminiscent of a cello flowing through the night, exuding a calm and gentle magnetism. With a playful smile, he added, "Classmate Orange Cat, your makeup has run from crying." His words carried an irresistible allure, each syllable brushing against her ears like a feather, igniting a flutter in her heart. With tearful eyes, she replied, "Are you saying I look unattractive when I cry?" Just as she contemplated retaliating, she heard Su Ran's voice, enchanting enough to make one's ears tingle, draw closer to her ear. "What I mean is, even with smudged makeup, you're still beautiful." Oh dear! Upon hearing Su Ran's ridiculously charming voice, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they could bleed. And even her ears burned with embarrassment. Help! Why was he so adept at flirting? This was it. She realized she was truly falling into the trap of infatuation. The night was tranquil, with starlight casting a gentle glow. The sweetness carried by the sea breeze had reached an unbearable level. Beneath the streetlight, two figures embraced under the moonlight. Gone were their usual banter and quarrels, replaced by soft sobs, clumsy attempts at comfort, and two hearts drawing ever closer together. The live broadcast room erupted. The barrage of comments flooded in like a storm. The screen was awash with red effects, various exclamations, and shrill cries from excited viewers. What am I witnessing? High sweetness ahead. Diabetics beware. Oh my goodness. Sue Ran has truly blossomed. Wait, is Sue Ran really the big shot? With such looks paired with that enchanting voice, which girl could resist? Help. Sue Ran's voice is utterly delightful. It drives men mad and causes women to swoon. A remedy for depression and a wake-up call for the comatose. It's simply a delight for the tender-hearted. Wah, this is too addictive. What a divine couple. The whole internet is laughing, yet only Heba genuinely worried all day. Mom, I've come to believe in love again. The Civil Affairs Bureau has already moved in for you. This sudden outpouring of genuine emotion, a cautious yet clumsy embrace, overflowing with sweetness, became the most heartwarming moment of the evening. Chapter 50, Family Portrait, the most unattractive of the three. The gentle sea breeze caressed the two figures, stirring the edges of their garments and hair with a hint of sweetness. The air was imbued with a subtle tension, an intimate ambience that accompanied their gradually calming heartbeats. The warmth in Sue Ran's embrace was soft and slightly trembling, and the dampness on his shoulder made him acutely aware of the lingering fragility of the girl in his arms. Instinctively, he tightened his hold, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her shampoo mingled with her unique sweetness. In that moment, Sue Ran felt a stir within his typically placid heart, a sensation he had never experienced before. Amidst the profound tranquility and overwhelming sweetness of the atmosphere, Reba, whose romantic thoughts were beginning to fade, suddenly realized she was still nestled in Sue Ran's embrace. Moreover, she had just cried for what felt like an eternity in front of this man, voicing her fears and concerns for him. How utterly humiliating. Her cheeks flushed like a sunset, heart racing. She hastily pushed Sue Ran away, her eyes flitting about, unable to meet his gaze. Her fingertips nervously tugged at her clothing, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Observing her flustered demeanor, a broader smile spread across Sue Ran's face, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Little orange cat, you've wiped your tears on my shoulder. You owe me a wash. You nonsense. Reba exclaimed in exasperation, shooting him a fierce glare. Just moments ago, she had been immersed in tenderness and emotion. But this foolish man had shattered the moment. He was nothing short of a joy-stealing buffoon. The depth of feeling she had just experienced was surely a figment of her imagination. She yearned to escape the scene immediately. With that, she turned on her heel and dashed toward the small electric scooter parked at the roadside. Swiftly mounting the scooter and securing her helmet, she twisted the throttle before Sue Ran could react. Whoosh. The pink scooter sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Sue Ran with only a fleeting silhouette and her parting words. Sue Ran, you idiot. Walk back yourself. What the heck? She's really gone? Hey, I haven't even gotten on yet. Yet, the scooter showed no signs of slowing down, disappearing into the night. Sue Ran found himself alone on the empty coastal road, the cool sea breeze tousling his hair in disarray. Ha! Sue Ran got his comeuppance. Romance truly lasts only 3 minutes before revealing its true colors. Well done. Let him spew nonsense. I'm dying of laughter. With Reba gone, the dog food has vanished. Oh, why not pursue the victory? Just a little more. This is the flavor. How delightful. Sue Ran watched the distant pink scooter fade away, calling out a few times in vain before giving up. He shook his head in resignation, letting out a soft laugh. This girl certainly had a fiery temperament. However, the sight of her blushing with shyness and her final huffy departure was undeniably adorable. Oh well, if I must walk back, then so be it. After all, it was only a few hundred meters to the villa, a perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Just as Sue Ran was resigned to her fate, that pink little electric scooter slowly swayed back into view. It came to a reluctant halt beside Sue Ran. He glanced at the flustered face of a girl on the scooter, feeling an unexpected fondness. Despite her apparent shyness, she had dashed away in a huff, ultimately worried about being alone. What a charmingly contradictory woman she was. A playful glint danced in his eyes. Lost your way home, are we? Surandrimart la city. A hint of mischief in his tone. The girl beneath the helmet blushed even deeper. She gritted her teeth, but the undeniable concern in her heart compelled her to maintain a facade of stubbornness. She raised her hand and pointed to the back seat, commanding you get in. I won T. Sue Ran is a person of principle. Sue Ran stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of noble integrity. Seeing his obstinate expression, the girl felt a mix of frustration and amusement, realizing she was powerless against this audacious fellow. She softened her tone, lowering her voice. It's quite dangerous for a boy to be out alone at night. Come on, get in. When Sue Ran continued to wear that infuriating look, she playfully brandished her fist. If you don't get in, I really might leave you behind. Yet, her tone retained a hint of playful affection. A smile crept across Sue Ran's face, unable to be concealed. He caught a glimpse of the girl's adorable yet fierce demeanor and, ultimately, relented, taking a seat on the back of the scooter at her resigned insistence. Ah, the delightful dynamic between the stubbornly soft-hearted girl and the shamelessly sly boy. How utterly captivating. Despite her evident concern, she maintained an aloof facade. How I adore such a charming contradiction. The girl was simply too endearing. The sweetness in the air was palpable, prompting me to think I might need an extra dose of insulin tonight. Silence enveloped them on the ride home, the little scooter gliding smoothly, infused with a sweetness that surpassed before. Upon returning to the cozy living room of the love nest, as soon as the scooter stopped, the girl blushed deeply, muttering she was off to take a shower, and dashed upstairs. The other four guests exchanged curious and gossiping glances between the girl and Sue Ran. Quick, tell us. What did you do to her just now? Urged Yu Shushin. Come clean. Do you two share a secret? Pressed Meng Zi. The flames of curiosity ignited fiercely. One no. Sue Ran replied with a mysterious smile. The others nodded eagerly. He was certain something remarkable had transpired between the two. With a chuckle, Sue Ran teased. If you want to know, just check the replay in my live stream. The group was left speechless. After declaring he too was off to shower, Sue Ran left in a carefree manner. The four were left anxiously waiting, desperately wanting to know what had happened. But they could only wait for the replay after the stream ended. Returning to his room, Sue Ran locked the door behind him, eagerly summoning the system. After all, today had been a bountiful harvest. The limited-time mission had rewarded him with a silver treasure chest. Tonight, I can indulge in my whims once again. Upon returning to his room, Sue Ran immediately summoned the system interface and began to examine the system logs. Ding! The host's forceful background narrative has garnered intense attention and laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host's luck has been certified across the internet, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host has completed the time-limited task, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the Mind Mentor, earning 1 silver treasure chest and 500 activity points. Ding! The host has exceeded the time-limited task requirements, triggering a legendary moment, with an additional reward of 50 activity points. As Sue Ran perused the notifications, his spirits lifted, adding the remaining 153 activity points to the scattered rewards. His total was once again approaching the coveted threshold of 1,000. And with the reward of a silver treasure chest, today was indeed a windfall. He hastily opened his attribute panel. Host, Sue Ran, activity points, 810 points, 153, 657. Skills, God-tier singing talent, mastery of all musical instruments, culinary genius special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, locksmith master, beginner, universal affinity, intermediate items, Chinese music library, silver treasure chest, X1, quite splendid. Time to draw. System, open the chest. Sue Ran rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. This time, he hoped for a more serious skill. A dazzling silver light flashed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the silver treasure chest. You have obtained the special skill, top-tier massage chiropractic master, intermediate. Damn, Su-Ran was genuinely exasperated. This absurd system truly lacks any serious skills, doesn't it? Is it suggesting he should venture to the land of cherry blossoms? Speaking of the land of cherry blossoms, Su-Ran had 3 no-go zones: music, anime, and films. He shook his head and chuckled. Yet he still clicked to view the skill description. Skill name: top-tier massage chiropractic master, intermediate. Skill description: you will possess hands imbued with magic. Your techniques will not only provide ultimate physical relaxation, but will also subtly amplify the target's sensory comfort, evoking an indescribable, euphoric sensation. Note: a very practical and serious life skill that can alleviate fatigue, promote circulation, and even treat minor ailments. Please use it wisely and refrain from inappropriate thoughts. You must be joking. This skill sounds rather dubious, and yet you expect me not to think amiss? I am thoroughly exasperated with this ridiculous system. However, it is somewhat acceptable. After all, it is a craft. Should I find myself in dire straits, I could at least scrape by with this skill. Su-Ran decided not to dwell on it. He was merely 100 points away from opening another treasure chest. He refused to believe that this wretched system could possess so many absurd skills. With that, Su-Ran retracted the system and prepared to take a shower, followed by some playful interactions with his orange cat companion. At that moment, the orange cat was sprawled on the bed, meticulously sifting through the photos taken that day. She selected the most exquisite photograph, a snapshot set against the sun-drenched grasslands of the panda exhibit. Hoppa crouched on the ground, cradling the adorable Hanhang with utmost care, while Su-Ran, standing behind, wore a look of disdain as she playfully pushed away the panda cubs clinging to her. Accompanying the image was the caption, "A family of 3, Su-Ran is the least attractive. Summer heartthrob 2, family of 3." In less than 5 minutes, this Weibo post ignited a frenzy across the entire internet. Chapter 51. Hello, Orange Cat. Something seems amiss at dawn. The golden sunlight once again bathed the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering, tranquil scene. However, the tempest of online chatter had not ceased since the previous night. A post by Hotba, titled "The Family of 3, Su-Ran is the ugliest," akin to a heavy bomb dropped into a serene lake, instantly ignited the fervor of all CP fans. CP fans celebrated as if it were a festival. Oh my goodness, Hotba has officially announced it. With Su-Ran, this family of 3 is simply brilliant. I'm in love. Su-Ran is the ugliest. What an exquisite display of humble bragging. The Hot Ran CP has surged to the interstellar trending topics. It's a celebration. The Civil Affairs Bureau has arrived. Hurry up and get married. Last night, Anha Bridge left me feeling melancholic. Today, this family of 3 has sweetened my mood to the brink of diabetes. Help me, Su-Ran. In an instant, the fervor of CP fans and casual netizens alike was utterly ignited. The delightful contrast sparked a wildfire across social media platforms. The topic, the family of 3, Su-Ran is the ugliest, skyrocketed to trending status, dominating nearly every high-ranking list. Overnight, everyone was compelled to consume this astonishingly sweet revelation, with metrics soaring to unprecedented heights, shattering historical records. Summer Heartbeat 2 decisively outperformed all contemporaneous variety shows, claiming its rightful title as the weekly champion. This frenzied enthusiasm also reached behind the scenes. An abundance of lucrative contracts and olive branches sought to connect with Su-Ran through various channels, aiming to mold him into the next versatile superstar. Yet, amidst this revelry, director Wang Jingyu remained on edge, his nerves taut as he fixated on the screen, gritting his teeth in the smoke-filled control room. Su-Ran, you must excel. Deliver a resounding slap to those doubters. Meanwhile, within the Heartbeat cottage, tranquility reigned. At the dining table, Hotba, sporting adorably puffy panda eyes, quietly picked at the breakfast provided by the production team. Little did anyone know how late she had stayed up the previous night. She had barely managed to toss her phone aside after posting, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Yet, the incessant notifications flooding and left her both anxious and exhilarated. She had scarcely closed her eyes throughout the night, all because of that infuriating individual, his persistent voice echoing in her mind. Even with smudged makeup, you look good. Chuckling at the sight of his dark circles, Suran couldn't help but laugh. Orange cat, did you deliberately apply panda eye makeup to seem more approachable? Hot badito. Sometimes I genuinely want to drag this guy out and give him a good thrashing. She swiftly shoved a bun into Suran's mouth. Eat up, you. No amount of food can silence your chatter. Suran merely smiled as he accepted the bun, continuing to savor his breakfast. After finishing, he greeted the other 2 pairs of CPs as they descended the stairs. The hot ran CP then resumed their journey towards the zoo, embarking on yet another day of labor at the municipal zoo backstage at the panda exhibit. Today's work was rather refreshing. Indeed, quite literally fresh. Suran and Reba have taken on the honorable role of caretakers, tasked with collecting the droppings of the pandas. No need to cover your mouth. It's not unpleasant. The zookeeper, Xiao Chun, elaborated. Pandas have a straightforward digestive system. They eat and then excrete, extracting bamboo fibers in the process for papermaking. Reba was momentarily bewildered. Papermaking? Was she referring to the paper she used to cover her nose? In a hurry, Reba tossed it into the trash, immediately unable to look at paper as a daily necessity. Suran stepped back with a look of disdain, clearly indicating her desire for distance. There was no need for such theatrics. Xiaochen chuckled, explaining that the resultant paper bears no foul odor and might even possess a subtle fragrance of bamboo. Typically, it is used for creating books and notebooks. Reba replied, "That's a relief." Suddenly, the live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my, promise me. Please don't use it for napkins." So the panda paper I purchased for dozens of dollars is actually a lump of... Those who have eaten paper in school fell silent. The art of paper making originally utilized bamboo pulp. It's merely a difference in fermentation methods. They throw feces at me, and I make bamboo paper from it. Oh. While the 2 were diligently fulfilling their duties as caretakers, they listened to the informative talk. Suddenly, Suran, there's a snake. Reba shrieked, fearfully hiding behind Suran. Where? Suran scanned the grass, but could not spot the snake Reba had mentioned. Over there, in the crevice of the rocks. Following the direction of Reba's finger, Suran indeed spotted a long, patterned snake coiled there. However, it was merely a snake skin. Just skin, nothing to fear. Suran chuckled, retrieving the skin with a pair of tongs. Phew, that scared me. Reba patted her chest, still trembling. I'm terrified of snakes. I'm so glad you're here. Suddenly, she recalled something, turning to Suran and whispering, Suran, what if we encounter a snake here? Will it come out and bite us? Upon hearing this, Suran paused with the shovel in hand, contemplating. Then, with a serious expression, she replied, Well, I'm not a professional snake handler, but I've often heard the elders say that if you encounter a snake, you shouldn't be afraid. Just approach slowly, allowing it to sense your lack of malice, and gently touch its head. Generally, snakes won't bite. Reba listened intently, even nodding discreetly, though something about it felt slightly off. Then, Suran's tone shifted to a lazy smile. Of course, if it does bite you, well, just pretend I didn't say anything. As I mentioned, I'm not an expert. Reba's eyes widened in shock. The previously earnest look was replaced with exasperation. Indeed, this mischievous man was always up to shenanigans. I was listening so seriously, only to be told she's not a professional. Laughing to death. Utterly serious nonsense. Hotba. I can't stand this insufferable man. How can he be so infuriating? Suran, I've told you, I'm not a professional. Hotba, dismissing the irritating man, turned to the caretaker Xiao Chun with a worried expression, asking, Teacher Xiao Chun, will these snakes harm the pandas? Upon hearing this, Suran chuckled. No, those are mounts of Chiyu, capable of taking on tigers. You should worry more about the safety of the snakes. Xiao Chun smiled and added, Indeed, we often find snakes that are barely alive after being played with. As for who plays with them, I won't say. It's certainly ISNTFA high. Haba suddenly realized her concerns were unfounded. Time passed gradually. The next day's work concluded amidst ease and commotion. The orange-hued sunset painted the sky crimson. The 2 mounted their small pink electric scooter once more, embarking on their journey home. The setting sun elongated their shadows as they glided along the coastal road. The sea breeze felt particularly gentle today, caressing their faces with a refreshing and pleasant coolness. This time, the two remained quiet, unlike their usual banter. Hotba lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Su-ran furrowed his brow, sensing her discontent. Just as he was about to inquire, Hotba spoke first, her voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. Su-ran, the first cycle of recordings concludes tomorrow. Are you going home? Su-ran tightened his grip on the handlebars ever so slightly, sensing the girl's subdued tone. He hesitated to respond, his mind racing with memories of their week together, visits to amusement parks, barbecues by the sea, and so much more. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, of course. During the holidays, one must return home." Though his tone remained casual, it carried an undertone of something different. Hotba fell silent for a while, gently sniffing as if summoning all her courage, her voice barely above a whisper. "So, will you come back next week?" There was a rule within the production team. The first week was designated as the couple experience week. If participants felt it unsuitable, they could choose to withdraw midway. Su-ran paused, his voice carried by the wind to her ears. "You don't want me to leave?" Murmuring softly, she replied, "Yes, I don't want you to go." The sea breeze enveloped them like syrup, as if seeking to melt Su-ran's heart. "You." Su-ran abruptly halted the scooter, turning to face Hotba. Her cheeks were flushed, and her ears felt as though they were ablaze. Yet, the usual brightness in her eyes was now clouded with a gentle mist as she gazed at him unwaveringly. Su-ran's heart raced uncontrollably in that moment. "Orange Cat, are you aware of the impact of your words?" The smile at the corners of his mouth faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. A profound light flickered in Su-ran's eyes. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to her presence. This was an experience unlike any he had ever known. "I understand. I will return." The voice was soft and faint, yet in the sweltering heat of the moment, it resonated like celestial music. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" "Well." The little electric scooter continued to glide smoothly, the night deepening around them. Yet the air enveloping the two was so sweet it felt almost tangible. "How about we take another round?" "Sure, I don't wish to go back just yet." "Neither do I." Chapter 52, A Date Without Cameras. As the evening drew to a close along the lengthy coastline, the little electric scooter glided slowly, casting elongated shadows beneath the streetlights. Neither spoke a word, yet this silence resonated more melodiously than any conversation. The air was thick with an unspoken understanding, crystallizing the day's sweetness into a voiceless promise. The live streaming room was in a frenzy. This invisible sweetness is utterly lethal. My inner romantic is melting away. Isn't this more exhilarating than dating? No, wait, this is dating. Announce it already. Help, I think I'm dying. This is undoubtedly a mutual pursuit. Oh my. Sir, they've changed their method of killing. On the coastal highway, the little electric scooter circled repeatedly, and the two seemed oblivious to any boredom. Suddenly, Su-ran slowed down, halting at a dimly lit, narrow dirt road leading to a small fishing village. He turned his head, the night obscuring his expression, yet his voice distinctly reached Reba's ears. "Orange Cat, would you like to try something thrilling?" She paused. "Thrilling? What kind of thrill?" "Hold tight." Su-ran's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, imbued with an alluring gravity. "Let me take you on a ride of speed and passion." Reba's heart raced. In the next moment, she felt the electric scooter surge forward, her hands instinctively wrapping around Su-ran's waist. Behind them, the professional follow car, maintaining a careful distance, found itself unprepared. The narrow dirt road simply could not accommodate its bulky frame. The van driver froze for a moment, watching helplessly as the electric scooter's taillights swiftly vanished into the dark bend ahead, too late to pursue. "Driver, director's team, what the heck? Where did they go?" The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Su-hanan and his wife had evaded the production team. Under the cover of night and the old village road, the electric scooter turned onto an even narrower, darker path. Reba screamed, "Slow down, slow down. This is too fast, I can't handle it." Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. This thrill was an experience she had never encountered before in her life. Having always been a diligent student, and later an exceptionally dedicated professional. The thought of disappearing from the variety show's camera had never crossed her mind. Her first reaction was concern for the production team. Would they be worried? Would they scold her? Yet, feeling the wind rushing past her ears and the warmth of the embrace, she thought, why worry about that? In the night, apart from the wind, all that could be heard was the low rumble of the electric scooter's engine and the rapid beats of her and Sue Rand's hearts. Ahead, the dark dirt road connected to a stretch of beach, and the sound of the waves felt even more vivid at that moment. Sue Rand stopped the scooter and turned back to look at the slightly astonished figure. So, how is it? Thrilling, isn't it? This place is so beautiful. Reba was utterly captivated by the breathtaking sea view, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. In this secluded place devoid of others and cameras, Sue Rand remarked, so, let us relish this moment and return to our true selves. Reba gazed at Sue Rand blankly for a moment before smiling and nodding. They treaded along the beach, the soft sand yielding beneath their feet, evoking a wondrous sensation of weightlessness. In the distance, the waves gently lapped against the rocks, producing a rhythmic sound, as if applauding this very moment. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, and the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the ocean's surface, shimmering like scattered diamonds, outlining a romantic arc. Reba had never experienced such a state of relaxation. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, quietly observing the distant fishing lights twinkling like stars, exchanging trivial anecdotes. The events may not have been particularly interesting, yet the company by the seaside rendered them delightful. Reba's gaze swept across the shore, where she spotted an elderly couple supporting each other as they strolled along the beach. Their steps were unsteady, yet they leaned into one another, their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, brimming with warmth. A wave of emotion washed over Reba, tinged with a hint of sadness. Suran, perceptive to the shift in her expression, inquired, what is it? She lifted her gaze to the brightest star in the sky, her eyes reflecting a subtle fragility. Suran, do you think that when someone dies, they truly become a star? Reba's voice was soft, carried away by the night breeze. Sue Rand's smile gradually faded, and he remained silent, simply observing her. Reba continued to gaze at the brightest star, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am reminded of my grandmother. She was an exceptionally quiet person, the sweetest elderly lady in the world. She walked without making a sound and never dropped a single grain of rice while eating. I grew up by her side, always clinging to her. I used to love lifting her sleeves to reveal her jade bracelet, cool to the touch, which I adored. Sue Rand refrained from interrupting, standing quietly beside Reba, embodying the perfect listener. Eventually, she fell ill. From her serious condition to her passing, the entire neighborhood came to visit, perhaps hundreds of people, including relatives and neighbors. Everyone adored her. Reba's voice grew fainter, laced with boundless guilt. Only I did not return. Her body trembled slightly, and tears finally escaped her eyes. Sue Rand raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from Reba's cheeks with his warm fingertips. Indeed, your grandmother has undoubtedly become that brightest star. She has always been here, watching over you. His tone held a strength akin to warm light, dispelling the shadows lingering in Reba's heart. Reba asked, do you think my grandmother will be angry with me? Suran replied, no. She will only worry about whether you're eating well, dressing appropriately, and growing up healthily. Yes, I understand. Reba lifted her gaze to the brightest star in the sky, saying, Grandma, I have grown up well, and I am now a big star. Sue Rand replied, she would be proud of you. Thank you, Sue Rand. No need for thanks. We are great partners. Oh, shall I teach you a song? Sure, which one? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the one who gazes up? In this moment, there were no cameras, no audience, only two hearts drawn closer together in a flutter of excitement. Upon returning to the Heartbeat Cottage, it was already past 10 o'clock. The living room lights remained illuminated. The other two couples were still present, but the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi were huddled close to Li PD, the three women engrossed in some gossip. Li Yunrui and Wang Hedi were also together, observing the trio with mischievous smiles, their eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. As the door swung open and Sue Rand and Reba entered the living room, for pairs of eyes instantly locked onto them, brimming with intense curiosity. Oh wow, the scent of dog food is off the charts. Come on, I'm eagerly anticipating the guests' sharp inquiries. Reba's face must be flushed, ha ha ha. Whereas the director, did those two sneak off for a date? Upon meeting those inquisitive gazes, Reba's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, nearly burning with embarrassment. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but a glance at Su Ran revealed his usual languid smile, calmly striding toward the sofa as if nothing had occurred. Once seated, Su Ran began a question. What has the director's team been doing? We disappeared for an hour, and not a soul came looking for us. What if something happened to the guests? Can you take responsibility for that? Unable to contain herself, Reba let out a laugh. Lee PD wore a look of exasperation. Oh, so you're turning the tables on me? I haven't even had the chance to question you. However, Lee PD chose not to dwell on it, knowing well that Su Ran was a prominent figure not to be trifled with. With a smile, she transitioned back to the topic at hand. I trust that after a week of interaction, you all feel enriched and have gained a deeper understanding of your partners. Her gaze lingered meaningfully on each guest, pausing for 2 extra seconds on Su Ran and Reba. According to the program schedule, tomorrow you will face a particularly special final segment. This segment will significantly influence the trajectory of your future relationships. Please be sure to gather in the Heartbeat Cottage living room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Lee PD flashed a professional smile and gracefully turned to leave, fully aware that staying would be futile since Su Ran would divulge nothing about their earlier escapade. It was better to call a day. In that moment, the guests understood what this so-called segment entailed. If it were in the past, Reba would undoubtedly be engulfed in worry. Yet now, as she gazes at Su Ran's languid smile, she feels an overwhelming sense of reassurance. He promised me he would return, and he shall undoubtedly do so. Chapter 53. Su Hannon, do not attempt to flee. Otherwise, beware of my wrath. Lee PD turned with a smile and departed from the living room, instantly restoring the atmosphere of gossip. Ah, you two have finally returned. Yu Shushin remarked with a knowing smile. Is it just me? Or does the evening breeze feel exceptionally gentle today? It seems you both have returned rather late. Meng Zi wore an expression of someone who had seen through everything, raising an eyebrow at Reba, who could not hide her embarrassment. Reba's ears turned crimson under their scrutinizing gazes. It's nothing, we just took a stroll by the seaside, and the car happened to run out of battery. So we pushed it back. Su Ran, ever brazen, nonchalantly quashed the curiosity with a single remark. The crowd was left in a state of anxious anticipation. Yet they could not extract any juicy tidbits from the two. The barrage of comments in the live stream reflected their urgency. They were desperate to uncover where the pair had ventured and what they had done. Amused by the puzzled expressions of her companions, Reba stifled a giggle. This little secret, pertaining to herself and Su Ran, she resolved to cherish in her heart forever. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed, leaving the live stream filled with lamentations. Nevertheless, the sweetness of the evening had provided enough sustenance for them to endure the night. In room 201, Reba lay on the plush bed, tossing and turning, her mind replaying the events of the day. Was that song also his original work? In the brightest star of the night sky, was he trying to tell me that my grandmother will always be there? Clutching her rather unsightly alpaca plushie, warmth blossomed within her heart. Su Hannon was, in truth, a remarkably warm individual. She closed her eyes, yet the image of him lingered, the melody of the brightest star in the night sky echoing in her thoughts. The more she wished to fall asleep, the more elusive slumber became, particularly with that infuriating fellow continuously racing through her mind. She longed to expel him from her thoughts, yet he remained stubbornly present. That night, Reba had no inkling of when she finally drifted off to sleep, only aware that her dreams were filled with the visage of a certain vexing individual. The following morning, the Heartbeat Cottage was gently awakened by the sun. When Reba, sporting 2 prominent panda eyes, made her appearance in the living room, Su Ran was already seated at the dining table, bright-eyed and enjoying breakfast. Instinctively, she raised a hand to touch her under-eye bags, bracing herself for the inevitable teasing. Sure enough, the first words out of Su Ran's mouth were, "Orange cat, did you once again stay up all night?" Before Reba could respond, Su Ran pushed a box toward her, Here, these are eye patches. They're cool and quite soothing. I brought extra, so this box is for you. Reba accepted the eye patches, a flicker of joy passing through her eyes. Oh dear, you brought extra. Do I get a share? Lee PD's voice broke the tender moment. Yes, 200 per box. Sue ran quick cheerfully, extending her palm. Forget it. Lee PD chuckled, shaking his head before proceeding with the morning's agenda. Good morning, everyone. Today marks the final day of our first week together. PD Lee surveyed the individuals at the dining table and remarked with a smile. I trust that through these past few days of interaction and various experiences, everyone has gained a deeper understanding and insight into their partners and this relationship. Pausing for a moment, she produced 3 letters and distributed them to the 3 couples. With a shift to a more serious tone, PD Lee elaborated on the new rules of our program. Before the conclusion of each recording cycle, there would be a significant segment, heartfelt decision. Upon hearing these 4 words, the guest expressions subtly altered. This segment would provide everyone with an opportunity to reassess and make choices. PD Lee explained. Shortly, each guest will enter our prepared heartfelt room individually. Within, you will encounter 2 options: continue the journey and stop here. Please follow your true feelings and cast your choice with gravity. The outcome of your decision will determine the next phase of your relationship. With that, PD Lee paused to allow everyone time to digest the information. Sue ran and Reba huddled together, scrutinizing the new rules. The rules were as follows. If both parties selected continue the journey, the couple would undoubtedly move forward hand in hand in the following week. If one chose continue the journey, while the other opted for stop here, according to the rules, this pair would be forcibly bound. Only if both partners mutually decided on stop here would the couple truly dissolve. Once everyone comprehended the rules, laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. This rule is brilliant, quite devious. The production team is up to something. The notion of forced binding for not wanting to bind. It's practically custom-made for Sue. The production team must be afraid Sue Ran will slip away. They're just waiting for him to create a stir. Oh dear, the production team understands romance. As long as Reba is resolute, Sue Ran won't escape. No need to worry now. Initially, they were quite anxious, fearing that the hard-won couple would meet an untimely end. After all, Sue Ran, the enigmatic figure, known for his unconventional ways, with a singular desire for early retirement, was unpredictable. But at this moment, the viewers' previously suspended anxieties settled, and they showered praises upon the production team. Well done. Now that everyone is aware of the rules, PD Lee clapped her hands and announced, please enter the heartfelt room in order to make your choices. This process is entirely confidential, and the results will be revealed in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, the guests, each harboring their own emotions, proceeded one by one into the small room that would determine their fates. Soon, the Xiao Mo and Song Lan couples had completed their choices, their expressions relaxed, clearly having conferred beforehand. However, for Reba, it felt akin to heading into battle. Sue Ran found it quite amusing. Was it really necessary to lack such confidence? Reba took a deep breath and stepped directly into XINU's room. The space was rather simple, featuring merely a screen and 2 enormous buttons. Continue the journey versus stop here. With a sigh, Reba exhaled and without a moment's hesitation, pressed continue the journey and then left the room. Finally, it was Sue Ran's turn. He gazed at the 2 options, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Leave? That thought had indeed flickered through his mind more frequently than anyone could imagine. After all, he hadn't chosen to participate in this dating show, which had interrupted his carefully crafted retirement plan, thrusting him into an entirely different life. However, Sue Ran's eyes flickered momentarily. He recalled the silhouette under the moonlight, that easily tearful girl. While primarily, he was concerned that if he were to leave, she might end up crying again. TSK. What a troublesome little creature. Nevertheless, the orange cat, who often got irritable when teased, was undeniably quite entertaining. So let us continue. Sue Ran smiled, then extended his hand and pressed, continue the journey. Once all the guests had made their choices, the atmosphere in the room finally lightened. PD Lee reappeared at an opportune moment, still wearing a smile. All right, everyone. I believe that after your heartfelt decisions, you now possess a clearer understanding of your inner selves. Next, let us embark on our wonderful journey for the coming week with an exciting task. As he finished speaking, P. Deely handed each person a beautifully crafted piece of cardstock. Written on it was a line, "Time wish card. Pedeli explaineth." Please take a moment to sincerely write down 5 wishes you hope to accomplish with your partner in the next cycle. These can range from simple desires to things you have always wanted to try. Write your little wishes honestly, without worrying about budgets or other limitations. Once completed, please keep them confidential. The wish cards will be exchanged after this afternoon's heartfelt follow-up segment. P. Deely added, and the heartfelt follow-up is simply an invitation for each guest to partake in an individual interview to discuss their feelings from the week. After saying this, she left the cardstock and pens behind, cheerfully noting, a friendly reminder. The couple with the highest completion rate will receive a mysterious grand gift from the production team. With that, she turned and exited the living room. The guests, upon receiving the paper and pens, began to ponder seriously. Each card allowed for 5 wishes, meaning each couple needed to fulfill a maximum of 10 desires. Reba swiftly darted to a corner with the card, tilting her small head as she diligently began to write. Suran, on the other hand, appeared far more casual, leaning against the sofa, twirling the pen in his hand. His gaze, however, involuntarily fell upon the graceful figure in the corner, diligently writing. One might mistakenly believe she was preparing for an important examination. Suran suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. What could this girl be writing? Perhaps about delightful delicacies or amusing pastimes. Unable to resist, Suran contemplated sneaking a glance. Yet before he could approach, Reba, as if her nape had eyes, abruptly turned around. No peeking. Write your own. Her expression resembled that of a primary school student guarding their test paper from potential plagiarism. Suran was amused by her reaction. You're going to show it to me eventually. So what does it matter? That's not the point. Reba's cheeks flushed, yet her resolve was unwavering. It's just not permissible to look now. We'll discuss it when we exchange. She couldn't quite fathom why she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, akin to the shame of having a classmate read her essay. Fine, she could be a bit stingy. Little did Reba know that Suran had already glimpsed the very first line she had penned. I hope Sue Hannon doesn't run away, or else I'll give you a beating. Chapter 54. Suran. A sticky little orange cat. The morning passed quietly as the guests strained their minds over the time wish cards. After much erasure and revision, Reba finally penned her wishes and stealthily approached. Suran from behind, hoping to glimpse someone else's wish list. However, when she finally discerned the contents on the card, she was taken aback, for the top line read, "The cat peeking is a little dog." Reba. She discreetly retreated, feigning that nothing had transpired. From the floor-to-ceiling glass window, Suran caught sight of the fleeting figure, a smile involuntarily curving at the corners of her lips. The live broadcast room was equally charmed by the scene. These two are absolutely hilarious, truly reminiscent of elementary school students. They're killing me with sweetness. Reba's little antics were completely anticipated. These two are adept at hiding, yet their curiosity knows no bounds. Seriously, what is written on the wish list? Can't we take a look? I'm dying to know. Why can't it be revealed sooner? Finally, before lunch, everyone handed their time wish cards to P. Deely. After a simple meal prepared by the production team, the guests returned to their rooms to rest in preparation for the afternoon's heartfelt return segment. Time swiftly passed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, P. Deely appeared in the living room, her face adorned with a professional smile. Everyone, how was your rest? Are you ready to embrace our special segment? She raised the prompt card in her hand and announced, Next, we shall commence our first cycle of special planning, a week of heartfelt words, reflection, and anticipation. Shortly, the 6 guests would undergo one-on-one in-depth interviews with the production team, primarily discussing their feelings over the past week. For instance, what were the most profound moments shared between couples? How had their impressions of their partners changed after a week of interaction? Additionally, we would select some questions from the audience to pose to the guests. The content of this interview will be aired as a pilot episode, so I urge everyone to take it seriously. P. Deely discreetly cast a glance at Suran, who simply smiled, seemingly unperturbed. All right, let us begin. With a gentle smile, P. Deely added, Now, please proceed to your respective heartfelt rooms. As the group followed P. Deely outside, They discovered that the production team had set up several small rooms by the seaside at some point. Each door was labeled with the names of the individuals. The rooms were decorated warmly, with soft lighting and comfortable sofas. Su Ran settled onto the sofa, while P.D. Lee took a seat opposite her. In truth, P.D. Lee was reluctant to interview Su Ran, as she feared that he might suddenly start performing antics. What would she do if she couldn't contain her laughter? Yet, there was no alternative. As the on-site director, this responsibility fell squarely upon her shoulders. Observing Su Ran's calm demeanor, a picture of tranquility, P.D. Lee found herself both amused and exasperated. She took a deep breath, displaying the poise of seasoned host, and began her inquiry. Hello, Su Ran. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully completing your first week of recording. Reflecting on this week, how do you perceive your partner? Were there any particularly memorable moments? Su Ran pondered for a moment. Memorable moments? Indeed, there were some, my brothers, indeed. What do you mean? Well, we saw each other face to face. Su Ran chuckled and continued. As for the unforgettable moments, it would have to be when Caesar offered me a cigarette. After all, it's not every day one gains a gorilla as a subordinate. How could that not be memorable? Lee P.D. responded. Is that what I was asking? Lee P.D. continued to guide. What I meant was, after spending this week together, has your impression of your partner, Reba, changed at all? She recalled Su Ran's previous assessment of Reba, likening her to someone who could defeat the formidable Wei Tian with just 3 punches, which still struck her as humorous. Has it changed? Of course it has. Su Ran reminisced about the week's experiences, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What specific changes have you noticed? At first glance, I thought she was quite beautiful, bright, and a bit aloof. Now, however, he paused, creating a moment of tension. Here it comes. Lee P.D. felt a surge of excitement. She was about to witness a sweet confession. Su Ran revealed her signature smile, her voice softening. Now, I believe she is indeed more delightful to cuddle than the orange cat downstairs, like a clingy little kitten. Boom! Lee P.D.'s eyes widened in astonishment. She had finally heard it. A clingy spirit. Better to cuddle than a cat. Ah, Su Ran's voice was so endearing. Lee P.D. felt that her perseverance had finally paid off. Yet, being the professional that she was, after indulging in the sweetness, she redirected the conversation. We have gathered numerous questions from the audience for you. Are you prepared to answer them? Of course. Su Ran nodded, signaling Lee P.D. to proceed. Lee P.D. pulled out a question card and asked, everyone knows you retired at a young age, and they're quite curious about what kind of person you truly are. Or rather, what are your boundaries and principles? Upon hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast eagerly awaited Su Ran's response. Su Ran contemplated for a moment, gazing earnestly at the camera, and said, as for what kind of person I am, if you all take a little more time to get to know me. Are we finally getting serious? Lee P.D. listened attentively, as did the audience. You will find that you have wasted a bit of your time. Lee P.D. Lee P.D. was genuinely on the verge of laughter. Could this person not conduct an interview properly? Did she intend to make her laugh to death and inherit her ant flower shell? All right, that was just a joke. Su Ran waved her hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, one must have boundaries and principles. Do not be misled by my usual playful demeanor. However, if anyone dares to cross my boundaries. At this point, Su Ran's gaze turned sharp. I will not hesitate to lower my standards, making it impossible for you to reach them. Lee P.D. truly felt as though he was on the verge of suffocating. This person is indeed intoxicating. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the host was interviewing Reba with a beaming smile reminiscent of a doting ant. Reba's face radiated an unmistakable sweetness and blush as she answered the questions in a soft, endearing voice. This interview was utterly delightful. Following the routine inquiries, the host picked up a question card and asked Reba, what has left the most profound impression on you during these days spent with Su Ran? Upon mentioning Su Ran, Reba's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, what impressed me the most? He sang to me, took me to the amusement park, and gifted me plush toys. Reba recounted each memory as if they were treasures, reminiscing from the moment she met Su Ran to more recent events. The host did not interrupt, simply enjoying the moment with an affectionate smile. Apologies. Have I spoken too much? Reba paused, realizing her exuberance, and playfully stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. The host shook her head with a smile, reassuring her, "Not at all. I never specified that it had to be just one." She then picked up Reba's wish list and inquired, "I see your first wish is for Sue Rand to stay. Is that correct?" Without a moment's hesitation, Reba nodded solemnly. The host pressed on, "Your wish gives me the impression of as long as you're here tomorrow. Why not say forever? Isn't that more romantic?" Reba simply shook her head, responding, "Forever feels too distant. As long as he is here tomorrow, that is enough." Though there was no breeze in the room, the host felt a gust of romance enveloping her. As she redirected her gaze to the two wish lists, she couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Sue Rand's third wish read, "I hope she is forever happy." Reba's fifth wish stated, "I hope he is forever happy. Quick, bring me a knife." The host silently screamed within, longing to celebrate these two. She felt as though her teeth might dissolve from the sweetness, wearing her affectionate smile as she handed the card back to Reba, saying, "Why not make two more small wishes?" Reba paused, her eyes wide with confusion. "Why? You. Just take a look." The host pointed to Sue Rand's time wish card copy. As Reba grasped Sue Rand's wish list, tears brimmed in her eyes. It read, "Wish 1. Accompany me to climb a mountain. Wish 2. Accompany me for sea fishing. Wish 3. I hope she is forever happy. Wish 4. Gift to Reba. Wish 5. Gift to Reba." There's also a note at the bottom. "Orange Cat, don't get overly sentimental. I just couldn't think of anything else, so I gifted these wishes to you." Chapter 55. Farewell. Reba, Suhanan, let us embrace for our friendship. Warm tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, landing on the cardstock in her hands, blurring the ink into a small, darkened patch. Reba gazed at the final two lines of elegant script. To Reba, accompanied by a cheeky, yet somewhat proud note. Her heart felt like a jar of mixed emotions had been overturned, sour, tender, and an indescribable, delicate sweetness. This fellow always had a knack for stirring her heartstrings without even trying. The host couldn't suppress the knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips. Just like that. Exactly as it should be. This is the genuine sweetness I long for. The host timely offered a tissue, gently saying, all right, don't cry anymore if you do. Our Sue teacher will feel heartbroken." She paused, smiling as she concluded, "It seems this week together has profoundly touched you. I hope your next journey will be even smoother and more enchanting." Our interview concludes here. Thank you for your hard work. Reba accepted the tissue, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and flashed a radiant smile at the host. "Thank you. Well, we might need to recollect the copies." The host, noticing Reba tightly clutching Sue Rand's wish card copy, apologetically explained, "There will be a ceremonious time wish card exchanged shortly, so don't rush." As Reba listened to the host's teasing tone, her cheeks flushed. All 6 guests had completed their interviews and photo shoots. Evening had arrived. The sunset cast its warm, lazy golden hues over the sea, enveloping the entire expanse in a serene atmosphere. There was a sense of calm after the dust had settled, mingled with an unwillingness to part ways. P. Dealey reappeared before everyone, still wearing that familiar smile. "All right, everyone, our heartfelt return visit segment has concluded successfully. Next, we will proceed to the ceremonious exchange segment." Lee PD smiled, looking at the group. "Now, please hand your personally written time wish cards to one another." The staff swiftly returned each person's wish card to them. This small card bore the hopes and shared aspirations for the coming week. Cherish it well, and strive to fulfill those wishes. At the moment they held their respective wish cards, emotions stirred within everyone. The couples, MOCP and Kanglin CP, exchanged sweet smiles, leaning in to share the contents of their cards, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Only the Rayhan couple maintained their distinctive style. Sue Rand was the first to receive the card Reba had written. He chuckled at the sight of the girl across from him, her head lowered, ears flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Reba, too, held Sue Rand's wish card, her fingertips tightening around it as her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. The air was suffused with a complex, somewhat awkward, yet undeniably sweet atmosphere. I remarked to the Orange Cat, "Your expression cannot possibly be the result of having penned 7 wishes that would impoverish me, can it?" Sue Rand's expression was somewhat exaggerated. "I am certainly not as dull as you." Reba shot a glare at Suran, who always seemed to disrupt the romantic ambience they had painstakingly created. "Oh, is that so? Then I must take a look," Suran replied, unaware of Reba's specific list of wishes, as P. Dealey had not disclosed it to him. "No," Reba exclaimed in a flurry, pressing down on Suran's hand. "You can look at it when you return." She was not yet ready to reveal her perhaps somewhat childish desires to Suran. As he gazed at her flushed face, which was tinged with shyness, he suddenly found her bashfulness to be rather endearing. "All right then, I shall put it away for now." Suran carefully tucked away Reba's heartfelt wish card. The guests were permitted to leave the villa either today or tomorrow. At that moment, P. Dealey timely emerged to announce the conclusion of the day's filming. Upon hearing this, a sense of farewell enveloped the small dwelling. The 6 guests gathered together, exchanging farewells. Suddenly, Suran's smile faded. His expression became gravely serious. He scanned the faces of those present, his tone unusually sincere. "Everyone, I'm truly grateful for your kindness this week, especially for your tolerance of my various unreliable antics." He even offered a slight bow. This unexpected shift left the others momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was this truly the same Suran, the master of mischief? How had he transformed into someone so formal and courteous? The atmosphere fell off. Reba quickly reached out to touch Suran's forehead, exclaiming, "Have you been possessed by a ghost?" Suran merely responded with silence. The others struggled to contain their laughter. "No interruptions," he said, pushing Reba's hand aside. From his pocket, he solemnly produced several business cards made of cardstock, adorned with his elegant handwriting. He approached Meng Zi and Li Yunrui, offering the cards with both hands. "Zi, Yunrui, our meeting is serendipitous. Let us keep in touch." He then proceeded to Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi, presenting the cards similarly. "Shuxin, Hedi, may our friendship endure." The 4 were left momentarily speechless. What was Suran up to? Nonetheless, they accepted his cards with both hands, assuring him they would indeed stay in contact. However, Yu Shuxin voiced her confusion. "Suran, why does this number start with 62? Isn't that an international code?" The others, upon hearing her, examined their own cards closely. Indeed, all the numbers began with 62 and were unusually lengthy. Reba also curiously leaned in for a glance, her mind filled with similar perplexity. Suran waved his hand and said, "Oh, this? It belongs to the Bank of Communications." "The Bank of Communications? A bank car number?" "This guy, as expected, he hasn't changed a bit." The others breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging knowing glances. From each other's eyes, they discerned a flicker of unspoken understanding. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi shouted in unison, "Didi, Yunrui, go." Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui rolled up their sleeves and charged towards Suran from either side. "What are you doing?" Suran sensed the impending danger and took off running. Ultimately, he was intercepted by 2 robust young men. Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin patted the shoulders of Reba, chuckling, released the orange cat. Reba rolled up his sleeves, grinning mischievously. Suran could only stare in horror as the other 4 encouraged Reba with gleeful eyes, initiating a comical betrayal of kinship. The courtyard was soon filled with Suran's exaggerated screams and the boisterous laughter of onlookers. The faint sorrow brought about by impending separation seemed to dissipate amidst the farce. After this brief interlude, the heartfelt cabin faced its first departure. The other 4 guests had all taken their leave. Meanwhile, Reba and Suran found themselves on the beach. The evening shore was particularly tranquil. They walked for quite some time until Reba's phone rang repeatedly with reminders from her assistant, prompting her to come to a halt. Gazing at the setting sun, which was about to sink into the ocean, she turned to face Suran, arms outstretched. A hint of shyness graced her features as she said, "Su Han Hai, shall we embrace for our friendship?" Suran paused, yet smiled as he inquired, "Pure friendship?" Reba chuckled in agreement, "Yes, pure friendship." Suran gently enveloped her in his embrace. In that moment, the sunset appeared gentle, and the sea breeze caressed softly. The sound of the waves became strikingly clear, rhythmically lapping against the shore. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. At that moment, a faint yet tender voice emerged. "Suran, next week. I will return." Suran's voice, akin to the softest sea breeze, instantly dispelled all of Reba's anxieties and doubts. Chapter 56. The Envy-Inducing Super First-Class Contract. Suran, you are more dazzling than the evening glow. The flickering shadows of the heartfelt cottage danced in the profound night. Beneath the pavilion, Suran's gaze fell upon the pristine contract before him. Suran, the reason I sought you out is to discuss your contract situation, Wang Jingyu stated directly, addressing the crux of the matter. Suran picked up the contract and perused it briefly, waves of emotion stirring within him. Was Wang Jingyu here to discuss a supplementary contract? This was an extraordinary contract, one that could evoke envy in every top-tier celebrity within the entertainment industry. The sole stipulation was simply this: Suran must ensure full participation without withdrawal. The contract was meticulously detailed, encompassing remuneration, bonuses, revenue sharing, and even some preferential resources. A staggering compensation coupled with a 2.5 share of the program's finale profits. Quite intriguing. Wang Dao seemed genuinely eager for advancement. As a seasoned veteran in the variety show realm, Wang Jingyu refrained from even a heavy breath, fearful of disturbing the illustrious figure before him. He had discreetly sought information about Su Ran's background and discovered only one piece of verifiable information. Su Ran was indeed a student at Qingbei. As for anything else, it was completely elusive. This left two possibilities. Either Su Ran was an ordinary individual, or he was a figure of significant stature with deeper connections. Wang Jingyu had no desire to speculate on Su Ran's identity, nor did he intend to continue his inquiries. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, he understood one crucial truth: some matters are best left unexamined, and some individuals are best not antagonized. Undoubtedly, Su Ran was one such individual. Thus, when conversing with Su Ran, Wang Jingyu spoke with an extra measure of politeness. Typically, he would have avoided such a person altogether, as the temperament of prominent figures is notoriously unpredictable, and one can easily offend without realizing it. However, he had no choice but to press on. If Summer Heartbeat were to achieve the phenomenon it aspired to be, it would necessitate the involvement of the man before him. Recalling the smiling yet cunning deputy director, Wang Jingyu gritted his teeth, determined to secure Su Ran's commitment. Wang Jingyu tentatively inquired, "So what do you think? Is there any issue with the contract? What are your thoughts?" "Acceptable," Su Ran nodded, finding the program quite intriguing, especially since he had already made a promise to a certain orange cat. "Ah, that is splendid." Wang Jingyu exhaled in relief. The weight that had burdened him finally lifted. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously added, "Additionally, would you be willing to compose a theme song for the program, one that relates to love?" Pausing, he elaborated, "Of course, you will not be compensated in vain. The copyright will belong to you. I will procure the song rights at the market's highest price." "How does that sound? Relating to love? Does this imply writing a sweet song?" Su Ran paused, taken aback by the audacity of this request. He had just plunged the internet into melancholy, and now they wished for him to create a sweet contrast. However, Su Ran held little interest in this proposition. He shook his head gently, declining. "As for songwriting, I shall pass. I am not particularly adept at crafting overly sweet melodies." "Very well, I understand." Wang Jingyu felt a slight pang of regret, but did not press further. The vehicle arranged by the production team was parked at the entrance of the village. He stood up, smiling as he bid farewell. "Then I shall take my leave." Su Ran nodded and waved. Once Wang Jingyu departed, the oppressive aura that accompanied high-status individuals finally dissipated. This fellow truly possessed an intimidating presence. Wang Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on the matter. Despite his youthful appearance, Su Ran exuded a calm depth, as if he had witnessed the entirety of worldly affairs and could effortlessly see through everything, embodying the gravitas of an elevated individual. The courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Su Ran sat alone in the pavilion, enjoying the cool sea breeze. By some strange impulse, he took out the time wish card that Reba had given him earlier that afternoon. The card bore elegant, slightly whimsical handwriting, detailing 7 wishes. Wish 1. Hope Su Hannon doesn't run away next week. Otherwise, I'll give you a good beating. Wish 2. I want to go eat delicious food with Su Ran. Wish 3. I hope he can be happy forever. Wish 4. I want to watch the sunrise with Su Ran once. Wish 5. I want to hear Su Ran say good night to me every evening. Wish 6. I want to do something crazy and childish with Su Ran. Wish 7. I want to hear Su Ran sing me a sweet song. Please don't sing on a bridge so sadly anymore. Note: thank you for granting my wishes. I will cherish them dearly, gazing at each wish and the final note. A smile involuntarily crept across Su Ran's lips. A warm current spread quietly within his heart. At that moment, had the live stream been active, the aunties would surely have erupted in a cacophony of cries upon seeing this wish list. This was a mutual longing indeed. Each small wish from Reba contained a piece of Su Ran. Even her desire to enjoy delicious food was accompanied by the thought of including Su Ran, rather than simply stating, "Buy me something tasty." The wish for a sweet song. Could it be because she doesn't want me to feel sad? What intriguing and delightful woman. This was Su Ran's latest appraisal of Reba. At that instant, his phone chimed with a new message. Su Ran picked it up to find a flurry of messages from a contact named Orange Cat Classmate. First was a splendid photo of the evening glow. Next came a selfie in the airport lounge with an alpaca plushie. Following these were a series of messages. Orange Cat Classmate. I've arrived at the airport. Have you set off? Orange Cat Classmate. When I got to the airport, I happened to see the sunset, which looked beautiful. I thought you might like it, so I'm sharing. Orange Cat Classmate. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? As Su Ran read these messages, the smile on his face widened. For some reason, he couldn't resist teasing her. Thus, while waiting in the departure lounge, Reba received a reply. Su Hanhan, are you asking about the sunset or about yourself? Wah. As Iba read the message, her heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that Su Ran was flirting with her? That ironclad man was blooming like a rare flower? Iba took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and replied, Orange Cat, what if it's the sunset? Suanan, beautiful. After a moment's hesitation, she crafted a 3-word response. What about me? Upon sending it, she felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. Suanan te sika. Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's the sunset. Ah. Indeed, one must not harbor expectations for this fellow. She was about to unleash a barrage of emoticons when she noticed Su Ran's reply. Su Hanin, but you are more dazzling than the sunset. Iba stared at the message, her earlier irritation dissipating as she broke into a silly grin. The assistant beside her looked utterly bewildered. How could this fierce woman, who was just moments ago fuming, now appear so foolishly happy? Indeed, love can dim one's intellect. It is imperative not to engage. Absolutely not. At that moment, Su Ran, already en route in the program's vehicle away from the villa, couldn't help but chuckle softly at the unresponsive chat box. He could almost envision the adorable sight of Orange Cat, pouting yet grinning at the screen. TSK. He suddenly found himself looking forward to their next encounter. Chapter 57. Doubt and Mockery. The self-strategy of Reba. After a journey of over 3 hours, the vehicle gradually entered a luxurious residential area in the heart of the bustling city. Upon returning to his familiar and spacious riverside flat, Su Ran instantly transitioned into the mode of a retired magnate. Casually tossing his backpack aside at the entrance, he nestled into the soft embrace of the sofa. There's truly no place like home. No comidas, no followers, no obligations. This is what one calls a leisurely retired life. Recalling the incessant chatter of a certain individual, Su Ran picked up his phone, intending to inform her of his arrival. Opening the chat with Orange Cat, he noted that her last message was from 2 hours ago. I've boarded the plane. Let's chat later. I'll message you once I land. Accompanied by an airplane emoji. Su Ran chuckled softly and replied, All right, I'm back. Rest well once you land. Don't let those panda eyes get any darker. After sending the message, he exited WeChat. As he reclined on the sofa, Su Ran suddenly remembered the new supplementary contract. It seemed to include a clause requiring him to cooperate with the show in some necessary promotional activities, including the establishment of a personal Weibo account. After some contemplation, he decided to download the app and subsequently registered an account. He then sent a screenshot of the account to Wang Zhengyu, who would handle the official verification process for Weibo. 5 minutes later, Su Ran received a thumbs up from Wang Zhengyu. However, to his bemusement, the verification description for his Weibo account read, Summer Heartbeat 2 supporting guest, official CP partner of Reba, honorary keeper of the national treasure Juan, animal soulmate. Sue Rant's lips twitched. What on earth are these titles? Couldn't they come up with something a bit more normal? Even an independent musician would suffice. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Sue Rant had never been active on Weibo. This account was purely for the sake of fulfilling a task. Well, he thought, let us just post something casual. After crafting his first Weibo post, he set his phone aside to take a shower. The content was simple, consisting of just 2 words. Tagging someone. Good night, dear. However, this seemingly innocuous message ignited a cataclysmic frenzy across the platform. Oh my gosh, Sue Rant has opened a Weibo account. And what is this certification? I'm dying of laughter. Huh, official CP partner of Reba. Has the production team officially stamped this? Is this for real? Honorary keeper of the national treasure Juan, animal soulmate. This is too precious. The official humor is lethal. As expected of Sue Rant, even his certification is so extraordinary. Ladies, let us go. Time to follow. We must make a grand entrance. Oh no, he is only following Reba, and his first post is just a good night to her. Countless fans of the CP, joy seekers, and even some casual observers affected by Onha Bridge flooded into Sue Rant's newly created Weibo account, which lacked even a profile picture. The follower count skyrocketed. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1,000,000. In less than a mere 5 minutes, Sue Rant's Weibo followers surged past the remarkable milestone of 1 million. Meanwhile, the architect of this phenomenon, Sue Rant, luxuriated in a soothing bath, blissfully unaware of the whirlwind unfolding beyond his serene bubble. 15 minutes later, rejuvenated and clad in a plush bathrobe, Sue Rant strolled into the living room. He picked up his phone, which was charging on the coffee table, intending to check the time. However, as soon as he unlocked the device, the screen was inundated with a deluge of Weibo notifications. The alert tones rang incessantly, a cacophony that showed no signs of abating. In a flurry, Sue Rant swiftly disabled the notification permissions, finally silencing the relentless barrage. Upon glancing at the screen, the reality of the situation dawned on him. His casual Weibo post had ascended to become the hottest topic on the platform. Moreover, in under 20 minutes, his follower count had skyrocketed to over 3 million. While such figures might not dazzle when compared to any moderately popular celebrity, it is crucial to note that Sue Rant achieved this feat without any promotional efforts or supporting team. This was a genuine measure of public interest, devoid of any embellishments. Furthermore, the post's shares and comments had reached staggering numbers, leaving many artists and agencies who had quietly followed Sue Rant in a state of shock. His popularity was indeed formidable. Nestled on the sofa, Sue Rant curiously opened Weibo to discover the fervent discussions taking place. To his surprise, the comment section was a vibrant tapestry of sentiments. There were enthusiastic fans of couples. Ah, good night, hot bar. I shall savor this sweetness. There were also eager music lovers. Good night? What good night? Hurry and record the complete version of Onha Bridge. Even devout followers were present. Good night, Sue God. Please bless me to pass my driving test tomorrow. Incredibly, there were even those returning to express their gratitude. Sue God is truly miraculous. I wished for a phone for my wife during a live stream. And today, I won the latest model in a company raffle. Another chimed in, I prayed to Sue God to find love. And now my goddess has messaged me about being together. I'm even a step ahead, with a son already. As Sue Rant read through these increasingly outrageous wishes and fulfillments, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How absurd! The imagination of this generation of internet users was boundless. Did they truly perceive me as some sort of wishing well? Just as he was grappling with this surreal moment, a message arrived from Wang Jingyu. Could you help promote the trailer for Summer Heartbeat 2? It airs tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Mango Video. A trailer? Airing tomorrow? Sue Rant paused, then grasped Wang Jingyu's intentions. The urgency was palpable. Wang Jingyu was keen to capitalize on this immense wave of attention to amplify the trailer's reach, generating a buzz for the film's official release the day after. This was indeed a bold move. Well then, Sue Ran acquiesced and promptly edited her second post. Summer Heartthrob 2 preview trailer, tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Mango TV, don't miss it. P.S. I am not a coy, have no background, and do not accept wish-making services. Please consult your respective ancestors. Thank you. This self-deprecating and clarifying Weibo post ignited the comments section once again. All her fans became ecstatic. Wow, the trailer airs tomorrow? I love this unpredictability of the production team. Sue's clarification is hilarious. What ancestors could possibly be more magical than Sue? Mine has just passed away, not ascended. Of course, amidst the playful comments, there were also dissenting voices. Some questioned the production team's sincerity, pondering whether the swift release of the trailer might hint at shoddy craftsmanship. Others expressed concern. Given the high quality of this dating show, they hoped not to encounter issues stemming from rushed editing. Anticipation coexisted with skepticism. Nevertheless, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Mango TV's Summer Heartthrob 2 preview trailer is destined to capture the attention of the entire internet and the entertainment industry at large. Summer Heartthrob gained its popularity due to Sue Ran, naturally igniting the curiosity of countless viewers who missed the live broadcast. As for the entertainment circle, their focus lay primarily on Sue Ran and Wang Jingyu. The almost outrageous rumor had already spread throughout the industry. Wang Jingyu, the renowned director who once produced blockbuster variety shows, had actually signed a 3 ratings gamble agreement with the television station to retain this ordinary individual named Sue Ran. Upon the emergence of this news, the entire industry erupted, not in shock, but in mockery. To expect a dating show to achieve a premiere rating exceeding 3 in such a fiercely competitive market? One international joke. Was Wang Jingyu out his mind? Or had he fallen under Sue Ran's spell? Did he believe it was the golden age of variety shows a decade ago? Countless eyes, filled with schadenfreude, turned their attention to Summer Heartthrob 2. Everyone was eager to witness how this once glorious director would fall from grace. As for Sue Ran, she was merely a fortunate entertainer. Truly expecting her to create miracles? Don't be absurd. Their professional team had conducted predictions. The maximum rating for Summer Heartthrob 2 was estimated to be 2.4. Breaking 3 was utterly impossible. In their view, relying on Sue Ran was far less advantageous than allocating resources to a few established stars. Although the popularity of the Changlong CP and Xiao MOCP was not on par with the Rin CP, these two couples possessed a solid fan base. Investing resources in these two pairs would undoubtedly yield better returns than placing them on Sue Ran. No one believed, nor dared to believe, that this ordinary individual named Sue Ran could truly shoulder such a hefty ratings burden. The sounds of ridicule and skepticism reverberated throughout the industry. At this moment, in the post-production room of the production team, Wang Jingyu gazed at the rising enthusiasm, feeling an involuntary tension within. As a renowned variety show director, he ought not to be anxious. Yet, for reasons unknown, a tempest of emotions stirred within him. He felt a blend of anticipation, nervousness, and excitement. Tomorrow, the day after, Wang Jingyu exhaled a ring of smoke, admiring the already edited trailer that was both humorous and heartwarming to the point of tears. It all rests on you, Suran. Meanwhile, Hotba, having returned to the company dormitory, promptly opened her phone. There, she encountered a familiar message laced with a teasing tone. This guy is asking for it. Just wait until I get back to deal with you. Though she furiously squeezed her alpaca plushie, a smile crept onto her lips. At that moment, her manager sent a message. Quick, check Weibo. Initially, the intent was to inform Hotba that the promotional campaign for Summer Heartbeat had commenced, urging her to cooperate. However, upon logging into Weibo, Hotba found herself grinning foolishly at a certain someone's post. She tightened her grip on the adorably quirky alpaca plushie, unable to contain her delight. He just said good night to me in front of the whole world. Chapter 58. The Explosion of Data. The entire internet is going crazy. Behold, the woman before you is Xiao Mei. She is a seasoned internet enthusiast, having devoured countless dramas and mastered various tropes, particularly in the realm of romantic variety shows. She perceives them as mere spectacles where handsome men and beautiful women enact scripted scenarios, exuding a saccharine yet insincere sweetness akin to industrial saccharin. At this very moment, Xiaomei finds herself reluctantly enduring her best friend's fervent recommendations for a celebrity dating show titled Summer Heartbeat 2. Her phone inundates her with dozens of messages every minute from her friend. However, the core message remains singular. Sister, you must watch Summer Heartbeat 2. The fervent couple is truly delightful. If it's not entertaining, you can end my life. Thus, she regards her friend's enthusiasm with disdain. A dating show? No interest. A couple? No inclinación. Industrial saccharin? A throat irritant. Yet, her friend produces the ace up her sleeve. A slightly blurry video clip, yet the singing is crystal clear, accompanied by the caption, "Don't you adore On a Bridge?" That is Su Ran's original. On a Bridge, Xiaomei is momentarily stunned. This is the song she has been obsessively replaying, heralding it as a masterpiece. The unique melody, the poignant lyrics, although she has been listening to a cover version. It has profoundly moved her. But how could this song be the original work of the prominent figure Su Ran from the dating show? Moreover, according to her friend, Su Ran is described as an eccentric, mischievous guest who humorously claims to be a retired mogul. This is utterly absurd. Yet, she concedes that the melody of On Ha Bridge indeed possesses a certain allure. Simultaneously, she finds herself quite taken by Su Ran's appearance. With nothing better to do, Xiaomei resolves to take a look. The clock strikes 10 in the morning. Mango Video's promotional clip for Summer Heartbeat 2 is released punctually. Xiaomei takes a deep breath and clicks the play button. The familiar opening, accompanied by beautiful seascapes and soothing music, gradually unfolds. Xiaomei curls her lip and silently adjusts the speed to 3 times faster. Then a montage of 3 couples meeting for the first time. Xiao Imo gazes tenderly, and Songlan playfully frolics TSK. Indeed, it is industrial saccharin. After a brief moment of critique, Xiaomei hits the fast-forward button. But the next instant, Xiaomei rewinds a portion that had been fast-forwarded. A close-up of a resume filled with bizarre phrases fills the screen. Job intent. Salty fish consultant, lazing ambassador, lying flat expert, core skills, certified argument specialist, folk retreat drum, professional tea appraiser. What on earth is this? Xiaomei spurts water onto the screen. Did I select the wrong program? Yet, in the next moment, a stunningly handsome man appears on screen, earnestly introducing himself to the slightly dazed host. I am in good health, possess independent thoughts, and can breathe autonomously. When hungry, I eat. When full, I put down the bowl. I can also make instant noodles. Coupled with the host's expression reminiscent of an elderly subway commuter with a phone, and the post-production, the special effects. The laughter goose. Xiaomei burst into a fit of laughter, resembling a honking goose. It was utterly hilarious. Su Ran must truly be a force to reckon with. Just as Xiaomei was laughing so hard her stomach hurt, thinking this was the extent of Su Ran's prowess. The scene shifted. Su Ran was crouched down, tinkering with a bicycle. In mere seconds, Su Ran triumphantly lifted a large lock, beaming at Reba, exclaiming, "All set. Let's south hit the road." The expression on Reba's face was one of sheer terror, as if it read, "I am not an accomplice." The scene changed once more, revealing Su Ran riding a rickety old bicycle down the road, with a nearly disassembled Reba precariously perched on the back. Ha ha ha! Xiaomei was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. This audacious Su Ran was undeniably a natural-born entertainer. Just as Xiaomei thought she had reached the limits of Su Ran's antics, the footage transitioned again. This time, Su Ran appeared in a small room, seemingly undergoing an interview. In a segment aptly titled Heartfelt Return, reminiscent of dating show themes. The familiar ambience was palpable. Even the host nearly faced a career-defining slip-up, struggling to suppress laughter. Host, everyone knows you retired at a young age, achieving financial freedom, which many envy and are curious about. What kind of person are you really? Su Ran, if everyone spent a bit more time getting to know me, they would realize they've squandered a little time. Host, it feels like you've never faced hardship in your life. Su Ran, I have, bitter melon? Help. Xiaomei felt she might laugh herself into oblivion. How does this person manage to deliver absurdity with such a straight face? Just as Xiao Mei was on the verge of hyperventilation from laughter, the host continued, "After a week together, has your impression of your partner Reba changed?" Su ran, "At first glance, I thought she was a bright girl with a hint of aloofness." Host, "And now?" Su ran, "Now, I find her far more endearing than the orange cat downstairs. Like a clingy little kitten." Boom! Xiao Mei's laughter abruptly ceased. How could she withstand such sweetness? The scene transitioned again. This time, Reba was seated on the interview sofa, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. The screen displayed her wish card. Wish 1. I hope Su Hanchan doesn't run away next week. Host, your first wish evokes a sense of continuity. Why not wish for forever? Reba, forever feels too distant. As long as he is here tomorrow, that's enough. Xiao Mei's smile faltered. No, are we about to delve into something heavy? I haven't even begun to indulge. But the subsequent scenes overwhelmed Xiao Mei with emotion. Whether it was the mutual desire for happiness, both Su Ran and Reba wishing for each other's everlasting joy, or Su Ran's handwritten note stating, I dedicate my wish to Reba, it made her smile uncontrollably. Soon after, an increasing number of scenes depicting the interactions between the two emerged, both authentic and amusing. Xiao Mei felt as though she had been immersed in a honey pot, sprinkled with a layer of popping candy. Sweet yet tingling. What are you living through before, my dear? And now you're introducing me to this? She thought, exasperated. Damn it, how many live streams have I missed? In her mind, she shouted furiously, that infuriating Su Hanhang. You better treat our orange cat classmate well. The promotional video concluded with a tranquil seaside scene. Su Ran cradled his guitar, his fingers gracefully gliding over the strings. The familiar and heart-stirring prelude of Anha Bridge resonated once more. Then his clean yet story-laden voice filled the air. Let me see you once more. From south to north. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Mei was already in tears. You must be forever happy, she thought. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her best friend. Sister, I was wrong. I hereby declare myself the most loyal fan of this fiery CP. Take me along to ship them. This promotional piece, a delightful amalgamation of laughter, sweetness, emotion, and tears, swept across the internet like wildfire. The back end of Mango Video experienced another bout of sweet agony as viewership skyrocketed exponentially. The comments section transformed into a jubilant gathering for countless CP fans. Even before the production team had the chance to intensify their efforts, Weibo's trending topics exploded with fervor. Summer Heartthrob 2 promotional video divine, Su Ran is charming and humorous hot bamboo hope, Suan on one tone away, wish card mutual pursuit, Su Ran on a bridge tearjerker, major entertainment media outlets took notice. Heralding Summer Heartthrob 2 as the pinnacle of romantic variety shows. The name Su Ran has become a veritable code for popularity. The fervor surrounding Summer Heartthrob 2 has reached unprecedented heights. Only one day remains until the official release, and the anticipation across the internet is taut, like a fully drawn bowstring. Chapter 59, a nationwide frenzy, undercurrents at play, yet Su Ran only cares about fishing? At this moment, in the backstage of the Summer Heartbeat production team, within the data monitoring room, the atmosphere was as tense as the front lines of a battlefield. The entire creative team was fixated on the screen, where a curve soared like a rocket. It surpassed 10 million in just 15 minutes, surpassed 30 million in half an hour, surpassed 50 million an hour, and it continues to rise. 1.5 hours in, 70 million. 2 hours, 93 million. It broke 100 million. 2 hours and 23 minutes. We have set a record. The peak of real-time viewership, the volume of bullet comments, the user sharing rate. All metrics shattered the historical records of the platform. Once all the data was compiled, the post-production room erupted in a deafening cheer. Countless individuals embraced in excitement. Over 100 million views in 2 hours. This was undoubtedly a miracle for the entire Mango TV network. And such a miracle was born from their hands. This astonishing data swept across the internet like a tsunami. Major social media platforms were once again inundated. The trending topics on Weibo were almost entirely dominated by Summer Heartbeat 2 and the fiery couple Su Ran. Summer Heartbeat 2 trailer breaks, 100 million followed by colossal and vivid explosion symbol. So captivating. Release the full episode soon. I laughed like a fool in the first half and cried like a fool in the second half. I usually don't watch absurd variety shows, but one as crazy as this, I must follow. Su Ran is incredible. Director Wong is incredible. The fiery couple is delightful to ship. Summer Heartbeat 2 is destined for greatness. Ooh, my judgment was correct. It's so wonderful. Hurry and give me the full episode. The entire internet was in a state of jubilation. Fans were elated, and bystanders were drawn in. Meanwhile, the critics had fallen silent. Major media outlets scrambled to report, heralding Summer Heartbeat 2 as the phenomenon of the year. Su Ran was lauded with exaggerated titles such as the top influencer among amateurs, the pinnacle of creativity, and the savior of dating shows. Those companies that had once sought to sign Su Ran or acquire the rights were now filled with regret. Given the current situation, to sign Su Ran would likely require an astronomical sum. However, they knew that even at such a price, they would face countless competitors. It could be said that whoever secures Su Ran would guarantee the next top influencer. For them, the thoughts regarding Su Ran were quite straightforward. Either sign her or obliterate her. What drove them to madness, however, was the fact that they couldn't even get in touch with Su Ran, let alone sign her. At the same time, in the high-level conference room, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Each individual faced the astonishingly brilliant trailer data that was almost blinding. Over 100 million views in 2 hours, breaking records across the entire platform, dominating the trending charts. Each word felt like a resounding slap, striking them forcefully across the face. This data, it cannot be possible. It is merely a promotional video. How could it be so high? Has the technical department made an error in their calculations? Deputy Director Zhang. The data has been verified multiple times upon hearing this. The middle-aged man seated in the main chair furrowed his brow. The wager agreement with Wang Jingyu was initiated by him. He had expected to secure victory, eagerly awaiting Wang Jingyu's downfall. Then they would seamlessly take over the immensely promising project, Summer Heartbeat 2, reaping the rewards while suppressing Wang Jingyu, who was affiliated with the director. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. That lad, the one named Su Ran, an ordinary person, astonishingly created a miracle that defied all odds. Just then, someone proposed, should we resort to some tactics? As those words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Resorting to tactics would imply that the viewership and reputation of Summer Heartbeat 2 would be compromised. This was not what they desired. What they wanted was a complete Summer Heartbeat, simply without Wang Jingyu. While they pondered, a voice of surprise suddenly rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received confirmed news. The data for the promotional video of Summer Heartbeat is fabricated. Everyone turned to look. After a moment of contemplation, Deputy Director Zhang inquired, is the information reliable? This news is absolutely credible. It was relayed back by our personnel stationed there. The individual continued, opening a particular web page and chuckling. Moreover, numerous posts questioning the authenticity of Summer Heartbeat 2 and alleging the purchase of trending topics have surfaced online. The momentum has already begun to build. Wow! Instantly, the mood of the crowd lightened. Oomph! Deputy Director Zhang let out a cold laugh, the cloud of gloom dissipating from his face. I said, just an ordinary person. How could he possess such capabilities? Indeed, according to our professional predictive model, without the advantage of our resources, the premier viewership rating of Summer Heartbeat 2 would max out at 2. 4. To break 3? A pipe dream. Then is there any need for further action? Someone tentatively inquired. No need if they wish to self-destruct. Let them. I am eager to see how they will handle themselves when the true viewership ratings are revealed tomorrow night upon the official release. Deputy Director Zhang waved his hand, his expression exuding confidence. By then, once the scandal of data fabrication comes to light, coupled with the failure of the wager, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. We shall simply wait to see how he brings about his own demise. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. In their minds, Summer Heartbeat 2 had already become theirs for the taking. And what of Su Ran's contractual issues? Once they had ousted Wang Jingyu, solutions would abound. An ordinary person, how could he possibly overturn the heavens? A silent storm was quietly brewing. At this moment, in the post-production room of the program team, Wang Jingyu, naturally, was aware of the rumors surrounding data fabrication circulating on the internet. However, he merely smiled unperturbed. His assistant, on the other hand, was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Director Wang, how can you still laugh? If we don't clarify this rumor, it will be disastrous. Wang Jingyu replied nonchalantly. Clarify? Why should we clarify? A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Do you think this information was leaked by accident? Moreover, do they truly believe that the mole is hiding so effectively? The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Why would we do this? He was actually questioning whether such actions might backfire. What if it truly affected the show? Wang Jingyu chuckled softly and elucidated. Do you think if I refrain from acting, others won't cast aspersions upon us? Rather than that, it is preferable to deploy a smokescreen that is unequivocally advantageous to us. After a brief pause, he continued, after all, we haven't actually fabricated anything, so what is there to fear? If they wish to undermine us, they must possess evidence. That makes a great deal of sense. At present, all eyes were fixated on Summer Heartbeat 2, and Sue ran. Given this, why not take the initiative to muddy the waters to confound our adversaries? Should they truly attempt to accuse them of data fabrication, they could readily present evidence to vindicate themselves. Brilliant. The seasoned director indeed possesses remarkable insight. Finally, the assistant inquired, Director Wang, do you really believe our premiere will surpass 3? Wang Jingyu shook his head with a smile. Remove the question mark. The assistant was momentarily stunned. So confident? No, he had faith in him. His gaze shifted back to the screen, where Sue Ran was embracing his guitar. At that moment, Sue Ran, the individual endowed with immense expectations by Wang Jingyu, fervently discussed across the internet and closely monitored by numerous media companies, was situated by a certain obscure, intermittently accessible wild reservoir. He wore a straw hat, intently focused on his fishing rod. Beside him rested a small cooler filled with chilled cola and snacks. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the fresh scent of earth and grass. The sunlight was entirely obscured by the tree canopy, leaving only a refreshing coolness. As for his mobile phone, it had long been silenced and cast aside. Trending topics? Data? Betting agreements? The tempest of the entertainment industry? None of it concerned him. His sole focus at this moment was whether he could catch a fish today and nothing more. Chapter 60, a phenomenon. The entertainment industry falls silent. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the premiere of Summer Heartbeat 2, the entire internet seems to have plunged into an eerie state of suspense. Countless eyes filled with anticipation, skepticism, or even schadenfreude are fixated on the countdown displayed on their screens. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo have been firmly dominated by discussions surrounding Summer Heartbeat and Sue Ran. The Mango video app, inundated with an overwhelming influx of traffic, is beginning to experience intermittent lags. Editors from major entertainment media outlets have prepared 2 distinct press releases, awaiting the final data to be unveiled. Those who had previously reveled in the chaos of criticism and trolling now sit in silence, biding their time for the ultimate moment of celebration. In a high-level conference room at Mango TV, Deputy Director Zhang holds a teacup, a self-assured smile gracing his face, as they prepare to pop the champagne in anticipation of victory. The 2 for prediction was still an overestimation. If we can break 2 tonight, that would be a miracle. Soon, discussions will turn to who will take over this project. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit post-production room, Wang Jingyu extinguishes his cigarette with a fierce determination, his gaze fixed intently on the secondary screen displaying real-time data. His bloodshot eyes burn with a fervent intensity, tinged with an anxiety he himself scarcely recognizes. Success or failure hinges on this moment. As time ticks away, the clock strikes 8 o'clock. The first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 launches exclusively online, punctually. In that instant, as if predetermined, the servers of Mango Video once again succumb to overwhelming demand, crashing spectacularly. Users are met with nothing but a spinning loading icon on their screens and a disheartening message. Too crowded ahead. Please try again later. What the heck? It's down again. Can Mango TV handle this? I just paid for my membership. Ha ha ha. Peak viewership right at the start. This hype is unprecedented. I'm dying here. Let me in to see Sue Ran shine. I want to watch the couple sweeten things up. What is happening? After waiting all day, this is what I get. Buffering 99. Slower than when I'm downloading a movie. The technical team in the back end is in a frenzy, urgently addressing the crisis. After a lengthy wait, those who finally gain access to the playback page are immediately overwhelmed by a barrage of exuberant comments that obscure the entire screen. Countless messages of high energy ahead. The standout couple has arrived, and my OTP surged like a tidal wave. The content of the episode does not disappoint the fervent fans. The production team has generously included the finest moments from the first week, leaving nothing to the imagination. Whether it be Sue Ran's astonishing abstract resume, his catchy and addictive song Gourmet from Heaven, or the fearsome yet delectable Cthulhu seafood porridge that left guests clamoring for more, the audience erupts in laughter. Gasping for air from the hilarity, one after another, a series of intense comedic moments left the audience in fits of laughter, unable to contain themselves. They were utterly astonished by how someone with such striking good looks could possess such abstract humor. But then, the show's tone shifted dramatically. Sweetness abounded. When Hotba casually mentioned a desire for delicious food, Saran took note and fulfilled the promise. Despite his fear of heights, he bravely accompanied Hotba on a vertical roller coaster. Even though he found it childish, he still joined Hotba on the carousel. The playful yet tender interactions between the two captivated countless viewers. They remained baffled by the charm of the Rwan CP. Perhaps it was during the moment he nonchalantly mentioned that the military medal was shared while they were nurturing a panda, or when he clumsily yet gently comforted Hotba as she cried in fright, reassuring her that her makeup still looked lovely. Or the image of them walking side by side under the sunset, their silent yet affectionate shadows entwined. There was no deliberate sweetness, no industrial additives. Just the sincere, spontaneous display of genuine affection and subtle, heart-fluttering sweetness that resonated deeply with all the viewers. The previous bursts of laughter gradually gave way to a different emotion. Oh no, they truly are a divine couple. Saran may seem carefree, but he is attentive to every detail. Saran is not devoid of romance. His romantic gestures lie within his actions. Mom, I think I've started to believe in love again. I might never get married, but my CP must tie the knot. From uproarious laughter to tearful eyes. From playful jabs to fervent shipping. In just 2 short hours, the main show, like a roller coaster, tugged at the audience's emotions repeatedly. By the time the program concluded and the theme song played, countless viewers remained immersed, unable to regain their composure. The first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 concluded perfectly, leaving the audience reluctant to part ways. Yet online, the fervor surged even more violently than when the trailer was released. Summer Heartbeat 2 romantic variety show pinnacle. Explosive anything across the internet. Explosive Ron Hot CP is real. Explosive Saran, why are we still separating? Boiling. Saran, your makeup still looks good. Boiling. Every social media platform was thoroughly overtaken by Summer Heartbeat 2 and the Ron Hot CP. Discussion groups and trending topics sprang up like mushrooms after rain, instantly gathering a massive fanbase. An avalanche of edits and fan creations began to erupt. Summer Heartbeat 2, propelled by the presence of the ordinary guest Saran and his unique chemistry with Hotba, became an unprecedented sensation. It was an overwhelming success, unparalleled in history. In the early morning, when authoritative third-party viewership data was finally released, the entire entertainment industry fell silent. The first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 achieved a peak real-time viewership rating of over 4 on Coolyon. CSM Nationwide and City Network ratings both surpassed 3.6. The average viewership ratings have settled at an astonishing figure, 3.78, a record that shatters all previous variety show benchmarks on Mango TV. No one anticipated that a reality dating show led predominantly by ordinary guests, without any substantial promotional buildup, would debut with such remarkable ratings, placing it amongst the highest echelons of Mango TV's historical variety shows. In this moment, the conference room of Mango TV's upper management was enveloped in an eerie silence. Those who had been toasting with champagne were now fixated on the data before them. Could it be fabricated? This figure was compiled by Quian, the most authoritative platform available. Impossible. It must surely be false. Yet this time, no one dared to echo that sentiment. They all comprehended the harsh truth. They had been utterly defeated. What perplexed them was the reason for their downfall. How could they succumb to someone they had disregarded entirely? As for Suran, they merely felt a stinging humiliation, as if they had been slapped countless times by an invisible hand belonging to Suran. The dazzling figures sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry, prompting numerous talent agencies, like sharks sensing blood, to mobilize with a singular purpose: to find Suran and secure a contract with her. Suran had transformed into a veritable goldmine. In the post-production room of the program team, Wang Jingyu gazed at the vibrant red numbers, finally allowing a satisfied smile to grace his lips. That young man had achieved a miracle. This was Wang Jingyu's immediate thought. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, already past 1 in the morning. Had that fellow gone to sleep? Nevertheless, he brushed aside that thought, his excitement bubbling to the surface. He simply had to share this good news with someone. Wang Jingyu dialed Su Ran's number. On the other end, he heard her languid voice. "Director Wang?" Wang Jingyu exclaimed. "Su Ran, we did it. The ratings have exploded. Do you have any idea how much? Let me tell you, whoa." Su Ran's astonished voice interrupted. "How did you know I caught a 21? 6-pound fish?" Wang Jingyu replied. "I didn't ask you about a fish." Yet internally, he could only marvel at her prowess. Truly remarkable. Chapter 61. Chats with a time difference. The surprise of Hot Ba. Overnight, the names of Summer Heartbeat 2 and Su Ran swept across the internet like a tempest. Countless discussions, analyses, and derivative creations emerged, elevating the excitement to unprecedented heights. Su Ran's 2 original songs, each distinct in style, yet equally breathtaking, took the major music platforms by storm. These 2 tracks, accompanied solely by guitar, dominated the new song charts with overwhelming force. Terms such as integrating humor, melancholic masterpiece, Cthulhu seafood porridge, Su Han In, Orange Cat classmate, and the ugliest of the Su Ran family rapidly became the most popular internet slang associated with Su Ran and the fiery CP. Undoubtedly, Su Ran, who had been unwittingly thrust into a dating reality show by his mother, merely seeking to enjoy a leisurely existence on variety shows, had ignited a success no one anticipated. He had become the epitome of online fame this summer. However, as the focal point of this online frenzy, Su Ran remained utterly unfazed. Unlike other overnight sensations who seized the opportunity to monetize their newfound fame, he seemed to vanish completely from the internet. No one could locate him, not even those self-proclaimed entertainment media giants. This left fans eager to indulge in their CP fantasies in a state of utter frustration. While other artists would gladly work around the clock, Su Ran had seemingly evaporated into thin air. What was Su Ran doing? He had merely returned to his retired life, basking in the tranquility of his existence. Each day unfolded in a predictable rhythm, waking up naturally, tending to the flowers and plants on his balcony, occasionally indulging in a spontaneous culinary adventure to create a simple yet delicious dark cuisine for lunch, sipping tea in the afternoon while reclining in a cozy chair, engrossed in a book or an old film, and in the evening, his greatest pastime was playing chess with the elderly downstairs, only to be met with their grumbling complaints of never wanting to play with him again. Su Ran's retirement was characterized by its unpretentious simplicity. Some might find it a bit dull, yet it was undeniably comfortable. As for the clamor on the internet, Su Ran paid it no heed. Even the various congratulatory messages from Wang Jingyu mostly went unread, with Su Ran occasionally responding with a simple, "Director Wang, you are truly amazing. Thumbs up." Such replies often left Wang Jingyu both exasperated and somewhat exhilarated, pondering why a remark akin to praising an elementary school student could elicit such excitement in him. A seasoned veteran. Thus, Su Ran continued his days, nurturing flowers and reading. As if the Su god stirring the winds of discourse online was an entirely different person from this languid retired gentleman. Of course, Su Ran's leisurely life was not entirely isolated from the world. At least, there was one girl's messages to which he responded, albeit their exchanges seemed to be somewhat out of sync. The conversation between the two individuals rarely features instantaneous replies, often stretching over half an hour or even longer. Nonetheless, their exchanges are never abruptly interrupted, which is a rather enchanting state of affairs. In this fast-paced era, where immediate responses are equated with care, the dialogues between Sue Ran and Reba resemble the correspondence of pen pals from the last century. When she shares a thought about the splendid weather, she may wait for 1 or 2 hours before receiving his reply. Just woke up. The sunlight is quite intense. If she shares a delightful picture of a cat encountered during work, she might wait half a day for a response like mediocre, not as spirited as the orange cat downstairs. His lament about a fruitless fishing trip, blaming the fishing rod, may only elicit a late-night reply with a tearful laughter emoji. Why didn't you mention that there are no fish in the pond? There are no sweet nothings or deliberate high-level banter. Most of their conversations consist of mundane daily exchanges. Yet even so, this dynamic brings Reba joy, allowing her to smile all day upon receiving Sue Rant's messages. This delayed exchange is, in fact, quite suitable for Reba, who is an artist and a public figure. Her schedule is invariably packed, making it impossible for her to respond to Sue Rant's messages at all times. However, she always manages to carve out a little time to reply to him. Although Sue Ran seldom responds instantly, Reba never feels anxious or angry about this. On one hand, she understands that Sue Ran is a carefree spirit, unlikely to keep his eyes glued to his phone. Expecting him to do so is more challenging than persuading him to work. On the other hand, and perhaps more importantly, regardless of when she sends a message or how much time elapses, Sue Ran will always respond. It may take a while, or it may be just a few simple words or an emoji, but he is always present. Every word she sends is seen and acknowledged by him. This sense of reciprocation and assurance in an era of fleeting relationships provides her with a deeper sense of security, far more precious than ephemeral instant replies. She knows Sue Ran has retired and possesses ample time, yet he also enjoys his own rhythms and hobbies. He might be tending to his plants or experimenting with peculiar culinary concoctions. She would never intrude upon his life or attempt to persuade him to change. As long as he remembers her in his spare moments and offers a response, that is more than sufficient. This approach of allowing each other ample space fosters a sense of comfort and ease between them. As was customary, after concluding her workday, Reba returned home, took a shower, and nestled herself in her bed to check her phone, only to burst into delighted laughter. Suhan Han, nothing to do today, fishing at the reservoir. Suhan Han, good news. No fruitless trips today. I caught a prehistoric crocodile weighing 28 grams. Suhan Han, new product development. Next week, I'll have you as my guinea pig. Suhan Han, good night. May you have sweet dreams. Reba gazed at the messages from Sue Ran that arrived hours apart, along with that final wish for a good night, and she couldn't help but smile like a fool. He truly says good night to me every day. Reba began to reply to each message in turn. Just got home. Are you going fishing again? Don't go to that spot from yesterday. It's been barren. What does 28 grams even mean in the face of a prehistoric crocodile? That's hardly enough for me. Laughing so hard. Are you developing poison again? I hope to see you again next week. Would you like to head back to the cabin a bit early? I have a surprise prepared for you. Lastly, good night, and I wish you sweet dreams. After sending the messages, Reba waited for a while, but received no reply. She murmured, good night. See you the day after tomorrow. She turned over, gazing at the moonlight outside, quietly counting down the days in her heart. Just one more day, until she returns to the villa, standing by the seaside. There is a hint of anticipation, a touch of longing. The image of someone floated in her mind, their smile blooming quietly in the tranquil night. Chapter 62, The Return. A reunion with the little chef. The brief 3-day holiday in Sue Rant's leisurely retirement is drawing to a close. Today marks the final day of the holiday, with the second season of Summer Heartbeat set to premiere tomorrow. However, the production team has kindly stipulated that as long as one arrives at the love nest before noon tomorrow, all is well. As dawn broke, Sue Rant's biological clock roused him punctually. He arose, refreshed himself, and prepared a modest breakfast. The meal was unassuming, just a hastily fried egg paired with a carton of milk, but it tantalized his taste buds remarkably. Habitually, He reached for his phone, eager to check for any important unread messages. His gaze fell upon several notifications from Orange Cat Classmate, all sent during the early hours while he was asleep. Su-Ran quickly discerned the key phrases. Returning early? Surprise? What surprise could this be? His curiosity was piqued instantly. Could it be that she was about to fulfill that promise of dancing privately? A flurry of tantalizing images flashed through his mind. Delicate straps, black stockings, long legs. Oh no, he mustn't dwell on such thoughts. Hastily, he opened Douyin, intending to watch a couple of episodes to calm his racing heart. After all, he was Su-Ran, a paragon of virtue, a man who had risen above base desires. How could he possibly entertain thoughts of stockings and long legs? Absolutely not. Nonetheless, the villa had been uninhabited for several days, and returning early would allow him to tidy up a bit. With this thought, Su-Ran switched back to the chat window and replied, "What time? How coincidental. I have a surprise for you too," came the response. After sending his message, Su-Ran, not receiving an immediate reply, set his phone aside and called up the system panel. It had been several days since he had last checked, and it was time to do so. Host, Su-Ran activity points, 5,783 skills, godlike singing, mastery of all instruments, culinary genius, dark cuisine, beginner, lockpicking master, beginner, universal affinity, intermediate, top-tier massage, chiropractic master, intermediate, items, Chinese song database, what? Su-Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the staggering balance of activity points. 5,783. Surely, he must be mistaken. How had he suddenly accrued so many? A system glitch? Upon inspecting the system log, clarity dawned upon him. Ding. Detected that the host performance of the song Anhikyo has gained substantial traction, sparking widespread emo empathy and discourse across the internet, resulting in an increase of 1,000 activity points. Ding. The host's Weibo post about the ugliest family of three has incited a frenzy among CP fans and generated extensive online discussion, yielding another 1,000 activity points. Ding. The host lockpicking, dark cuisine, panda recognition, Caesar's cigarette tribute, and other iconic moments have been widely circulated and edited, with the effect continuing to flourish, earning an additional 500 activity points. The host continues to spark widespread discussion, with the engagement value soaring to 60, 40, 25, 20, and 20. It becomes apparent that the higher the exposure, the greater the influence on others, and, consequently, the more substantial the accumulation of engagement value. Su-Ran, somewhat perplexed, decides to inquire further with the system. The system explains, the value of engagement is calculated based on the subsequent reactions and impact generated by the activity, with a specific formula as follows. As Su-Ran gazes at the lengthy formula, he feels both awed and bewildered. He dismisses the system dialogue and begins to ponder. He faces a dilemma, whether to continue accumulating engagement value or to indulge in 5 consecutive draws at once. Given the current situation, gathering enough for a golden chest seems merely a matter of time. Although the growth rate of engagement value appears to have slowed, the overall upward trend remains quite promising. However, if he chooses to wait, it will take some time. Perhaps he should first indulge in a silver chest to satisfy his cravings. After some contemplation, Su-Ran resolves to reward himself with a draw. System, exchange for a silver chest. He rubs his hands together in anticipation, hoping that this time, it will not yield some bizarre skill. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashes and a notification chimes in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened a silver chest and acquired the skill. Voice actors are monsters, evil cultivation version. Su-Ran is taken aback. What on earth is this skill? As he opens the skill description, he is utterly flabbergasted. Skill name, voice actors are monsters, evil cultivation version. Skill effect, you have mastered the ultimate secret of voice acting, the abstract voice method. You are no longer confined to traditional vocal techniques. Everything in the world can become your vocal instrument. Note, everything can be a voice. Your body is the most outrageous instrument. Good heavens. It sounds incredibly impressive, transforming the body into an instrument, and everything can mimic sound. Yet, this abstract ultimate secret nearly leaves him speechless. Well, it's certainly better than that godly massage skill. Su-Ran shakes his head with a smile, acknowledging that it is still a skill with immense potential. He closes the system panel, stretches lazily, and prepares to venture out for some shopping. That girl has prepared a surprise for him, and he must reciprocate. Perhaps he should bring her some treats and, while he's at it, record a sweet song. Meanwhile, in a recording studio in Yanjing, Reba, having just finished an interview, takes a moment to check her phone. Upon seeing Su Ran's message confirming his return and the surprise, her heart swells with joy, akin to tasting honey. After a moment's thought, she replies with a time. My work will wrap up in the afternoon. Shall we meet at the villa tonight? This time, the response comes almost instantaneously. Okay, see you tonight. Reba feels as if she might float away upon reading those words. She cannot quite comprehend why she feels this sense of anticipation. Is it the anticipation of seeing him, or the delight in witnessing his surprised expression? Perhaps it is a blend of both. The final glimmer of the setting sun lingers nostalgically, leaving a golden edge upon the horizon. In the sky, a few early stars begin to mischievously twinkle. The lights of the cozy little abode have already been illuminated, casting a warm and tranquil glow into the deepening night. Teacher Su Ran has arrived. The driver brings the vehicle to a halt, gently rousing Su Ran from a reverie. Thank you, driver, she says, taking her leave. She hoists her backpack and retrieves the large water container she had prepared from the trunk. After declining the driver's offer of assistance, Su Ran strides into the familiar courtyard, only to find the villa unusually silent. Not a single soul is in sight. Yet why are the lights still on? Has Ba arrived even earlier than she? With a sense of curiosity, Su Ran pushes open the grand door and steps inside the villa. As she crosses the threshold of the living room, a sudden clattering of pots and pans emanates from the kitchen. Intrigued, she treads lightly towards the source of the sound. However, upon reaching the kitchen doorway, she finds herself momentarily stunned. There, with a pink bear apron tied around her slender figure, stands a delicate silhouette, busily attending to the stove with her back turned to him. Her long hair is casually swept up, revealing her graceful neck. The last rays of the setting sun filter through the kitchen window, enveloping her in a soft, warm halo. Su Ran observes the 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls laid out on the counter, pondering, is she preparing a meal for me? With a quiet smile, he silently watches the girl absorbed in her task, choosing not to interrupt her. At that moment, as if sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, or perhaps through an inexplicable connection, the busy figure at the stove pauses briefly. Then, she slowly turns around. Their eyes meet. In the air, it seems as though something intangible is quietly brewing. Orange Cat, it's been a while. Suanon, you're back. Chapter 63. The Promise Fulfilled. A triomphant surprise. Su Ran could no longer endure. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of culinary delights, accompanied by a subtle ambience of reunion. As she gazed upon Su Ran's handsome face, adorned with a smile, Reba felt her heart race involuntarily. Ultimately, it was Su Ran who shattered the silence. If you keep looking, your cola chicken wings will surely burn. Oh no, my chicken wings! Reba exclaimed, hastily extinguishing the flame and retrieving the wings from the pan, then retorting with a hint of annoyance, it's all your fault for sneaking around. You made me forget to turn off the heat. Su Ran chuckled softly, leaning lazily against the kitchen doorframe, and remarked, so, the surprise you mentioned is a specially prepared surprise dinner for me, is it? Bah! Reba's cheeks flushed slightly as she stubbornly replied, who prepared it specifically for you? I was cooking for myself. Are you a dog that you could smell the food and return? After a few days apart, her tongue had become quite sharp. However, Su Ran pointed at the 2 sets of chopsticks. Impressive. Using 2 pairs of chopsticks all by yourself? Her gaze drifted away as she hastily justified, I have a big appetite. Is it so wrong to use 2 sets of chopsticks? All right, you have a big appetite. The great eater you are. Is that satisfactory? Su Ran stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose her further. He stepped forward and in a flash, snatched a piece of chicken wing and dashed away. Hey, why are you stealing food? Delicious. This flavor is far superior to that Avatar grilled wings from last time. Su Ran exclaimed, sticking out his tongue in playful jest. I won't eat for free. I give you a thumbs up. This guy dared to mention the Avatar wings. Next time, she would turn Su Ran into grilled wings. Reba watched Su Ran sprinting out of the living room, feeling both amused and exasperated. Before meeting Su Ran, she had imagined their reunion would be entirely different. Yet, the lively scene that unfolded felt oddly fitting. Indeed, one should not harbor any expectations of this fellow. Nonetheless, Su Ran's antics alleviated the discomfort that had arisen from their days apart. Could it be that this was the proper way to unlock their friendship? Never mind. Never mind. No more pondering. It's time to eat. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes. There were the visually appealing cola chicken wings, the fragrant and flavorful boiled beef, the delectable spicy cold fish, and enticingly red mapo tofu. Alongside, 3 sets of chopsticks were laid out on the table. That was the stubbornness unique to a girl. She would never reveal to Su Ran that this meal was prepared by her own hands. She would not disclose that she had spent several days meticulously preparing for this dinner, dedicating a full 3 hours to complete it. She would certainly not let Su Ran catch a glimpse of her little thoughts. As Su Ran beheld the sumptuous spread before him, he too felt astonished. This banquet must have required both time and effort. She must have arrived at the villa quite early. Moreover, her culinary skills truly epitomized the phrase. Capable in both the parlor and the kitchen, a delightful and beautiful girl with admirable qualities. Su Ran's appraisal of Reba elevated yet another notch. The two sat across from each other, eschewing their usual banter. The atmosphere was tinged with a certain quietness, perhaps due to the few days of separation that rendered them slightly estranged, or perhaps they were both silently grappling with unvoiced feelings. The soft lighting and the aromatic dishes created a moment imbued with a warm, harmonious essence reminiscent of an old married couple. After dinner, Su Ran took it upon himself to clear the table, also tidying up the kitchen and living room, which had accumulated a layer of dust from their absence. Meanwhile, Reba nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the group chat. The couples, Kanglin and Xiao Mo, planned to return the next noon, tagging Su Ran and Reba to inquire about their return time. However, Reba, harboring a guilty conscience, dared not reveal that they had already returned. If this group found out, the rumors would spread like wildfire. Though she and Su Ran were innocent, she could not allow gossip to flourish. If anything were to arise, it must be initiated by Su Ran. But how long would she have to wait for that obtuse man to speak up? Should she take matters into her own hands? Just as Reba pondered this, Su Ran plopped down on the sofa opposite her with a mischievous tone, inquiring, "What are you daydreaming about? Infatuated? Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart, like a feisty orange cat." Reba blushed and hurled a pillow at Su Ran. He tilted his head slightly to evade it, muttering under his breath, "You're anxious, aren't you?" Reba retorted, "Sometimes I really want to call the police." She stood up, and under Su Ran's puzzled gaze, dashed to a corner of the living room. In a mysterious manner, she returned with a long gift box meticulously wrapped in decorative paper. Tajda. She placed the gift on the table before Su Ran, exclaiming here, "A promise surprise. It's for you. Hurry and unwrap it." Surprise? Su Ran hesitated, wondering if this surprise was not the dinner itself. Reba urged, "What are you dawdling for? Open it. I spent ages planning to buy this." "Oh, all right." Su Ran began to unwrap the exquisitely packaged gift box. Soon, a brand-new professional fishing rod appeared in his hands. "This is a professional-grade carbon fishing rod." The quality exuded an air of extravagance. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Reba gazed at Su Ran with eager anticipation. "I do. It's impressive. I didn't expect you to have such discerning taste." "This is a fine item," Su Ran replied with a smile. "That's great. The next time we go fishing, if you come back empty-handed, you'd better not blame it on the rod." Reba let out a sigh of relief, content that her numerous trips to the fishing gear store had not been in vain. Su Ran smiled, realizing that this girl had remembered his offhand remark from before. "Su Ran." Reba's voice suddenly dropped significantly. Su Ran set down his fishing rod and turned to look at Reba. Reba fidgeted with her skirt, stuttering. "I had promised you a dance, didn't I? Would you like to see it?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, utterly surprised by this unexpected delight. He nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Is it the refreshing kind of dance?" Reba spat, "Pa, pervert." Su Ran swallowed hard, indignantly asserting, "I am not lecherous. It is simply that the flowers are in full bloom." To refrain from gazing would be to lack appreciation for beauty. Reba rolled her eyes at Sue Ran, retorting, "Without black stockings or a little camisole, it's entirely up to you whether you wish to watch. Let us see it. Quickly, play the music, and let the dance commence." In the courtyard, the night was as serene as water, with the moonlight flowing like silk. A gentle sea breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass. Under the moonlight stood a graceful girl, her eyes sparkling, nearly mesmerizing Sue Ran. Though devoid of black stockings and a little camisole, she was utterly enchanting. Reba appeared to transform into a water lily, silently blooming in the moonlight. Each spin, every tiptoe, each fleeting glance was imbued with an indescribable elegance and allure. It was a refined charm, transcending base tastes. No wonder ancient monarchs would neglect their morning court. Who could possibly withstand such a spectacle? Chapter 64. Sue Ran. I have prepared a little surprise for you beneath the moonlight. Reba donned a dark red ethnic dance costume. The skirt, light and flowing, swayed gently with her movements, resembling flickering flames. The fitted top accentuated her slender waist, while the naturally cascading hem of the skirt exuded an air of classical elegance as she danced. Her unadorned cheeks appeared even more translucent and fair under the moon's glow, and her eyes held an unmistakable confidence tinged with a subtle shyness. There was no deliberate sensuality, nor a trace of vulgarity. The moonlight softly enveloped her, as if draping her in an ethereal halo. It was a charm that emanated from the very essence of an Eastern dancer, a captivating allure that was uniquely hers. She was like the vibrant pomegranate blossoms blooming by the seaside, so confident, so beautiful. Her smile radiates a dazzling brilliance, flashed through Sue Ran's mind. The self-assured Reba, with her innate brilliance, was impossible to overlook. As her performance concluded, the moonlight danced around her. Reba, slightly breathless, bore a charming blush upon her cheeks. How was it? Beautiful, right? She raised her still sparkling eyes towards Sue Ran, her voice laced with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Snapping back to reality, Sue Ran applauded wholeheartedly. He sincerely remarked, "I used to doubt that a sovereign would forsake their kingdom for a beauty. But now I finally comprehend the meaning of the monarch does not attend morning court." With a soft laugh, Reba was amused by his earnest yet teasing compliment, her blush deepening as she shot him a playful glare for his flattery. Yet, the upward curve of her lips and the joy sparkling in her eyes revealed her true feelings at that moment. This guy really knows how to compliment someone. And she relished it. So, Sue Ran observed her radiant smile and inquired playfully, "Is this the surprise you mentioned?" Reba responded in a whisper, then extended her delicate palm towards Sue Ran. "What for?" Sue Ran chuckled, asking, "Is it a pay-per-view? Pay you? Nonsense." Reba retorted with a mock glare at Sue Ran, before eagerly asking, "Where's my surprise?" You should have said so earlier." "Follow me," Sue Ran exclaimed, pulling Reba toward the door. Thereby, at the entrance, they crouched beside a large water tank. Inside swam a lively, sizable fish, a black bass. "How about that? This black bass is my trophy from a couple of days ago. Soon, I'll personally prepare a grand feast featuring an array of fish for you." Sue Ran boasted with pride. Reba gazed at the large fish, which, despite its size, was utterly devoid of any romantic association. She glanced at Sue Ran's expression, which seemed to say, "Aren't I amazing?" Silence ensued. She felt as if she had turned to stone. With a triumphant grin, Sue Ran continued, "I was just kidding about catching a prehistoric crocodile weighing 28 grams earlier. I did it to surprise you today." Reba facepalmed. She should not have harbored any expectations for this fellow. However, upon witnessing the genuine smile on Sue Ran's face, she found it difficult to dampen his spirits. Struggling to muster a smile, she raised her thumb and exclaimed, "Wow, Sue Ran, you are truly impressive. Ha ha ha, Suran Chekev," saying, "All right, stop the act. If you don't like it, just say so." With that, he pulled Reba back into the living room and retrieved the backpack that had been resting on the sofa. "All right then, since surprise number one isn't to your liking, how about this?" He unzipped the backpack. An array of snacks cascaded onto the sofa: potato chips, chocolate, mango slices, and yogurt bites. All of her favorites. Reba looked at Su Ran in disbelief, her eyes brimming with delight. Though these snacks were hardly expensive, and she could easily purchase them from any supermarket, the thought that someone had remembered her preferences filled her heart with warmth. Su Ran, oh my goodness, you were just too kind. Reba enveloped herself in the stash of snacks, bubbling with happiness. Surampos the momentarily. Is she really so easily moved? This was just the beginning. Watching her with snacks in hand, grinning foolishly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Clearing his throat, he dropped another bombshell. Don't get too emotional yet. I've prepared a third surprise for you. Another surprise? Reba looked up, her heart fluttering. She hadn't anticipated that this fellow could be quite romantic at times. Su Ran gazed into her sparkling eyes, his smile becoming slightly more serious. Did you not write on your wish card that you wanted to hear me sing a sweet song? Rather than feeling sad like in on her bridge, he paused, meeting Reba's suddenly eager gaze, and continued, I had some free time these past few days, so I casually wrote a song. I'm not sure if it qualifies as sweet, though. So, would you like to hear it now? Suran, he wrote her a sweet song? Wait a moment. Reba scrutinized Su Ran's expression and cautiously asked, are you certain it's a sweet song? Not an emo anthem or another one of your modified tunes, right? Su Ran burst into laughter at her words, unable to resist. He ruffled Reba's hair and gently reassured her, don't worry, this time I won't let you down. I promise you'll be satisfied. Reba nodded eagerly like a chick pecking for grain. I want to hear it. But in the next moment, she shook her head like a rattle drum. Confused, Su Ran inquired, are you going to listen or not? Reba shook her head again, saying you can't sing it now. Why not? Su Ran looked at her in bewilderment. Think about it. The broadcast hasn't started yet. The production team doesn't have any staff here. What if they don't acknowledge that we fulfilled our wishes? We will be at a loss. Reba's expression was more serious than ever. I absolutely must obtain the mysterious grand prize from the production team. Upon hearing her meticulous reasoning, Su Ran was left in a state of amused disbelief. At a critical moment, this girl proved to be quite clever. Su Ran tentatively suggested, how about we sing another day? However, she had already piqued my curiosity. If I do not hear it tonight, I shall certainly find it impossible to sleep. Reba furrowed her brow, yearning to hear Su Ran sing. Well, that is simple enough. I'll just inform Director Wong that we returned and are ready to fulfill our wish card, Su Ran mused, pulling out her phone to dial Wang Jingyu. Wait, Reba exclaimed, suddenly reaching out to halt Su Ran's actions. If you Shin and Meng Zi, the two heads of the CP, discovered that she and Su Ran had returned to the villa ahead of schedule, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. They would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule, and the gossip would leave nothing unturned. But it was too late. Su Ran had already made the call. When Wang Jingyu learned that Su Ran and Reba had returned early, he was momentarily taken aback. However, when he found out that Su Ran had written a song and was prepared to perform it, he was utterly astonished. Wait a moment. Is there a chance we could broadcast this impromptu? He proposed. Su Ran singing is bound to attract a massive audience. Wang Jingyu was not inclined to miss such an opportunity for heightened viewership. Su Ran pondered for a moment before glancing at Reba, who took a deep breath and nodded. Su Ran then spoke into the phone, please arrange that, Director Wong. Just give me 10 minutes to activate the highest level of all platform promotional privileges. Chapter 65, A Sweet Overflow, A Soulful Appreciation. This evening, the night is particularly enchanting. A gentle sea breeze carries the unique coolness of a night, along with a hint of floral fragrance, softly strumming the heartstrings. Su Ran casually sits cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, cradling a wooden guitar in his arms, meticulously tuning its strings. Beside him rests a Bluetooth speaker, prepared to play accompaniment. Su Ran neither gazes at the camera nor acknowledges the somewhat anxious Heba beside him. He simply lowers his head, quietly and earnestly plucking the strings. The soft moonlight, akin to the most delicate silver veil, gently envelopes him, casting shadows that sculpt his already impeccable features into those of a sprite amidst the darkness. In stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor, Su Ran, in this moment of intense focus, resembles a black hole, exerting a fatal attraction upon Heba. She sits not far from him, staring vacantly at Su Ran, her heart racing uncontrollably. This guy, when he becomes serious, it's utterly unfair. She recalls the profound impact she felt upon seeing his wish card that day in the interview room. I hope she is forever happy. Gifted Reba. And that teasing note, this desire to hear a song, was indeed a gift from Sue Ran. Moreover, when she initially penned that wish, it was merely with the thought of Sue Ran casually singing a song. She never anticipated that he would compose an entire song for her. Each time she reflects on this, her heart feels as though it might leap from her chest. What girl could possibly withstand such a delightful surprise? Oh no, I truly feel I'm about to lose my composure just as Reba spirals in her chaotic thoughts. Sue Ran's phone vibrates gently. It's a message from Wang Jingyu. The live stream has commenced. Promoted across all platforms. Sue Ran, showcase your love. Upon reading this, Sue Ran cannot help but chuckle. What showcase of affection? Nonsense. This is a reciprocal gesture. Do you understand what return gift is? He pouts and looks up at Reba. Are you ready? After taking a deep breath, Reba nods. For some reason, she feels a twinge of anxiety. Almost simultaneously, all online viewers of Summer Heartbeat 2 receive powerful notifications from Mango TV and various social media platforms. Emergency drop-in. Steamy CP spreading sweetness late at night. Rush to witness. A simple push notification ignites the fervor of the entire online audience. Instantly, countless netizens flood into the live stream like a tidal wave. The number of online viewers skyrockets at an astonishing pace. 500, 0001, 000, 0005, 000, 00010, 000, Fans who have long endured in silence finally have an outlet for their pent-up emotions. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat resembles a flood that has burst its banks, spiraling into chaos. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Am I seeing things? Is only the steamy CP in the live stream? Wow, wow, wow. Today's sweetness is off the charts. Wow, I can finally indulge. What are they going to do? Sing? Had Sue Ran taken the stage? Brothers, gather quickly. I hope he doesn't perform on her bridge again. I still haven't moved on. If it's another melancholic anthem, I truly don't wish to hear it. Yet I cannot help but listen. As the most popular couple in the limelight, their sudden appearance ignited the fervor of their fans. Under the collective gaze, Sue Ran in the courtyard smiled and said, "The next song, Garden Party, is dedicated to Dilly Reba Dilmurat. May you always be happy and joyful." Dilly Reba stared blankly at Sue Ran in that moment, her eyes slightly reddening. Unlike any previous occasion, his smile bore no mockery or jest, only sincerity and tenderness. His slender fingers finally grazed the guitar strings once more. A lively and bright melody emerged, warm as the spring sun and imbued with the tender excitement of first love, flowing like a gentle stream into the hearts of all present. The melody was as sweet as ice cream melting on the tongue, as light and soft as cotton candy, compelling everyone to feel a surge of joy. That was merely the prelude. It made countless spectators feel as if their hearts were about to melt. Wow, this prelude is so sweet. It sounds amazing. I feel like I'm falling in love. The air feels sweeter now, just as everyone's anticipation peaked. A clear, pure, and gentle voice gently resonated. Like a breeze caressing wind chimes, it instantly transported listeners into a heartbeat-quickening atmosphere. Amber dusk is like sugar in the beautiful distance. Your face, unadorned, yet I fell madly in love. Longing and shadows stretched together in the evening. That ticket in my hand counts the sheep with me. The poetic lyrics, combined with Sue Ran's flawless vocal prowess akin to a vintage vinyl record, utterly captivated every listener. What the heck? These lyrics are so beautiful. Did Sue Ran really write this eye-catching piece? I can't believe it. Your face, unadorned, yet I fell madly in love. That line is too much. His singing is truly exceptional. This song is overflowing with sweetness. At that moment, even the sweetness in the air seemed to exceed limits. I stand under the blazing sun, wishing only to hold an umbrella for you. You lean on my shoulder, taking deep breaths to avoid forgetfulness. Due to the silly game of fishing, we began to converse. How I wish the topics would never cease and the garden party would never close. Sue Rand's voice seemed to transport everyone back to that afternoon in the amusement park. Especially for Reba. She gazed blankly at the figure under the moonlight, her thoughts drifting back to that day. The sunshine of that day, the laughter, the carousel, the bumper cars, and even the panda hugging the pole and the Monkey King on lookout. Images flashed uncontrollably in Reba's mind. She never anticipated that Sue Rand would surprise her in such a manner. Hot Ba could no longer contain herself, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. She felt enveloped by an immense, ineffable sensation of emotion and sweetness. The balloons danced in my grasp as I led you through aimless wanderings. There are words I long to share with you, yet your eyes feign busyness. I yearn to savor the egg cake and the jam that lingers at the corner of your mouth. The footage of the garden fair plays on, promising a world where we stroll together. There are no extravagant high notes, no convoluted runs. It flows gently, akin to a chilled glass of cola on a summer afternoon. Effervescent and alive. Each word flutters like a feather, softly brushing against the most sensitive corners of Hot Ba's heart. She gazes vacantly at the silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, feeling as though she were intoxicated, adrift on clouds, her entire being light and airy. Oh, how she chuckles foolishly. Yet, this song seems to encapsulate countless experiences we have yet to share. Is this song a reflection of his sentiments, or merely a creative interpretation of our shared moments? For the very first time in her life, Hot Ba felt a pang of insecurity in the presence of another. He was so radiant, it was difficult to look away. The barrage of comments had already surged like a tidal wave throughout the live stream. The melody and lyrics of this song are so sweet. I'm about to faint. This song was written by Sue Rand for Hot Ba. Sue Rand is incredibly charming. Is this guy a straight man or a love guru? He has transformed into Cupid, precisely striking Hot Ba's heart. The sweetness is off the charts. Quick, fetch the insulin. They are genuinely in love. If the previous song, On Her Bridge, brought tears of emo to the entire internet, then this song, Garden Fair, is an exuberant injection of syrupy delight straight into everyone's hearts, leaving them dizzy with sweetness and yearning for a marriage certificate to be mailed to them. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Wang Jingyu was both astonished and bewildered. What on earth? This kid is performing me. Who is it that claimed he was not adept at writing sweet songs? Who said he disliked overly sentimental things? What then is this sugary composition? Is this a lesson bestowed upon me? Wang Jingyu shook his head with a chuckle, observing the meteoric rise in online viewers, resolutely affirming in his heart, this theme song must be secured. Chapter 66. Today, Sue Rand is quite mischievous, certified by Reba. As the last note faded away, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the distant sound of waves and the frantic beating of their hearts. The courtyard lights elongated the silhouettes of the two figures. Reba stared blankly at Sue Rand, as if immobilized by an unseen force. Her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes were slightly glistening. Sue Rand set down her guitar and, observing Reba as though she were under a spell, playfully tapped her twice. Kuaishui unblocking technique. Reba, the live stream audience. Once Reba regained her senses, she looked at Sue Rand, who had resumed her playful demeanor, and momentarily felt disoriented. I forgot to buy the mute drug. Reba regretted it a little. Was it enjoyable? Sue Rand inquired with a smile, oblivious to Reba's thoughts. Delightful. Reba nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, adding, absolutely fantastic. Do you like it? Hearing Sue Rand's question, Reba instinctively replied, I do. Orange cat. Don't answer so quickly. I haven't finished my question yet. A smile danced on Sue Rand's lips. I meant, do you prefer the melody of this song, or... Reba's cheeks flushed crimson, spreading to her ears. What on earth is she planning? Sue Rand's teasing voice chimed in. For the lyrics I wrote. Reba. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Sue Rand with a half smile. Then let me ask you, who were you thinking of when you wrote this song? Was it truly just to fulfill a wish list? Suran. Well, that is clever of you. I'll ask you first. Sue Rand deflected the question. I don't care. You must answer me quickly. Reba huffed internally. If you want to tell, then neither will I. The two bantered like school children, much to the exasperation of a live stream audience. Please stop being stubborn. The matchmaker has already sealed your fates. Can't you just relent? What a thrilling exchange between masters. The Emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are. I'm almost dying from anxiety for them. In the scene, one moment they were bickering like children, and the next, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let us stop. It's really childish. Who are you calling childish? I'm calling you childish. Oh, so it's the childish one talking about me. Suanai, shall we sit at the pavilion for a while? Sure. Under the pavilion, Reba settled onto a swing, while Su Ran gently pushed her from behind. Su Ran smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this surprise?" Reba nodded vigorously, her face radiant with joy. Of course I am. Incredibly satisfied. She truly hadn't expected Su Ran to meticulously prepare such a surprise for her. There were countless questions she wished to ask Su Ran in her heart. However, after a brief glance at the camera, the bashful girl still could not muster the courage. The word she had been contemplating for a long time transformed into Su Ran. Did you write this song? Yes, Su Ran nodded, replying, I wrote it during those few days at home when I had some spare time. Reba was taken aback. It had only been a few days since he composed it. How impressive. One must understand that Su Ran's song was not merely accompanied by guitar. It was a fully arranged piece. To complete a song in such a short span of days, his talent was indeed remarkable. Suran, have you truly not considered becoming a singer-songwriter? Reba firmly believed that Su Ran's exceptional talent would surely earn him a prominent place in the Chinese music scene. I haven't considered it. Su Ran shook his head, smiling as he said, Singing is merely a hobby. Fishing is my true profession. Reba chuckled at his playful demeanor, unable to suppress her laughter. However, she refrained from saying more. After all, even if Su Ran did not work, he could easily support himself. Oh, he had already achieved financial independence. He certainly did not need her support. No, that wasn't the point. What on earth was Reba thinking? Feeling a bit bored, she decided to check what the audience was discussing. Su Ran took out his phone and entered the live broadcast room. Goodness, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, completely obscuring the live video. Su Ran could only catch glimpses of comments like, I'm dying from this, and sugar level off the charts. Suddenly, a highlighted comment appeared. Su God, please sing Garden Party again. Say it again. Surely not. Su Ran shook his head, gently declining to the camera. Please. My roommate wants to hear it once more before he passes. The highlighted comment reappeared. Seeing the plight of the commenter and yearning to hear it herself, Reba interjected. Su Ran, why not sing it again? I would also like to hear it. All right. Since you surprised me so much today, I shall sing it once more. Su Ran replied, glancing at Reba before addressing the camera. By the way, please wish your roommate a speedy recovery. With that, he cleared his throat and began to sing. I stand under the blazing sun, only wishing to hold an umbrella for you. Reba listened intently, her heart silently screaming, Ah, this is so beautiful. The comments in the live room surged even more. Su Ran is so pampered. You all are making me die of sweetness. The wealthy roommate is doomed. Haha. Garden Party? Is there a fate for us? With the presence of Su Ran and Reba, the enthusiasm in the live room reached unprecedented heights. Yet this live broadcast did not last long. Before 9 o'clock, Su Ran closed the live room, citing fatigue as his reason. What a joke. Do you think I would work overtime? Absolutely not. Let us go back and play a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings. Wait, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Wow. Do young people even go to bed early anymore? As Reba gazed at the disheveled silhouette of Su Ran, she murmured softly, Su, you are quite the rule breaker today. The song, along with me, is delightful at this moment. The moonlight was gentle, and the sea breeze was equally tender. Two hearts were gradually drawing closer. Chapter 67, Sleepless Night. Swanan, do you truly have feelings for me? As the night deepens, the courtyard is illuminated by a few dimly glowing wall lamps, casting a gentle yellow light in the cool sea breeze. Under the steady gaze of the live-streaming camera, this deserted courtyard appears remarkably tranquil. Yet, in stark contrast to the serenity of the moment, the entire internet has erupted into a frenzy over Su Ran and the Garden Party. Following a nationwide emo wave sparked by On a Bridge, Garden Party is poised to sweep the internet with an overwhelming wave of sweetness. Su Ran's singing clips are being fervently shared, and trending topics on Weibo are exploding with activity. The heat and discussion surrounding it have reached fever pitch. Sue ran Garden Party explosive. What an exquisite sweet song. Explosive hot couple getting married on the spot. Boiling, mutual pursuit of love boiling. The trending charts are once again dominated by the hot couple. Various discussions and heated debates follow in quick succession. Of course, this success is not unconnected to Wang Zhengyu's resourceful investments. After winning that gamble, Wang Zhengyu's control over resources and influence has ascended to new heights. He is acutely aware of the key figure behind this gamble. Thus, under his orchestration, Mango TV's resources have been entirely directed towards the hot couple. The explosive popularity of Garden Party in such a short span can be attributed significantly to Wang Zhengyu's efforts. Furthermore, he has long contemplated changing the theme song. The more popular Garden Party becomes, the more delighted he is. As for the financial rewards that come with its success, the wealthy Wang Zhengyu is hardly concerned. In fact, he fears that he might not be generous enough. Currently, numerous advertisers are queuing up to invest in Summer Heartbeat. Hence, Wang Zhengyu is not apprehensive about Sue Ran demanding more. Rather, he is more fearful of a potential rejection. Sue Ran is not the kind of person to be swayed by monetary incentives. He operates solely based on his moods and preferences. Amidst this revelry, however, not all voices resonate harmoniously. A song that is both emo and sweet, with such a vast stylistic range, written in just a few days, I refuse to believe it. This persona is too perfect. Handsome, highly educated, wealthy, talented, and can sing and write songs. It's too good to be true. There must be a team or a ghostwriter involved, waiting for the downfall. In the face of immense traffic and trending topics, some voices of skepticism, clearly guided by ulterior motives, begin to quietly emerge. These sporadic doubts, although quickly drowned out by the fervent support of couple fans and casual observers, ripple through the tranquil surface like stones cast into a still lake, planting seeds of potential unrest beneath the surface of this celebration. At this moment, in the Heartbeat cabin, room 201, the oblivious Reba is experiencing the sweetest yet most maddening sleepless night of her life. Upon returning to her room, her messaging app exploded with inquiries, gossip, and well wishes. Reba dares not respond to a single one. The emotions she had painstakingly subdued seemed to resurface with a vengeance. A lyric echoed in her mind, "Your face unadorned, yet I fell madly in love." Her heart raced uncontrollably, beating wildly. Such candid lyrics sent her thoughts spiraling. Was this a confession or merely a creation? Her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, rolling on the bed with an unattractive alpaca. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Ultimately, this was just a song. Until she received a definitive answer, everything felt uncertain. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself grinning foolishly, recalling how he said this song was dedicated to her. Under the blazing sun, I wish to hold an umbrella for you. For reasons unknown, she felt profoundly touched by these words. But almost immediately, she was engulfed in a deep internal conflict. After all, it was merely a song. It couldn't possibly mean anything significant. The lyrics replayed in her mind like a relentless tape recorder, while Sue Ran's figure playing Garden Party flashed through her thoughts like scenes from a film. How could she describe that feeling? A blend of sweetness, annoyance, and a hint of happiness. Did he like her or not? This question scuttled around in her heart like a tiny ant, gnawing at her insides and driving her to distraction. Frustrated, she clutched her alpaca tightly and rolled around on the bed. It's all your fault. That silly Sue Ran. You're driving me to the brink of madness. She was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this sweet yet anxious anticipation that also terrified her. How she wished to dash into the next room and seize that guy by his collar, to shout at him, "Sue Ran, you fool, do you actually like me?" But all she could do was entertain the thought in silence, afraid to act on it. She feared that the answer she received might not be what she longed for. What if the lyrics were merely for artistic expression, a task to fulfill? Wouldn't that make her utterly embarrassing? So overly sentimental? Moreover, with Sue Ran's playful disposition, if she were to do such a thing, she would likely be the subject of his laughter for a lifetime. How infuriating! She buried her face in the soft alpaca plushie, emitting a muffled whimper of frustration. To like someone. Was it truly such a torturous and perplexing affair? Sweet agony. That was the essence of her experience tonight. She decided to divert her thoughts and picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo, observing the well-wishes and praises for Sue Rand's talent. She couldn't help but silently cheer him on. Yet, when she encountered criticisms of Sue Rand and Garden Party, her anger flared. They had chosen the wrong moment to provoke her. Transforming into a fierce defender, she logged onto her alternate account to unleash her frustrations upon those detractors. Meanwhile, in room 202, Sue Rand was blissfully unaware of the thoughts and grievances of the girl next door. He too found himself ensnared in a web of troubles. The sweltering heat of the day imparted to him a rather unique sensation. He returned to the villa several hours early, solely to prepare a sumptuous dinner. In Yist, he remarked that the Air Force was hindered by a malfunctioning fishing rod, and she took his words to heart. Moreover, the crimson pomegranate blossoms, reminiscent of those blooming by the seaside, and the fluttering hem of her dress beneath the moonlight, akin to an exquisite melody, left an indelible mark upon his heart. Why did it seem as though the cemented heart had begun to loosen ever so slightly? He raised his gaze, peering through the window at the luminous moon overhead. After a moment of silence, he exhaled almost imperceptibly, a gentle sigh escaping his lips, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Ah, this is somewhat troublesome. Yet, this feeling appears rather pleasant. Chapter 68, Official Stamp. The bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, relentlessly bathing Reba's face in its warm glow. The orange tabby cat, still entangled in a rendezvous with the Sandman, reluctantly rubbed its sleepy eyes. What time is it? Reba fished her phone from beneath her pillow. Oh dear, it's nearly 11 o'clock. She had slept until almost noon? This undoubtedly marked the most indulgent slumber since her foray into the entertainment industry. Stretching her limbs, Reba felt a delightful sense of ease wash over her. The fatigue from last night's insomnia dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Rising from her bed, she drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to envelop her. Outside, the familiar sound of crashing waves mingled with the melodious chirping of birds. Ah, the bliss of waking up naturally. Truly splendid. Although, her stomach did grumble a bit. Rubbing her belly, she turned and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. A recollection of a certain someone with a mischievous yet gentle smile flitted through her mind, prompting her to, perhaps, glam up a little. Just a touch of natural makeup and a comfortable yet charming dress would suffice. Indeed, this was not for anyone else's delight, merely a means to please herself. After a light sprucing up, Reba hummed a cheerful tune as she descended the staircase, her spirits lifted. However, upon reaching the first floor, a familiar and oddly complex aroma wafted from the kitchen, halting her in her tracks. That peculiar scent. It could only mean that Sue Rand was concocting some medieval poison once more. Yet, considering Sue Rand's culinary skills, Reba swallowed hard. Cautiously, she approached and, to her amusement, spotted Sue Rand clad in a pink apron, standing with his back to her at the stove. The contrast was so endearing that she couldn't help but chuckle. How could he be so adorable? With a smile, she discreetly took a photo on her phone and continued to tiptoe towards the kitchen door. Initially intending to exact a playful revenge, she was instead met with an unforgettable sight. Sue Rand was carefully pouring a small, mysterious packet of substance into a bubbling pot. This scene, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a scene from a classic tale of treachery. Oblivious to her presence, Sue Rand gazed with satisfaction at his creation as it began to transform into a vibrant shade of purple. Ah, splendide. Reba will surely adore my new concoction. Just as he turned to dispose of the wrapping that held the purple cabbage powder, their eyes met. A moment of silence ensued, the air thick with tension. Sue Rand glanced between Reba and the crumpled paper in his hand. After 3 seconds of silence, he flashed an innocent smile. If I told you this was salt, would you believe me? Reba retorted. Do you think I look like a fool? The live stream chat erupted in laughter. This could definitely be classified as a crime scene. What does a salt capable of inducing a chemical reaction truly look like? I find myself genuinely curious. Honestly, can Su Ran's dark culinary creations truly be consumed? As for their palatability, I cannot say for certain, but they should be non-toxic. After all, it has been a week, and the guests appear to be in good health. Su Ran called out, "Jean Lien, rise and join me for breakfast." After a brief interlude, the two found themselves seated at the dining table. Reba was savoring Su Ran's newly concocted dishes, namely the interstellar rainbow energy soup and the celestial crispy chicken. According to Su Ran, that packet of powder was certainly not a poison, nor was it salt. Instead, it was a special seasoning he had crafted himself, composed of purple cabbage, butterfly pea flour, cactus fruit, blueberries, and other ingredients. As for the methodology behind its creation, Reba did not quite grasp it. Nevertheless, seeing Su Ran personally sample the dish instilled a modicum of trust in her. Upon taking a bite, she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. She exuberantly praised it, and Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. As a distinguished chef, witnessing one's culinary masterpieces delight the palate of diners is an indescribably wondrous sensation. At that moment, the sound of wheeled luggage could be heard at the doorway, followed by the voice of Yu Shushin exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. I'm finally back. Sin, ia uvezatun, rebogritit. Would you care to join us for a taste of Su Ran's new dishes? I had some on plane." Though she said this, Yu Shushin approached the table and glanced at Su Ran's new offerings. Once again, it seemed to be a witch's essential menu. She cautiously pinched the tip of a chicken wing and took a small bite. The next moment, an indescribably delectable flavor surged through her, almost overwhelming her senses. Yu Shushin was genuinely impressed by Su Ran. How did he manage to create dishes that were both delightful yet visually unappealing? What was the name of this fried chicken? She licked her fingers and inquired. Celestial crispy chicken. Impressive indeed. As the three reveled in their culinary triumph, the guests began to arrive one by one. Though they were destined to miss out on the feast, Su Ran had prepared a limited amount of food, barely sufficient for the three of them, with most having already found its way into Reba's stomach. Despite her vocal disdain, her body told a different story. Thus, the 6 guests of Summer Heartbeat convened, and the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. While curiosity about the events between Su Ran and Reba from the previous night lingered, they refrained from inquiring further as the live broadcast continued. Meanwhile, P. Lee made his timely entrance into the living room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lee, wearing a professional smile, greeted the returning guests before transitioning into the formal proceedings of the day. On behalf of the production team, I warmly welcome all of you back. The second cycle of recording for Summer Heartbeat 2 is now officially underway. Furthermore, there are 2 significant announcements to share with everyone. P. Lee displayed a document and a delicate little seal in his hand. First, regarding the heartfelt choice segment that concluded last week. P. Lee opened the document and, with a smile, announced, according to the final statistics, congratulations to the 3 couples, all of whom have chosen to continue the journey. You shall embark hand in hand into the next week of heartfelt adventures. Although this outcome was anticipated, a knowing smile spread across everyone's faces upon hearing the official declaration. Next, P. Lee addressed the progress of the Time Wish Cards task. He waved the seal in his hand and cheerfully looked at Reba. Now, Su Ran and Reba, please present your Time Wish Cards so we can stamp them. Upon hearing this, Su Ran and Reba placed their cherished wish cards on the table. Subsequently, with a sense of ceremony, P. Lee stamped both wish cards with a pink heart-shaped, completed seal. The 2 couples initially thought that Su Ran and Reba had merely completed one item. To their surprise, P. Lee continued to stamp several wishes in quick succession. First was Reba's wish. Wish 1. I hope Su Han-nin doesn't run away next week, or else I'll get you. Completed. Wish 7. I want to hear Su Ran sing me a sweet song, not one as sorrowful as On a Bridge. Completed. Then came Su Ran's wish. Wish 3. I hope she can be forever happy. Completed. In that moment, all the guests wore a knowing smile. This was their first time observing the wish cards of the 2 up close. Oh dear, they were smitten. P. Lee explained to Reba, your wishes overlapped, so they can only count as one. Reba had no objections to this. For her, The genuine realization of wishes was what mattered most. As long as Su Han-nin could truly be forever happy, that was all that mattered. Chapter 69. The Gaming Abyss? Su Ran. I'm a professional in tea appreciation. All right. One matter is settled. Lee PD tucked away the wish cards and stamps, clapped his hands, and smiled. Now, we arrive at the segment that brings everyone the most joy. Soon, the staff presented 3 slightly thick envelopes. This is the week's romance fund. Lee PD beamed at everyone. Each couple receives 1,000 yuan. Wow, $1,000. Reba's eyes sparkled. The production team is being quite generous. Wang Dao, is there a hidden agenda? Meng Zi instinctively suspected that the old man might have a trick up his sleeve. Yu Shuxin, after accepting the envelope, remarked, whatever. Safety first with this money. Enough banter. I have good news for you all. Lee PD chuckled softly at their chatter. Then, under the eager gazes of the crowd, he succinctly announced, the afternoon is free. With that, Lee PD turned and walked away, leaving no trace of longing. The news of the break elicited a small cheer. However, with only half a day, what do they possibly do? It was already 2 in the afternoon. For a date, it seemed there was nowhere to go. Moreover, the recently reunited couples clearly weren't keen on putting on a show just yet. Thus, everyone enthusiastically discussed various group activity ideas. The previously silent Wang Hedi raised his hand, stating that he had shot a late-night scene the previous day and desperately needed to catch up on sleep, lest he collapse on camera. The others nodded in understanding, especially Yu Shuxin, who urged Wang Hedi to rest. Consequently, Wang Hedi excused himself and trudged upstairs to recuperate. Su Ran, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, let me stay up late playing on my phone, but working through the night is utterly unacceptable. Everyone burst into laughter, feeling a tinge of envy. In this world, how many could achieve financial independence at such a young age like Su Ran? Even they could only keep running forward. With one person missing, the plan for a group outing seemed to have evaporated. The living room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, Reba's eyes sparkled as she suddenly asked, do any of you play Mahjong? Mahjong? Yes. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi's eyes lit up. In the storage room, there seems to be an automatic Mahjong machine. This was Reba's new discovery from last night. Let's play. I want in. The 2 girls excitedly expressed their eagerness to play Mahjong. Su Ran, however, waved his hand, saying, I want to play. I want to go fishing. He was eager to try out his new fishing rod. Furthermore, Mahjong was the one game he was least skilled at. Li Yunrui shrugged and said, but I don't know how to play. Aren't you 3 short of 1? Su Ran, I beg you please. Do you know the agony of being 3 short of 1? Reba tugged at Su Ran's arm, swaying it back and forth, employing her secret weapon. Indeed, my craving has been ignited. Yu Shuxin also implored, big shot, I beg you. Mencius gazed at Su Ran with eager anticipation. Su Ran sighed and remarked, well, I'm afraid that if I take the stage, I might annihilate you all. Let us not forget who my connections are. No fear. After all, we're not betting money. Reba chuckled. How about we use snacks as our stakes? That sounds delightful. Let the games begin. Su Ran was somewhat reluctant to participate, but found himself compelled to join. Since you insist on having me play, I shall resort to mysticism. Rising amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Su Ran ascended to the 2nd floor. After a considerable interval, he returned to the living room, plopped down in a chair, and cheerfully distributed gifts. Playing Mahjong, you'll surely get thirsty. He handed out bottles of drinks to his 3 fellow players. Here, Shuxin, this is Tian Shu, delicious and nourishing, an absolute essential for Mahjong. Z, this is Dongfang Shai, incredibly invigorating. And Orange Cat, this is your favorite peach pastry. The trio stared in silence. Yu Shuxin looked at the milk in her hand, exclaiming with mixed emotions, thank you so much. Mencius, he could not contain his laughter. You truly are something else, Su Ran. You are quite the gem. Reba, with a wry smile, inquired, and what will you be drinking? Me? Su Ran pulled out a bottle of Yingyang Kuaishin from a shopping bag. Grinning, I'll have this. Laughter erupted. You're going to kill me. You're truly something else. The room was filled with jovial mirth. Indeed, Su Ran was determined to win at any cost. After this brief interlude, The enclosed space transformed into a 1v3 arena, rife with suspicion and testing. Luck and choices. A heart-pounding gathering dedicated to preserving the nation's traditional culture had commenced. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The players became utterly absorbed in the game. As the rounds progressed, Su Ran's unfortunate luck at mahjong became glaringly apparent. He either started with a hand of utter nonsense or, after much deliberation, played what he believed to be his safe card, only to inadvertently trigger a cascade of laughter from the entire room. As the bag of chips before him dwindled, Su Ran's expression darkened. His cursed mahjong. I knew I shouldn't have played. I might as well go fishing. Reba, however, found amusement in the situation, realizing why he was so reluctant to play. Perhaps he simply did not know how. As for her, she was likely still within the novice protection phase, effortlessly drawing winning cards. Her pile of chips continued to grow, primarily at Su Ran's expense. Observing Su Ran's furrowed brow, she teased. Gigi, would you like me to lend you some chips? Su Ran, ignoring Reba's playful taunts, focused intently on his hand, determined to avoid another calamitous play. This wretched mahjong. Once I acquire the mahjong god skill, I shall surely bring you all to your knees. Hee hee, brother. I recall that your resume states your proficiency in professional tea appraisal. Reba blinked and asked, do I currently resemble green tea? Su Ran glanced at Reba and retorted, what do you think green tea looks like? Reba pondered for a moment. Well, it's very beautiful, and before she could finish, Su Ran firmly interrupted. You are not. Huh? Not. I hadn't finished my thought. Reba protested. Beautiful, yet cunning. She attempted to clarify. Suran, ang wabring interjective. I assure you, you are definitely not. How can you be so certain? Reba felt slightly bewildered by his assertive tone, yet secretly delighted. Could it be that he has seen through my glamorous exterior and perceived my true nature as a kind-hearted girl? Did you not say that green tea is always beautiful? Huh. Are you implying that I am not beautiful? That I lack the qualifications to be green tea? The atmosphere became tense. Time seemed to freeze. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments later. Yu Shuxin was the first to crack, collapsing in laughter onto the mahjong table. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui also laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. Even the staff observing nearby couldn't help but turn away, their shoulders shaking with mirth. The comments in the live stream exploded with laughter. Is this how one appraises tea professionally? Our role model. I'm dying of laughter. What about Su Ran's survival instincts? How dare Reba provoke the already losing Su Ran? Huh. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been snatched by Su Ran. Reba, you shrimp-hearted fool. If looks could kill, Su Ran would have perished 1,000 times over. Alas, they could not. Reba could only vent her frustration on the mahjong tiles. The more she won, the smoother her game became. Unfortunately, that insufferable fellow seemed to have a change of fortune as Su Ran's chips gradually increased. At that moment, Reba slumped onto the sofa, rubbing her shoulders and complaining, oh dear, I can't play anymore, my back and waist ache. It feels like my bones are about to fall apart. Not playing anymore? Meng Zi glanced at the time, nearly startled. Goodness, it's already 5:30. Wow, has over 3 hours really passed so quickly? Yu Shuxin also expressed her astonishment. Indeed, joyful moments tend to fly by. No, I was just starting to improve. You all can't cut me off. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately grew displeased. He had lost the most among everyone present and owed Reba a considerable amount of snacks. He was determined to win back his losses. I truly cannot continue. My neck and back are giving out. Reba lay on the sofa, unwilling to move. She certainly wouldn't grant Su Ran the opportunity to recoup his losses. Besides, she genuinely felt the strain in her back. Su Ran suddenly recalled something. He might just have the solution. Back pain? Stiff neck? This is easily remedied. Allow me to assist you. Ahem. Forgive me, everyone. Su Ran rose to his feet and cleared his throat, declaring, I am known by the moniker the thunderous master of massage and bone adjustment. My lineage has preserved an unparalleled technique for 18 generations. The invincible spring revitalization thunderous bone adjustment method. This method specializes in alleviating all forms of backaches, limb weakness, and mental fatigue. Today, in the spirit of camaraderie at this gaming table, I have decided to extend my benevolence and offer a free demonstration of this extraordinary skill. I assure you, after just one session, you'll find your meridians unblocked, your back pain vanished, and the notion of playing mahjong all night will no longer seem like a distant dream. Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment. "Wait, you can do that?" they exclaimed. Unlocking doors and conversing with animals were peculiar enough, but now you claim to possess massage skills as well? Just how many bizarre side skills does Su Ran actually have? Indeed, trust me, I guarantee you will experience the sensation of being rejuvenated instantaneously. Su Ran was genuinely eager to test this skill himself, having never had the opportunity to do so. After all, he couldn't just register as a home service technician. Could he? Hearing his words, Reba, who had been grumbling, was suddenly filled with curiosity. She regarded Su Ran with suspicion. Is it truly that effective? I guarantee results. If it doesn't work, there will be no charge, he asserted. Well then, go ahead and give me a try. She relented, deciding to trust him just this once. All right, just give me a moment. Su Ran announced that he would prepare, and the onlookers watched as he dashed towards the storage room. Before long, he returned with an array of tools. The crowd was instantly filled with apprehension. Is this a massage or a form of torture? They wondered. Chapter 70, Props or Instruments of Torture. The entire network cried out, "Hapa, run quickly." The crowd looked at Su Ran, bewildered, as he dashed into the storage room. Following that, a cacophony of clattering and rummaging ensued. Moments later, Su Ran reappeared before them. However, as he took a step towards Hapa, a rolling pin fell from his person. The crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing at Su Ran in astonishment. He picked up the rolling pin and earnestly explained, as everyone knows, I am a great chef, and I occasionally make some pasta, so it is entirely reasonable for me to carry a rolling pin. The crowd, ignoring their incredulous expressions, Su Ran continued towards Hapa. Yet in the next instant, with a clang, a wooden mallet tumbled from him again. Hapa's eyes widened in horror. Oh dear, this person seems to be seizing the opportunity for revenge to reclaim his snacks. Su Ran hastily picked up the mallet and stated, as you all know, I am a great chef. In cooking, one inevitably encounters some rather stubborn ingredients, such as certain meats that require physical awakening due to prolonged freezing. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Reasonable? What nonsense! Hapa scrambled off the sofa, preparing to flee. This Su Ran was undoubtedly seeking to exact revenge. After a brief artificial delay in the live stream, the barrage of comments resumed with fervor. Ha ha ha! I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. Using a mallet to handle ingredients? Su Ran, are you planning to make handcrafted meatballs? Hapa, ask yourself, do you believe it? Su Ran, see, this is what we call professionalism. Hapa run, Su Ran isn't a chiropractor. He is here to disassemble you. This is getting a bit too frightening. Observing the crowd's expressions, which seemed to challenge him to concoct yet another excuse, Su Ran felt his explanation lacked persuasiveness. He was about to elaborate further, perhaps claiming the mallet was meant for cracking walnuts, when suddenly, as he took another step forward, a crisp sound rang out. A shiny object, complete with a familiar whisk attachment, fell from his pocket. An electric mixer? This time, before Su Ran could utter a word, Hapa exclaimed, Don't tell me you plan to massage me while baking a cake. Su Ran. Well, since it was impossible to conceal the truth, he decided to boldly admit it. Yes, these are indeed the tools I will use for your adjustment. Su Ran wore an expression of resignation, given the limited space and tools. I can only find some substitutes, or else the results will be significantly compromised. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. It was evident these tools were intended for Hapa's punishment. Right? Adjustment? Nonsense. They would not be fooled. Hapa certainly did not believe it either. This was utterly absurd. Who would use such items for bone adjustment? Yet, Su Ran repeatedly assured everyone, enticingly stating, Trust me, my bone adjustment technique is undeniably authentic. After the procedure, not only will your posture improve, but you may even gain some height. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it utterly absurd. A more perfect posture and height increase? Those in the know would think you were practicing bone adjustment. Those unaware might assume you were dabbling in cosmetic surgery. Height increase. Could you possibly exaggerate any further? At this moment, if there were an expression pack, it would surely feature the Chancellor's disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Reba was skeptical, yet, observing Su Ran's serious demeanor, she hesitated. Su Ran, please don't joke around. Using these tools for bone adjustment, I fear for your safety. Yushu Xin glanced at the hammer and rolling pin in Su Ran's hands, finding them reminiscent of torture devices. Indeed, while playful antics can be entertaining, one should never jest with the body. Meng Zi was not unwilling to trust Su Ran, but the claims were simply too outrageous. Though Li Yun Rue remained silent, the concern in her eyes spoke volumes. Su Ran's antics could potentially lead to a broadcast disaster. Meanwhile, the production team backstage was fervently debating whether to intervene in Su Ran's intentions to adjust Reba's bones. If anything were to go awry, the show might be irreparably damaged. Wang Zhengyu, noticing the questioning gazes of his colleagues, sighed heavily. He wished to intervene. However, the dilemma was that he had signed a contract with Su Ran. If Su Ran wished to entertain, the production team could neither obstruct nor refuse to cooperate. Wang Zhengyu could only hope that Su Ran was merely pretending and had no intention of causing real harm. Seeing the worried expressions around him, Su Ran offered no further explanation. Although his tools appeared intimidating, they would not inflict any harm. These implements were primarily intended to relax muscles. As he had mentioned, lacking proper tools, one must make do with what is available. Moreover, how could he possibly harm Reba? Nonetheless, if she felt apprehensive, he would not force her. At that moment, however, Reba's voice rang out. All right, let's do it. I can handle it. The crowd looked at her in astonishment. Had Reba lost her senses? This seemed utterly unreliable. What if something unexpected occurred during the adjustment? How would they manage the aftermath? Meng Zi leaned closer to Reba, whispering, Are you really going to indulge his madness? Reba shook her head, softly replying, I trust Su Ran. He would never let me get hurt. Meng Zi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in amusement, deciding to say no more. So, I'm ready. Well, be gentle. I'm afraid it might hurt. All right, Su Ran replied, gesturing for Reba to lie down on the sofa and relax as much as possible. Taking a deep breath, Reba resigned herself to her fate, lying on the sofa. To be honest, although she trusted Su Ran, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. After all, Su Ran's implements resembled instruments of torture more than anything else. Approaching the sofa, Su Ran did not immediately employ the tools, but rather extended her hand, skillfully pressing along the spine from top to bottom, gently probing. To Hot Ba's surprise, her previously tense body began to experience a sensation of relaxation under what appeared to be professional manipulation. Just as she contemplated complimenting Su Ran, she heard her click her tongue, her tone imbued with an undeniable air of expertise. Your postural issues are somewhat severe. Hot Ba was taken aback. As a female artist and a former dancer, she had always held great confidence in her physique. Now, Su Ran had the audacity to claim that her posture was problematic. Doubt crept into her mind regarding Su Ran's professionalism. What? You don't believe me? Su Ran pressed several points on Hot Ba's back, then unleashed a barrage of technical jargon. Here, the inner edges of your scapula are prominently protruding. This is known as winged scapula, a classic case of rounded shoulders and kyphosis. And here, the natural curvature of your lumbar spine is excessively flat, even a bit lordotic, creating what I call a lumbar pit. The evidence of poor posture leading to a hunched back is glaringly obvious. Furthermore, her fingers traced down the spine, revealing slight scoliosis. The curvature was minimal, yet undeniably present. Do you often sit cross-legged or with your legs propped up? The room fell into stunned silence. Hot Ba felt as though Su Ran were an X-ray machine paired with surveillance. How could she deduce her penchant for sitting cross-legged with just a touch? The expressions of the other guests mirrored her astonishment. Was Su Ran truly a master of chiropractic science? The specialized terminology sounded far too credible to be mere memorization. Particularly, Yushu Xin, almost unconsciously, began to feel her own back. Could a session with Su Ran help her grow taller? The live stream erupted with excitement. Whoa, this little one is impressive. Could Sue Ran genuinely be skilled in chiropractic work? What other talents does this person possess? Could those hammers and rolling pins actually be legitimate chiropractic tools? Have we been too biased? No way. I refuse to believe it. Sue Ran is definitely just bluffing. Before this officially kicks off, Hot Ba should make a run for it. Amidst the uncertainty, Sue Ran's expression suddenly turned wild. She seized a small oak hammer and addressed Hot Ba. Brace yourself. My approach might be a bit forceful, and you may experience something quite unique. Chapter 71. Shocking my mother for 10,000 years. No, Sue Ran, you possess magical skills. Before Reba could respond, a sudden weight pressed against her back. It was somewhat painful yet bearable. However, the onlookers, both present and in the live stream, felt a chill run down their spines. The wooden hammer struck Reba's back repeatedly, producing a dull thud with each blow. It wasn't particularly loud, yet it elicited gasps of apprehension. Reba's body stiffened as if electrified. How to describe the sensation? A mixture of soreness and numbness, accompanied by an inexplicable comfort. It was peculiar, yet oddly addictive. Meanwhile, the others present wore expressions of sheer terror. With a different filter, this scene could easily be mistaken for a horror film. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Sue Ran set the hammer down and apply pressure to Reba's shoulder blade. Crack! The sharp sound of bones realigning suddenly echoed through the quiet living room. Ah! Reba let out a heart-wrenching scream. It's over. Reba's waist is broken. The three onlookers were utterly petrified. Even the cameraman's hand trembled slightly. In the background, Wang Jingyu leapt to his feet, his heart racing. Quick, someone get the emergency heart pill. Oh dear, my heart can't take this. Wang Jingyu was grateful he had prepared his medication. Otherwise, his heart would surely give out. The barrage of comments in a live stream was instantly flooded with countless exclamations of, "What the hell? Help!" and "Call 120. Everyone believed a disaster had occurred. However, just then, Reba's piercing scream, after reaching a crescendo, abruptly transformed into a drawn-out moan of utter relief and bliss. Oh my heavens! I feel as though my poor waist has been saved. This unprecedented comfort is heavenly. The crowd? What is happening? Wasn't that crack indicative of fracture? And yet, after such a harrowing scream, she now appears so relaxed. Lying on the sofa, Reba's face was flushed, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet her expression conveyed sheer ecstasy, as if she were melting from pleasure. Sue Ran observed her reaction, nodding in satisfaction. Top-tier massage chiropractic master, intermediate, truly timeless. Following this, a series of crackling sounds resonated alongside Reba's alternating cries of agony and delight. Next, relaxing the muscles, Sue Ran smiled, gripping the ends of a rolling pin, and began rhythmically and forcefully rolling it across Reba's back, thighs, and calves. The motions, the stance were akin to rolling out dough, and it was the kind that required to be exceptionally thin and resilient. Yet, judging by Reba's expression, it seemed she was relishing the experience. What could be the reason for that? The entire scene was both eerie and bizarre. Coupled with Sue Ran's peculiar instruments, it resembled one of the 10 most excruciating tortures. The timid audience had already lost their courage to watch. Two girls present were retreating in fright. After a relentless half-hour of torment, Sue Ran finally exhaled a sigh of relief, contentedly putting away the automatic egg beater. All done. Handmade. The girl who had been lounging on the sofa, relishing the soothing vibrations from the beater on her neck, expressed a hint of reluctance. Ah, is it over? The sensation, a blend of pain and pleasure, left her utterly intoxicated. Initially, she had agreed to let Sue Ran try this on her merely to spare his embarrassment, trusting that he would not cause her harm. Little did she anticipate that Sue Ran possessed such extraordinary skills in bone manipulation. Truly, he was a master of therapeutic massage. She felt as though her body had regained at least 10 years of youth. The experience was simply marvelous. As Sue Ran nodded and began to tidy up his tools, the girl, having endured various trials, slowly lifted herself from the sofa. Then, everyone was astonished by the sight before them. The girl appeared as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her shoulders were fully relaxed, her posture more upright than ever. Her face radiated a rosy glow akin to a ripe peach, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. Even more astonishing was the transformation of her physique, which seemed to have become flawlessly graceful and imbued with charisma. To describe her as radiant would be an understatement. She looked even more stunning than after a luxurious spa treatment. If Su Ran were aware of Meng Zi and Yushushin's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. What kind of individuals would dare to compare themselves to the skills of my system? My goodness, you look absolutely beautiful, Yushushin exclaimed, her eyes wide with genuine admiration. Indeed, I feel several years younger. My posture seems truly improved, Meng Zi echoed, equally astonished. Li Yunrui boldly voiced the collective curiosity. Su Ran, what kind of miraculous technique is this? The girl reveled in the unprecedented lightness and vitality of her body, equally astonished and delighted. Su Ran had indeed not deceived her. The live stream erupted with excitement. This effect rivals that of cosmetic surgery, a qualitative change in temperament. Incredible. Traditional Chinese bone manipulation is astonishing. I'm in awe. I will no longer doubt what strange skills Su Ran may possess. Su Ran looked on with satisfaction at the shocked expressions of the crowd, as if recalling something. He cautioned the girl, remember not to cross your legs or sit curled up on the sofa anymore. Otherwise, this effect will fade back in a few days. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, got it. Then she inquired, by the way, how tall are you, Orange Cat? 168, Reba responded instinctively, momentarily perplexed by Su Ran's inquiry. Hearing this, Su Ran retrieved a measuring tape from his pocket. He handed it to Reba, smiling as he said, to avoid accusations of cheating, let them measure your height right now. Wait, can you really grow taller? Initially, Reba thought Su Ran's claim about growing taller was merely a jest. Su Ran chuckled, but remained silent. Meng Zi took the measuring tape from Reba's hands, incredulously exclaiming, this can't be real. Is there truly such magic? She was skeptical. Not only her, but everyone in the live stream doubted Su Ran's extraordinary massage technique. If it were possible to grow taller, the queue for Su Ran's massages would stretch all the way to France. Strictly speaking, it wasn't about growing taller. Su Ran explained with a smile. Rather, your slouch posture and spinal curvature have prevented you from showcasing your true height. Nevertheless, even this is quite remarkable. The crowd remained unconvinced. Reba hesitated, suggesting, should I measure again when I get home? No need, just measure now, Su Ran insisted confidently. Left with no choice, Reba stood against the wall while Meng Zi measured her height. Meng Zi glanced at the numbers on the tape and confirmed with Reba. Are you really only 168? Indeed, exactly 168? Reba nodded, laughing. I said it was impossible. However, Yushushin suddenly exclaimed, oh my goodness. Reba, you're now 169. The live stream erupted in chaos. Is this for real? Reba's official height is indeed 168. No way. She grew taller by 1 centimeter? This is astonishing. Wait, how did Su Ran manage that? Didn't Su Ran say it was simply Reba's original height, obscured by her slumped posture and spinal issues? My mother is shocked for 1,000 years. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Su Ran shrugged and calmly remarked, stay composed. It's merely a trivial ancestral technique, not worthy of such astonishment. The audience stared at Su Ran in disbelief, especially Li Yunrui, who wore an envious expression. Darn it, he had been outdone. Chapter 72. The Heated Encounter, Su Ruan's Words. Thank you for appearing in my world, Su Hanwei. It is truly delightful to meet you. Plunged everyone present, including the guests, into a profound state of speechlessness. Just listen. The way a distinguished individual speaks is simply unparalleled. A minuscule trick? This fellow is unabashedly showcasing his superiority. Moreover, is the kind of display that you know is ostentatious, yet you find it impossible to pinpoint any flaws, even feeling that his words possess an undeniable wisdom. After all, he possesses genuine talent. The guests, having experienced an extreme shock, were now enveloped in a singular emotion, numbness. They felt that their own hearts had significantly strengthened from prolonged exposure to someone as extraordinary as Su Ruan. Otherwise, they would have surely succumbed to the overwhelming stimulation he exuded. The viewers in the live stream, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into an even more frenzied barrage of comments. This time, in addition to shock and reverence, there was also a hint of bemusement and resignation. Magic. If Su Ruan claims he can perform sorcery in the future, I wouldn't be surprised. What else can I say? Su Ruan is simply brilliant, truly worthy of being a top student in the minor course of Versailles Literature and Practice. I have decided, from now on, which massage parlor should I visit. I want to go to the hospital for insurance-covered bone adjustments. Feeling the multitude of envious, admiring, and astonished gazes fixated upon him, Su Ruan's mood soared to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Wang Hedi, who had just finished a nap, entered the living room. Observing the petrified expressions of the crowd, he inquired, "What is wrong with you all?" Then, Yushushin eagerly pulled Wang Hedi over and chattered excitedly, providing an explanation. "No way. Is that true?" Wang Hedi exclaimed, utterly astounded. He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune during his brief slumber. Immediately, he clasped his hands together and said, "Great one, please help me with a massage. I only need relief from muscle fatigue." Yes. Could you possibly assist me as well? I have modest aspirations. Just a slight increase in height would suffice." He added, May I also join the queue?" Meng Zi asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since she had been skeptical of Su Ruan just moments ago. Meanwhile, Li Yunrui, standing by, remained silent but resolved to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for bone adjustments upon returning home. Su Ruan's remarkable skill could be likened to physical sculpting. It is crucial to understand how vital demeanor and physique are for a celebrity. Everyone gazed at Su Ruan with eager anticipation. "Let us discuss this later," Su Ruan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He then advised Reba, "Remember to stand against the wall for 10 minutes every day and engage in daily exercise. Otherwise, in less than 3 days, you'll revert to your original state." He glanced at the others and continued, "You may also wish to try this little trick. The results are quite impressive." The group silently took note, their envy directed toward Reba, for only she could receive such personal treatment from the esteemed individual before them. Yet, they found it difficult to harbor jealousy. In the face of such near torturous circumstances, Reba never questioned Su Ruan. More training is required. Reba had thought it was a permanent state, only to discover it would revert to its original form. Su Ruan found amusement in the girl's expression and chuckled, saying, "Do you genuinely believe I possess magical abilities?" Reba blinked her eyes and pouted. All right, then observing the envious gazes of others, her heart felt as if it had devoured cotton candy, sweet and light. "So, what shall we do? Continue playing mahjong?" The group, noticing Su Ruan's reluctance, ceased their insistence. "Shall we order takeout and eat while we play? That sounds splendid." Thus, the afternoon and into the evening passed amidst the clattering of mahjong tiles and bursts of laughter. Reba seemed to be favored by fortune, dominating the game, while Su Ruan's luck remained a black hole, not improving since the afternoon. Consequently, Su Ruan owed Reba quite a few chips. With a sigh, Su Ruan lamented, "This wretched mahjong is truly unplayable. It's toxic." Meng Zi and Yushushin, although also losing more than winning, fared better than Su Ruan. This entertaining endeavor concluded amidst Reba's boisterous laughter. On the rooftop terrace of the heartfelt cottage, the view was breathtakingly expansive. The deep blue sky was adorned with countless stars, shimmering like diamonds. The moon cast a cool glow, illuminating the sea's surface into a glistening spectacle. Indeed, it was an exquisite spot for stargazing. Su Ruan seized a can of cola and took a hearty gulp. The ground was littered with snacks, all spoils from Reba's afternoon conquests. The reason for their presence on the terrace was Reba's sudden discovery on Douyin that a meteor shower was anticipated that evening. Yet, after sitting there for over half an hour, they had yet to witness any meteors. As for the other two couples, they had ventured out to fulfill tasks from their wish cards. "Su Ruan, do you know what that star is?" Reba suddenly pointed to a star in the northwestern corner of the sky and inquired, "What star?" Sue-ran was briefly taken aback, surprised that this girl had knowledge of constellations. I have no idea, which is why I'm asking you. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Reba's eyes sparkled like the stars, blinking with curiosity. Do you think I'm a deity? Sue-ran chuckled helplessly and pulled out her phone, snapping a picture of the sky. Reba, intrigued, asked, "What are you doing?" Sue-ran replied matter-of-factly, asking AI. Reba couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You're quite clever. Found it." Sue-ran began to enlighten her. That Venus, its brightness is second only to the moon. And let me tell you, meteors are phenomena caused by cosmic dust entering the Earth's atmosphere at high speed, burning up due to friction. Reba, observing Sue-ran's expression of self-satisfaction, as if seeking praise. Reba felt an urge to pry open this girl's mind to see if it truly lacked a string known as romance. Why is this so vastly different from the romance she had envisioned? Yet, glancing at Sue-ran beside her, she felt that perhaps this was quite delightful in its own right. Listening to the distant sound of the waves, feeling the cool sea breeze, and enjoying the company of her intriguing companion, the two engaged in a meandering conversation, carried by the night wind, discussing everything from mundane matters to dreams, childhood memories, and gossip. The topics may have seemed trivial, even devoid of substance, yet both found joy in their exchanges. They lingered on the rooftop until the late hours of the night. However, the meteor shower that the observatory had predicted never materialized. Yet, Reba felt no regret. She gazed up at the clear, starry sky, and then at Sue-ran beside her. Although the spectacular meteors did not appear, she understood that the most beautiful shooting star resided within Sue-ran's eyes, twinkling with an extraordinary allure. "Oh, Oranikat, a meteor!" Sue-ran's excited voice jolted Reba back to reality. "Huh? A meteor? Where? Where?" Reba abruptly looked up, her heart racing as she searched the inky black sky in the direction Sue-ran pointed, yearning to catch a glimpse of that fleeting eternity. Yet, after an extensive search, all she found was a multitude of stars and the radiant moon, no trace of a meteor to be seen. But in the next moment, her hand flew to her mouth. Astonished and touched by the scene before her, Sue-ran wore his familiar playful grin, yet there was a hint of gentle warmth in his expression. In his hands, he held two sparklers ablaze, cheerfully suggesting, "Since we can't wait for the meteor shower to streak across the sky, let us use these sparklers instead and make a wish." The tips of the sparklers erupted into countless, dazzling golden sparks, tracing ephemeral yet resplendent golden arcs against the night backdrop. Reba stared at Sue-ran, enveloped by an indescribable wave of warmth. "What did you wish for?" "I want to tell you." Reba would never reveal to Sue-ran that she had secretly wished to always be by his side. She looked up at the night sky and silently added, "Sue-han, thank you for appearing in my world. Meeting you is truly a blessing." Chapter 73. Filming a couple's vlog. Reba, Sue-anon, strike a pose and don't move. Sue-ran gazed at the girl before him, her eyes shimmering with emotion due to his small gesture. A subtle smile graced his lips, and an unexpected tenderness flickered in his gaze. The fairy wand he had discovered in the storage room earlier that afternoon unexpectedly found its purpose here. The night had grown deep, and the sea breeze on the rooftop carried a sharper chill. The two had yet to witness the Geminid meteor shower that the observatory had promised. However, Reba felt that she had already encountered the finest artificial meteor shower the world had to offer. As the hour grew late, Sue-ran broke the warm silence, smiling as he suggested, "You should head back and get some sleep. We have an early start tomorrow." "All right," Reba replied, her eyes fixed on Sue-ran, her thoughts a tumultuous clash within her. One inner voice mocked her. "Reba, why are you so useless? It's just a simple question. Why can't you ask it?" The other voice advised, "Take your time, get to know him gradually, allow your feelings to blossom." Ultimately, Reba lacked the courage to speak. She wished time could slow down, even if it was to spend a few more moments with Sue-ran. If only she could linger just a little longer, her bravery might increase, even if just a fraction. "Why are you dawdling? Let's go," Sue-ran said as he tidied up the mess on the ground. Approaching Reba, he gently patted the back of her head. "Ouch, you could just call me, you didn't have to hit me on the head." Reba covered the back of her head, trailing behind Sue-ran, murmuring softly, "If you hit me, you might as well marry me." "What did you say?" Su Ran asked, having not heard her clearly. I won't tell you. As they ascended to the second floor, they paused before their respective doors. The atmosphere had shifted, becoming subtly poignant, devoid of their earlier playful banter. A faint sense of reluctance lingered in the air. Reba lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers. Too shy to meet Su Ran's eyes. Observing her flushed ears and somewhat awkward demeanor, Su Ran found it amusing. Yet this time, he refrained from teasing her. Reba lifted her eyes to glance at him briefly before looking down again. Gee, good night. Su Ran nodded, his tone unusually gentle. Good night, get some rest. After a moment, he added, oh, and don't stay up too late and end up with panda eyes. Reba rolled her eyes. I know, stop nagging. In the next moment, the door slammed shut with a decisive thud. Su Ran looked at the closed door, shaking his head with a smile. Orange Cat, your emotions remain rather unstable. That night, the cozy little house was enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Some tossed and turned, while others found themselves unable to sleep. The following morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the earth, life stirred once more. The 6 guests gradually appeared in the dining hall on the first floor. However, the atmosphere today seemed even more delicate than the day before. Particularly, the usually boisterous couple, known for their fervent chemistry, was strikingly quiet today. To everyone's surprise, both were sporting large, comical dark circles under their eyes. They exchanged no words, merely sipping their congee in silence. However, the observant Yushushin noticed a peculiar detail and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment after just one night apart. Have you two developed a couple's resemblance? Wang Hedi chimed in, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Indeed, you do resemble each other quite a bit. It seems that we have a family of 3 all sporting matching looks now. Su Ran remained speechless, as did Reba, both of them hastening to consume their porridge. Then, Meng Zi leaned in, glancing between Reba and Su Ran, marveling how fascinating. Have you truly transformed into a couple? The room erupted into laughter at this remark. Thankfully, the arrival of PD Lee provided a much-needed reprieve for Su Ran and Reba. Good morning, everyone. It appears that everyone is in high spirits today, PD Lee announced cheerfully, her opening remarks noticeably more upbeat than usual. After a customary greeting, she swiftly delved into the main agenda. To ensure that everyone could document each precious moment of affection and to facilitate the completion of the romantic commitments on the time wish card, PD Lee signaled to the staff to distribute several exquisitely packaged boxes to each couple. The production team had thoughtfully prepared the latest GoPro action cameras for everyone, enabling them to capture their heartfelt moments anytime and anywhere. As the crowd received the compact and elegant cameras, they couldn't resist playing with them. PD Lee continued, of course. The upcoming task will also involve our action cameras. Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, particularly when it comes to gifts from the production team. PD Lee handed out 3 task cards to the couples, who began to read them attentively. The cards read, Heartfelt Moments CP Mutual Filming Vlog Theme. The task was straightforward. Each couple would assume the roles of exclusive director and photographer for one another, capturing and editing a vlog of no less than 5 minutes in length, centered around a specific theme. The filming equipment was the action camera, with no restrictions on location or theme. This task was designed to encourage a deeper understanding between the pairs. Moreover, there would be a heartfelt vlog screening that evening, where the 3 couples would vote to select the best heartfelt CP. The winning couple would receive a monetary prize along with a mysterious grand prize. This task sounded quite intriguing. Yu Shushin, who had a keen interest in filming, was determined to win the mysterious grand prize. Reba stole a glance at Su Ran, feeling an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Filming a vlog? And capturing each other? This meant she could unabashedly focus dominant CEO or a young wolf? Hee. Just the thought of it made Reba's little heart flutter with excitement. Su Ran seemed to sense the mischievous gaze from his partner. This girl, could she be fantasizing about something indecent? Indeed, she's coveting my body. All right, my task is complete. The rest is up to you. PD Lee clapped her hands with a smile. Do your best. The project must be submitted by 8 p.m. tonight. With that, she turned and strode gracefully out of the villa. The living room instantly buzzed with energy. Didi, what theme should we film? Yu Shushin had already pulled Wang Hedi into brainstorming. How about the dominant CEO and his delicate wife? You play the CEO. I'll be the delicate wife. Wang Hedi's lips twitched. Let's pick something else. Then, I'll be the CEO, and you play the delicate wife? It'll be a massive hit. Meanwhile, the Xiaomo couple had also begun discussing their theme. Let us film something more artistic. Meng Zi suggested. Sounds good. How about the theme searching for lost beauty? Li Yunrui offered his idea. Perfect. This couple, clearly inclined toward warmth and romance, leaned toward an aesthetic and dreamy style. As for the Riran couple, they had retreated to their exclusive hideout, the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Sunlight streamed in through the pristine glass, casting a golden glow on the plush carpet. Reba sat cross-legged on the soft rug, fiddling excitedly with the latest sports camera, her delicate face alight with enthusiasm. Su Ran, meanwhile, lounged lazily on the beanbag beside her, lost in thought. Su, silly, have you decided what to film yet? Nope. Then I'll film you first? You've already planned it? Yep. You better cooperate, got it? As long as you don't make me sell my dignity. I'll comply. Uft. Nonsense. Chapter 74. The Assistant versus the Grumbling Boss? No. I wish to capture the authentic Su Ran. Huh. Nonsense. Who asked you to sell your charms? Heat Ba's cheeks flushed, and she spat at Su Ran playfully, yet her heart fluttered at his words of cooperation. With a GoPro in hand, she cleared her throat like a director and began to announce her filming plan. Ahem. Actor Su, please take note. Today's vlog theme shall be titled, The Overbearing Female CEO and Her Grumbling All-Purpose Assistant. Surandri played. Will anyone actually want to watch this? He blurted out. I feel like it should be the other way around. The other way around? Heatbot tilted her head, pondering. You mean, I play the overbearing CEO while you play the assistant? Suran shook his head. No, you will be the grumbling boss. Heatbar rolled her eyes dramatically and inquired. And what about you? Suran chuckled. I shall be the sixth assistant. Heatbar couldn't contain her laughter, exclaiming, well, you do possess a fair amount of self-awareness. In the live stream, laughter erupted. No kidding. I genuinely want to see this theme. The sixth assistant and his grumbling boss? Wow, I can't wait. Hurry up and film. I can't sleep. I'm eagerly awaiting the start. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Heat Boss sat cross-legged, excitedly declaring, all right, it's settled. We shall film the sixth assistant and the grumbling boss. Wait, are you serious? Su Ran casually remarked, surprised by her earnestness. And then, pointing at Heatbot's sitting posture, he added, before we continue, go stand against the wall for 10 minutes as punishment. Oh! Upon noticing her sitting position, Heatbot recalled Su Ran's admonition from the previous day. That's it. Teacher Su is indeed quite strict. Nevertheless, she obediently got up to stand against the wall. As she looked at Su Ran, who radiated an aura of reluctance to shoot, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. All right, I was just teasing you. The theme I genuinely wish to shoot is a one-person, heartfelt retreat. Huh? Su Ran was momentarily taken aback and frowned, asking, what do you mean? It's simply, Heatbot contemplated for a moment before saying, for today's filming, just be yourself. The true, financially liberated, and early retired you. Suran. Imagine, this villa is yours alone. There's no one else, no other guests, no cameras or crew. Then, just live a day as you usually would at home. Do whatever you desire. Read, listen to music, daydream, experiment with your culinary creations, or even water the flowers on the balcony, or just lie there and take a leisurely nap. And Heatba shook the GoPro in her hand, will be your dedicated photographer, quietly capturing it all. I have no desire to capture those superficial idol drama scenes. I merely wish to uncover the authentic essence of Su Ran, stripped of all artifice and abstraction. As soon as these words escaped her lips, not only did Su Ran stand dumbfounded, but so too did the other guests eavesdropping in the living room, as well as the entire audience in the live stream, all rendered speechless. The genuine Su Ran? A man's intimate sanctuary of emotions? What an extraordinary theme this is. No couple interactions, no sweet moments. Instead, we are to document the mundane daily life of a retired magnate. Is this still a romance reality show? Yet, in the brief moment of astonishment, A tidal wave of curiosity and anticipation surged through everyone. For as long as anyone could remember, Sue Ran had been perceived as that vibrant, talented individual, full of life and mischief. His early retirement only added to the air of mystery surrounding him. Everyone was intrigued by the true nature of life for a man who seemed to be frivolous yet profoundly enigmatic. When the abstract player becomes tangible, when the flamboyant character ceases to perform, the mere thought of such a scene ignites an overwhelming excitement. Oh my goodness, this theme is brilliant. Fat D truly understands what we wish to see. The authentic Sue Ran. The mundane life of a retired magnate? I'm losing my mind. Please capture this. Is this the depth that a phenomenal romance reality show can offer? I'm in love. I declare, this is undoubtedly the best vlog of this episode. No contest. As Sue Ran observed the earnestness and eagerness in Reba's eyes, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within him. To document the genuine him? What could possibly be intriguing about that? His retirement life was nothing but mundane, utterly devoid of excitement. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired this. Will it just be me daydreaming or fishing? Surely, no one will want to watch that. Reba shook her head, then nodded emphatically, her tone unwaveringly affirmative. I can't speak for others, but I certainly wish to see it. She gazed at Sue Ran with bright, sincere eyes. Then, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she waved the task card in her hand. Sue Actor, you promised to cooperate with me. No backing out now. Understood. Sue Ran chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. I'll oblige. Once the theme was confirmed, the atmosphere lightened once more. The three couples returned to their respective secret havens to prepare for the afternoon's vlog shoot. The Xiao Mo couple settled on the theme, how we see each other, crafting deeper conversation topics to reveal different facets of themselves. Meanwhile, the Tsanglan couple had yet to finalize their theme, but it was likely to revolve around the typical domineering CEO narrative. As for the Ran couple, Sue Ran had completely succumbed to lethargy. Sprawled out on the lazy sofa, eyes closed, claiming it was a way to find his rhythm early. Reba, on the other hand, was fervently jotting down ideas, refining her filming approach, and compiling a list of questions to ask. She understood that merely documenting Sue Ran's daily activities was insufficient. Through this vlog, she yearned for a deeper exchange. She sought to uncover the true reasons behind Sue Ran's early retirement. What were his thoughts on life, love, and the future? Beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior, what kind of heart lay concealed? Driven by her curiosity, she wished to genuinely reach into the depths of Sue Ran's soul. Chapter 75. The Philosophy of Mayflies and the Power of Currency. His charisma arises from the soul. After a hurried lunch, three couples set off for their respective chosen filming locations. The Kanglin couple headed to a nearby town, intending to shoot a vlog titled Beauty Lies All Around. The Xiao Mo couple opted for a sunlit studio in a villa, engaging in a face-to-face dialogue. Meanwhile, Reba decided to become somewhat of an invisible observer, trailing behind Sue Ran. Sue Ran, however, did not make any deliberate efforts to perform. He truly appeared as though he were alone in the villa. He first settled into a lazy chair in the yard, draping a light blanket over himself, basking in the warmth of the afternoon sun and the gentle sea breeze. Dozing off comfortably, upon waking, he brewed a pot of tea in the living room and casually selected a book from the study, sitting quietly on the sunlit windowsill, engrossed in his reading. When fatigue set in from reading, he ventured into the small garden behind the villa, tending to the flowers and plants. Occasionally, he would stroll to the terrace facing the sea, leaning against the railing, gazing quietly at the boundless ocean, allowing the sea breeze to whisk away his thoughts. Remaining in silence for several minutes. To an ordinary observer, these scenes might seem mundane, perhaps even a tad dull. There were no intentional interactions, no thrilling challenges, no dramatic conflicts. It was simply the most genuine, most quotidian existence of Sue Ran, living alone. Yet, Reba found delight in the moments, filming with utmost seriousness. The tranquil Sue Ran possessed an indescribable charm. His unhurried demeanor, the joy of living in the present, and his serene detachment from worldly affairs all acted like a magnet, deeply captivating her. This revelation provided the audience in the live stream, accustomed to the ostentatious side of Su-Ran, a more nuanced, authentic, and mesmerizing portrayal of him. Subsequently, Su-Ran tidied up the house before stepping out for a stroll. The afternoon sea breeze was warm, the sand soft, and the waves gentle. Su-Ran walked barefoot along the beach, gazing at the distant sea, his face radiating relaxation and contentment. Reba carefully followed behind him, holding a GoPro, capturing the moment. Under the ultra-wide-angle lens of the GoPro, the image was stable and clear. The azure sea and sky, swaying palm trees, and a man naturally imbued with a soft glow. Indeed, the potential for stunning visuals was high. Satisfied, Reba nodded in her heart. Su-Ran casually chose a spot under a coconut tree to take shelter from the sun. Leaning against the tree, he gazed into the distance at the deep blue sea, allowing his mind to drift. At that moment, Reba suddenly posed a question. Su-Ran, if given another chance to start anew, would you still choose to retire so early? Su-Ran, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. He took a hearty sip of beer before smiling and saying, of course, why not? This answer did not surprise Reba. Why? You're so young. Don't you think it's a pity? Shouldn't you pursue more of what is deemed success and value? Reba did not intend to advise Su-Ran on the virtues of ambition and diligence. Rather, she was sincerely curious about his choice of early retirement. Success and value? Su-Ran smiled but offered no reply, instead posing a question. Are you familiar with the mayfly? The mayfly? Yes, the creature that shakes the tree. Yet Reba was puzzled by the relevance of this inquiry. Indeed, Su-Ran nodded, his gaze drifting into a tranquil distance. There exists a creature which, in its infancy, dwells beneath the water, only to emerge as an adult, living a life that spans merely a single day. This is the mayfly. Its existence is compressed into 24 hours. A single day for humanity is an entire lifetime for it. In this fleeting time, it savors the sunlight, flutters its wings, seeks companionship, and begets offspring, only to return to dust. It learns to walk at dawn, encounters its beloved at noon, achieves greatness at dusk, and turns to dust by midnight. He paused, returning his gaze to Reba, smiling as he asked, do you think there exists a mayfly that flutters its wings, soaring through the azure sky, merely to witness the splendor of this world? Reba was taken aback. This perspective had indeed eluded her. Moreover, was not the mayfly a reflection of humanity itself? Before Reba could respond, Su-Ran continued, as I previously mentioned, I do not believe one pursuit is nobler than another. I simply feel that the meaning of life should not be confined to a singular, standardized answer. Pursuing a career, fulfilling ambitions, marrying, and raising children, these are all commendable paths. Yet for me, he shrugged, a hint of languid pleasure gracing his smile. I prefer to embody the leisurely mayfly. His eyes sparkled with clarity and sincerity. I did not come into this world to conform to the expectations of others. I merely wished to witness how flowers bloom, how water flows, and how the sun rises and sets. To experience what I find delightful and to meet those I deem fascinating. His gaze rested on Reba, imbued with a gentle smile. Life is a serendipitous journey, and I seek to uncover its causality. Boom! This statement resonated within the hearts of those present, akin to the reverberation of a morning bell. It appeared understated, yet bore an ineffable, profound power that struck at the depths of the soul. It provoked contemplation while simultaneously offering clarity. Reba was utterly stunned. She felt as if her mind had been cast into ripples by a small stone, creating concentric waves of thought. She gazed upon this man, who usually displayed a carefree demeanor, whimsical even, and somewhat abstract in nature. Yet at this moment, he seemed cloaked in a serene and wise aura, reminiscent of moonlight. It was both elusive and deeply captivating. The livestream's chat exploded with fervor. This time, the reactions were no longer merely laughter or melancholy. Instead, there emerged a complex amalgamation of shock, admiration, reflection, and even the enlightening sensation of an epiphany. Wow, that statement is incredibly profound. Life is a serendipitous journey, and I seek to uncover its causality. What a poetic expression. This passage possesses an extraordinary eloquence, worthy of being inscribed in textbooks as a quote. Initially, I presumed he merely indulged in his wealth. Yet I have now come to realize that he possesses a profound understanding of life. Today, Sue-Ran exudes an unparalleled charm. His allure never emanates from his outward appearance, but rather from the essence of his soul. He truly makes me feel as though my spirit is as light as the free wind. Sue-Ran is undeniably unique. His soul seems to radiate light. Of course, Sue-Ran once again displayed that familiar, mischievous grin. This is purely a personal choice of mine, and one might even consider it an extraordinarily fortunate exception. Young people, especially those valiantly striving for their livelihoods, must not consume my toxic broth of wisdom. His expression turned a touch serious. What is most crucial for you now is to toil diligently and overcome challenges. After all, he shrugged, his tone unprecedentedly candid. The reason I'm able to sit here so nonchalantly and boast is fundamentally because I possess financial capability. I can not only effortlessly support myself, but I have also amassed enough wealth to secure my parents' retirement for generations, free from any concerns. Without a material foundation, what is deemed as carefree is merely an illusion, akin to drinking the winds of the Northwest. This brutally honest statement lightened the atmosphere in the live stream. Everyone was amused by Sue-Ran's transparent and forthright demeanor. Indeed, what carefree existence can one speak of without a solid material basis? Yet, Sue-Ran manages to maintain this clarity and steadfastness in his lifestyle even after acquiring everything. This alone is commendable. As Reba gazed at this candidly charming man before her, her admiration deepened. He possessed a contradictory allure that irresistibly captivated her. However, Reba felt a preference for the seemingly frivolous Sue-Ran she was accustomed to, as the current version of him radiated a poignant loneliness that tugged at her heartstrings. Therefore, she wished nothing more than for Sue-Ran to be content. What do you believe is the meaning of life? Reba's voice resonated once more. Sue-Ran pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. For me, it's about discovering what I love, cherishing those around me, and living joyfully. If one cannot find it, then simply do not seek it. Bask in the sun, savor warm meals, pet the cats you encounter along the way, for life itself will yield the answers. Wow, this man exudes an irresistible charm. In that moment, Reba yearned to kiss him passionately. Chapter 76, Collision of Souls. The sea is most romantic when shared with one you cherish. Reba inhaled deeply several times, struggling to suppress the fluttering in her heart. Simultaneously, a resolute thought cemented itself in her mind. She must bring Sue-Ran home, no matter what. Just then, Sue-Ran's voice broke through her reverie. Orange Cat, have you indulged your director's whims enough? Isn't it time for me? Oh yes. We must hurry, or we won't complete our task. Reba snapped back to reality and quickly inquired, what do you wish to film? After a moment of contemplation, Sue-Ran gazed at the beach, bathed in golden hues from the setting sun, and dismissed his previous idea. A brilliant notion suddenly struck him. With a smile, he declared to Reba, let us capture the blazing pomegranate flowers blooming by the sea. What does that mean? Reba blinked in confusion, perplexed by the theme's complexity. Sue-Ran, observing her reaction, continued with a smile, that night under the moonlight, you danced as if you were a pomegranate flower flourishing by the shore, radiating confidence and charm. I wish to showcase how dazzling and self-assured you can be to the world. Reba was momentarily taken aback. Did that night's dance leave such a profound impression on him? Moreover, she felt a tinge of bashfulness from his compliments. Go on, don that ethnic dance attire. I shall wait for you here. Encouragingly, Sue-Ran added, don't worry. I promise to capture your beauty exquisitely. All right, Reba replied, taking a deep breath, her smile radiant. 10 minutes later, as Reba approached, adorned in a flowing dark red ethnic dance dress akin to a moving flame and barefoot, even Sue-Ran found himself momentarily awestruck. The gentle afterglow of the setting sun enveloped her, while the sea breeze playfully tousled her skirt and inky black hair. She resembled a pomegranate flower, blooming quietly in the twilight, exuding an air of mystery and fervor, breathtakingly bold. The live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, she is stunning. My goodness, this version of Reba is simply exquisite. Wow, I was nearly brought to tears by her beauty. On site, Reba stood gracefully before Suran, delighting in his captivated expression. Silly, watch me dazzle you. Should I start dancing now? Reba queried, noticing Suran's silence. Let us hold off on that. Suran pondered before suggesting, let us first capture some vibrant and lively shots. Reba, puzzled, asked, what should I do? Pointing towards the sun-kissed, frothy waves of the beach, Suran instructed, begin from there, running toward me against the waves. Remember, you must embody that sense of breaking free from constraints and embracing freedom, full of vigor. Reba was momentarily bewildered. How was she to run like that? Nevertheless, she complied, raising her dress and sprinting along the sandy shore against the sea breeze. No, it lacks intensity. Be wilder. Yes, just like that. Faster. More wild. Let your arms move freely. Why does it feel increasingly amiss? She sensed that Suran was not capturing the pomegranate blooms, but rather the fleeting youth beneath the setting sun. Finally, as Reba rushed over, breathless, Suran exclaimed with satisfaction, Cut. How was that? Did you capture the effect you desired? Reba leaned closer, slightly panting. Not just good. It's practically a television drama. Suran boldly declared, I believe I possess a latent talent for directing. Reba rolled her eyes in exasperation. Truly shameless. Then, she snatched the action camera and began reviewing the footage. Upon seeing it, she nearly exploded on the spot. You film as you please. But why on earth did you add that ridiculous sound effect? That image of me running in the sunset resembles the Monkey King breaking free from the Five-Finger Mountain. Reba turned back, gritting her teeth, and asked, Is this what you call capturing a television drama? Journey to the West. Reba shut her eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them wide. A fierce rage ignited within her gaze. So, Ran, this is far from over. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in laughter. The theme Suran intended to capture was certainly not the Monkey King-esque liberation. He merely wished for Reba to relax a bit, to not be too tense. Yet the outcome was splendid. Ultimately, after Suran promised that he would portray her as the most beautiful pomegranate flower in the universe, Reba temporarily let him off the hook. The two began to delve into the main vlog shoot. The last rays of sunlight were about to vanish over the horizon. The sky by the sea displayed a dreamlike purple-red hue. Reba stood on the cool sand, the sea breeze gently caressing her dancing skirt and hair. She closed her eyes, adjusting her breath. As Suran aimed the GoPro at her, she lifted her skirt and began to dance gracefully on the soft sand beneath the sunset. Her body, like a flame spirit awakened by the evening glow, stretched, leaped, and twirled. With a lively jump, her skirt billowed, and her toes lightly traced over the sand still marked by shallow water. Tiny droplets were stirred up by the movement of her skirt and toes, resembling countless pieces of shattered rubies ignited by the sunset, carving crystalline arcs in the air before cascading down, harmonizing with the resplendent sky. Suran held the camera, momentarily captivated. In that instant, Reba was not dancing for him, nor for the camera, but for the vastness of this world, for the sea, for the setting sun, and for the most fervent emotions deep within her soul. The unembellished authenticity and fervor, imbued with a wild vitality, struck his vision and spirit with profound force. The fiery red pomegranate blooms by the sea. Suran murmured, a breathtaking beauty. The live stream comments erupted like a volcanic explosion, completely ignited. Wow, wow, wow. How beautiful. My goodness. This vlog is simply divine. The crimson pomegranate blossoms are breathtaking. My sister is so stunning that it leaves one breathless. Suran has an impeccable taste in themes. I can only say that these two individuals have captured each other's utmost charm, a true embodiment of enchanting allure and refined beauty. Suran's aesthetic sense is extraordinary. As the last rays of twilight vanish beneath the horizon, the sky begins to twinkle with stars. After the filming concluded, Suran and Reba chose not to return to the villa, but instead sat side by side on the soft beach. They quietly listened to the sound of the waves, cherishing the rare tranquility each absorbed in their own reflections of the day's events. In the stillness, Su-ran suddenly spoke. Actually, my original theme for today was not the crimson pomegranate blossoms. Reba turned to Su-ran's profile, curiosity piqued, and asked, "What did you intend to shoot instead?" The sea and romance. Su-ran's voice was soft as she smiled and inquired, "Do you find the sea romantic?" "Of course." Reba nodded in agreement. "It's beautiful, vast, and uplifts one's spirits." However, Su-ran gently shook her head and corrected, "In truth, the sea is not romantic at all." Just as Reba was about to retort, Su-ran continued, "It is only romantic when one views the sea with someone they cherish." Boom! Reba felt as though her mind had been thrust into a supercharged hydrogen bomb of sweetness. Suran, does he even realize what he is saying? The sea is only romantic when shared with a beloved? Is this a confession directed at me? Oh no, what should I do? Should I accept it? But I am not prepared yet. It is all so sudden. Yet, if I do not accept it, will Su-ran be saddened? Will he think I dislike him? Oh, what am I to do? Who will save me from this turmoil? Should I have 2 hearts or 3? Reba's heart raced as if 1,000 tiny deer were colliding within, and her cheeks burned as if they could fry an egg. She felt as though she might ignite into flames. Chapter 77. The girl's blush outshines a lengthy confession in Hotbar's mind. Countless thoughts swirled. She had even imagined how many children she might have in the future. However, the moment Su-ran's slightly boastful voice rang out, it completely yanked her from her daydreams back into the harsh, cold reality. With a triumphant clap on his thigh, Su-ran declared, "What do you think, Orange Cat? Isn't my vlog theme absolutely brilliant? All we need to do is sit here, do nothing, and enjoy the sea, and we can capture the essence of a romantic vlog. Then, we can seamlessly edit my brilliant line from earlier. It's simply perfect. I tell you, once this vlog goes live, it will undoubtedly go viral on Douyin. It will be legendary." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision himself sweeping through film festivals and winning awards with this divine concept. Meanwhile, Hotbar failed to notice the furrow forming on her forehead, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. Blockhead, Elon Klotman, atmosphere destroyer, romantic saboteur, she thought. Just moments ago, she had almost believed he was about to confess to her. And yet, what was he thinking about? His mind was solely occupied with that ridiculous vlog theme. Was she merely a prop for his video? A tumultuous blend of embarrassment, fury, and a hint of disappointment, one she was reluctant to acknowledge, exploded within her, akin to a jar of mixed flavors shattered inside her heart. Hotbar inhaled deeply and sighed. It made sense. Relying on this dog of a man for romance was akin to expecting a fool to cook. Perhaps that would yield better results. Nonetheless, Hotbar felt a sense of relief. While she yearned to hear Su-ran's confession, she was also burdened by numerous concerns. This did not imply she had no affection for him or that she did not wish to be with him. However, as a public figure, she had far more to consider. She longed to engage in a carefree romance with Su-ran, one that would not end in heartbreak. Yet, if she were to pursue that, it could inadvertently complicate his life further. After all, he relished his current leisurely lifestyle. Hotbar did not wish to bring him any trouble or disrupt the trajectory of his life. If only she could bide her time and sort through some matters. Then, she would boldly take the initiative to capture this infuriating yet endearing ironclad man. However, if you were to ask her whether she would accept Su-ran's confession if he did declare his feelings, the answer would be an unequivocal yes. A myriad of thoughts flickered through her mind like a lantern parade. Yet, it was undeniable that she felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation. But how could she be at fault? The one lacking in romantic insight was Su-ran. Yes, it was his mistake. With a sudden burst of determination, she sprang to her feet from the beach, lifted her skirt, and stormed off in the direction of the villa. Her steps were heavy and quick, as if she intended to leave impressions on the sand. "Hey, where are you going? Do you not find the theme I envisioned sufficiently dazzling?" Su-ran observed that Reba was inexplicably upset, leaving him somewhat perplexed as he followed her. Suddenly, Reba halted, turned, and shot Su-ran a fierce glare. Then, lifting her skirt, her delicate, fair feet, slightly dusted with sand, forcefully stomped down on Su Ran's foot. Yet the impact was insignificant, akin to a mere expression of annoyance, a signal that she desired to be coaxed. However, after this action, Reba's face flushed crimson. This gesture seemed excessively intimate. She dared not meet Su Ran's gaze, lowered her head, and huffed. "I can't be bothered with you, you big fool." Then, like a startled fawn, she hastily scampered back to the villa, lifting her skirt. What was wrong with her? Su Ran chuckled helplessly as he watched Reba flee in disarray. He glanced back at the sea. Ah, the romantic theme is set. Both the people and the ocean are in harmony. Splendid indeed. Then he murmured softly to himself, Her blushing appearance is rather endearing. Returning to the villa, the living room was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere lacked its previous ease. Each couple was engaged in a final sprint, racing to edit their vlogs before 8 o'clock. Su Ran and Reba busied themselves, momentarily casting aside the earlier enchanting misunderstanding. Given the considerable tasks at hand, the production team had prepared dinner. However, this lavish meal failed to stimulate anyone's appetite. Everyone was racing against time to perfect their respective works. As the clock ticked away, the hour of 8 arrived punctually. The living room of the Heartbeat Lodge had been transformed into a vlog screening venue by the production team. A massive projection screen slowly descended. Directoli, wearing a standard smile, announced, "Dear guests and viewers at home, the exhilarating Heartbeat Images CP Mutual Shooting Theme Vlog sharing session officially begins now. First, let us welcome the first couple to present their work." The first vlog showcased was from the Kanglin couple, themed "The First Heartfelt Encounter," a title that immediately connotes romance. The entire vlog was imbued with sweetness in its color palette, cinematography, and soundtrack, perfectly aligning with the personas they had cultivated. The short film beautifully showcased Yu Shushin's playful charm alongside Wang Hedi's boyfriend prowess, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from their fans. Next came the Xiao Mo couple. This time, they deviated from their usual warm approach and engaged in a profound face-to-face conversation. They began with their initial acquaintance and transitioned to the excitement of collaborating once more on this dating variety show, providing their fans with nuanced and distinct moments of affection. There was no pretense. Their serene and harmonious relationship was wholly revealed. Overall, the vlogs from these two couples authentically reflected their unique styles, allowing the audience to savor the beauty of love. Evenly PD had to concede that this time, the choice of theme for the Xiao Mo couple was exceptionally well executed. It brilliantly showcased their individual charms. Moreover, through this dialogue, it beautifully captured the enchanting emotions that blossomed from their initial acquaintance to a budding affection. Lee PD internally praised the approach as both clever and romantic. Perhaps this victory would be claimed by the Xiao Mo couple. However, when Su Ran and Reba's vlog began to play, Lee PD realized that he had perhaps been too hasty in his judgment. Chapter 78. Resonance of Souls Under the Lens. The fiery CP of Shark is wild. Director Camera Editing. Dilly Reba Dilmarat Director Camera Editing. Saran as 2 lines of subtitles appeared. Silence enveloped both the venue and the live stream. Earlier in the afternoon, the other 2 couples had already discerned the theme that Reba intended to capture. They were intrigued by her choice and eager to uncover the contrast of the seemingly whimsical Saran in his daily life. Saran's theme, however, bore a title that was somewhat perplexing. What could the fiery pomegranate blossoms possibly signify? Driven by profound curiosity, they were impatient to witness how this conspicuously paired couple would infuse creativity into their vlog. And thus, the vlog commenced. The first sight to greet the audience was Saran, framed through Reba's lens. There were no contrived poses, no extravagant transitions. Saran appeared predominantly tranquil, languid, and, at times, seemingly idle. Whether dozing in a rocking chair, perusing a book by the window, tending to the flowers in the garden, or gazing vacantly at the sea from the terrace. These scenes unfolded with an ordinariness akin to plain water. As Saran had previously remarked, it resembled the languorous life of a retired magnate. Yet, under Reba's cinematic language, all of this radiated a unique allure. Through her lens, the typically jovial Saran emerged as more dimensional, more authentic, and undeniably captivating. Interspersed throughout the vlog were Reba's occasional soft voiceovers, resembling a soliloquy or a dialogue with the Saran captured on camera. Saran, you really enjoy daydreaming, don't you? Your concentration while reading is quite earnest. Wow. You genuinely know how to tend to flowers. When gazing at the sea alone, what thoughts occupy your mind? There were no intimate exchanges, no impassioned lines. Yet, the tenderness conveyed through the lens resonated more profoundly than any overt words could. Especially poignant was the concluding dialogue that touched the depths of the soul, allowing everyone to sense Saran's childlike heart. As the short film drew to a close, the image lingered on Saran leaning against a coconut tree, silhouetted against the sun, with a serene smile illuminating his profile. Reba's voiceover followed. This is Saran's truest self, living simply and freely. Saran, the innocent. Thus, the short film concluded. A hush fell over the gathering. The other four guests appeared somewhat entranced. They had never envisioned a vlog could be crafted in such a manner, lacking a narrative devoid of interaction. Yet, through the simplicity of the visuals, a more dimensional and profoundly alluring Saran was unveiled before them. Through Reba's lens, they seemed to glimpse Saran's solitary tranquility, reveling in the present moment. Particularly moved was P.D. Lee, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never anticipated that this perpetually cheerful young man harbored such serene and transparent depths within his heart. Yet, Reba, this seemingly carefree girl, captures the most enchanting aspect of Sue Ran with such a delicate perspective. Is this not, in a sense, a soulful connection? Usolbi. I'm utterly moved. Reba understands Sue Ran so well. This is true understanding and appreciation. Reba does not deliberately create sweetness. She simply presents the most authentic version of Sue Ran through her eyes. This unobtrusive, silent companionship truly strikes a chord in my youthful heart. Sue Ran and Reba, it would be difficult for your story to conclude without marriage, while everyone is still immersed in Reba's silent tenderness. The screen fades to black, and the theme captured by Sue Ran, the fiery pomegranate blossoms by the sea, begins to play. In stark contrast to Reba's vlog style, Sue Ran's lens is filled with exquisite colors and stunning visual impact. The fiery sunset, like golden shards of waves, the sun-kissed beach. In the frame, Reba, adorned in a dress resembling flames, dances freely on the golden sands beneath the setting sun. Each of her movements embodies a wild tension and the vitality of life. The hem of her skirt flares, akin to a blazing fire. Her bare toes lightly graze the sand, stirring up delicate waves that reflect the intense glow of flames in the sunset. With the sunset as her light and the waves as her music, it seems the entire world is her stage. The dancer, lost in the sunset, is indeed the fiery pomegranate blossom by the sea. Under Sue Ran's lens, Reba is confident, passionate, and exuberantly expressive. Lacking any complex techniques, the shots remain the purest and most straightforward, yet they vividly illustrate the most striking beauty of Reba. In the audience, Yu Shushin and Meng Zi watch with wide eyes, instinctively covering their mouths, fearing that a gasp might shatter this beauty. For the first time, they realize how dazzling and captivating Reba is when she dances. The theme of these two has not mentioned love at all, yet in the silence, there is an abundance of affection. This surpasses their theme by leaps and bounds. There are no deliberate, sweet interactions or romantic scenes. Their love transcends the surface, resonating deeply within the soul with understanding and empathy. They simply magnify the hidden sparks in their hearts through the most genuine lens. With sincere words, they express their inner emotions and admiration. As the vlog draws to a close, the image freezes on the silhouette of the two standing side by side on the dusky beach. Sue Ran's deep, magnetic voice gently resonates. The fiery pomegranate blossoms by the sea. Reba gazes at Sue Ran, feeling as if her breath might cease. Some individuals are born to shine on stage, and you, Dilly Reba, are that most radiant, most passionate, and most unique beauty of the world. Boom! In this moment, whether among the guests present or the audience in the live stream, Everyone felt as though their hearts were being bombarded by countless sweet hydrogen bombs in succession. Director Lee watched Su Ran and Reba, fully aware that this was an unspoken yet glaringly obvious mutual confession crafted through the language of the lens. She felt as if her smile could split her face in two. What an utterly delightful experience. The barrage of comments in the live stream had already reached a fever pitch. Oh, I'm dying. I'm going to be sweetly overwhelmed. Suran, you are my deity. You are a master at capturing moments. Reba looks utterly radiant on your lens. In Su Ran's frames, every still is a testament to love, a dialogue and resonance on a soulful level. This is a higher and more profound kind of infatuation. I'm in tears. This is too beautiful. I dare say it is a pinnacle work in the history of romantic variety shows. You two get married right here, right now. I'll contribute the largest sum. That night, the vlog of the fiery couple conquered everyone with an overwhelming and transformative presence. The authenticity that required no deliberate fabrication, the appreciation and resonance emanating from the depths of the soul, became the most enchanting melody of infatuation that summer. It made everyone believe once more that true affection has never been about form. It resides in those seemingly inconsequential details, hidden in the gentle gaze that meets yours. Chapter 79. Shocking Director Wong for 10,000 years. Su Ran. It's merely the system that understands. As the two brief vlogs concluded, the lights in the living room brightened once more. An air of silence enveloped the room. The gazes of the other pairs of guests directed towards Su Ran and Reba were no longer merely filled with envy. They now reflected a profound admiration and a heartfelt resonance. It became apparent that emotions could be conveyed through such captivating visuals. At that moment, Reba, the protagonist of the vlog, felt as though her heart was immersed in a warm, honeyed elixir, a blend of sweetness and tenderness that brought a subtle mist to her eyes. The girl dancing freely beneath the setting sun seemed almost unfamiliar to her, yet undeniably enchanting. She could hardly fathom that in Su Ran's eyes, the one who had captured her in the chaos of a mischievous stone monkey, she appeared as a confident and radiant figure, shimmering with vibrancy. Especially resonant was Su Ran's concluding voiceover, which surpassed even the romance of watching the sea with someone she cherished. Its beauty was 100-fold more moving. Su Wan. It seems that the affection I hold in my heart has irretrievably broken free. At that moment, Su Ran couldn't resist the urge to flaunt his success, raising an eyebrow at Reba as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Look at how everyone is so moved." Silly, Reba chuckled, her prior frustrations dissipating like mist. In this fleeting moment of tranquility and emotion, PD Lee's voice broke the stillness. "All right, everyone. I trust that after watching the Fiery CP's vlog, you, like me, have been profoundly touched." Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, clearly affected by the moment. Now, we arrive at the exhilarating voting segment. Please take up the voting devices before you and cast your precious vote for the vlog that stirred your heart the most. As the audience began to lower their heads to vote, PD Lee discreetly approached Su Ran and gestured towards the courtyard. "Su Ran, Director Wong is waiting for you outside." Without further inquiry, Su Ran nodded, handing the voting device to Reba and saying, "Please vote for me. I need to use the restroom." Reba, puzzled by Su Ran's sudden departure, refrained from questioning him further. In the villa's courtyard, bathed in moonlight, Wang Jingyu sat beneath the pavilion, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Upon seeing Su Ran approach, he extinguished his cigarette, revealing a weary yet exhilarated smile. "Su Ran, you truly have a knack for creating big news," Wang Jingyu exclaimed, his tone imbued with complex emotions. From Anha Bridge to Garden Party, and now to this evening's extraordinary vlog, the surprises Su Ran provided were relentless, leaving him blissfully overwhelmed. Wang Jingyu needed no further gestures. Tonight's trending topic would undoubtedly be attributed to Su Ran. Su Ran simply smiled and replied, "Director Wong, you didn't summon me just to say this, did you?" Wang Jingyu's expression grew somewhat serious upon hearing this. "I would like to formally invite you to grant our program the rights to use Garden Party as the official theme song for promotion." As for the licensing fee, within my capabilities, I shall certainly strive to secure the highest standard for you. With that, he retrieved a pristine contract from his briefcase and pushed it towards Su Ran. Su Ran gazed at the contract presented before him, but did not take it. He merely looked calmly at Wang Jingyu and smiled, shaking his head. Director Wang, I appreciate your kind offer. However, regarding this song, let us just pass on it. Pass. Wang Jingyu was momentarily taken aback and pressed further. Why? Is it because the payment is insufficient? Or have you already sold the rights? Neither, Su Ran replied with a smile, lightly stating, I simply find it troublesome. Wang Jingyu was left dumbfounded. He had contemplated countless scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Su Ran's reason for refusal would be so absurd. Signing contracts, recording, promoting, climbing the charts. And should it gain popularity, one would have to attend events and hold concerts. TSK, TSK, TSK. After counting on his fingers, Su Ran wore an expression that suggested even the thought of it was exhausting. Wang Jingyu attempted to negotiate further, but Su Ran, this song holds profound significance. It can bring, to me, the greatest significance of this song is fulfilling Reba's wish. Su Ran interjected, gesturing with his hand. Since it is a surprise gift for her, it should simply serve as a present. Commercializing it would be rather disappointing. Then, he delivered a decisive blow to Wang Jingyu. The royalty you offer me. 1, 2, 3. Wang Jingyu looked at Su Ran in perplexity. Yet, Su Ran took out his phone, displaying a series of numbers from a certain bank account to Wang Jingyu. Then he grinned widely. I made a profit. Wang Jingyu, thoroughly outmatched, finally conceded. He watched the obstinate Su Ran, shaking his head with a wry smile, silently acknowledging. The excuse of avoiding trouble merely masks the truth. Primarily, this song is a gift for Reba, and he does not wish to commercialize this sentiment. However, he truly found himself at a loss with Su Ran. Could he simply throw money at him? That hardly seemed feasible, even if the top-tier superstars stood here. The licensing fee for a song would only amount to a few $100,000. To Su Ran, such an amount was trivial. Furthermore, Su Ran was an ordinary person. Even if Wang Jingyu wished to offer the utmost licensing fee, he must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, not only would there be resistance from the station, but it would also disrupt the established norms. Oh well, let it be. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you. Wang Jingyu seemed to recall something important, stating, You are currently very popular, and there are various opinions about you circulating online. Although the program team has been diligently managing and guiding the public perception, he sighed and continued, Recently, there have emerged some clearly organized negative opinions and scandals aimed at you personally. For instance, questioning the originality of your songs, alleging that you employed a ghostwriter, and even beginning to delve into your personal background in an attempt to slander you. Su Ran merely gazed calmly at Wang Jingyu, as if this were a trivial matter. Most of the issues have been suppressed, guiding the situation towards a positive rhythm. Wang Jingyu chuckled wryly and remarked, I actually know who is responsible, but unfortunately, I lack evidence, so perhaps you should tone down your recent antics. Just as Su Ran was about to respond, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Malicious public opinion and potential risks targeting the host detected. Ding! To safeguard the host's legal rights and maintain a stable environment for activities, the system has automatically generated relevant evidence, which has been stored in the item bar. Please check host. Item name. Garbage collector USB, special edition rumor crusher. X1 item effect contains an irrefutable chain of rebuttal evidence against the primary smear campaigns circulating online recently, including but not limited to chat records, transaction records, IP address tracing, and information on the puppet masters can be selectively disclosed to decisively crush all false accusations. Wow, this system is truly considerate. Su Ran smiled, then discreetly retrieved the USB and placed it on the table, sliding it towards Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu was taken aback. What was the purpose of this? What you desire is within. A new theme song? No, this is the evidence you seek. Please resolve those bothersome flies quickly. I do not wish for them to ruin my mood while recording the show. Wang Jingyu was nearly brought to his knees by Su Ran's audacity. Who exactly was this guy? His methods were astonishing. However, What left Wang Jingyu even more astonished was yet to come. Su Ran casually picked up a pen and used that contract worth hundreds of thousands as scrap paper, swiftly jotting down notes and sketches. Then, he tossed it onto the table and said, "Considering our good rapport, let this song serve as the theme for the program." Good rapport? Right, you just need to invest a few $100,000. Upon reading the lyrics and melody on the draft paper, he was utterly floored. This guy truly was a prodigy. At that moment, unnoticed in the corner, a graceful figure crouched by the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. This fool. Reba covered her mouth, her eyes welling up uncontrollably. Chapter 80. Su Hanan. This time, let me take the initiative. Wang Jingyu delicately placed the contract, which Su Ran had treated as scrap paper, into his briefcase. His gaze towards Su Ran was filled with incredulity. Having spent decades in his profession, he had encountered a myriad of prodigies and well-connected successors. Yet, none had left him as perplexed and inscrutable as Su Ran. Talent seemed to come to Su Ran as effortlessly as breathing, while his background was even more unfathomable. To Wang Jingyu, Su Ran resembled an ancient patriarch of a sect, casually discarding a talisman and indifferently stating, "Be quiet, extinguish it." The disdain, the contempt, the air of superiority he exuded was simply overwhelming. Wang Jingyu shook his head, offering a wry smile, and resigned himself to the mystery that eluded his understanding. After bidding farewell to Su Ran, he left with a dazed yet cheerful demeanor. In the courtyard, the moonlight poured down like a silken veil. With Wang Jingyu's departure, the air seemed to quiet considerably. Su Ran stretched la city, about to turn when he noticed a slender figure at the entrance, nearly merging with the shadows. A slight smile graced his lips as he raised his voice slightly. "The moonlight is splendid. Doesn't our friend at the door wish to step out and appreciate it?" Behind the door, the heart of the named Reba raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she sheepishly emerged from her hiding place, lowering her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, resembling a schoolchild caught in mischief. "I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. I just came out to get some water." Reba's voice dwindled, tinged with guilt. Indeed, she was curious about what Su Ran was up to, particularly after learning that Wang Jingyu had sought him for a discussion, intensifying her desire to uncover their conversation. She feared that Su Ran might depart from this program. Recently, Su Ran had faced considerable criticism, which had subtly begun to affect her. Reba was concerned that her company might take action against Su Ran because of it. However, the outcome proved her worries unfounded. Looking for water? Su Ran chuckled at her, choosing not to expose her ruse, and languidly leaned against the column of the pavilion. "Shall I assist you in your search?" At his words, Reba buried her head even lower, her cheeks flushed like ripened apples. She sensed the teasing glimmer in Su Ran's eyes, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. This mischievous fellow was undoubtedly teasing her. Yet, reflecting on all she had just overheard, Reba felt any anger dissipate. He had dismissed a copyright fee of several $100,000 without a blink, merely because that song was a gift for her. He had provided evidence to dispel the rumors and controversies surrounding her. This foolish man had accomplished so much, yet always wore an expression of indifference. Coupled with the vlog from today, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged through Reba. She gazed at Su Ran, admiring his profile, which appeared particularly handsome under the moonlight, and the faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. A surge of courage suddenly welled up within her. "Su Hanan, let me take the initiative this time." Reba took a deep breath, resolving herself with determination. She approached Su Ran step by step, her eyes slightly reddened, shimmering like bright gems veiled by a delicate mist, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Comfort? She did not seem sad. An explanation? He felt he had done nothing amiss. At that moment, Reba unexpectedly reached out and swiftly embraced him, the soft sensation accompanied by a fragrance unique to young girls. Fleeting as it was, Su Ran barely had time to react. He only felt a brief warmth and softness enveloping his chest. "Su Hanan, thank you." The girl's voice quivered with a hint of shyness and resolve. After uttering those words, she retreated like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet her eyes sparkled with courage and relief. This embrace, she believed, required the utmost bravery she could muster in her lifetime. Su-ran blinked, clearly still processing the moment. What has happened? This girl took the initiative to hug him and thanked him. He felt he had done nothing worthy of such gratitude. However, it was fragrant and soft, albeit a tad too swift. A smile danced on his lips as he regarded Reba. Your gratitude seems a bit hasty. Reba shot him a glare, feigning indignation. Hurry, hurry, the award ceremony is about to commence. We must claim our mysterious prize. Suddenly recalling the ongoing voting, she anxiously grasped Su-ran's hand and dashed toward the living room. Su-ran stumbled slightly as she pulled him along, bemused. Hey, slow down. The grand prize isn't going anywhere. Despite his words, he allowed her to lead him, his lips involuntarily curving upward. The two of them rushed hand in hand into the brightly lit living room. In the living room, all eyes fixated on the pair, and then the collective gaze subtly froze upon their intertwined fingers. An air of suggestive excitement began to permeate the atmosphere. Everyone shared knowing smiles, brimming with significance. It was only then that Reba realized in her haste she had clasped Su-ran's hand. And tightly at that, her cheeks flushed a deep shade of red, reaching her ears. It's all Su-ran's fault, he was so slow. I was afraid of missing the awards. Reba stammered, hastily releasing his hand and attempting to cover her embarrassment. Then she nudged Su-ran, urging him to speak up. She felt she might just die from shyness. All right. Su-ran chuckled at Reba, taking his time to respond. I got lost in the yard, and thankfully classmate Orange Cat helped me find my way back. Reba exclaimed. Oh no, I asked you to explain, not to dig a deeper hole. The crowd erupted in laughter, understanding all too well. The live stream chat was already buzzing with excitement. The beloved couple they adored seemed one step closer to officially becoming an item. After that sweet little interlude, the awards ceremony commenced as scheduled. As anticipated by many, the passionate duo won tonight's most heart-fluttering couple award. In addition to a cash prize of 1,000 yuan, they received the show's mysterious grand prize, custom-designed, matching wristwatches. The hands of these timepieces mark each passing minute and second, symbolizing how time eternally bears witness to genuine affection. I sincerely hope your chemistry and heartfelt connection will mirror these watch hands, forever tracing distinct yet harmonious circles upon the dial. May you cherish this hard-won serendipity and treasure every fleeting moment shared together. Finally, heartfelt gratitude to all the guests for their wonderful contributions, and to every viewer who joined us tonight. The journey of love continues, and romance never fades. Let us eagerly await the next enchanting chapter. Good night. As director Lee's voice faded, the evening's heart-fluttering moments sharing session drew to a close. Meanwhile, back in the program team's temporary office, Wang Jingyu stared at the contents of the USB drive, his face a mask of shock. Just who exactly is this Su-ran? The evidence stored here was nothing short of a thunderbolt. Chat logs, transaction screenshots, IP trace records, even crucial surveillance footage and audio recordings. Wang Jingyu couldn't help but click his tongue as he scrolled through the meticulously compiled files. Grossing Suran? You just kicked an iron plate. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Jingyu's lips. Some people won't be sleeping well tonight. Chapter 81. The revelry comes to an end. A storm approaches. As soon as PD Lee's words echoed through the room, signifying the official conclusion of today's recording, a flurry of excitement ensued. Almost simultaneously, the crowd swiftly encircled Su-ran and Reba. The bashful Reba, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, cast a glance at the knowing smiles of the onlookers and, like a startled cat, darted up to the second floor, leaving behind a clumsy excuse about applying a facial mask and a hasty retreat. Witnessing her frantic escape, a subtle smile graced Su-ran's lips. The girl's shy demeanor was undeniably endearing. Meanwhile, the other guests in the living room had certainly absorbed the intimate scene that had just transpired. Yu Shu Xin and Meng Zi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared exhilaration as they silently acknowledged the thrill of their discovery. Wang Hidi and Li Yunrui could hardly contain their amusement, discreetly giving Su-ran a thumbs up. The sweetness of the evening was simply overwhelming. The viewers in the live stream had completely immersed themselves in the joyous frenzy of shipping the couple. They held hands. They actually held hands. Help. Reba shyly ran away. So adorable. Sue Rant's affectionate smile at the end. It's killing me. Civil Affairs Bureau. Let me help you again. The vlog was absolutely phenomenal, especially the part where Sue Rand filmed Reba dancing. The cinematography was divine. That line about unparalleled beauty was the ultimate kill, right? Sue Rand is practically a love saint cloaked in the guise of a straight man. That night, following the garden party, the fervor of the Rand couple erupted across the internet like an unstoppable force. Weibo Douyin. The trending lists on major social media platforms were inundated with terms like Rand vlog, unparalleled beauty D Li Reba, and ephemeral theory. The topic Summer Heartthrob 2 vlog went straight to the top of the trending list, accompanied by a massive and vivid explosion symbol. Countless netizens were moved by the genuine emotion shared between Sue Rand and Reba, which radiated a soul-deep connection. There was no artificial sweetness, only the quiet sincerity that nourishes the spirit. The allure of each captured moment between them was undeniable. The serene Sue Rand and the dancing Reba, one still and one in motion. Their combined charm was simply off the charts. Sue Rand's voiceover was, in my opinion, the year's most exquisite declaration of love. Numerous CP fans, casual viewers, and even those previously indifferent to dating shows found themselves utterly enchanted, propelling the popularity and acclaim of Summer Heartthrob 2 to unprecedented heights. However, amidst this nationwide celebration of sweetness, dissenting voices began to emerge. These remarks, laced with clear skepticism and suggestive undertones, quietly proliferated and swiftly gained momentum with the encouragement of certain individuals and organizations. Can an amateur really produce such a high-caliber vlog? The editing is so professional. I refuse to believe it. The cinematography, the composition, the post-production color grading. This is definitely the work of a professional team. The production team must have filmed and edited this, right? Sue Rand's persona appears to be excessively flawless, does it not? Wealthy, talented, handsome, capable of singing, songwriting, and even vlogging? One might think he fancies himself a protagonist from a novel. How utterly implausible. Indeed, how could such an impeccably perfect individual exist in reality? It must surely be a product of meticulous marketing by his agency. Do you not find it peculiar? The range of Sue Rand's musical styles is astonishing. From the captivating Devil from Heaven to the deeply emotive Anha Bridge, and now a sweet melody titled Garden Party. How could one individual compose such a diverse array of songs in such a brief span of time? There must be a team behind Sue Rand. Upon deeper reflection, this is quite unsettling. If this is indeed the case, then there are significant concerns regarding Sue Rand's character. Initially, these doubts were sparse, quickly drowned out by the clamor of devoted fans. However, gradually, marketing accounts boasting millions of followers and so-called influencers within the industry began to join in, amplifying the narrative. The vlog segment from Summer Heartbeat 2 has gone viral. The visuals are stunning and the emotions are heartfelt. Yet, as a seasoned professional in the film industry, I must assert that the production quality of this vlog far exceeds that of an amateur. The cinematography, composition, editing, and even the choice of music are exceptional. If Sue Rand truly possessed such talent, he would have secured a place in the entertainment industry long ago. Why wait until now? Gold will shine eventually, but gold that shines suddenly warrants our contemplation. This seemingly objective yet insidiously dangerous Weibo post immediately stirred a significant uproar. Following this, several second and third-tier artists, known for their opportunistic tendencies and penchant for garnering attention, began to share and comment, expressing their astonishment at Sue Rand's talent and curiosity about his amateur status. Implicitly, they cast doubt on the authenticity of Sue Rand's identity and abilities. In no time, negative sentiments regarding the alleged hired filming and editing of Sue Rand's vlog, songwriting by proxy, team orchestrations, and fabricated personas proliferated online like a virus, directly targeting Sue Rand's character and the show's authenticity. In a dimly lit office at a certain television station, Deputy Director Zhang gazed at his phone, observing the negative trending topics and comments about Su Ran. A smug smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, young man, your flaws have finally been revealed, have they? He lifted a teacup from the table, savoring a sip. Youthful naivety. Talent is utterly defenseless in the face of capital. He placed the cup down and dialed a number. Hello? Lao Zhao, intensify the efforts. Remember, focus on the allegations of a fabricated persona and ghostwriting. Let us stir the waters as murky as possible. I would like to see how Wang Jingyu defends him this time. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. If he could not possess it, then he would obliterate it. This was a masterful strategy, eliminating multiple targets in one fell swoop. This time, regardless of whether it was Summer Heartbeat, Su Ran, or Wang Jingyu, they would all meet their demise. This was the dramatic spectacle he had long anticipated. Meanwhile, in the post-production room of the show, Wang Jingyu observed the rampant negative discourse circulating online. His demeanor, however, was remarkably serene. In fact, a trace of an almost imperceptible, exhilarated smile graced his lips. At long last has he finally taken action? His assistant, gazing at the composed Wang Jingyu, could not contain his curiosity. Director Wang, your calmness this time around. Could it be that you are once again behind this? He recalled the previous uproar and lamented his own naivety. Yet, Wang Jingyu merely shook his head and replied, this time, it has nothing to do with me. I haven't done anything. The assistant was taken aback. Are you not at all concerned with the overwhelming negative trending topics? Is it true that any publicity is good publicity? If this continues, the show will be doomed. The assistant urged, Director Wang, the internet is flooded with posts questioning Su Ran, and even prominent figures and seasoned veterans have entered the fray. Shouldn't we promptly issue a statement to clarify? Or perhaps have Su Ran go live to respond? Clarify? Why clarify? Wang Jingyu responded, shaking his head with an air of indifference. If it weren't for Su Ran's USB drive, this situation would indeed be difficult to navigate. Not to mention the potential pitfalls of self-incrimination. Even if they did clarify, would anyone believe them? It has always been said that rumors spread like wildfire, while clarifications require relentless effort. Surely, we cannot expect Su Ran to compose a song on the spot. That would be the most foolish and ineffective course of action. Those individuals do not genuinely care whether Su Ran possesses talent. They merely seek a baseless justification to bring him down. Self-incrimination? That would only lead them into a trap. So how to break the deadlock? It is quite simple. Since clarification is not an option,